Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 99. Slowly opened his eyes, Chi Ya covered his forehead with one hand. How long have I been asleep? A thought flashed in Chi Ya's mind. When killing that monster before, Chi Ya's body was consumed so much that he fell asleep directly while resting. Sitting up from the bed, Chi Ya immediately noticed the figure lying prone beside the bed. Menchi? Why is this guy here? Chi Ya thought strangely. The figure was none other than Menchi. Getting up from the bed, Chi Ya carefully carried Menchi up and covered her with the quilt. This guy Menchi was too deep in sleep to be picked up without knowing it. In other words, Chi Ya's movements were so gentle that even Menchi, the hunter, couldn't be woken up. After placing Menchi, Chi Ya came to the window and looked out of the window. It is now evening, and the room where Chi Ya is located is more than 30 floors high, and from such a high place, you can just see the fire clouds caused by the volcanic groups on the Cukulu ruins. After a moment of silence, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, and then sank his mind into his mind. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 10,000, Traits Nen Space Operation, 10,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Archangel's Breath, 5,000, Enhancer Nen, 10,000, Emitter Nen Field of Mind, 10,000. Note, the number of reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement is in brackets. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5,000. Note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 10,332. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1 piece. 10,000 strengthening points. This is what Chi Ya got after killing the guardian god of the ruins. If it wasn't for the system's prompt, Chi Ya couldn't be sure that he had killed the guardian at that time. After all, it is an old monster that has lived for thousands of years, and Chi Ya can't guarantee whether it will have a follower. However, since the system has given prompts, it means that this old monster was really killed by himself. Hey, this trip has caused so many troubles, it's really troublesome enough. After reading his own attribute panel, Chi Ya felt inexplicably emotional. The purpose of my coming out this time was just to kill monsters, but I didn't expect to involve the creatures of the Dark Continent. And he's such a scary guy. If it weren't for this time, it happened that the monster put its core outside. And this core was injured by himself again, and there was a weakness of fear of thunder and lightning. It was really impossible for them to destroy this guy. Even if you can only escape, if you don't escape, you will die in the ruins. Having lived for thousands of years, this monster is too powerful. This strength lies in the huge size of his body, the huge mind energy and special spirit Nen condensed in thousands of years, and its dual cores that are different from other monsters. Even if Jin, Netero, and Potterby join forces, with Chi Ya's help except Nen, they are still not this guy's match when they run out of energy. However, when it comes to the core of this monster, Chi Ya feels very speechless. Since it is the core, why put it outside? Isn't this courting death? Once destroyed, the core is gone. Or, the mind of this monster is the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit? Once the core is destroyed, immediately recall another core, one more life? If it is true, then this monster is really scheming, and has even made a way to deal with this unwarranted crisis. It's a pity that this approach is a bit silly, probably out of my mind. If it were Chi Ya would definitely hide the core of the lava titan, never expose it, and get it out when needed. Instead of using the lava titan to count against Netero expose the lava titan to Netero's eyes. Or rather, this monster is too confident in himself. Thinking to this point, Chi Ya shook his head with a slight sigh. If this guy hadn't been too confident and exposed his other core, he wouldn't have suffered today's disaster at all. Arrogance and arrogance are really undesirable, one of the 7 deadly sins. Chi Ya, you're finally awake. At this moment, Chi Ya felt 2 soft lumps on his head, and then he was hugged by a soft body. Chi Ya's eyelids twitched suddenly, expressionless. I said, "UBD, give me enough time." Then, a cross appeared on Chi Ya's forehead again, and his face became unhappy. As soon as she turned around, Chi Ya directly stretched out her hands, and began to pinch the gatekeeper's tender face that had just recovered. However, this time, Menchi did not resist, but looked at Chi Ya with an ugly smile. His face was pinched. This made Chi Ya stunned for a moment, and also let go of her hand. What's wrong with you? Chi Ya asked strangely. This guy suddenly played out of the ordinary. If it were the same as before, he would definitely sleep for a while. It's okay, Chi Ya, as long as you're okay. Menchi said with a smile. Chi Ya fell silent for a moment. Chi Ya could hear this guy's strong concern for him. In the sentence just now, Menchi seemed to have unloaded something in his words. It seemed to be worried. Be happy that you are safe and well. This guy really is. Menchi, what the Zaldik family needs is a strong man, and your strength is not enough. After a moment of silence, Chi Ya suddenly spoke. Menchi, who was smiling, was startled for a moment. The smile gradually disappeared, and he became silent. Chi Ya didn't continue to speak, just looked at the silent Menchi quietly. Chi Ya, I know, I will become stronger. After a few minutes of silence, Menchi raised his head, squeezed out a smile, and said to Sun seriously. I'll come back to you when the time comes. Menchi said, turned around and walked outside. Li's good. Wait, this is for you. Chi Ya called Menchi to stop, and then threw a big bottle over. Hearing this, Menchi felt something approaching behind him, turned around and reached out to catch it. This is. Menchi wondered. For you to become stronger, the contents in it can strengthen your physique and supplement your consumption. However, you can't drink too much at one time. Just one drop at a time during exercise. I hope you will reach your goal soon and come to me. Chi Ya explained with a faint smile on her face. When Menchi heard this, his eyes lit up slightly, then his smile hung up again, and he nodded heavily to Chi Ya. Don't worry, I will find you as soon as possible. Menchi said with a smile, and walked out quickly after speaking. Looking at the closed door, Chi Ya touched her chin, tilted her head, and fell silent. After a long time, Chi Ya spoke slowly, Am I being eaten young grass? Chapter 100. After thinking for a while, Chi Ya came to a conclusion. Totally not. Although I look very young now, and my heart is also restricted by age. But I have memories from my previous life. The sum of the 2 lifetimes is more than 30 years old, so there is no such thing as young grass being eaten. It's better to say that it's me who eats the tender grass. Also, looking at Menchi's attitude, he doesn't treat me like a child at all. No one would be tempted by a child, unless it's a Shotokan. Chi Ya flatly complained. Very good, coming here this time is considered a consummation of merit and virtue. Not only have I acquired a lot of wealth, but my strength has also been greatly improved. I have also obtained a strong fire attribute resistance, and there are more than 100,000 reinforcement points, which is enough to make my strength once again stretched. And there are treasures such as the heart of lava and the 1,000-year-old stone milk. This time it is really full. There are enough materials for cultivating subordinate forces. Chi Ya took stock of the harvest this time. I don't know to what extent my current strength has reached, but I guess it should be comparable to my father. With such strength at such a young age, I can be considered the first person in ancient times. Chi Ya smiled confidently. It's getting closer to my goal. Okay, since the matter has ended perfectly, let's go back. However, let's say goodbye to Jin and the others before going back. 193 has fought side by side anyway. I just don't know if they are still here. Muttering silently, Chi Ya left the room. Originally, she wanted to go to Jin and the others, but she didn't expect that not long after she left, Chi Ya ran into Jin who came to see her. Yo, Chi Ya kid, you're awake. Jin was still dressed in sloppy clothes, a pair of trousers, a vest, and the stubble on his face was extremely messy, but his mental outlook was quite good. UBD, you recovered so quickly. Chi Ya raised his eyebrows. Ah, that's not a matter of course. It's been 2 days already. Jin Vinian said with a strange expression on his face. That's right, it's been 2 days. Chi Ya was stunned, and said in a daze, she had slept for so long. 0. The next moment, a long thunderclap came from Chi Ya's stomach. Chi Ya blankly covered her abdomen. Haha, let's go and fill your stomach first. Jin laughed loudly, grabbed Chi Ya's hand and walked forward. Haha, your appetite is so big, it's comparable to mine. In a private room, Jin watched Chi Ya devouring, patted his thigh and laughed. The dining table was already full of empty pots, and the waiter had come to collect them several times, but there were still so many pots on the table. 80% full. Chi Ya ignored Jin's big laugh, and continued to sweep wildly. After another half an hour, he finally stopped. During this time, the waiters of the hotel came back and forth several times. A person with a strong physique needs a huge amount of nutrients. Chi Ya's body is very slender, but it can quickly digest these foods and turn the food into its own nutrients. Even if Chi Ya eats food that is several times larger than her body, she won't have any problems. Speaking of which, I have a child who is the same age as you, and it would be great if he had the same appetite as you. Jin propped his chin with one hand and said with a smile. Hearing this, Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression became strange. Your son? The troublemaker? Chi Ya thought of her original fate, trembled all over, and shook her head violently. I don't want to go with this guy. Hey, Chi Ya, my son will also walk on the path of our hunter in the future. If you meet him at that time, please take care of him. Jin said with a smile. Huh? Hunter, what are you talking about? I'm not a hunter, I'm a professional killer. Chi Ya rolled her eyes and said contemptuously. Ah, I forgot about this. The old man Netero said that in order to express his gratitude to you this time, he specially arranged a professional hunter status for you. No, this is your hunter license. He took out a card and threw it towards Chi Ya. With this hunter license, many things can be done, and the benefits are very good. Jin continued. However, it doesn't seem to be of much use. First he praised, but the next moment Jin became disgusted. Holding the hunter license card, Chi Ya looked at the head portrait on it with a strange expression. This million gold, bjeg, oil card that ordinary people may not be able to get after a lot of hard work, just let me get it. Hunter licenses have several characteristics. 1. Anti-counterfeiting treatment has been done. Counterfeit products cannot be reproduced through various counterfeit prevention processes. 2. You can enter prohibited areas with a hunter license. You can enter 90% of the countries that are generally prohibited from entering, and 75% of the restricted areas. 3. It can be used as a guarantee. The money from the sale can provide enough food and clothing for 7 generations of descendants, and it can also be used as a guarantee to borrow high-value loans. 4. Free use of public facilities. You can use 95% of the public facilities for free, and you can also use the computer web page without spending a dime. 5. Cannot be reissued. 20% of those who pass the test will lose their license within 1 year, but will not be reissued. These are indeed very good benefits for ordinary people, but for Chi Ya, they seem a bit tasteless. Oh, by the way, old man Netero and Chen asked me to say thank you on their behalf. Jin suddenly thought of something, and said to Chi Ya. Huh? Are they not here anymore? Chi Ya asked doubtfully upon hearing this. Well, I went to the V5 headquarters and reported this incident to those big shots. Kid Chi Ya, this time you took such a big deal, I guess you will come into the sight of these big shots next time. There is no way to do this. There should be special Nin people over there who can investigate Netero and the others. Your identity cannot be concealed. However, in your capacity, I don't think it's a big deal. When you inherit the position of patriarch of your family, you will also come into their sight, and there is no difference hidden. Chi Ya nodded, not surprised. Where's Crook? Chi Ya suddenly thought of something and asked. She went to study the remains of the monster in the ruins. For her as a plant hunter, the remains of that monster are very important materials. I guess her strength will be greatly improved after she completes the research. Oh, by the way, that place is now hunted into a forbidden area. Only hunters with a hunter license can enter. Chi Ya, if you want to go in, you only need to have a hunter license to enter. How about it, do you want to go in and find Crook? Jin frowned slightly and said with a smirk. Forget it, just ask. Facing Jin's appearance, Chi Yi glanced at him expressionlessly and said. What is this guy thinking? I have nothing to do with Crook. Okay, since we've already left, I'm going back too, let's say goodbye here. Chi Yi stood up and said. Ready to leave after speaking. Hey, Chi Yi, are you sure you really don't want to be a relic hunter with me? It's very profitable. Jin shouted. Are you sure you want me to be the ruins hunter with you? How about? Let my dad and grandpa come and talk to you. Chi Yi turned around and asked with a strange expression. Forward. No. Jin Vinian, his face froze immediately, thinking of Chi Yi's father and grandfather, he immediately dismissed the idea. Seeing this, Chi Yi showed a contemptuous look, and then left directly, leaving Jin sitting at the dining table with a dazed expression. Chapter 101. After bidding farewell to Jin, Chi Yi went directly to the airport and boarded the airship neatly. As for the fact that she is about to enter the site of V5, Chi Yi is not worried at all. Although the V5 is a giant, Chi Yi is not afraid. Furthermore, the Zaldik family has nothing against V5, and I have done V5 a big favor this time. After several twists and turns, Chi Yi, who had been on the airship for more than 10 hours, returned to the Cukulu mountain in the Republic of Badokia. Welcome back, Master Chi Yi. Still with the same formula, Wu Tong led a group of butlers to welcome Chi Yi's return in front of the villa. Ah, I'm back. Chi Yi nodded lightly, passing by many housekeepers. Where are Tal and the others? Chi Yi asked Wu Tong while walking. In training, Master Chi Yi. Indus replied respectfully. Take me to see. Yes, Master Chi Yi, let's go. Soon, Chi Yi came to another villa led by Wu Tong. Wu Tong's training for them is very ordinary, and there is nothing special about them. It is the same as the training method given by Bulletin Rong to the protagonist group Gon, Kurapika and Leorio in the original book. Weight training method. Indus asked Tal and the others to clean the villa in heavy-duty clothes. Judging from the physiques of several people, the exercise for more than a week has already had some effect. The bodies of the Kurita survivors are much stronger, completely different from their previous weak appearance. Continue to train them, and send them over in half a month. Chi Yi gave Wu Tong instructions after a few glances. Yes, Master Chi Yi. Indus responded respectfully. Yet. Wei Wei nodded and left here. After leaving the villa, Chi Yi walked towards the mansion where the members of the Zaldik family lived in the inner mountain of Cukulu mountain. To say it is a mansion, it is better to say it is a castle, a huge castle. Covering an area of more than 100,000 square meters, it is considered a very large castle. Such a big castle is only inhabited by the population of one family, and the rest are housekeepers and servants. Back at the family home, Chi Yi immediately took a good wash. Afterwards, Chi Yi went to find Silva. In the dark room where Silva often meditates, Chi Yi easily found Silva who was practicing. Father, let's compete. After finding Silva, Chi Yi didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the point. Oh? It seems that you have gained a lot from going out this time, Chi Yi. Silva said slightly surprised. Ah, that's about it. Chi Yi raised the corner of her mouth and said to herself. Understood, let's go to the training room. Seeing Chi Yi's rare confident expression, Silva narrowed his eyes slightly, and then nodded. Soon, the two left the dark room and went to the training room. The practice room that was destroyed by the battle between the two before. At this time, it has been restored to its original state, intact. After this time, it is estimated that it will be repaired again. Sa, Chi Yi, let me see how much you have grown this time. Silva said with a blank expression. He can see that Chi Yi's strength has indeed been greatly improved, because her mental outlook is different. As everyone's strength improves, some subtle changes will occur in their mental outlook. As Chi Yi's father, Silva knows Chi Yi's spiritual outlook very well. No matter how subtle the change in Chi Yi's mental outlook is, he can see it. He doesn't know how to describe the changes in chi yet, but the changes are very different. This kid's strength has improved too fast. Silva thought to himself. Then, let's start. Chi Ya said with a faint smile. The next moment, the thunder was raging, and Chi Ya instantly entered the state of super speed, and the whole person disappeared in place, leaving only an electric arc flickering lightly in midair. It's so fast. Silva, who was standing opposite Chi Ya, suddenly shrank his pupils and said to himself. Chi Ya's speed was at least twice as fast as in the previous battle, so that he couldn't see Chi Ya's speed for a while. However, even so, Silva's strong fighting consciousness allowed him to judge where Chi Ya is now. The slight change in the air let Silva know that Chi Ya had appeared beside him. Silva only had time to put his hand on his waist, gathered his firmness. The next moment, he was hit by a delicate little hand, and the whole person shot out, smashing heavily on the wall of the training room on the top. A huge gap was smashed, and dense cracks extended out. The walls of the training room are unique, and they were hit with such a large amount of damage. It is conceivable how terrifying the impact on Silva was. However, under such a powerful attack, Silva seemed to be a normal person. After smashing a huge gap in the wall, the whole person disappeared in place. *1. When it reappeared, it was already by Chi Ya's side. Silva, who appeared next to Chi Ya, condensed terrifying thoughts, and blasted an elbow on Chi Ya's body. Chi Ya also had no time to dodge, so he could only block it with his arms. The whole person is the same as the previous Silva, with terrifying power acting on his body and bursting out. Like Silva, Ya also smashed directly into the wall. However, as soon as it smashed in, Chi Ya turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Disappearing next is Silva. The two turned into two beams of light, crisscrossing and colliding violently in the training room. The earth-shattering huge roar continued to spread. The shock enough to destroy everything continued to spread. The cracks in the wall of the training room continued to extend out. In just a few minutes, the walls of the entire practice room were covered with cracks. No one was intact, like a porcelain doll that would break when touched, and dust kept falling from the ceiling. Okay, Chi Ya, stop, keep going, this training room is about to collapse. At a certain moment, Silva stopped, holding the fist that was attacking with one hand and facing Chi Ya. Road. At the same time, a shock shot out from behind Silva, and there was a loud noise, and Silva's hand was shaking Chi Ya's hand. Hearing this, Chi Ya also stopped, looked at the surrounding situation, and shrugged. Father, how many layers of your strength have you used just now? Afterwards, Chi Ya looked at Silva and asked aloud. 90%. Silva was silent for a few seconds before opening his mouth. That's right, I understand. Chi Ya nodded and retracted her arms to show that she understood. After finishing speaking, Chi Ya walked towards the door with torn clothes, scarred and purple body. Chi Ya, how many layers did you play just now? Seeing Chi Ya's leaving back, Silva finally couldn't help it, and asked. 10%. Chi Ya's voice came, followed by the sound of the door closing. 10%? I'm afraid not, kid, this speed of progress is terrifying. Silva wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said lightly. However, immediately the corners of his purple-green mouth curled up slightly. This generation of the Zaldik family is really a monster, whether it's that or Chi Yi. Chapter 102. After leaving the practice room, Chi Yi returned to her room. A faint light lingered on Chi Yi's body, and the archangel floated lightly behind Chi Yi. In a few seconds, Chi Yi's injuries were fully recovered. Father's face is probably still bruised and swollen, hee. After moving his fully recovered body, Chi Ya smiled gloatingly. If the strength that Dad used just now is really full strength, then my strength should be similar to his, and I am one step closer to my goal. However, although it is a step closer, it is still far away. Grandpa's strength is estimated to be no worse than that of father, and there is also great-grandfather Maha. Grandfather's strength is unknown, but it is estimated to be comparable to Netero. Only by surpassing great-grandfather and suppressing the 547 Zaldik families with strength, can they release Aluka without objection. Hey, there is a long way to go. I still need to get stronger. I still have more than 10,000 reinforcement points on my body, and I can continue to strengthen it once more. However, let's not do it for the time being. This time, it has been strengthened several times in a row. Let's calm down and digest it. During this period of time, let's prepare the resources needed for cultivation for Tal and the others, as well as those of Yamain. 17. Also, Menchi also needs it. After preparing the cultivation resources, I will send her a copy. Now that the decision has been made, Chi Ya naturally let Menchi do nothing. When Menchi's strength is enough, Chi Ya will take her back to the Zaldik family in Kuka Mountain. Not a subordinate, but another identity. Let's prepare from tomorrow. For now, let's take a rest first. I'm really tired after running for a day and a night. Chi Ya said lightly, and then fell back on the white bed. Soon, the sound of even breathing came out. The next morning, Chi Ya woke up early. After having breakfast, Chi Ya went directly to find Lin Yu. Chi Ya didn't know much about preparing resources, so he could only look for Yamain. After all, Yamain was trained as a housekeeper since he was a child, and he is very proficient in such things. As soon as he arrived at the place where Yamain and Ziponian lived, Chi Ya saw Yamain practicing in the yard. In addition, there is also the grandmother Ziponian who has a linen accent to teach there. Ah, little Chi Ya is here. Ziponian spotted Chi Ya immediately, and a kind smile appeared on her face. Good morning, Grandma Ziponian. Chi Ya greeted with a smile and nodded. Ziponian is the senior old housekeeper of the Zaldik family, the direct housekeeper of Papa Silva, and the grandmother of Lin Yin. Among them, Nan is Yamato Natsuko's 7 transformations, which can transform one's own body into various means of transportation, but it needs the driver's chi as the driving force, and cannot be manipulated by itself. It is known that it can transform into heavy locomotives and airplanes. Chi Ya has a good impression of Ziponian. Chi Ya can be regarded as Ziponian who watched her grow up since she was a child. Ziponian is also very good to Chi Ya, and has taken good care of Chi Ya since she was a child, but not so good to Chi Ya's 2 big brothers. By the way, in the Zaldik family, apart from Chi Ya, Ziponian is the second person accepted by Aluka, who is very fond of Ziponian. Master Chi Ya, you are here. Yamain stood up quickly and greeted Chi Ya. Ya. Chi Ya nodded to Yalinen, and then he looked at Ziponian again, and said, Grandma Ziponian, I have something to ask Yalin, can I? Of course, Yamayin, let's go. Ziponian smiled kindly and said. Yes, Grandma. Yamain said seriously, then trotted towards Chi Ya. Then, let's go, Grandma Ziponian. Chi Ya glanced at Yamayin who came to her side, and said goodbye to Ziponian. Goodbye, Grandma. Yamayin also said. Go, go. Ziponian said kindly. Chi Ya nodded and left with a linen tone. Little Chi Ya's strength has become very strong, much stronger than the old body. After Chi Ya and Yamain left, Ziponian slightly opened his eyes, feeling very emotional. The Zaldik generation is truly a monster. Master Chi Ya, why are you looking for me when you have time? On the way, Yamain asked strangely. Why, I can't find you if I have nothing to do. Chi Ya smiled and said. No, no, that's not what Yamain meant. Hearing this, Yamain said in a panic. Okay, needless to say, I don't blame you. Chi Ya shook her head with a smile. Yamain is just too reserved, she can have such a big reaction to a word of her own. Seeing Chi Ya's lifeless look, Yamain calmed down. Then he looked at Chi Ya quietly. I came here this time to let you familiarize me with the resource industry chain of the Zaldik family, Linen. I am going to form my own power, so I need you to help me. You will be my direct butler from now on, do you understand? Seeing Yamain calm down, Chi Ya's face also became serious. After hearing Chi Ya's words, Yamain was stunned for a moment, unable to react. However, afterward, Linen Yin became ecstatic. She is naturally very clear about the identity of the direct manager. In the Zaldik family, the direct steward is equivalent to the second position in the power of the family head, and is the most powerful besides the family head. In the patriarch's power, except for some major events, other matters are managed by the housekeeper directly. In other words, the macaque is ready to hand over the forces that are about to be formed to its own management. This represents Chiya's absolute trust in herself. How can it be 0.7 so that the linen tone is not surprising? She has always wanted to be by Chiya's side forever. This time, her expectations were fulfilled. After becoming directly under the housekeeper, Yamayan can be by Chiya's side for the rest of his life. How do you have this confidence? Chiya asked with a smile as he looked at the ecstatic linen voice. Yes, Master Chiya, Yamayan swears that he will absolutely complete all the orders of the young master and form and manage the forces that belong to you, the young master. Yamayan knelt on one knee, bowed his head and solemnly swore. Ah, get up, and then take me to the family's resource industry chain. Chiya nodded and said. Yes, Master Chiya, please follow me. Yamayan stood up and said solemnly and respectfully. Chapter 103. In the next month, under the leadership of Lin Yin, Chiya began to familiarize himself with the resource industry chain of the Zaldik family. It took a full 5 days for Chiya to understand the general situation of the resource industry chain in the family. It can be seen how huge the Zaldik family's industry is. This is just the resource industry chain, and there are others that I will not describe. Chiya doesn't want to pay attention to other industrial chains for the time being, and will get in touch with them slowly when he has time. Plus, afterwards, Chiya began to operate the family's resource industry chain, and used her wealth to start buying various resources needed for cultivation. Don't look at the very simple expression of Nin's cultivation in the original book, but that's just the animation, and many of them are not shown. Poor and rich in martial arts, who want to practice martial arts or even cultivate the true meaning of martial arts Nin, the resources needed can be said to be very huge. Practicing Nin's mind energy consumes the body's energy, blood, and life energy very seriously. Using mind energy every day also consumes a lot of energy, blood, and life energy. Therefore, it is very necessary to supplement the 19 body. If the consumption of the body is not directly proportional to the replenishment, but is unable to make ends meet, then the body will gradually collapse. Many people are not qualified to practice Nin without being guided by a leader and providing resources. After a professional hunter becomes a hunter, it is only with the assistance of a professional instructor sent by the Hunter Association that he can successfully become a professional hunter, that is, a Nin. Without the existence of a guide, it is impossible to learn so easily. Once awakened, and the awakened Nian Qi cannot be controlled, too much Nian Qi will soon be consumed and cannot be replenished in time, then this person is considered useless, ranging from serious injury to severe death on the spot. And Chiya's cultivation of Nin is also because of his understanding of Nin, coupled with the sufficient resources of the Zaldik family. Chiya can consume and supplement at any time before he can cultivate himself successfully. Now, to cultivate power, John naturally needs a lot of resources, otherwise it will be difficult to achieve quick results. Without a large amount of resources, even if the orphans of the Kuluda tribe such as Tal have Nin geniuses per capita, the progress will be very slow. What Chiya needs is that they can stand alone as soon as possible, at least within a few years to grow to the same level as the combat members of Phantom Troop. Otherwise, you won't be able to help yourself at all. Of course, you can also let them use the oath and restriction, so that they will be the same as Kurapika in the original book, making rapid progress, and in just 1 year, their strength has reached the point where they can defeat Uvajin. Later, it was selected as one of the 12 earthly branches by the Hunter Association. However, this kind of oath and restriction method is inherently very dangerous, ranging from loss of energy to complete death. Chiya will not let his own men go down to set such dangerous rules. After purchasing a large amount of resources, Chiya came to Wutong with his linen tone. Yamayan, those little fellows below will be your subordinates in the future, and I will leave them to you. In 2 days, Wutong will send them to the castle, and then you will take over and guide them to practice Nin. It can be done. Chi Ya stood in the corridor on the third floor, looking at the figure running fast in a weight suit below, and said to Yamayan lightly. Understood, Master Chi Ya. Yamayan will never disappoint your expectations, Master Chi Ya. Please stay tuned, Master Chi Ya. Then I'm looking forward to your achievements. Of course, don't let your own cultivation fall behind. Chi Ya said with a faint smile after hearing this. After speaking, Chi Ya left directly. Yes, Master Chi Ya. As for Yamayan, he did not leave, and after sending Chi Ya off respectfully, he stayed and began to observe Tal and the others. While buying a lot of resources for Yamayan and the others, Janbu gave Yamayan dozens of drops of Millennium Stone milk. As his direct butler, Yamayan must have the strength to overwhelm the audience. So Chi Ya doesn't mind giving him a little trouble. These dozens of drops of 1,000-year-old stone milk are enough to make Lin Yin's physique several times stronger, and increase his Nin's cultivation speed several times. Linen sound cultivation Nin's talent is very strong, and with the help of Millennium Stone milk, it is definitely not a problem. Okay, the matter has been explained. With the linen voice, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Now let's start the next reinforcement. After returning to his residence, Chi Ya sat cross-legged on the cloud bed and murmured in a low voice. This month is enough for Chi Ya to consume the sequelae of continuous strengthening. No, it should be said that there is no after effect of strengthening at all, it's just that Chi Ya thinks it should be let go. Now that a month has passed, it is time to strengthen again. System, use 15 strengthening points to strengthen the super speed thunder. Ding! Use 10,000 enhancement points to enhance the speed and thunder. The system's reminder this time is a bit strange, it didn't remind Chi Ya of any new abilities after being strengthened, just a simple reminder. However, Chi Ya can feel that Hernan has undergone a huge change. The first is the potential capacity of mind energy. Chi Ya felt that her potential energy had directly increased almost to Mei Zheng. Chi Ya's previous 903 potential capacity was about 190,000, that is to say, Chi Ya's current body capacity has suddenly reached about 270,000. At the same time, Chi Ya's display capacity also increased sharply again. Chi Ya can estimate that his manifest capacity should have exceeded 30,000. In addition, Chi Ya can also feel that his super speed ability has also improved. Chi Ya could feel that, regardless of showing strength, the power of rebuilding in his body became stronger, and the speed also increased sharply, but he didn't know how much it increased. As for the elementalization of thunder, maybe it was the Nin master who used the powerful strike system Nin before, and he was able to attack the elemental Chi Ya. But, now, it is impossible for an expert who is not at the level of Papa Silva to cause powerful damage to Chi Ya. Moreover, even a master of Papa Silva's level can't cause any strong damage to the elemental Chi Ya. With this strengthening, his strength has been at least 3 or 4 floors stronger. In other words, Chi Ya's current strength can be regarded as completely surpassing Silva. The only thing lacking is actual combat experience. In a fight to the death, Chi Ya might not be Silva's opponent. Because, Silva's decades of assassination technology Chi Ya can't compare with it at all. Chapter 104. System, why hasn't mine changed this time around? After feeling the changes in his body, Chi Ya asked the system with some doubts. The change of the host's Nin speed has reached the limit of the current stage. Continuing to strengthen it can only increase the power of the speed without any other changes. 1. Wait until the host's speed and power reach the limit of this stage, and then strengthen it again, there will be no change. The system replied. Is that so, is that so? Chi Ya heard the words, nodded thoughtfully, and then asked again, then, to what extent must the power of my supernatural speed reach in order to have the next stage of change? The system doesn't know. It depends on the changes of the host itself. The system gave the answer. My own changes. Chi Ya heard this, frowning slightly and muttering in a low voice. This kind of answer, there is no clue at all to speculate. Chi Ya has no way of knowing what kind of changes must be made in her body, so that her Nin can change rapidly again. After thinking carefully for a while, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, and didn't think about it anymore. When you strengthen yourself to the limit, there will naturally be changes, and you will know when the time comes. After strengthening, Chi Yi got up and left the room, walking towards the depths of the Zaldik family. It's time for the monthly visit to Aluka. To be honest, before, Chi Yi asked Aluka, Nanaka, if she could use her ability to greatly improve her strength. After all, it is an ability that can make wishes come true, so there is no need to use it for nothing. However, the answer was no. Nanaka's ability is good at destruction, and also good at some other things, but it can't do it for this kind of thing. Otherwise, Chi Yi may have the strength to overwhelm the entire family after the golden finger appeared. There is no need to slowly acquire strengthening points and strengthen yourself like now. After playing with Aluka for more than an hour in the secret room deep in the family as usual, Chi Yi came out when the time came. As soon as he came out, John went straight to the family library. It's been a month of rest, Chi Yi didn't think about wasting time any longer. Chi Yi is going to the library to find other secret places. After spending a day in the library, Chi Yi used the Hunter license to look up some information on the Hunter website. A new relic was finally settled. After confirming, Chi Yi left Cukulu mountain directly and set off towards the ruins. After more than a day of flying, Chi Yi's plane finally arrived at the destination. After getting off the plane, Chi Yi went straight to the ruins without even resting. However, this time Chi Yi didn't have as good luck. I don't know if it's good or bad, as what happened in the Coco ruins last time. After entering the ruins of Red, within 2 days, Chi Yi came out with a disappointed expression. Although the ruins are very large, there are not many monsters, only 3 or 2 kittens. Chi Yi stayed there for 2 days, and only killed dozens of monsters, and only gained more than 300 enhancement points. Such a point of strengthening is completely different from the harvest of the Coco relics before, not even a fraction of the harvest of the Coco remains. In the Coco ruins, Chi Yi has gained tens of thousands of strengthening points. However, even though he hit a wall here, Chi Yi was not discouraged. After all, there are other remains. Not here, so go to other relics to see it. However, it may be Chi Yi's bad luck. In a month, Chi Yi ran several ruins in a row, but failed to meet the desired ruins. They are all ruins that have been developed and repaired, and the monsters inside are almost extinct. After Chi Yi went there once, it became extinct. In 1 month, Chi Yi went to 6 ruins, but only gained more than 2,000 enhancement points. There is no way to strengthen any of Chi Yi's current nen at all. This made Chi Yi directly give up her plan to continue searching for the ruins. Chi Yi went straight back to Cukulu mountain for self-cultivation. If it's just such a small strengthening point every time, then it's better not to go. According to this situation, even if I ran through most of the ruins, I probably wouldn't be able to get the strengthening points needed for the next strengthening. It's better to practice at home. With the assistance of Millennium Stone Milk, coupled with his own powerful talent, he can practice faster than this kind of harvest. With this thought in mind, Chi Yi stopped running. He just stayed in Cukulu mountain to practice, except for going out to carry out assassination missions from time to time. Chi Yi almost always stayed in Cukulu mountain. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Chi Yi's strength has changed a lot. Although it is not as big as the changes that Goldfinger brought to me, it is still very impressive. More than 1 bottle of Millennium Stone Milk has already been used by Chi Yi, and there is only half a bottle left. In the past 3 years, almost no consumption of Millennium Stone Milk, using the Millennium Stone to exercise his body. Chi Yi doesn't even know how strong her physique is now. Chi Yi can only roughly guess that her physique is more than 5 levels stronger than that of 3 years ago. In addition, Chi Yi's Nian Qi cultivation base has also been greatly improved. The potential energy has directly increased by more than 5 layers, reaching a terrifying energy of 4, Qian Yo Hao, more than 20,000. You must know that with human physique, it is impossible to reach this level. Only the guards and kings in the Chimera Ant chapter, because they are monsters, have that kind of terrifying physique and such a huge potential energy, reaching more than 700,000. And the display capacity has reached more than 50,000. After 3 years of training, Chi Ya's strength has completely surpassed Silva's. As for Gino, Chi Ya hasn't fought against his grandfather Gino yet, so he doesn't know yet. Chi Ya's current potential capacity, the entire Zaldik family can be called number 1. However, Chi Ya dare not say that her strength is number 1. After all, the Battle of the Nen is not about being king with thoughts and chi. Rather, it is a collection of aspects. If you can't absolutely suppress people with force, then no matter how much thought energy you have, you may be overthrown. Chapter 105. If you can't absolutely suppress people with force, then no matter how much thought you have, you may be overthrown, but the hope is slim. Nen's total chi value, that is, the potential chi value is within a certain range. The victory or defeat depends on many other factors such as the characteristics of each person's hair, combat experience, and willpower. In addition, when the difference between the strength of potential energy exceeds a certain range, those with strong potential energy have an overwhelming advantage. When the strength exceeds a certain range, the chances of winning are slim. Just like in the Chimeric Ant chapter, the attack of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, cannot cause too much damage to the Ant King, because Netero's combat power is not half of what it was at its peak due to old age and frailty. The potential energy is also much weaker than the Ant King, so his attack can only pose a very small threat to the Ant King. Just like the Guardian God, a creature from the Dark Continent that Chi Ya and others faced 3 years ago, is a special case. It didn't exceed a certain range, moreover, because of the size of the body, 893's huge aura was too scattered, and it didn't play an absolute role. Even using flow couldn't retain this advantage. The attacks of Ya and the others were able to have an effect on him. But to put it more simply, it breaks the defense. Ya and others' Nian Chi attack can break the defense when the gap is not too big. That's why it was able to destroy the body of the Guardian God. Ya also doesn't know the strength of his grandpa Jinyo and great-grandfather Maha's thoughts, so he is not sure that he has such an advantage. Without this advantage, one cannot be sure that one's own strength is superior to them. After all, without such an advantage, the strength of the enemy must be determined by all aspects. In the past 3 years, because Chi Ya has been cultivating and improving his strength, he never thought of asking his grandfather Jinyo and great-grandfather Maha for advice. Now Chi Ya came up with this idea, wanting to see the gap between his current strength and his grandfather Jinyo and great-grandfather Maha. However, just when Chi Ya had this thought, JD, the phone in Chi Ya's pocket rang. Chi Ya was stunned. Who called me? Chi Ya's mobile phone is only used a few times a year. Only Ya Mayan would call when reporting the situation to him every month. However, Ya Mayan had already reported it a few days ago, and according to her somewhat rigid personality, it should be impossible to continue fighting. With this in mind, Chi Ya opened the flip phone. Netero. Looking at the name displayed on the phone, Chi Ya raised his eyebrows, and then pressed the call button. Moxie, old man, what are you looking for me for? Chi Ya said lazily after the call was connected. Hey, Chi Ya, are you interested in coming to Hunter's headquarters? I have something I want to entrust to you. Netero's old but energetic voice came from the phone. Huh? It seems like you haven't given me a commissioned task for 3 years, why did you suddenly think of giving me a commissioned task? Chi Ya was very surprised when he heard this. Haha, it's not a big deal, so I won't release the task like you. With your wealth, I can't afford to hire you a few times. Netero laughed loudly. Then what happened again this time, that you actually asked me to issue a commission? Chi Ya was slightly surprised, but also asked with some expectation. It would be great if it was really a big event, and it would be even better if it was related to the relic incident 3 years ago. You can get a lot of reinforcement points again. In the past 3 years, when I carried out assassination missions, I also killed some Nen people and gained some strengthening points. However, in 3 years, he only gained more than 2,000. Up to now, my own reinforcement points have not reached 5,000 points. Compared with the ruins incident 3 years ago, this strengthening point is very poor. It can't even strengthen the manipulator's archangel breath. Haha, the Hunter Association's annual test is about to start again, how about it, you are also a professional hunter, do you want to be the chief examiner? Huh? Is this the big thing you said? Chi, who was expecting, heard Netero's words, and suddenly had the idea of going to the Hunter Association to beat him up. The Hunter test is the Hunter test, why beat around the bush, and talk about what a big deal it is? How about it? Do you want to come? By the way, Menchi is also here. She will be the examiner for the second test. Kentero's words were full of temptation. TCH, I knew about this a long time ago, and I'll set off tomorrow. Chi snorted contemptuously. Chi knew that Menchi would be the examiner for this hunter test. Hehe, then I will be waiting for your visit. Netero said with a faint smile, and then hung up the phone directly. Chi also directly closed the flip phone. Phase 287 Hunter Trial? When Destiny Begins. J Freaks, the willful troublemaker that's the boy's son, came to the Hunter test this year. Chi doesn't like Gon very much. When I watched Hunter x Hunter in my previous life, when I saw the Chimera Ant chapter, the scene where Chi in the original book was secretly sad because of Gon's attitude towards himself after Kate's death changed his temperament, was a deep pain. Ya's heart. Chi in the original book, the friendship with G Freaks can be said to be extremely sincere, it can be said that there is nothing wrong with it, and it has done everything a friend should do. Even in order to save Gon, who was in crisis after being forced to grow up, he almost broke with the family. This guy, J Freaks, has been enjoying all the convenience that Chi brings to him without any response. Facing this kind of wayward brat, Chi never thought of having an intersection with him at all. The purpose of Chi's visit this time is to see Menchi, and by the way, to see how willful and bearish the protagonist in this world really is. Chapter 106. Just leave. After hanging up the phone, Chi got up and left the room. Speaking of which, after not seeing Menchi for 3 years, Chi still misses her a lot, and she doesn't know how she's been doing recently and how much her strength has become stronger. After a half-day flight by airship, Chi arrived at the headquarters of the Hunter Association. This time, Chi didn't come alone, there was another figure beside Chi, a figure wearing a special costume. The orphan of the Kuluda tribe, Tal. The butler under Chi. 3 years later, Tal was already 15 years old, and his height had also grown a lot, and his childishness had completely disappeared, replaced by a handsome boy who was about 1.7 meters tall and exuded a refined atmosphere. This time over to the Hunter Association, Chi brought this guy along by the way. As for the reason for bringing him here, of course it was Kurapika. During these 3 years, Chi didn't know if Kurapika was still alive. If he was alive, then this guy would definitely come to participate in the Hunter test. This time, Tal was brought here to let him meet Kurapika, after all, he was a member of the same clan. Tal, who was following Chi, was also very puzzled at this time. Confused about how Chi would bring him out. In the past 3 years, every time Chi went out, she would not take anyone with her, and was always alone. He never brought his subordinates with him, why did he suddenly think of bringing him out this time? And come to the headquarters of the Hunter Society? Could it be, Master Chi wants me to take the Hunter license? Tal thought with some doubts. Master Chi, why did you bring this subordinate out this time? Tal didn't hide his inner doubts, but asked directly. In the past few years of getting along, he also knew that Chi's personality was very easygoing, and when he was with his subordinates, he didn't show any attitude that a superior should have. These subordinates will position themselves in front of outsiders, but in private, they have a very good relationship with Chi, and they talk about almost everything. Now there are no outsiders present, so Tal is not so respectful, but very ordinary. Hunter test has started, let you take the Hunter license test, by the way, there should be a surprise for you in the Hunter test. Chi replied with a smile after hearing this. That's right, this subordinate understands. Hearing this, Tal nodded and said nothing, but secretly cared about this so-called surprise in his heart. Okay. Soon, the two entered the Hunter Association headquarters. This guy Netero had already said hello, and Chiya and others came to the place where Netero was very smoothly. This guy is drinking strong tea leisurely in a Japanese room at this time. Old man, what's my share? As soon as Chiya came in, she came directly opposite to Netero, sat down carelessly, and said to Netero. Tar came and stood behind Chiya. Well, don't be in a hurry, the old man doesn't know when you will come, so I am not prepared. The old man is preparing now, wait a moment. Netero said with a smile. Then he began to operate, Xian, his own tea art. I have to say, the old man Netero really has a lot of time. Or in other words, if you live too long, you will know a little about everything. This guy's tea art is very high, and the operation is smooth, which is pleasing to the eye. Soon a cup of weak tea was formed. You shouldn't be used to drinking strong tea at your age, so just a cup of weak tea. Pushing a cup of tea in front of Chiya, Netero said with a faint smile. As for tall behind Chiya, Netero was not prepared. If he can let Netero make tea himself, then those who have enough weight are eligible. Chiya is such a person. As for tall, wherever it is cool, stay there. Light tea is weak tea. I'm not used to drinking it anyway. Anything is fine. Chiya said, then picked it up directly, and swallowed it down. Ask for flowers. The corner of Netero's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, don't you know that tea should be savored carefully? Is it just like a cow drinking water? I've decided, I won't make tea for this guy anymore, it's a waste of effort. Netero secretly made a decision that he would never make tea for Chiya in the future. Watching Chiya drink like this would be a torment for himself. Okay, let's drink the tea too, let's go. Out of sight, out of mind, Netero is not in the mood to drink tea now, imitating Chiya and drinking it in one gulp, then stood up and said. Where is the arrangement for the hunter test this time? Chiya also stood up and asked. 0. Wetmali Wetlands, Netero replied. After speaking, he walked towards the door, and Chiya strode to follow. Wetmile Wetland? It seems that there is no change in the test this time, it is the same as the original one. Speaking of which, there are still 4 Warcraft overlords deep in the wetland. I was bullied by them before, but this time, let's give them to K. By the way, that Shamok gave me more than 3000 enhancement points. Although there are some gaps in the other ones, it should not be too big. Forget about it. Speaking of the wetland of Shimali, Chiya thought of the depths of the wetland of Shimali, the overlords of Warcraft who drove him out of there 3 years ago. I haven't cooked them yet. This time in the past, by the way, cooking. This is the strengthening point of Baihuawa, and the strengthening points of the 4 together are compared with the patron saint of the ruins in Koko. Chiya, there are 5 trials in the hunter test, which one do you want to be the examiner for? Netero asked curiously on the way. Put me and Menchi together. Chiya heard this and said directly. Netero nodded, showing the expected expression. Well, okay, Menchi is the chief examiner for the 2nd time, and then you and Menchi will be the chief examiner for the 2nd time. Let's go, the hunter test will start tomorrow. Chapter 107. After a day of flying, Chiya and others finally arrived near the Shimile wetland. The airship was stranded in the mountains near Wimura wetlands. The boy you brought is going to let him participate in the hunter experiment, right? I'll let the Dumian take him there. It just so happens that the Dumian is also going to the first test site. On the airship, Chiya and Netero stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the wetland not far away, and said lightly. The Wetmile wetland is just the venue for the 1st and 2nd trials. Chiya didn't answer, but asked a rhetorical question. Chiya remembered that the 3rd test was about to leave from the Wetmile wetland. Go to a tower prison called the Trap Tower. The Trap Tower is the 3rd test site, and the chief examiner is a bounty hunter named Liber. As for the 4th 693 test venue, it is a small island. That is, only the 1st and 2nd test venues are in the Wetmile wetland, and they are still on the periphery. Hey, how did you know that? Pottery or crook? Netero was a little surprised when he heard the words, and then asked curiously. As for Menchi, he was directly ruled out. Although Menchi is the chief examiner of the second test, she is not qualified to know all the content of the hunter test. Only the 12 earthly branches know. After all, the content of the hunter test every year needs to be negotiated by the 12 earthly branches. If Netero changes the test content, it must go through the consultation of the 12 earthly branches. More than half of the 12 earthly branches agree that Netero can change, which can be regarded as a constraint. And Chi Yi happened to know the 3 earthly branches, Chen Potter Bai, Hai Jin Freaks, and Yu Crook. According to Jin, this guy was absent from this meeting again. Potter Bai and Crook did participate. No, I haven't contacted them recently. Chi Yi shook his head and denied. He also had no intention of answering Netero's query. Seeing this, Netero shook his head slightly, but did not continue to ask. Since Chi Yi didn't want to talk, there was no need for him to continue asking. Although it is a meeting of the 12 earthly branches, this kind of thing is not considered a secret, so it doesn't matter if Chi Yi knows about it. Netero looked at the ground again, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about something. I haven't seen you for 3 years, the improvement of this guy's strength is terrifying. The old man, I don't know if I can beat him now. What a monster! From the moment he saw Chi Yi, after seeing the Nian Qi flowing on Chi Yi's body surface, Netero knew that Chi Yi's strength was much more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. Just the hidden aura on his body was enough to shock him. Ordinary Nin may not be able to perceive the terrifying aura on Chi Yi, but who is Netero, the strongest Nin half a century ago? How could he not notice it? Chi Yi's hidden thoughts all over her body have completely surpassed her current self, and it's not even a little bit. If I fight Chi Yi, I don't know if I have the confidence to beat Chi Yi. It is estimated that only the Zero Palm can defeat Chi Yi. Thinking of this, Netero couldn't help having a toothache. Chi Yi's talent is truly terrifying. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying guy in more than 100 years. It's only the grade of 12 years old, and he has this kind of strength. What are you doing when you are 12 years old? I seem to be standing in a martial arts gym, and I haven't even learned martial arts. People are more popular than people. Moreover, this is not counted. According to his own information, Chi Yi has only been practicing Nin for 5 years. 5 years to have this kind of achievement. No, I can't think any more. The more I think about the old man, the more my teeth hurt. Fortunately, although this guy was born in the Zaldik family, his heart is extremely pure. Even if he kills, he only kills the assassination target. The personality is also very normal, there is no dark distortion. Otherwise, he was really worried that in a few years, a terrifying monster would appear in this world. The head of the Zaldik family generation is Chi Yi, which really reassures him. Speaking of the Zaldik family, although this family makes a living from assassination, they are very pure. It is just that killing the assassination target will not cause social unrest and bloody massacre of the whole world. The Zaldiks only remove mission targets and those who stand in their way. Moreover, once the task is accepted, the Zaldik family will go all out to complete the task, even if it pays a huge price. Just like what Chi Yi did 3 years ago. This is also the reason why he has a good relationship with the Zaldik family and allows the existence of the Zaldik family, and why he will post some tasks on the Darnet of the Zaldik family. Of course, the most important thing is that the Zaldik family is very powerful. The old monster Maha is even more powerful, even he can't help it when he was at his peak decades ago. Thinking of this, Netero couldn't help but sigh slightly. Hey, old man, I'll call you again, and why are you sighing inexplicably? Seeing Netero sighing suddenly, Chi Yi couldn't help asking strangely. The old man was in a daze for so long, he didn't even respond to calling him, and he didn't know what he was thinking, so engrossed. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, people tend to think wildly when they are old. Netero came back to his senses, laughed, and said perfunctorily. Chi Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Okay, I'll leave the tall matter to you, and I'll go to the wetland on 5.6. After rolling his eyes, Chi Yi said to Netero. Don't worry, let the Domian take him there later. Netero nodded and agreed. N. Chi Yi nodded in response, then opened the French windows and went outside. Then I'll go to Shimali wetland first. Chi Ya waved at Netero, then jumped out, turning into a flash of lightning and flashing towards Shimali wetland. At this time, in the wetland of Wetmali, the villa that was knocked down by Chi Ya's punch 3 years ago. At this time, the villa has been built again, and inside the villa, in the exquisite kitchen, a beautiful figure with bumps and bumps is humming a cheerful tune and waving a spoon in his hand. Chapter 108. Hi. In the villa, Menchi, who was humming cheerfully, suddenly stopped, and put down the spoon he was waving. Someone is coming, and it's still in the sky, and I haven't heard the sound of the airship. Menchi thought suspiciously, put the spoon in his hand on the stove, and then left the kitchen. This Chi Ya. Standing in the yard, Menchi looked at the flickering light spot in the sky, his eyes sparkled slightly. She is very familiar with Chi Ya's Chi. The corner of his mouth hooked slightly, Menchi stepped on the ground with one foot, and then the whole person burst out like a missile towards the light spot. The flat and wide ground cracked, and the sonic boom cloud appeared. Buzz! Boom! Cracking the ground with one kick, Menchi's current strength can be seen, extremely powerful, at least he can be called a master of Nen. Hi! Chi Ya, who was flashing downward, suddenly felt something, and suddenly slowed down a little. The next moment, a familiar voice came from Jiang's ear. Chi Ya! Followed by a familiar voice, suddenly rushed into Chi Ya's arms. 19. Chi Ya hastily withdrew the super fast, forced to stay in the air, and stretched out her hands to hug the rushing figure tightly. You idiot, you don't know how dangerous this is. Chi Ya cursed as soon as she hugged Menchi. Two-way impact, if you don't stop Nen in time, force yourself to stop in the air, and take measures. I don't know if Chi Ya will be injured this time, but Menchi will definitely be seriously injured. The power of Chi Ya's thunder is terrifying, even if it is cold ability, it cannot be immune. Moreover, if they collide at such an extreme speed, ordinary people will definitely be smashed to pieces, and they may be wiped out in ashes. Although this guy Menchi can't, at least he will end up seriously injured. Hey! Facing Chi Ya's scolding, Menchi didn't care at all, and looked at Chi Ya with a smile. Long time no see, Chi Ya. Slap! Landing safely on the ground, Chi Ya put Menchi down and looked at her helplessly. This guy is really messed up. Chi Ya, my current strength is very strong. As soon as he landed, Menchi said excitedly, a huge and tenacious thought energy emerged from his body, and he looked at Chi Ya expectantly. Although this energy can't be compared with Chi Ya, it is very terrifying to ordinary Nen. The prestige of Menchi's thought energy can even catch up with that guy Ulumi. In the past 3 years, Ulumi has found fault with Chi Ya several times because of Chi Ya's assassination. Bottom line, but every time he was taught by Chi Ya, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and then he ran away in despair, not like a big brother should be. The roles of the two are completely opposite to those in the original novel. Very good, it seems that you are not lazy. Chi Ya narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the collapsed courtyard, and then at the huge and extremely tenacious Nian Chi on Menchi, and praised. So, can I be recognized now? Menchi was overjoyed when he heard this, and then looked at Chi Ya expectantly. Well, after this test, follow me to Cukulu mountain. Looking at her expectant eyes, Chi Ya smiled and said. Yeah. Getting the desired answer, Menchi jumped 3 feet high and was extremely excited. Chi Ya just watched without interrupting her. Menchi's talent is not strong, even with the help of Millennium Stone Milk, it is impossible to reach this level in 3 years. But Menchi has raised his strength to this level in 3 years. It can be seen how hard he has worked hard in the past 3 years, and his foundation is extremely solid. Niang Kai's quality emperor is also very strong. Huh? This test? Chi Ya, are you also the examiner of this test? After being excited for a while, Menchi suddenly thought of something, looked at Chi Ya curiously and said. Ah, I'm also the examiner for the 2nd time, how about it, is it unexpected? Chi Ya said with a smile. That's great, I still want you to wait for me here, after I lead this test, since you are also the chief examiner, Chi Ya, then it couldn't be better. Chi Ya, let's go, come here, I just made a delicious food, you come and taste it, it's definitely better than pizza mok's eggs. Menchi took Chiya's hand and walked towards the villa. When Chiya heard this, she was a little curious. Soon, the two came to the kitchen. You sit here, it will be fine soon. Menchi pressed Chiya on a chair in front of the long table, then turned around and ran to the stove. After fiddling for a while, Menchi came over with a plate. Putting the dinner plate on the table, Menchi pushed it in front of Chiya, then lifted the cover, and smoke came out of the dinner plate. Look, this is the bear's paw of the earth bear. It is an ultra-rare dream ingredient, absolutely delicious. When Chi excitedly introduced the delicacies on the plate to Chiya, it's really delicious. I'm afraid there aren't many delicacies that can compare with it. Chiya, who is full of color, fragrance, and high-level cooking ability, can tell at a glance that this is a delicacy that is enough to be listed as a world-class food, so she can't help but praise it. Hey, of course, 060, I took this from the offspring of the overlord Earth Bear in the depths of the Wetmali wetland. This is just its offspring. If it is the bear's paw from the Earth Bear, it will definitely be more delicious than this. Menchi said with a smirk on his face. Chiya, when the test is over, let's go to the depths of the Wetmali wetland and crack that Warcraft overlord. Menchi leaned in front of Chiya and invited Chiya. Hearing Menchi's words, Jiang's expression became strange. Finally, when she heard Menchi's invitation, Chiya's face became even weirder. She nodded and agreed. Yeah. Then it's settled. After the second test is over, we'll go into the depths of the Wetmali wetland and wipe out that Earth Bear family. Menchi stretched out his pinky finger to Chiya, looking at Chiya said. Seeing this, Chiya stretched out her little finger and hooked it together, but her expression was extremely strange. This guy has actually achieved this level, he was able to pluck the palm of his heir from the hands of the Warcraft overlord, his strength is strong enough, and he is also strong enough. On the other side, a group of people are gathering here in a month-old underground pipeline under a certain city outside the Wetmali wetland. Chapter 109. Is this the venue for Hunter's experiment? Following the bean-faced man, Tal entered the underground pipeline. As soon as he entered here, Tal saw a large group of candidates in different clothes and mental outlooks. As soon as Do Myanran and Tal entered here, they immediately encountered the attention of many candidates. However, neither the bean-faced man nor Tal turned a blind eye to the gazes of these people. Don't care at all. Ah, this is the first test site of the Hunter test. Among the millions of candidates every year, the number of candidates who can reach here is uncertain. Of course, an expert like Mr. Tal can definitely get here even if he doesn't have any guides. The bean-faced man said to Tal with a smile. Then, Mr. Tal, please forgive me for being rude, I'm going to start work. Immediately afterwards, the bean-faced man bowed politely to Tal, said, and then walked towards many candidates. Well, goodbye, Mr. Bean-Masked Man. Tal waved at the bean-masked man, and then walked towards the wall. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the Hunter experiment to begin. Tal didn't care much about the many candidates present. For Tal, he only needs to execute Chiya's order, and get the Hunter license from this Hunter experiment. Everything else has nothing to do with him. Time passed bit by bit, and the elevators in various parts of the pipeline were opened again and again. Candidates who passed the training arrived here one after another. At a certain moment, another call came on. Then 3 figures of different heights came out from inside. The eyes of many candidates were immediately placed here. These 3 figures are none other than the protagonist group of this world. Freaks, Kurapika, Leorio Paradanite. These 3 people still come together as in the original book. Walking out of the elevator, Kurapika and Leorio sensed the seriousness of the atmosphere here. On the contrary, Freaks, this guy with a keen intuition, was a little behind the scenes this time, and didn't see the situation on the scene. He also yelled loudly, wanting to greet everyone, but when he yelled out, he also noticed the weird atmosphere at the scene and was stunned. Here, this is the number. At this moment, Do Mian came to the side of the 3 of them, and issued the number plates for the 3 of them. After sending out, the face person left. Kurapika began to observe the situation of everyone, wanting to see something. But after the Domian man left, a familiar voice came from beside him. You guys are newcomers, right? Gon and Leorio followed the voice and looked over, but Kurapika didn't. At this time, Kurapika was looking in a certain direction in shock, the pupils in his eyes were constantly beating. Tall. Kurapika muttered to himself. What's the matter? Kurapika. Gon and Leorio, who were about to communicate with the person they were talking to, immediately gave up the plan when they saw this, and asked Kurapika worriedly. Ku ignored it, ran over quickly, and ran towards a certain figure in his vision. Seeing this, J-Freaks and Leorio quickly followed with backpacks and handbags on their backs. Directly throwing a certain newcomer killer there, which caused a certain newcomer killer to be in a mess. And Tall, who was resting with his eyes closed, also felt that someone was staring at him, and was still rushing towards him. This immediately made Tall very puzzled, and he opened his eyes involuntarily. Except for Master Chiya's big brother, there seems to be no other familiar people here, right? But after opening his eyes, Tall was stunned, looking at the figure running towards him with an extremely complicated expression. It turned out to be this guy. Tall murmured in a low voice. Kurapika, if it weren't for this guy, their Kuluda clan would not have been exposed, and they wouldn't have been exterminated by Phantom Troop, leaving only a few of them. Facing Kurapika, Tal's heart is very complicated. He didn't blame Kurapika because Kurapika didn't mean it either. Although he didn't blame him, he didn't know how to face the chief culprit of the Kuruda clan's extermination. But Kurapika, after staggering to Tal's front, stopped and stretched out a hand slightly, with disbelief in his eyes. Tall. Kurapika's voice was trembling, and he was afraid that what he was seeing now was his own hallucination. Kurapika, long time no see. It wasn't until Tall opened his mouth that Kurapika was sure that the person in front of him was not a hallucination. He covered his mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably, and his whole body trembled. Tall, it's really Tall, you're still alive. Kurapika said tremblingly. Ah, thanks to the blessing of the young master. Tall looked indifferent, not as excited as Kurapika. Tal's attitude suddenly made Kurapika tremble all over, and then he knelt down directly to Tall, crying bitterly. I'm sorry, Tall. Kurapika, what's the matter with you, why did you kneel him? Gon ran over and asked Kurapika very puzzled. Leorio was also very puzzled. When Kurapika knelt down like this, Tall trembled all over, and the expression on his face changed slightly. Get up, I don't blame you. Tall said lightly. Originally, he didn't know how to face Kurapika, but when Kurapika knelt down like this, Tall could no longer treat Kurapika with indifference. After all, he didn't hate Kurapika in the first place, he just didn't know how to face Kurapika. Kurapi, Mo Zhao's, knelt down and completely eliminated his complicated psychology. This guy is still alive, and there is one more member of the Kuruda tribe, which is a good thing for their Kuruda tribe. Tall. Kurapika raised his head and looked at Tall blankly, but the tears on his face showed no signs of stopping. Ring 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 ring. Boom. At this moment, there was a burst of alarm bells in everyone's ears, followed by a booming sound, and the blocked passage behind them made a loud noise, and the blocked wall rose slowly. A group of people in purple suits, a figure with an upturned beard and invisible mouth stood there quietly. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. At this moment, the registration period for this hunter trial is just over. Then, the hunter test will be carried out next. SACI, the chief examiner of the first test of the hunter test, said lightly. Chapter 110. With Sassy's arrival, the first hunter test officially began, and everyone started running following Sassy's pace. Tall, besides you, are there any other tribesmen who survived? Asking this sentence, Kurapika trembled slightly, afraid of getting an answer she didn't want to get. Except for me, Pixio, Kalu, Kyla, Carl, and Kalair are all probably, it was Master Chiya who saved us. Tall didn't turn his head, staring straight ahead. He replied lightly. It's great that so many people are alive. After getting the answer she wanted, Kurapika burst into tears of joy, and the tears flowed down again. Okay, don't cry anymore, how old is he, just like a little kid. Seeing this, Tal frowned and scolded. Yes. Hearing this, Kurapika burst into tears. Tal, can you tell me the situation at that time? After wiping away tears, Kurapika asked again. He really wanted to know the situation at that time, and also wanted to know how Tal and the others survived. Leorio and Gon on the side also looked at Tal. They are also curious. At that time? At that time, we escaped from 153 under the cover of our father and hid in the cave where we often hid. If Master Chi hadn't appeared, we would have been found by those demons sooner or later, and we would have died in the hands of those demons. When talking about the situation at that time, Tal remembered the scene of the tribe being hunted and killed when the tribe was exterminated. Once again, the screams of the tribe rang out in Tal's ears, and he couldn't control his emotions immediately, and his eyes turned red. I swear, I will absolutely avenge my clansmen, I will definitely kill those people completely. A terrifying thought burst out from Tal's body, and everyone around was thrown out, howling hit the ground. Even the Kurapika trio is no exception. The sudden burst of thought energy attracted the attention of Sassy, Hisoka, and others. However, after just looking at it twice, he turned back again and continued on his way. The candidates near Tal who were not affected by this momentum looked at Tal in shock, their throats rolling involuntarily. Ah, I'm sorry, are you okay, Kurapika, and you guys? Tal also came back to his senses in an instant, hurriedly gathered his thoughts, then ran to Kurapika, and stretched out his hands to Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio. Tal, your strength is so strong. Kurapika who was pulled up was shocked. Everything is bestowed by Master Chi Yat. Without Master Chi Yat, I would not have this kind of strength. Tal said with a slight smile after hearing this. Tal mentioned Chi Ya's name again and again, and now he even said that everything he has is bestowed, which immediately made Chi Ya's name deeply imprinted in the hearts of the three of them. Pinch, Talson, what kind of person is the young Master Chi Ya you are talking about? Gon asked curiously. Master Chi Ya? Let's go, let's talk as we walk. Hearing this, Tal narrowed his eyes slightly, as if remembering, and said after a few seconds. The three nodded, and then the four ran again. Behind the four of them, the examines who had been intimidated by Tal before dared to take a step forward after more than 10 seconds, hanging far behind Tal. A vacuum circle was directly formed in the area where Tal and others were located, and no one dared to approach. On the other side, Chi Ya and Menchi, the resident of the Shimili Wetland Hunter Association, are planning to go to the depths of the Wetmali wetland before Sassy leads the candidates here. From Menchi's mouth, Chi Ya knew that the test of the hunter experiment started just now. And from memory, Chi Ya knew that the first test of the hunter test, the chief examiner SACI led many candidates to run for more than 6 hours in the lower pipeline before arriving here. Such a long time is enough for Chi Ya to deal with those Warcraft overlords. After Chi Ya informed Menchi of the matter, the two immediately hit it off and planned to take advantage of this time to deal with those Warcraft overlords. Certain parts of these Warcraft overlords are all dream-level ingredients. Menchi has been coveting, BJCG, these for a long time. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have taken the initiative to attack those Warcraft tyrants. There is no need to settle for second best and do something to their offspring. She has full confidence in Chi Ya's strength. Chi Ya single-handedly dealt with Samok 3 years ago. After that, he participated in a battle that even the Yuanwei of the 12 earthly branches could not participate in. From these 2 times, Menchi knew the strength of Chi Ya. Now that 3 years have passed, with Chi Ya's talent, how much stronger she will become, she simply can't imagine. However, she knew that with Chi Ya's current strength, it would be absolutely easy to deal with the Warcraft overlord in the depths of the wetland. While Sassy was running in the underground pipeline, Chi Ya and Menchi set off to the depths of the wetland. It takes about an hour to rush from here to the depths of the Wetmali wetland. It takes more than 3 hours to go back and forth. And the remaining 2 hours should be enough for them to deal with those Warcraft overlords. This is calculated according to her speed. If Chi Ya's speed is used, it will take about 2 hours to go back and forth. Therefore, at Menchi's strong request, she is now being driven on the back by Chi Ya. In the past 3 years, Chi Ya not only increased his thoughts and strength, but also achieved a subtle control over his own thunder. Now Chi Ya, using the speed to lead people, will not accidentally hurt her own people. It just gives a slight numbness. With such a low power, it will not harm Menchi at all. Even if Menchi doesn't use the mind energy defense, Dang Dang's current physique, which was trained by taking a whole bottle of Millennium Stone milk, will not be hurt by the speed. Chi Ya, do you think your family will accept me? Thinking of going to the headquarters of the Zaldik family with Chi Ya after this test, Menchi's heart was very disturbed, and his heart beat faster. All much faster than usual. Why, are you worried about this now? Chi Ya twitched at the corner of her mouth when she heard this. Well, a little bit. Menchi didn't deny it, but admitted it directly, and his face, which was leaning on Chi Ya's shoulder, was full of worry. This is not like you, don't worry, as long as your strength is strong enough, father, mother and grandpa will not have any opinions on you, you just need to keep a normal mind. Looking at Menchi's rare sad face, Chi Ya suddenly shook his head amusedly, and enlightened Menchi. Yet, Menchi nodded, didn't speak any more, and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, Chi Ya didn't open her mouth, and concentrated on her way. Along the way, Chi Ya's terrifying thoughts made the monsters in the Wetmali wetland dare not approach at all, and hid in the dark trembling. Soon, an hour passed, and Chi Ya and Menchi finally reached the depths of the wetland. As soon as she entered here, Chi Ya unreservedly began to release her thoughts, announcing her arrival to the overlord of the monsters in the Wetmali wetland. Chapter 111. What a terrifying aura! This aura doesn't belong to that old man, but it seems familiar. In a hidden cave on a mountain deep in the wetland, a silverback gorilla murmured. Several other mysterious places and several other Warcraft overlords also raised their heads one after another, looking in the direction of Chi Ya. Menchi, where is the lair of the Earth Bear? Chi Ya asked Menchi while hurrying. The direction you are going now is about a few thousand meters away. Menchi replied while pointing in front of Chi Ya. Well, it seems that I feel pretty good. Chi Ya heard this, slightly nodded and said. Although he didn't open the circle, Chi Ya keenly felt that there was a powerful magical beast where he was advancing, and it was precisely because of this feeling that Chi Ya rushed towards this direction. Hold on tight. Instructing Menchi, Chi Ya's speed skyrocketed, turning into a streamer and rushing straight ahead. Chi Ya, after you deal with the Earth Bear, I will deal with his offspring. Menchi hugged Chi Ya's neck tightly and said to Chi Ya. It is good. At this time, in a dense forest in front of Chi Ya, a huge black bear was sitting slumped on the ground. Nearby, there are several black bears that are a little smaller than them. This huge black bear is exactly what Menchi called the Earth Bear, and it was also the one that besieged Chi Ya 3 years ago. This black bear didn't care about the powerful thought Chi released by Chi Ya just now, it was holding a huge beehive, licking honey constantly, and didn't care about the buzzing around it at all. The expression on the face of the bees that attacked it was very human, it was an expression of joy. At a certain moment, the expression of the Earth Bear changed suddenly. He threw the honeycomb in his hand, stood up, and looked forward, baring his teeth and growling, his expression became ferocious. The few Earth Bears beside him did the same thing, standing up one after another, staring cautiously ahead. Within a few seconds, Radau's faint blue streamer suddenly appeared in front of them. The Earth Bear raised its head to the sky and roared angrily, then rushed towards the stream of light with great strides. Several other Earth Bears who were one size smaller also charged forward. Boom! However, at the next moment, this stream of light had another impact, and suddenly appeared on the chest of the Earth Bear, and a thunderbolt blasted heavily on the chest of the Earth Bear. Under the attack of the powerful thunder, the whole body of the Earth Bear screamed. At the same time, several thunderous giant hands extended from this stream of light, appeared in front of several other small Earth Bears, and slapped them. These few Earth Bears were thrown out. Several Earth Bears were hit hard and shot out like cannonballs, destroying many trees along the way. Menchi, they leave it to you. In the faint blue streamer, Chi Ya's voice came out faintly. Ah, leave it to me, you also have to take down this big guy, help me take off the bear's paw, I'll make you delicious bear's paw. Menchi jumped off Chi Ya's back and turned into a broken shadow chased after the sons of the Earth Bear, and at the same time left a sentence that made the Earth Bear rage like a thunder. As the overlord of Warcraft, the Earth Bear can understand human speech. Moreover, he also recognized Menchi's identity. A few days ago, Menchi killed one of his offspring under his own nose, and then slipped away. Now seeing Menchi again, the Earth Bear immediately met his enemies and was extremely jealous. His eyes were red. Even if he was attacked by Chi Ya's thunder, he completely ignored it, and was about to kill towards the door. However, Chi Ya's thunder power was too powerful, directly breaking through his body, protecting mind energy, completely paralyzing his whole body. He could only watch helplessly as Menchi killed his son again and was helpless. Hey, big guy, do you still remember me? Chi Ya's body floated up, and came to the head of the Earth Bear, God, to be even with him, and greeted lightly. However, Chi Ya's greeting has no effect. After all, the title Xiang Ziazi is not called for nothing. This guy couldn't recognize Chi Ya's identity at all. Chi Ya stopped and gave it a chance. A huge bear paw appeared on Chi Ya's left in an instant. There was nothing clumsy about that gigantic mass. Buzz! A thunder burst out from Chi Ya's body directly facing the huge palm and wrapping it. Boom! A bolt from the blue. Chi Ya is not 3 years ago, needing the help of the sky to kill the Warcraft overlord by luck. The current Chi Ya's strength has improved several times compared to 3 years ago. The power of the thunder directly blasted out the ferocious bear's paw, and then completely covered the whole body of the Earth Bear, and the terrifying power of the thunder directly broke through the defense of the Earth Bear. Wreak havoc on his body from the inside to the outside. Ask for flowers. With just one blow, the Earth Bear was seriously injured, and the shrill roar resounded through the sky again. Plus, the huge movement directly attracted the eyes of many monsters, and several other monster overlords rushed towards Chi Ya after being surprised for a moment. It is much easier to fight against this kind of monster overlord who is huge in size and weak in intelligence than fighting against Nin masters. The overlord of Warcraft will only rely on its own strength to be reckless, and rarely use wisdom to fight. But to fight against human Nin masters, then you have to face the flexible combat methods of Nin masters. With Chi Ya's current strength, even if he didn't use his full strength, he could directly injure the Earth Bear, the overlord of the Warcraft in the depths of the Wetmali wetland, with one move. Facing the severely injured Earth Bear, Chi Ya didn't have any thoughts of waves, and the thunder on his body surged again, instantly turning this area into a sea of thunder. Within a radius of tens of meters, it was completely shrouded in lightning. The screams of the Earth Bear came intermittently from the sea of thunder. Not only did it spread throughout the entire depth of the Shimali wetland, but it could also be heard even outside the depths of the Shimali wetland. As expected of Chi Ya, you succeeded so quickly. Menchi, who was fighting the son of the Earth Bear, also heard the roar, with a faint smile on his face. Menchi, who often dealt with monsters in Shimali wetland, immediately recognized the intensity of pain contained in this roar, and it would not have happened without serious injuries. Huh? Chi Ya, this guy seems to have gone to the depths of the Wetmali wetland, and even fought against the Warcraft overlord there. This guy has a deep knowledge of Warcraft, and those guys are probably doomed this time. In the deep mountains of Saba City, an airship was quietly parked in the air, and Netero stood on the balcony, listening to the rumors from dozens of kilometers away. There was a scream coming over, and a strange expression on his face. He is very clear about Chi Ya's attitude towards monsters, that is, when he sees one, he kills one, when he sees two, he kills one pair, and when he encounters a secret realm, he can slaughter the entire secret realm. This attitude was seen by Netero when he was in the Coco ruins. After that, Chi Ya went to several secret realms, and then the monsters inside became extinct. Netero couldn't think of a reason why Chi Ya would let these Warcraft overlords go. However, is it really good for this guy to be so idle? Netero gritted his teeth. Chapter 112. You guys made me very embarrassed last time. Looking at the huge body that had turned into charcoal under his feet, Chi Ya held two huge bear paws and said with a faint smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the overlord of Warcraft, the Earth Bear, and gaining 2930 enhancement points. A long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind, and the smile on Chi Ya's face was even wider. With a wave of his hand, after putting the two huge bear paws into the system space, Chi Ya looked into the distance. There, in the misty forest, several huge auras are rushing towards Chi Ya at an extremely fast speed. The corner of Chi Ya's mouth hooked slightly, and he dodged, turning into lightning and dodging forward. That blind bear's aura has disappeared. While on the way, the silverback gorilla's expression suddenly changed, making it extremely ugly. Although the flying giant tiger and the wet merlot bee queen beside him couldn't see their expressions, their aura was full of 327 and extremely violent. Speed up, don't let that person run away. The silverback gorilla said with a dark face. Then the speed increased sharply again. The flying speed of the other two is also much faster. The three overlords of Warcraft quickly shuttled through the foggy forest. However, the next moment, in front of them, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared, and a familiar and unfamiliar blunt appeared in their field of vision. Hey, old monsters, long time no see! It was none other than Chi Ya who appeared in front of the three Warcraft overlords in an instant. Chi Ya who appeared saw the shocked expression on the silverback gorilla's face, grinned, and greeted. The next moment, a dazzling thunder bloomed instantly, and the place where Chi Ya and the others were located instantly turned into a sea of thunder. The three overlords of Warcraft all stared wide-eyed before being covered by a sea of thunder. Chi Ya, the movement is so loud. In the distance, after Menchi had just killed an earth bear, he noticed the movement from Chi Ya's position, and murmured a little to himself. On the other side, in the underground pipeline, Tal told the three of Kurapika about how he escaped back then and his experiences in recent years while he was on his way. It's amazing, Talson, the young master Chi Ya you speak of is so amazing, I really want to meet him. After listening to Tal's narration, Gon's eyes sparkled, full of admiration. That's right, you'll see him soon, Master Chi Ya is also one of the chief examiners this time. For Gon, Tal somehow had a natural liking for Gon, seeing Gon worshipping his savior so much, Tal's attitude towards Gon is also a little softer. Really? That's really great. Hearing that, Gon became even more excited. It's amazing, you can do this kind of thing at the age of 8. Phantom Troop, a criminal gang, even I have heard about it. The young master Chi Ya you mentioned actually fought against them in such APS, and led you to escape from their grasp. Leorio listened to Tal's story afterwards. I was filled with admiration and was very interested in the existence of Chi Ya. Ah, Master Chi Ya has always been very strong, and he has been very kind to us. Without Master Chi Ya, we would not have achieved what we are now. I have decided long ago that I will always follow Master Chi Ya in the future and replace him. Master Ya will share. Hearing this, Tal couldn't help showing a soft smile on his face, and said with a gentle smile. Not only him, several other partners of his have this idea. After they finish their revenge, if they can still survive, their life will be Chi Ya's. In the future, I will absolutely obey all Chi Ya's orders, overcome difficulties, and eliminate all threats for Chi Ya. Kurapika, on the other hand, remained silent after listening to Tal's narration, running silently, as if thinking about something. Seeing this, Tal and others did not bother Kurapika. Time passed bit by bit, and more than 2 hours had passed in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! How long will it take to run? Leorio never imagined that after running for so long, he still hadn't reached his destination. Now he is already sweating profusely and exhausted, even if he continues to hold on, he can't last long. Behind them, there have long been many dropouts. I underestimated the hunter experiment too much. Everyone is a monster. This is simply a gathering of monsters. Leorio muttered hoarsely. On the contrary, Gon and Kurapika's breathing rhythm is very stable at this time, there is no disturbance at all. Leorio, are you okay? Gon ran to Leorio's side and asked worriedly. Don't talk to me, Gon, I want to save my strength. Leorio responded in a low voice, and then stopped talking. Oh! Gon said blankly. How about it, can you hold on? Tal also ran to Leorio's side and asked Leorio. I don't know, but it probably won't work. Leorio glanced at him, his face became very ugly, and he said unwillingly. He knows his depth, knows his bottom line, and he is on the verge of collapse now, his thighs are as heavy as lead, and he has to exert 12 points of strength every step he takes. Because you and Kurapika are friends, let me help you once, but this is the only time. Tal frowned slightly, gave him a careful look, and then said. Huh? Help me. Leorio was taken aback for a moment, not knowing what Tal meant. Is this guy going to run behind my back? Leorio thought with raised eyebrows. Don't think about it, I don't want to carry a man. Tal saw from his somewhat cheap expression that this guy had absolutely no good intentions, and immediately rolled his eyes and said. The next moment, Tal put his hand on Leorio's shoulder, and a wave of thoughts passed over. Leorio trembled all over suddenly, full of strength at this moment. Oh! With a roar, Leorio rushed out and rode away. Oh! Thank you, Tal. Leorio was far ahead, and the voice came from the front. Tal, you were just now. Kurapika, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Tarsan, the breath on your body was so strange just now. Gon also ran over, and said very puzzled. This is Nian Qi, which is 4.8 life energy. Tal smiled without hiding anything, and explained something casually to the two of them. Kurapika, I'll teach you after this test. Then Tal said to Kurapika. This is a powerful ability that can allow us to take revenge. You must learn it, Kurapika. Having said that, Tal's expression became serious. Kurapika was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became serious. I see, Tal. On the other side, deep in the Wetmali wetland. In the fog-shrouded wetlands, a spark is projected from the mist. Chi-Ya and Menchi sat around a fire and kept turning a huge piece of barbecue. Chi-Ya, why don't we go back now? Menchi said while grilling meat. It's okay to let them wait for a while. Chi-Ya waved his hand indifferently. Chapter 113. Chi-Ya, what is your strength now? Menchi asked curiously while grilling meat. Originally, she thought that she had worked hard enough in the past few years, her strength had greatly improved, and she even defeated a little girl who could be called an master last time. Some time ago, he even had a fight with the overlord of Warcraft, the Earth Bear, and even took off the hand of one of his heirs during the battle. However, seeing Chi-Ya's methods now, she was really ashamed of herself. The 4 Warcraft overlords, Chi-Ya lightly cleaned up all of them in less than half an hour. Well, I don't know either. I haven't made many moves recently. I'm not sure what my current strength is, but it's still possible to fight against Netero. Chi-Ya tilted his head slightly and pinched his chin when he heard this. Follow the president. Menchi was taken aback. Ah, my current strength is not much different from his. Maybe I am stronger than him now. Chi-Ya said jokingly. This. Menchi didn't know what to say for a while, and 19 roasted the meat silently. Naturally, she didn't doubt Chi-Ya's words, but she really didn't expect Chi-Ya to have such strength at such a young age. Ah, so don't worry, I still have a strong voice in the Zaldik family. If I bring you back, no one will say anything wrong. Chi-Ya said with a smile. Menchi rolled his eyes when he heard that. Are you worried about this? What I worry about is that I can't get along well with Chi-Ya's family. If it's so tough, then get along with a hammer. Menchi didn't speak anymore, and continued to grill the meat. Half an hour passed, and the 2 delicious barbecues were finished. Chi-Ya and Menchi ate a piece of food each, and began to feast on it. Not to mention, the 2 of them are not very strong, one is young, and the body has not yet grown up. The other is a woman, with a naturally slender figure. But the 2 of them were holding barbecues that were bigger than their own bodies, and they finished their meal in a mess. Moreover, the lower abdomens of both of them have not changed much, and their digestion power is much stronger. Okay, it's time for us to go back. Patting his butt, Chi stood up and said to Menchi. I can't walk anymore, you continue to carry me. Menchi leaned against the big tree and said lazily. Seeing this, Chi raised her eyebrows slightly, then walked over, a lazy princess hugged her, and immediately picked her up. With a flash of lightning speed, the two quickly rushed towards the periphery of the wetland. Hey, Chi, the embrace of your kid is really warm. Menchi, who was being hugged, said with a gentle expression, then slowly closed his eyes, and rested directly in Chiya's arms. On the other side, the trial for the first test is finally half done. Sassy brought many candidates to the ground and arrived at the outskirts of Shimali wetland. The creatures of this wetland use all kinds of methods to deceive their prey and eat them while they can. The ecosystem that tricks prey and eats it is why this wetland is called the trickster's lair. Please be careful not to be deceived, stay close to me and don't leave. Saci reminded everyone. As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the side. Don't be fooled. Look at this. A man in a mess dragged a strangely shaped ape from the side. Wow, it looks like Mr. Satsuki. Gon shouted in surprise. The creatures that were dragged out were 4 monkeys with strange shapes, and they looked exactly the same as Sassy except for their fur and mouth. Seeing this scene, all the candidates rioted and became suspicious of Saci. Seeing this, the new man was ready to speak. However, before he could say anything, a poker card and a knife were inserted into his forehead. Everyone was stunned, then they all looked in a certain direction. I saw the magician killer Hisoka and Tall holding a poker card and a strangely shaped knife in their hands. Mr. Saci, ignore this monster and start the next test as soon as possible. Tall didn't care about the eyes of everyone, and said to Saci. I'm sure now, you are the real one, right? The examiner is an unpaid hunter commissioned by the review committee. Although he is not the kind of hunter we want to be, it should not be impossible to prevent that kind of attack. Hisoka chuckled, playing with the poker cards, and said lightly. I will accept your compliment, but next time, no matter what the reason is, attacking me will be regarded as a disobedience to the examiner, and I will be eliminated immediately. Saci said lightly, holding 2 playing cards in his hand. Okay. Hisoka replied flatly. Immediately, Saci kindly reminded many examines about the dangers of the 603 Wetmali wetland. Soon, the second half of the first trial started again under the leadership of Sarts. Cross the periphery of the Wetmali wetland. Be careful, you guys, don't leave my side. While running, Tall told the 3 of Kurapika. That guy Hisoka's murderous intent is getting heavier and heavier, and I think he's going to do it later. The 3 of them were startled when they heard the words, and all looked behind them. Seeing this, they all shivered. Because they saw Hisoka's strange expression, as if he was enduring something, and seemed to be enjoying some kind of joy that was coming. What do you mean? Leorio asked with chills all over his body. Literally, that guy kills without blinking an eye, don't get close to him. With me here, he shouldn't cross the line. Tall also glanced at Hisoka, looked at Hisoka, gave a warning look, then turned and replied. Oh! The 3 said in a daze. Delicious fruit, it's completely ripe, unfortunately, you can't move, or that guy will trouble me. After looking at Tall, Hisoka trembled all over, covering his waist with his hands, with a look of patience. Chapter 114. Under Tal's leadership, Kurapika and the 3 followed Sassy to the second test site, which is the villa where Chiya and Menchi were before. Every candidate, you have worked hard on this journey. This Biscayne Forest Park is the venue for the second test. Then I will resign first, and I hope everyone can pass the test smoothly. After the first test time was over, Sassy stood in front of a gate and said to many candidates. Then he walked away with strange steps. Many candidates looked at the back of Saci leaving, and they were a little dazed. After Saci completely left their sight, everyone turned their eyes back. Then everyone was stunned. This chief examiner just left them here? What about the second examiner? All eyes were on the gate where Sassy was standing before. This? Everyone stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do next. The chief examiner named Sassy said that this is the venue for the second test. Where is the examiner for the second test? At the same time, Saci, who left on the surface but hid behind the scenes, also had a strange expression at this time. What's going on? Logically, the examiner for the second test should be inside. Why haven't I come out yet? Didn't I already send out the signal? There were bursts of doubts on the mouthless face. I really don't want to continue the exam next year. After all, I don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. After waiting for a few minutes, Hisoka also became a little impatient and looked helpless. Judging by his appearance, it seemed that he was going to attack the examiner just like last year. Then where do you want to spend your time? Hisoka. A voice suddenly entered Hisoka's ears, and it also reached the ears of many candidates present. Hisoka was startled for a moment, trembling because of his heart. To be so close to someone, and this voice is so familiar. Yo, big brother, you also come to take the hunter license test. At this moment, the voice came out again, making Hisoka startled again. It's this guy. Even without turning around, Hisoka knew who it was. Turning around to look, Hisoka looked as expected. Sure enough, it's this kid. I didn't expect this guy to be hunter, or the chief examiner of this test. Hisoka squinted his eyes and thought silently. At this time, Chi-Ya was covered with thunder and lightning, holding Menchi and standing behind him indifferently. At this moment, Chi-Ya was looking in another direction. There, in disguise, Ilmi was standing there. After hearing Chi-Ya's greeting, Yi Ermai also stretched out her hand to remove the cold needle on her face. The whole face was completely reborn, the original stiff and ugly image was completely gone, replaced by a handsome guy with facial paralysis. Chi-Ya, you are the examiner this time. Yi Ermai, who had recovered her original face, said lightly. Ah, no surprise. Chi-Ya smiled and said. Master Chi-Ya. Tal also came to Chi-Ya's side and saluted Chi-Ya. Ah, there. Chi-Ya nodded and said. Then Chi-Ya looked at Yamai again. Il fans, you are still the same, you like to turn yourself into an ugly puppet. That's the young master Chi-Ya that Tal was talking about. At this time, Kurapika and others who were not far away were stunned. The existence in front of them is completely different from the image of Master Chi-Ya in their hearts, not a little bit the same. This made them a little confused. But at this time, the other examines around were shocked by the lightning on Chi-Ya's body. Nan's hair can be seen even by ordinary people. So they can clearly see the lightning on Chi-Ya's body now. They didn't expect that someone could wrap lightning around their body. What's more, he didn't expect that such dense lightning would not cause any damage. Monster! Someone swallowed and said in horror. I'm sorry, I just went out for a while, and now I'm going to start the second test, come with me. Regarding their shock, Chi-Ya didn't care at all, and walked towards the gate with Menchi in his arms, saying as he walked. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone recovered from the shock and looked at the door one after another. Although they were shocked by Chi-Ya's performance, they came here to test for the hunter license. Compared to the hunter license, other things can be put aside. Chi-Ya walked to the gate, kicked the two huge gates open with one kick, and then walked in. Seeing this, the examines behind him hurriedly followed. The scene covered in thunder and lightning made them have no doubts about the fact that Chi-Ya, a 12-year-old boy, is an examiner. Stand up and question? Enrage the young examiner and get struck by lightning? They are not stupid. Hey! Menchi, wake up, we are back, and now we are going to host the second experiment. Chi-Ya walked towards the sofa at the main entrance of the villa, pinching Menchi's face, and woke Menchi up. Huh? Already here? Menchi rubbed his eyes and asked sleepily. It's here. Chi-Ya replied. Menchi was taken aback for a moment, and his whole body became energetic in an instant. He jumped down from Chi-Ya's arms and stood in front of many examines. Welcome candidates, I am Menchi, the chief examiner of the second test. Menchi said loudly, with a radiant look, not at all sleepy-eyed before. I am Chi-Ya. Then let's start the second experiment. The theme of the second experiment is cooking, as long as you make dishes that satisfy us. Menchi continued. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene suddenly became a riot. They're not here for the hunter experiment to cook for other people. Hunter test is cooking? What are you kidding? However, due to the existence of Chi Ya, many candidates did not protest. They were afraid that as soon as they protested, Chi Ya would be struck by a bolt of lightning. Okay, Menchi, they won't be convinced if you look like this, just let them cook the boiled egg. Chi Ya, GG's, who has the memory of the previous life naturally knows what the result will be if he continues. It is nothing more than that no one can pass the exam. After all, no one here can cook, let alone satisfy Menchi, a guy who has reached the pinnacle of cooking in this world. He also wants Tal to pass the hunter test to get a hunter license, and it seems that IL fans also need a hunter license. Huh? Hard-boiled eggs. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll apply to the president for permission to use the airship. Menchi, who was about to talk about the subject of the experiment, was taken aback when he heard Chi Ya's words, then rubbed his chin for a moment, and clicked nodding, agreed. It is also a good experiment to let these guys go to Toad Tiger Mountain to get the grape spider's eggs. Soon, Menchi made a phone call to Netero. Not long after, an airship appeared above the villa. A group of people flew in the direction of Toad Tiger Mountain. Chapter 115. On the airship, in a huge room, a large group of candidates gathered together. Chi Ya and Menchi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the scenery outside the window. Chi Ya, is there any reason why you want me to change the test questions this time? She also wanted to see if there were any gourmet hunter seedlings in this year's candidates. However, since Chi Ya said so, then naturally she would not refute Chi Ya's opinion. Apply directly to the Association for the use of the airship and transport the candidates to Toad Tiger Mountain. The reason? No. I just think that according to your plan, no one in this class will be able to become a hunter, and I just want my subordinate Tal to become a hunter. Chi Ya was slightly puzzled, and then said bluntly. Could it be like this? So, there are no seedlings of gourmet hunter in this session, so forget it. Menchi was very surprised when he heard this, and sighed slightly. There are very few gourmet hunters, and she still wants to see if she can have a few more like-minded people. Chi Ya, it's really surprising that you are with outsiders. At this moment, Yamai's voice without any emotion came over, and Chi Ya and Menchi followed the prestige. I saw Yamai walking towards the two of them at this moment. Seeing Yeer fans, Menchi was a little nervous. She already knew that the expressionless man in front of her was Chi Ya's eldest brother. It was the first time she saw Chi Ya's family, so she felt a little flustered. Big brother, Menchi. Chi Ya, on the other hand, didn't change her face at all, reminding Menchi to call someone. Brother. Big brother. Reminded by Chi Ya, Menchi blushed immediately, and then yelled nonchalantly, not as bold and unrestrained as before, just like a little daughter-in-law. Big brother. So that's it, Chi Ya. Is this the partner you chose? The Yeer fans who came over were stunned when they heard Menchi addressing themselves, and then nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Immediately afterwards, Yamai did not speak, and those dark, colorless eyes stared at Menchi firmly. It made Menchi even more nervous. Chi Ya didn't stop him either. Because he knows what this guy Yamai is doing. This guy is nothing more than inferring Menchi's strength by staring at the strength of Menchi's mind. If Menchi's strength is not strong enough, this guy Ilian will never allow Menchi to call himself this title. The rest of the Zaldik clan will never allow and admit Menchi to the threshold of the Zaldik family. Although Chi Ya does not need their acknowledgement. However, it would be best if Menchi can get the approval of IL fans. This generation of the Zaldik family is Chi Ya accused, so it may be suspected of boasting, BJBG, but it is true. It is precisely because of this situation that the clansmen of this generation are more concerned about their own affairs than themselves. At the same time, many things will happen. Just like the current situation. The Zaldik family respects strength, and Chi Ya's future partner must have strong strength. This is the absolute consensus of IL fans and even other family members, and it is their bottom line. Without absolute strength, they will be ostracized in the Zaldik family, and even more cruel things will happen. Menchi could be admitted into the Zaldik family, and a whole lot of trouble would be saved. And if it can be recognized by IL fans, then other people basically don't have any problems. It is precisely because of this situation that Chi-Ya told Menchi that the Zaldik family does not need weak people when Menchi vaguely expressed his thoughts. Weak people who enter the Zaldik family will definitely be repelled, targeted, or even assassinated. It is impossible for Chi-Ya to stay with Menchi all the time. It is also impossible to kill all other clansmen because of Menchi. I see, Chi-Ya, you have found a good partner. I admit her identity. After staring at her for a long time, Yi Ermai said lightly, and at the same time nodded to Menchi. It's an acknowledgement of Menchi. Menchi was taken aback for a moment when he heard this, and then the smile on his face immediately let go. Yes. Big brother. Hey, why are you here looking for me? Seeing this, the corners of Chi-Ya's mouth curled up involuntarily. However, it was only for a moment, and the arc quickly disappeared. Then he asked Yi Ermai. It's nothing. I came here to remind you not to hang out with outsiders. Since this person has this identity, then it's fine. Yi Ermai shook his head unobtrusively and said lightly. Chi-Ya's eyelids twitched suddenly. This guy wants to control me again? Want to be beaten again? Chi-Ya remembered the trouble that Yi fans made for him a year ago because Crook came to find him. At that time, I beat this guy up. Now this guy is here again? I really don't have a long memory, and I want to mind my own affairs. However, before Chi-Ya was ready to teach Yilm another lesson, this guy sneaked away tactfully and went to Hisoka. What's wrong? This look. Chi-Ya twitched the corners of his mouth as he looked at Yamai's back, and then he looked at Menchi, who looked very happy beside him, and said jokingly. Chi-Ya naturally knows what is going on with Menchi now. This guy was recognized by his family, so he was overjoyed. Chi-Ya, being recognized by the big brother made me relax a lot, and the heaviness in my heart disappeared. Menchi said with a smile. That's your illusion. This guy has passed the checkpoint, and basically he will be fine. Don't think too much, just keep a normal mind. Chi-Ya enlightened again. Well, I see. Menchi nodded earnestly, showing that he understood. Squeeze, you are the young master Chi-Ya that Talsang said. At this moment, a childish voice came, and I saw Gon running towards Chi-Ya and Menchi with his backpack on his back. But... swish! A spike appeared in front of Gon in an instant, pierced Gon's cheek, and went straight into the floor in front of Gon. The spikes inserted on the floor shook, and there was a buzzing sound. Gon's body also trembled at this moment. Not only that, but the other people around were also trembling. A huge malice permeated the entire room. Little devil, don't get close to Chi-Ya. Ilmi's abyss-like voice came from behind Gon. IL fans recognized Menchi, but that doesn't mean he recognized others. This guy Gon is so weak that he still wants to communicate with Chi-Ya, but he will never allow it. He doesn't allow Chi-Ya to communicate with such weak people. Shrouded by the malice of the IL fans, Gon's pupils constricted and his whole body trembled. The fear in his heart reached the limit at this moment, and finally he bent his legs and lay on the ground. As soon as I lay down on the floor, the whole floor was directly wet. The sweat all over his body made Gon feel like he just came out of the water. At the same time, the malice that filled the room also dissipated. Hisoka, what are you doing? After the malice disappeared, Ilmi's voice came again, and Hisoka was holding Ilmi's hand with one hand to prevent Ilmi from throwing out the second nail. This guy is my prey, don't shoot. Hisoka said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yamai was silent for a moment, and put away the nail in his hand. Gon, are you alright? Kurapika and Leorio recovered and ran towards Gon in a hurry. However, Gon ignored the two at all, just panting violently and sweating like beans. Tal also walked over slowly, came to the side of the three of them, shook his head and sighed. Master Yamai doesn't like other people approaching Master Chi-Ya, you have nothing to do with it, it's best not to approach casually. And Chi-Ya, watching this scene, was also silent. Chapter 116. The protagonist of this world, even if he doesn't pay attention to him, will he come to him specially? Looking at Gon, who was comforted by Kurapika and Leorio, Chi-Ya thought silently. From the very beginning, Chi-Ya didn't want to have anything to do with J-Freaks. I am not the Chi-Ya in the original book who is heavily dependent on J-Freaks, so there is no need to mix with this guy. However, unexpectedly, this guy wanted to come over to make friends with him instead of looking for him. Master Chi-Ya, I'm very sorry, this is a friend of mine. Tal walked over and saluted Chi-Ya slightly. It's okay. Chi-Ya shook her head slightly, expressing that she didn't care. With such a threat from ill fans, J-Freaks should not dare to come to him again. I myself saved a lot of trouble. Menchi, this experiment will be led by you. I have something to do, so let's leave first. Afterwards, Chi-Ya confessed to Menchi. Well, yes, leave it to me. Hearing this, Menchi blinked and agreed easily. Chi-Ya nodded, then walked past the three of J-Freaks and left here quickly. Chi-Ya will agree to lead the hunter experiment this time, the purpose is to find Menchi. At the same time, Tal was asked to come to take the hunter license test, and the others came second. As for leading the hunter trial, Chi-Ya said that he came here to walk through the motions. This time when he came to the wetland of Wetmali, Chi-Ya cleaned up the overlords of Warcraft that had attacked him before. I have obtained more than 10,000 enhancement points, and now I just have time, let's just strengthen it directly. After leaving here, Chi-Ya walked towards the practice room. The airship is still that airship, exclusive to Netero. Chi-Ya came here on this airship before, and she also has a room here. Chi-Ya doesn't know if the strengthening will be very loud this time, so Chi-Ya will not strengthen it in her room. Killing the 4 Warcraft overlords allowed Chi-Ya to gain more than 13,000 enhancement points, plus Chi-Ya's previous 4,000 or so. The current Chi-Ya already has more than 18,000 enhancement points. It's enough for Chi-Ya to strengthen and again except Conjurer's speed. As for Conjurer's super speed, due to the enhancement before, the enhancement points needed now have become 20,000. Chi-Ya's enhancement points are not enough now. Chi-Ya's current strengthening points are enough to strengthen Nen of other systems once. Manipulators Nen Chi-Ya can be directly strengthened twice. This time, in addition to strengthening the other Nen, Chi-Ya will also strengthen the manipulators Nen by the way. Chi-Ya has a feeling that in the next Chimera Ant chapter, he will probably use the healing ability of the manipulator. Chi-Ya didn't know why she felt this way, but it was very strong. Chi-Ya feels that if he mixes the Chimera Ant chapter by himself after more than a year, then his healing ability may be insufficient. Although Chi-Ya's character is a bit unhelpful, Chi-Ya is very interested in the Chimeric Ant incident that is about to be stolen. After all, they have all appeared in this world. For the upcoming big event in this world, how can I be worthy of my time travel this time if I stand by and don't intervene? Chi-Ya wanted to see the future Ant King very much, and also wanted to fight against the future Ant King. For this reason, Chi-Ya will try her best to make herself stronger in the future. In order to ensure that I have the strength to be undefeated and undead against the Ant King after more than a year. As for how to become stronger, the direction is not very clear. Isn't the Wetmile wetland, a place that I have forgotten for more than 3 years, a natural place to spawn monsters? System, use 5,000 strengthening points to strengthen the breath of the Archangel Manipulator. Chi-Ya ordered to the system. Ding! Use 5,000 enhancement points to strengthen the breath of the Manipulator Archangel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the guardianship of the Domain Angel. The response of the system was very fast. As soon as Chi-Ya's voice fell, the system immediately carried out Chi-Ya's order. As soon as the words fell, Chi-Ya felt that the mind energy in her body increased again. The potential gas volume has increased by less than 1 layer, but there are more than 30,000. Chi-Ya's potential capacity has reached 450,000, and the displayed capacity has also increased by several thousand. *1. At the same time, a message about the guardianship of the leader or angel also appeared in Chi-Ya's mind. Domain Guardian of Angels. This is a passive Nen, which is different from Chiya's mind eliminating domain and the spiritual Nen domain of the guardian god in the Coco ruins. The angel's protection will only act on Chiya's body, and it will always be on Chiya's body. On Chiya's body, once Chiya is injured, Nian Chi will be consumed immediately to heal the wound on Chiya's body. Of course, Chiya's current physique, which has been strengthened several times with Enhancer Nen, also has this effect. For minor injuries, Chiya's body will recover automatically and quickly. But once it is a serious injury, the recovery speed will be much slower, depending on the severity of the injury. Severe or even life-threatening injuries, Chiya's own body will recover very slowly, and sometimes it will recover at a slow speed kind of. But the passive ability Domain Angel's Guardian is different. No matter how serious the injury is, Chiya will immediately recover to its original state under the protection of the angel, and what is consumed is Chiya's thought energy. This ability will play a decisive role in fighting against strong enemies. Just imagine, you are fighting with the enemy, trying your best to activate the trick shop should be the result of both sides, and the reason why you have not used the guard is safe and sound, but the enemy is seriously injured and dies. What a powerful benefit this situation will bring to oneself. His enemies would probably scold her. It's really a powerful ability with remarkable effects. It's just too much dependence on Nian Chi. However, it's not bad. Nen is like this in the first place. It has various restrictions, so it's impossible to be perfect. Moreover, my thoughts are also very large, so I don't need it. Holding his chin, Chiya thought for a moment, and said lightly, "It will be stronger in the future." Chiya immediately saw the weakness of this ability, but didn't care. Then, next, the system uses 10,000 reinforcement points to strengthen the enhancer. Ding! Use 10,000 enhancements to take you to strengthen the enhancer. Chapter 117. Ding! Use 10,000 enhancement points to strengthen the enhancer. The voice of the system sounded in Chiya's mind again, but there was still no hint of what kind of ability to obtain. Enhancer's combat has always been straightforward, and does not require any special abilities to be developed. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chiya's thoughts suddenly surged again. The potential gas volume directly soared by about 2 floors, reaching 540,000. The displayed gas capacity has also directly increased by more than 60,000. However, what makes Chiya feel sorry for this strengthening is that his own physique has not been strengthened much this time, and it is extremely limited. About 5% stronger. 10,000 strengthening points only made my physique a little stronger. No matter how I thought about it, I was cheated. But 263, Chiya knew that this was normal. In the past 3 years, I have used the 1,000-year-old stone milk to exercise my body, which has already strengthened my physique to an unimaginable level. It is also very normal that the feedback brought about by the strengthening of the enhancer's mind energy cannot play too much effect. However, Chiya was only a pity for a moment, and soon recovered. The thoughts in his hands surged, and a terrifying wave permeated the entire practice room. My current potential strength should be comparable to the 3 future guards of Chimera ants. At least it's comparable to when they first got Nen. When I want to fight the Ant King, I can cause powerful damage to him. My current potential is not enough. It is necessary to obtain stronger potential energy. Otherwise it's just like that Netero guy. I beat the Ant King for a long time, but it only caused some skin trauma to the Ant King. It can only rely on the accumulation of the number of attacks to cause some damage to the Ant King's body. That would be embarrassing. Hey, Shimile Wetland, I depend on you guys to become stronger. Thinking of this, Chiya couldn't help but cast her eyes on the misty forest outside the French windows. At this moment, whether it was the periphery or the depths of the wetland, all the monsters shuddered at the same time. Even monsters and monsters that inhabit lakes are no exception. Chiya's current attributes are as follows. Name, Chiya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 20,000, Flame, 1,000, Trait Nen Space Operation, 10,000, Manipulator Nen Angel Ring Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nen, 20,000, Emitter Nen Desperation Field, 10,000, Transmutternan Dragon Tooth, 1000, note, the points in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5000, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 3122. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1, half a bottle of Millennium Stone Milk, 86 Lava Hearts. In the past 3 years, Chi-Ya has developed 2 kinds of Nen in addition to cultivating her various Nen and improving her potential and manifest energy. The Conjurer Nen Flame was developed by Chi-Ya based on his own nature, and its power is not strong yet, probably to the extent that Chi-Ya hadn't activated the Golden Finger 3 years ago. And besides this, Chi-Ya also developed Transmuter's Nen. This is not the Nen system awakening of the system. It was developed by Chi-Ya himself. In addition to the trait system, everyone has 5 Nen systems. However, everyone has their own system that best suits them. The Nen whose system fits best with him can be 100% cultivated, while the remaining ones are somewhat unsatisfactory. 80%, 60%, 40%, and 60% respectively. And Chi-Ya's Transmutter can cultivate to 80%. The Dragon Tooth was cultivated by Chi-Ya referring to the Nen Dragon Star group of Grandpa Gino. As for the reason for cultivating this Nen, Lanja is cultivated by Chi-Ya combining 3 Nen systems. Transmutter is the main body, manipulator and emitter are the auxiliary parts, and a flying dragon with a length of 5 or 6 meters is realized. After falling into the trap in the Cocoa Ruins last time and being unable to climb up, Chi-Ya then had the idea of practicing flying Nen. In order not to allow myself to repeat the same mistakes. Then, Dragon Fang appeared. Lanja's main ability is to assist, and the attack is secondary. It is Chi-Ya's training to allow him to have the ability to fly. My strength is not enough. After this test, I will bring Menchi back to Dry Mountain and formally join the Zaldik family before coming back here. It should be enough to wipe out all the monsters in the Wetmile wetland. Speaking of which, Netero and the others in the Chimeric Ent chapter in the original book were really dangerous enough. None of the 12 earthly branches came to V5, and neither did the strong ones on the V5 side. There are 2 supporting scenes of Netero and his apprentice and grandson, as well as Nobu and the protagonist. I don't know what V5 and the 12 earthly branches think. Was it held up by something? In other words, the existence of Chimeric Ents was not taken seriously by them at all. In this way, it seems that the appearance of Chimeric Ents has long been noticed by V5 Note 3.7. If V5 wants to completely eliminate Chimeric Ents, it can be done in the early stage. But they let the Chimeric Ents reproduce, observed the evolution of the Chimeric Ents, and finally appeared the king of Chimeric Ents, and they didn't know what they were planning. No, at that time, some people from the 12 earthly branches must be dragged here, and they cannot be allowed to stand aside and watch, but let them come and contribute their own strength. Well, that guy Crook is called over, that guy Jin also wants to be called over, and then that old man Chen is also called over, should Yinda also be called over? Chi-Ya began to ponder in his heart. If these few of the 12 earthly branches can be called over, the situation will be very easy. It's decided, I'll call them when the time comes. Chapter 118. Hey, I said, why do I feel a strong sense of energy, so you are here. Chi-Ya, you really are a monster. Netero, who appeared at the door without a sound, looked at Chi-Ya indifferently. In his eyes, Chi-Ya's terrifying thought energy is continuously overflowing at this moment. Even he was startled by this thought. He's almost at his peak. At his peak, he was the most powerful person in the world, with a huge mind energy that was almost unmatched by anyone. Chi-Ya, this guy, caught up with him at a young age. In this regard, Netero can only be called a monster. Why did you come here suddenly, old man? Chi-Ya restrained the uncontrollable thought energy on his body due to the sudden increase of thought energy due to strengthening, and then asked curiously. Ah, Toad Tiger Mountain has arrived, how about it, as the chief examiner, do you want to go down together? Netero said to the door with thumbs up. It's already here. Chi-Ya was slightly surprised. However, Chi-Ya didn't plan to go down. It's fine for Menchi to preside over the hunter experiment, and it's fine for him to be in charge of making soy sauce. That's right, I want to go down to 19 to have a look. There seem to be some good seedlings among the candidates this time. Goodbye. Netero nodded and said, and then prepared to leave here. Wait, old man. Chi-Ya suddenly stopped Netero. When Netero heard this, he turned his gaze back, and looked at Chi-Ya suspiciously, not knowing why Chi-Ya called him to stop him. Old man, what is the current V5's attitude towards the Dark Continent? Looking at Netero, Chi-Ya was silent for a moment, and then asked. F#YF+. Regarding the Dark Continent chapter, Chi-Ya didn't read much in his previous life, but only knew that V5 united to block information about the Dark Continent. As for V5's attitude towards the Dark Continent, Chi-Ya is not clear. Netero was stunned for a moment, looked at Chi-Ya in surprise and said, don't you pay much attention to V5? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Afterwards, Netero didn't wait for Chi-Ya to speak, and answered directly. Those guys have always been curious about the Dark Continent and have a strong intention to open up Wasteland. However, because the old man and I convinced V5, they will not enter the Dark Continent for the time being. Because of this, with the blockade of V5, many non-masters in the world who know the Dark Continent and want to set foot on the Dark Continent are unable to do so. Once the old man passes away, the world will probably dance wildly. Well, it's just me showing off my old man. I don't have that much ability, haha. As Netero spoke, his tone did change, as if he was joking, like an old urchin. That is to say, V5 also tends to open up Wasteland. Chi-Ya narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Well, although there are some objections, most of them tend to open up Wasteland. Although they have not taken any real action, they have been researching species related to the Dark Continent. V5 is now researching the monster 3 years ago. On. V5 has been studying how to fight against the Dark Continent in recent years, trying to research something useful. I don't know how it's going. It is estimated that the world will undergo major changes soon. Hey, old man, I really don't want them to provoke that place. That place is a gathering place for disasters. It's a pity that old man is very light-hearted and has no right to speak. When Netero said this, he couldn't help but sighed and felt helpless. He who set foot on the Dark Continent twice when he was young is very aware of the horror of the Dark Continent, so he doesn't want people to set foot on that place. Shaking his head, he left here without saying hello to Chi-Ya. Study the creatures of the Dark Continent. In this way, it is quite in line with the situation of chimeric ants. V5 let the chimera ants develop, because they want to study the changes and growth of chimera ants, so as to understand the information of the Dark Continent. Moreover, in order to study chimeric ants, V5 allowed chimeric ants to act recklessly all over the world. It was not until the Eastern Godet Republic was occupied and the situation gradually got out of control that V5 asked Netero to completely wipe out the chimeric ants. I have to say that these V5 power holders are really cruel. In order to study chimeric ants, he watched the destruction of 2 countries. Well, these have nothing to do with me. Although he guessed something and felt cruel about V5's behavior, he didn't care about it at all. He is not the virgin. Anyway, it's time to meet the Ant King. By the way, I will drag Jin and the others along. Call Jin and the others, then the lineup will be enough, hee. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya laughed hee, quite maliciously. When reading the Chimera Ant chapter in her previous life, Chi-Ya was very displeased with the inaction of those non-masters in the Chimera Ant Hunter Association. Your president killed you there, and you all stayed out of 747. Even if you have something to do temporarily and you are not in the association, but the time span of the Chimera Ant chapter is so long enough for you to rush back to the Hunter Association and fight with Netero? Watching Netero die with the Ant King right there? If the 12 earthly branches attack together, the Ant King will definitely not be able to win and will be wiped out by their joint efforts. Instead of letting Netero, an old man over 100 years old, go all out. This time, Chi-Ya absolutely wants to let Jin and the others get involved together, instead of eating melon seeds and watching the show on the sidelines. Don't get involved, okay, then I will personally go to you to set up the longman formation. As for the result of the longman formation, it is not up to him to decide. This is not Chi-Ya meddling in other people's business, but Chi-Ya's emotions after reading the Chimera Ant chapter in her previous life. If you haven't traveled through time, this emotion is still an emotion, even if you are upset, Chi-Ya can only swallow it in your stomach. However, since time travel has passed, this emotion has become Chi-Ya's obsession. This obsession is not big or small, it all depends on Chi-Ya's current state of mind. And Chi-Ya's current mind is to drag Jin and the others into the water and let them fight together. Chapter 119. Walking out of the practice room, Chi-Ya also got off the airship. By the time Chi-Ya came down, the experiment was over. Candidates who passed the test were all eating boiled grape spider eggs with happy faces. Ah, Chi-Ya, you're here, here's your share. Menchi noticed Chi-Ya's appearance immediately, walked over immediately, holding an egg in his hand, and smiled at Chi-Ya. Ah, thank you. Chi-Ya reached out to take it, peeled it off and ate it. Dream grape spider egg, I've heard of it before, but I haven't eaten it. It is indeed the ingredient called the dream egg. After taking a bite, Chi-Ya completely tasted the grape spider's egg immediately. Delicious, I couldn't help but praise it. Of course, this is one of the most difficult to obtain precious ingredients in the world. Menchi said complacently, as if the grape spider's eggs were so delicious had a lot to do with her. In this regard, Chi-Ya raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes. It has nothing to do with you that the eggs of the grape spider are delicious, you are so proud. However, since you're here, let's catch all of these. Chi-Ya swallowed the grape spider eggs in his hand in twos and then said, "Eh? What do you mean?" Menchi was taken aback, puzzled. The others also heard Chi-Ya's words, they all stopped their movements and looked over one after another. "Ho ho, Chi-Ya, give me half." Netero walked over and said with a grin. "If you think about it well, pay back the money, or you can go down and get it yourself." Chi-Ya rolled her eyes again when she heard this, and said unceremoniously, "Well, don't be so stingy, with your means and easy way, just give me some, old man." Netero said with a smile, touching the back of his head. "No way." The conversation between the two left everyone present at a loss. "Wait, Chi-Ya, President, what are you talking about?" Menchi asked in confusion. She didn't understand the conversation between the two of them at all. "Literally, I want to catch all these spider eggs." Chi-Ya raised his eyebrows. Menchi had a black question mark on his face. "Catch them all, these eggs? How many times does this have to go down?" Hearing Chi-Ya's confirmation, everyone immediately discussed in private. "No way." Hisoka thought of something, couldn't help but frowned, and murmured a little uncertainly. "It's the one who can't, Chi-Ya is always doing things unexpectedly, just watch." Yi Ermai, who was standing beside him, said, while speaking, the expression that never changed subtly. This made Hisoka startled, and then smiled with interest. "Pinch, it's the first time I've seen your expression change since I met you. Ilmi, what did your younger brother do to make you have such a facial expression? It really makes me curious." Hisoka said excitedly. "Il fans. Don't ask if you shouldn't." Yi Ermai was silent for a moment, then said lightly. Maliciousness permeated Yamai's body, which let Hisoka know that he seemed to have uncovered the guy's scars. Hisoka stopped right there, without further questioning. He knew that if he continued to question, this guy would fight him desperately. "Just watch it." Yi Ermai said again. "I see." Hisoka shrugged, then turned his attention to Chi-Ya. Other people's gazes also turned to Chi-Ya one after another. "Well, how about this, I'll pay 500 million ring nuns, how about giving me half of it?" Looking at Chi-Ya, who is not getting any oil and salt, Netero twisted his forehead, and said with some nerve-wracking. "Okay, the transaction is established, and we sincerely benefit 500 million monks." Hearing Netero's words, Chi-Ya smiled immediately, and directly stretched out the prepared mobile phone in front of Netero. Seeing Chi-Ya's smug smile, Netero raised his eyebrows and his teeth ached. However, he still transferred 500 million ring nuns to Chi Ya's account. Although this little guy has a good personality, he just cares too much about money. I like to haggle over everything. Okay, the transaction is completed, wait. After receiving the transfer, Chi Ya turned her phone and said with a smile. This confuses Netero even more. However, at the next moment, the faint blue lightning appeared on Chi Ya's body again, soaring into the sky, turning into dozens of giant hands of thunder. Dozens of giant hands of thunder swooped down directly and submerged into the canyon in an instant. The blue light was dazzling, and the entire canyon was illuminated by lightning at this moment, and the sound of thunder thundered. It made all the candidates present widen their eyes, and their eyes gradually became blurred. Driving lightning, is this really something humans can do? For many candidates with limited vision, they really can't think of how to make a person have the power of thunder and lightning. And Chi Ya, who can drive lightning for his own use, is simply a monster in the eyes of this group of people. However, just as they were in a trance, the giant hand of thunder and lightning that sank into the canyon had disappeared. Instead, there are grape spider eggs all over the ground in front of Chi Ya. According to the deal just now, old man, you can take half of these. Chi Ya said to Netero with his hips akimbo. The old man took it away. Netero said indifferently, and then directly assigned the bean-faced man to ask someone to come down and move it. Chi Ya, I want half of it. Menchi on the side looked confused. She didn't expect Chi Ya to catch all these grape spider eggs in a net, not even a single one was left. However, although she was tangled, she still spoke. There are so many dream eggs that cannot be let go. What's mine isn't yours, so why share it? Chi Ya rolled her eyes when she heard this. And many candidates swallowed their saliva after seeing the grape spider eggs all over the ground, and then some people ran to the edge of the canyon and looked down. At this look, the examinee's pupils suddenly constricted. It's gone, it's all gone, the grape spider's eggs are all gone. Now, many examines ran over, looked down one after another, and then looked at Chi Ya in disbelief. It's amazing, I picked up all the grape spider eggs without even going down. Kurapika murmured in shock. Well, this is Nen, who can do many things. This kind of thing is very simple for Master Chi Ya. However, we can't do it. Tal walked to his side, said with a smile, looked at Chi Ya's figure, De Wang Hao, is full of respect in his eyes. Tal, you young Master Chi Ya, does he accept apprentices? Kurapika murmured. Huh? Don't think about it. Master Chi Ya won't teach you. You can just learn from us when the time comes. Tarleton was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, covering his forehead. This guy Kurapika is really whimsical. We are all taught by Master Chi Ya to Yamayan's big sister, you actually want Master Chi Ya to teach you, are you thinking of farts? Okay, I will follow you after the hunter experiment, Tal, you must teach me. Kurapika came back to his senses, grabbed Tal's collar, and said excitedly. Yes, yes, don't worry, I will teach you. Tal shook his head amusedly, and said. Pinch, Talson, this kind of Nen, can you teach me too? Gon's voice came from the side, and Gon was also extremely excited at this time. His eyes sparkled. The same is true for Leorio beside him. Well, let me think about it. Chapter 120. Listening to the request of the two, Tal was a little entangled. After all, cultivating Nen is not an easy task, and requires a lot of resources. It's okay that Kurapika is his own clan, and it's normal for him to wait for others to provide this resource. However, although Gon and Leorio are friends with Kurapika, I have just met them not long ago, and they are temporary companions, not even friends, let alone clansmen. Tal, Hunter, if they pass the test, take them back and teach them. At this moment, Chi Ya's voice came over, which surprised Tal very much. He is very clear about the character of his young master Chi. He is indifferent to most of them, and he will only pay attention to things related to himself, his family and their subordinates. I didn't expect to pay attention to the situation here. Yes. Master Chi Ya. After being stunned for a moment, Tal replied seriously. Arnold. Even the three of Gon were very surprised at this time, they didn't expect Chi Ya to speak for them. Chi Ya. The Year fan not far away from 597 also noticed the situation here, was stunned for a moment, and then walked towards this side. It has nothing to do with you, don't get meddled, Yamai. Chi Ya glanced at him lightly and said indifferently. Yamai's pace stopped suddenly, and she didn't continue to speak. He could hear that Chi Ya was not what he thought, and wanted to make friends with a weak person like Gon. Since it wasn't, he naturally didn't need to bother. Boy, for Jin's sake, I will provide you with these training resources. In addition, I will give you a gift, do everything according to your ability. After glancing at Yi Ermai, Chi Ya's eyes once again set on Gon, he said indifferently. For the sake of gold, let me show kindness myself. Gold. Gon, who was about to thank Chi Ya, was stunned. You know Jin. After being stunned for a moment, Gon came back to his senses and quickly spoke again. However, Chi Ya ignored him and focused on the many candidates. Okay, I announce that the 43 people who passed the second test will follow up. After speaking to many candidates, Chi Ya glanced at the grape spider eggs on the ground, and dropped the grape spider eggs on the ground. After entering the system space, he pulled Menchi and walked towards the airship. Wait! Seeing this, Gon rushed to catch up, wanting to ask Chi Ya about Jin. But it was Ader who stopped him. Gon, don't push yourself too far. Master Chi Ya can allow me to teach Yunnan and provide resources. This is already a great gift. Tal warned with a serious expression. Gon was taken aback for a moment, stopped struggling, and fell silent. Arnold, thank you, Mr. Chi Ya. Kurapika looked at Gon, and then shouted at Chi Ya who was going away. Thank you, Mr. Chi Ya. Calling Chi Ya, a 12-year-old child, Mr. Leorio didn't feel strange at all, but was very excited. The eyes of other people also shifted from Chi Ya and others to the three of Kurapika, envious and jealous. They all heard it, Kurapika and others can learn the power to control thunder and lightning. How can this make them not envious? It's really strange that you would say that kind of thing. In the corridor of the airship, Chi Ya, Menchi, Domayanran and Netero walked side by side. Netero stroked his beard and said with a surprised face. Chi Ya is a typical guy who can't afford it early, it's impossible for him to do this kind of thing. Joff, I didn't expect to see such a scene today. Didn't I say it? For Jin's sake. Chi Ya shrugged and said. If it wasn't for Jin's sake, Chi Ya wouldn't talk to this brat. Chi Ya really hates the bear character of this bear kid. Speaking of which, is that kid really Jin's son? Netero asked curiously. What? Don't they two look alike? I feel like the two of them were carved out of the same mold. Chi Ya said lightly, holding the back of his head. Is there? Why don't I feel that, old man? Netero raised his eyebrows suddenly, with such an expression on his face. I don't think that kid is father-son with that sloppy uncle. Menchi also denied it. She had met Jin before, and she didn't think Gon was similar to Jin at all. If you want to say similar, the hedgehog head is pretty similar. I'm talking about the hedgehog head. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth curled up slightly. This guy Jin is not like Gon, a brat. This guy's IQ is ridiculously high, and he is not a brat. Well, that's right, that hairstyle is really similar. Netero also agrees with this point very much. Hey, the second experiment is over. What are your plans now? Do you want to stay and wait until the hunter experiment is over? Netero changed the subject and asked. Yeah, since it's over, I should go too. I'm here to play soy sauce. Chi Ya directly rejected Netero's request to stay. I'll go with you, Menchi said sideways. Of course, the purpose of coming here this time is to take you back to Cukulu Mountain, so that you can meet your father, mother, and grandpa. Chi Ya nodded. Hey! Menchi hugged Chi Ya's arm and laughed foolishly. Netero at the side saw this scene with a slightly troubled expression on his face. Old man, I'm so old, and I was fed by you two little brats. Thinking tangled, Netero quickened his pace, and decided not to eat dog food here, so he had to slip away. In that case, I won't keep you, old man. Netero, who was walking in front, said lightly. What's wrong with the president? Walking so fast? Menchi, who came back to his senses, looked puzzled at Netero who had slipped away. Who knows? Chi Yat also raised her eyebrows, puzzled. What happened to the old man all of a sudden? Yes, there is one more thing. Why, old man, if you find any creatures from the Dark Continent, please let me know. Chapter 121. Why does this kid care so much about the Dark Continent? Walking in the corridor, Netero murmured in confusion. He is very clear about Chi Ya's character, if it is not related to the task, he will not pay attention. But today, he mentioned the matter of the Dark Continent to himself twice. This made Netero secretly more concerned eyes. I have a bad feeling, it seems too much, just pay attention. On the other hand, Chi Ya also found Tal and explained to Tal that he was going back to Cukulu mountain. I understand, Master Chi Ya. Tal nodded, indicating that he knew. Well, that's it. You will come back after you get the hunter license. Chi Ya said again. Yes. Well, that's it, you go back first. Well, Master Chi Ya, there is something else I want to tell you. What's the matter? Chi Ya, who was preparing to practice, became slightly interested. This guy Tal seldom reports to himself. Master Chi Ya, Phantom Troop will meet in Yukiksan City in September, and we decided to do it at that time. Tal's eyes were cold, the light flickered, and his tone was extremely cold. Yukzinchi, it seems that it hasn't changed. So, you guys are fully prepared. Chi Ya heard. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Tal replied seriously. Yes, I will pay attention to that side at that time. In addition, I will give you 3-point rights to mobilize some family stewards to help. Chi Ya nodded and instructed. Yes, thank you very much, Master Chi Ya. Tal was startled when he heard this, and his heart was extremely touched, but his expression did not change. Well, go back if you have nothing to do. Chi Ya hurriedly said again. Yes. Tal left the room, but Chi Ya had no idea of cultivation for a while. It seems that that girl Kalir has completely figured out the information of the members of the brigade, otherwise Tal and the others wouldn't have decided to do it so soon. However, they are still too impatient. With their strength, it is still too difficult to wipe out the brigade. However, I have endured for 3 years, and it is hard for them. At that time, I will also make a move. I don't know what's going on with the current brigade, is it still the same as before? Chi Ya walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the already dark night sky, meditating silently. However, this contemplation was quickly broken, because this guy Menchi came over. Chi Ya, I'm here to ask you to set up a dragon's gate. The door was opened, and Menchi walked in carelessly carrying 7 or 8 bottles of sake. Chi Ya, who was in deep thought, suddenly went dark. Doesn't this guy know how bad his drinking capacity is? To bring so much here. On the other side, after Tal left Chi Ya's room, he quickly returned to the room where the examinee was staying. It was dark here at this time, and many candidates had already begun to rest. However, the 3 of Kurapika did not rest at this time, but sat silently. As soon as Tal appeared, the 3 stood up immediately. Tal, you're back. Kurapika said. Yeah. Tal nodded slightly. Kurapika, let's go, come out with me. Tal glanced at Hisoka who was leaning against the wall not far away, and said to Kurapika. Kurapika was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. Then, Gon, Fulai, let me go out for a while. Kurapika said to Gon and Leorio. Yeah. Gon nodded. Go, go. Leorio also waved his hand. Kurapika nodded, and followed Tal out of the room. Soon, the 2 came to the top balcony of an airship. What do you need to avoid Gon and the others? After coming here, Kurapika spoke, he was a little confused. About Phantom Troop. Tal said lightly while sitting on the railing of the balcony, blowing the evening breeze. Hearing this name, Kurapika showed fiery red eyes uncontrollably. Calm down, Kurapika. Tal was not surprised at all, and calmed down lightly. It was the same way when he first heard the word phantom troop. So are several other clansmen. So it's no surprise that Kurapika has this kind of stress response. Listen, Kurapika, on September 1st, all members of Phantom Troop will arrive in Yukiksen City. At that time, Kalir and I will go there to attack Phantom Troop. You stay in Cukulu Mountain, I will ask Master Chiya to take you in. If we unfortunately die, the responsibility of avenging our people will be given to you. Tal said this very calmly. Wait, Tal, what do you mean? Do you want to leave me and take your own revenge? Ask for her flowers. Do you think I will agree? Kurapika, who had calmed down at first, reappeared after hearing the words, and his expression was extremely excited. There is no way to do it. Kurapika and all members of the brigade are Nin masters. Even if it is an ordinary hunter, they can only be killed in the face of them, let alone you. Even if I teach you Nin now, you won't be able to play much role. Being by our side will not only not help us, but will also be a burden. Facing Phantom Troop, you will be easily killed. Tal said unceremoniously pointed out the fact that the current Kurapika is a burden. This made Kurapika extremely unwilling. Although he was angry, he didn't completely lose his mind. His mind is very clear now. Tal, tell me how strong the members of Phantom Troop are. Kurapika said calmly with his eyes restored to their previous appearance. As I said just now, ordinary hunters are not opponents of brigade members, they are just for chopping vegetables. A fully qualified hunter is a Nin. As for the strength of Nin. Boom! The wall next to it was directly punched by Tull to make a huge gap. This is the attack that ordinary people can play after learning Nin. Tull said lightly. Seeing the blown gap, Kurapika's pupils suddenly constricted, and he was extremely shocked. An ordinary person can perform this attack after learning Nin. Kurapika, if we die unfortunately, you can practice Nin with the big sister of Yamayan, and after 10 years of practice, you can attack the brigade. Looking at Kurapika's expression, Tal nodded in satisfaction, and then said. I see. Tal, after the hunter experiment is over, you teach me this ability. I will definitely become an Nin master before September 1st, and I will definitely not hold you back. However, Kurapika completely ignored it. Kurapika quickly calmed down after being shocked by Tal's kindness, whispered to Tal, and then left here without looking back. Looking at Kurapika who left after leaving a word, Tal opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. This guy doesn't listen to advice at all. Forget it, when the time comes, I'll ask Yamayan's big sister to keep this guy in the family. Chapter 122. Well. You said this is your new companion. In the airport hall, Chiya sat on a chair, looked at the figure in front of her, and was slightly entangled. The voice in front of him had short shoulder-length black hair, a black sweater, blue jeans, a reverse cross necklace on his chest, thick glasses on his face, and a natural look. Phantom Troop new member number 8, Shizuku. No, it should be brigade member number 8 in the original book. This guy Menchi cut Shizuku from Phantom Troop. Hey, that's right, this guy is the friend I made last year, Shizuku, we don't know each other. Menchi put his arm around Shizuku's shoulder carelessly and said with a smile. Great. Chiya nodded seriously and said. Hello. Shizuku greeted Chiya blankly. Hi, Shizuku, I'm Chiya. Chiya stretched out his hand and said to Shizuku. 490. Seeing this, Shizuku reached out and shook Chiya's hand. Shizuku's personality is a little dull, and I'm a little worried about her. Can I take her to Cukulu Mountain? Menchi asked Chiya. No, it should not be considered an inquiry, but a request. After saying this, Chiya's face became strange. Worried about an Nin master? Who are you fooling? However, Chiya did not refuse Menchi's request. Shizuku does not belong to Phantom Troop, which is also a good thing for Chiya. After all, Chiya's current subordinate Tal and the others are preparing to attack Phantom Troop. One less enemy is won. Moreover, let Menchi bring Shizuku back to Cukulu Mountain, maybe after a while, the Zaldik family can have another Nin master. Okay, right. Kija directly agreed. Hey, thank you, Chi Yat. Menchi laughed. You can be regarded as half of the Zaldik tribe. You have this right, so you don't need to say thank you. Chi Ya directly gave Menchi a headache, and then said dissatisfied. Yes, I know. Menchi covered his forehead and stuck out his tongue mischievously. Menchi, are you going to Cukulu mountain? At this time, Shizuku asked belatedly. Well, it will be my home from now on, so I will take you to live in my home. Menchi nodded and said. Then will you cook something delicious for me? Shizuku said again. Of course, you will live with me in the future. When we have time, we will go to find delicious ingredients, and I will make delicious food for you. Menchi patted his chest and promised. Well, then I'll listen to you. Shizuku nodded without refusing. Seeing this scene, Chi-Ya was speechless for a while. Emotions. Shizuku is a foodie and has been captured by Menchi's food. Shaking his head slightly, Chi-Ya didn't speak. Soon, the three of them boarded the airship bound for the Republic of Badokia. This is the Zaldik family. The entire Cukulu mountain is the territory of the Zaldik family. In front of your eyes is the trial door of the Zaldik family. Only by pushing this door can you enter. Standing at the huge trial door before, Chi-Ya introduced to Menchi and the two. Behind the three of Chi-Ya, there is an inexplicable sightseeing group. The tour guide of this sightseeing group even came over to strike up a conversation, but Chi-Ya and the three ignored her at all. The tour guide had no choice but to retreat back in embarrassment. It's so big. I saw it on the Hunter website before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Menchi looked at the huge trial gate and shouted in surprise. Well, it's so big. Shizuku also said from the side, but, looking at his face, he didn't look surprised at all, as if he was echoing Menchi's words. How about it, you two, do you want to try it? The directors of each of these 7 doors are 2 tons, 4 tons, small tons, 16 tons, main 10 tons, 64 tons, and finally 100 tons. 28 tons. Chi-Ya said with a smile. I'll do it. Menchi immediately raised his hand excitedly, expressing that he wanted to try. Me too. Shizuku followed suit. Then, under the shocked eyes of the sightseeing group, the 2 little girls began to test the door of trial, directly shocking many tourists so that they couldn't close their mouths. Sightseeing tourists are not fools, and the huge boom when the door of trial opened made them immediately hear the weight of the door in front of them. The test came out. 32 tons. Both of them opened the 4 doors of trials, proving that the strength of their hands exceeded this limit. At least that's the case with Menchi, but Shizuku is a little different. The strength of this guy's hands is very uneven. The strength of the right hand is very weak, but the strength of the left hand is very strong, at least twice as strong as the right hand. Shizuku, it's time to practice your right hand. The gap between your left hand and your left hand is really big. Menchi, who was waiting at the side, watched Shizuku open the 4 trial doors, and reminded helplessly. I see. Shizuku said blankly. Okay, since the door of the trial is open, let's go in. Chi-Ya smiled lightly. Well, let's go. Hearing this, Menchi was taken aback, then swallowed, forced himself to calm down, and said seriously. This guy is nervous again. This made Shizuku, who was expressionless on the side, very surprised. It was the first time she had seen Menchi like this since they met for a year. Regarding this, Chi-Ya shrugged helplessly. Still nervous, no, Menchi asked Chi-Ya worriedly again. Chi-Ya, don't you really need to buy some gifts? However, it was clear that Menchi's nervousness was unnecessary. No, the Zaldik family is different from the outside world, and they don't like this. Regarding Chi-Ya's decision and Menchi's arrival, Silva and others have long known through the phone calls of Year fans. After Menchi met Silva and the others, and after Silva and others confirmed Menchi's strength, they all showed a welcoming attitude. Even Kikyo, who wanted to get rid of Menchi before and not let Menchi hinder Chi-Ya's growth, did it again. After seeing Menchi, he also expressed great joy. After Menchi greeted him, he directly pulled Menchi up and started chatting, and the topic of the chat was very speculative. The topics they talked about were all related to Chi Ya, which immediately made the two people who cared about Chi Ya have a common topic. When they met for the first time, they directly showed a very harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and the communication between the two became more and more heated. However, from Menchi's expression and Mother Kikyo's electronic eyes 2.4, it can be seen that the two chatted very well, and they were both very excited. Chi Ya didn't pay attention to this, so she didn't know what they were talking about. However, Chi Ya always has an ominous premonition that these two guys seem to be plotting something related to him. Chi Ya, when will you get married? Menchi and his mother had a hot chat, but Chi Ya was approached by Silva, and Shizongshi has directly asked Chi Ya to spit out the fruit sweat he drank in the past 10 years. Ahem, Dad, what are you talking about? Chi Ya said while coughing. When will you get married? Silva continued to ask without changing his expression. Chi Ya. Dad, I'm only 12 years old. It doesn't matter, Tian Ersui can also be outside the marriage law, but Zaldik can't be controlled. Chi Ya. Chapter 123. After staying in the family for a few days, Chi Ya left Cukulu Mountain again. As for Menchi and Shizuku, they are still staying in Cukulu Mountain. This guy Menchi has had a hot chat with his mother Kikyo for the past few days. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he even pulled Shizuku into it. There is no time to leave with Chi Ya at all. This time Chi Ya is planning to go back to the wetland of Shimile again, and originally thought of taking Menchi with her. After all, there are many precious ingredients in the wetland. However, since Menchi is unwilling, Chi Ya is not reluctant. Chi Ya left Cukulu Mountain alone, and boarded an airship heading for Shimile wetland. Soon, Chi Ya arrived at Shimile wetland again. Without the disturbance of the hunter experiment, the wetland was still in a state of silence, and the whole wetland was in fog. Sprinkle more, let's start, there is only 1 year left, don't waste it, I don't know if the monsters in the wetland are enough for my needs. Standing on the periphery of the wetland, Chi Ya looked at the wetland shrouded in mist, twisted his neck, moved his hands and feet, and said lightly. The next moment 19, the ground cracked, Chi Ya stepped out, the whole person disappeared instantly, the whole ground cracked like a spider web, and then collapsed. In order to improve her strength to deal with the chimeric Ant King that will appear more than a year later, this time, Chi Ya plans to wipe out the wetland. Turn monsters into nourishment to enrich oneself. At this moment, the entire Shimile wetland completely turned into a bloody hell, and the screams of monsters resounded throughout the Wetmile wetland. On the other hand, the testing of the hunter experiment has ended. Tal took Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio back to Cukulu Mountain and officially began to teach the three Nin. Of course, Tal took the three of them to exercise before teaching them Nin. Without a strong physique as a foundation, Nin's power will be greatly reduced. It's like a child holding a sword, because he can't play the role of the sword correctly because he is young. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 months passed. For the past 3 months, Chi Ya has been staying in the wetland, never leaving at all. The area of Shimile wetland is really large, and the number of monsters hidden in it is also huge. It took Chi Ya more than 3 months to wipe out the entire wetland. No, it's not a clean sweep, because there are still some magical beasts with strong concealment ability, which have escaped Chi Ya's pursuit. At this time, Chi Ya is staying at the residence of the Hunter Association in the Wetmile wetland. As expected of the biggest secret realm, it provided me with such a huge strengthening point. Looking at the attribute panel in her mind, Chi Ya's face was full of smiles. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nin, Conjurer Nin Speed Thunder, 20,000, Flame, 1,000, Trait Nin Space Operation, 10,000, Manipulator Nin Angel Ring Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nin, 20,000, Emitter Nin Desperation Field, 10,000, Transmutter Nin Dragon Tooth, 1,000. Note, the points in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5,000, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening point, 93,521. Items, aluminum alloy yo-yo, 1, half a bottle of Millennium Stone Milk, 86 lava hearts. After killing all the monsters that could be found in the entire wetland, Chi-Ya's enhancement points directly reached more than 90,000, almost reaching 6 figures. System, use 20,000 enhancement points to enhance Conjurer, and use 20,000 enhancement points to enhance the Enhancer. Use 10,000 enhancement points to strengthen the trait system Space Operation. Ding! Use 20,000 enhancement points to enhance Conjurer's Speed and Thunder. Ding! Use 20,000 enhancement points to enhance the Enhancer. Ding! Use 10,000 enhancement points to strengthen the trait system Space Manipulation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the trait system Space Manipulation. Buzz! As soon as the system's voice fell, Chi-Ya's body suddenly surged with an incomparably huge thought energy. This huge energy of thought quickly swam through Chi-Ya's meridians, surging and constantly merging with Chi-Ya's own energy of thought. After more than 3 minutes, this huge thought energy completely merged with Chi-Ya's thought energy, turned into Chi-Ya's own strength, and became gentle. But Chi-Ya's face turned pale at this time, and a drop of sweat slipped from Chi-Ya's forehead. Careless, the thought energy suddenly increased too much, making the body a little unbearable. It seems that next time we can't strengthen too much at once. As the Nian Qi calmed down, Chi-Ya's face turned rosy, and Chi-Ya silently reviewed her reckless behavior this time. This time, with the 3 strength strengthening, Chi-Ya's potential gas volume has directly increased by 6 layers, with a potential gas volume of about 300,000. Such a huge thought energy suddenly emerged and ran around in the body. Even Chi-Ya's current physique is not enough. However, it was still within Chi-Ya's tolerance range. In addition to the increase in potential energy, Chi-Ya's physique has also become much stronger, and the power of super speed has also become much stronger. However, without experimenting, Chi-Ya himself is not sure how much stronger he has become. Finally, there is the space ability of the trait system. The strengthening of the space system made Chi-Ya a little tangled and felt a little cheated. The space of tradesman's starting point is higher than other Nen, and up to now, it has only been strengthened 397 times, and its individual abilities are still changing. Space manipulation and this enhancement are not big or small for this change in Nen. Space manipulation can be said to be a field, and Chi-Ya can manipulate the space within a radius of 50 meters around Chi-Ya. One thought can be manipulated, as if the space within 100 meters is controlled by Chi-Ya. At first glance, it seems that there is no difference from before, but there is an additional restriction. However, there is a big difference in this. In the previous space manipulation, Chi-Ya had to be activated by himself, but now, Chi-Ya can be activated with a single thought. As for why it is said that this is not a big change, that's because Chi-Ya has been practicing in the past few years to manipulate the space with his mind. Chi-Ya also manipulated like this 3 years ago when fighting against the guardian god of the ruins. The strengthening this time is like Chi-Ya playing a certain game, and the character's experience has reached a certain level limit. Card, and then upgraded directly. All of a sudden, an upgrade card was wasted. This is why Chi-Ya feels cheated. Forget it, it has already happened, no matter how you think about it, it won't help. So, how to use the next strengthening points? This time you have to think carefully. Chapter 124. Chi-Ya really didn't know there was such a thing. However, even if he knew, Chi-Ya still had to be strengthened. Because I want to continue to strengthen my special space ability and make other changes in my space Nen, then this strengthening is necessary. This is a hurdle. But, system, don't you think it's very unkind for you to behave like this? Master, you can't achieve 100% control of the space of 100 meters around you through self-cultivation. No matter how fine the mind control is, sometimes there will be some mistakes. After strengthening, you can control 100% without any mistakes. As soon as Chi-Ya complained, the system responded immediately. Chi-Ya, it seems to be true. Chi Ya thought for a while, then experimented casually and found that it was really like this. When I used my mind to activate the spacenan before, only 8 times out of 10 were successful, and the success rate was about 80%. After being strengthened this time, Chi Ya tried more than a dozen times, and every time she activated it successfully, the success rate reached 100%. Now Chi Ya has nothing to complain about. 100% mobilization ability. This situation is extremely important in battle. If in battle, you want to activate the ability but suddenly cannot activate it, then it will bring about huge changes to the battle situation, and even bring extremely unfavorable situations to yourself. It is different to be able to activate 100% of it. This means that you can firmly control the rhythm of your battle without any mistakes. After she no longer had any objections to the strengthening of the trait Nen, Chi Ya began to think about the direction of using the remaining strengthening points. After strengthening 3 copies of Nen, Chi Ya's current strengthening needs are as follows. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 40,000, Flame, 1,000, Trait Nen Space Operation, 20,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nen, 40,000, Emitter Nen Eliminate Thoughts Field, 10,000. Transmutter Nen Dragon Fang, 1000. Chi Ya currently has 43521 strengthening points. If you strengthen Conjurer's Speed and Enhancer, you can only choose one to strengthen once. And other traits can only be strengthened once, and if you want to continue strengthening after strengthening, you need 40,000. The rest is Manipulator and Emitter. The 2 Chi Ya can be strengthened twice each. As for Transmutter Nen and Conjurer's other Nen Flames, Chi Ya was excluded. These 2 items do not need to be strengthened for the time being. Looking at the attribute panel in his mind, Chi Ya thought silently. The preparation this time is to deal with the Ant King 1 year later. Now my potential thoughts are very strong, my speed is fast enough, and the power of thunder is also very powerful. These aspects are already considered no problem. Then the next thing is physique. The strength of the Ant King is reflected in its strong physique and speed, in addition to its terrifying cultivation of mind energy. If you want to fight against the King of Ants without any mistakes, then you need to compete with him in these aspects. After so many times of strengthening, Chi Ya thinks that her Nian Qi cultivation is already strong enough. In terms of speed, it is also enough to be proud of. Now the rest is his body. Although Chi Ya's physique has become very strong after 3 years of Millennium Stone Milk training, Chi Ya still lacks confidence in her physique. The Ant King is the highest masterpiece of the Chimera ant family. It is the strongest life form born from the cells of many high-quality races gathered by the Chimera ant queen, and it is the key for the Chimera ant family to return to the Dark Continent. It can be learned. His physique is not strong enough, and if there is any negligence in the battle, he will be dismantled by one blow just like Netero. It is even possible that every vital part of the body will be killed with one blow. In this case, even if you have the guardianship of an angel, there is nothing you can do. Once I get to know the Ant King, I can't think that the Ant King will cherish his talents as much as he did to Netero, and even want to get his name from Netero so that he doesn't kill Netero. Therefore, Chi Ya must be fully prepared. Don't say that Chi Ya's behavior is greedy for life and afraid of death. There is only one life. Chi Ya is just because he wants to see the strength of the Chimera Ant King, and wants to fight him, not to the point where he would even die just to fight him. Furthermore, to fight against the strong, being fully prepared is also a respect for the strong. Then, it's decided, continue to strengthen the enhancer, let the enhancer feed back the energy and strengthen the physique. After this time, I will go back to Cukulu Mountain and use up the remaining half bottle of 1000-year-old stone milk to strengthen my physique as much as possible. System, use 40,000 reinforcement points to strengthen the enhancer. Ding! Use 40,000 enhancement points to enhance the enhancer. The familiar feeling came again, and a huge thought energy appeared in Chi Ya's body again, and it quickly swam through the meridians in Chi Ya's body. Because unlike just now, the strengthening this time did not exceed Chi Ya's tolerance limit. So Chi Ya didn't feel the pain just now, on the contrary, goodly how, it was the wandering of the energy that made Chi Ya feel warm all over. Chi Ya could feel that her physique was getting stronger rapidly. After more than a minute passed, the thought energy that emerged was completely merged with Chi Ya's thought energy. This time, Chi Ya's potential energy has increased by more than one layer. From 840,000 to about 920,000, the display capacity has also increased a lot. The physique is also enhanced by 2 or 3 layers. Chi Ya didn't feel that he was losing this kind of gain and the 40,000 enhancement points, but felt that he had earned it. I don't know how strong my body is now. However, I can't relax yet. I will continue to take Millennium Stone Milk for cultivation after I go back. However, it's not the time to go back yet. That guy should be here soon. Chi Ya hold after shaking hands, feeling a strong physique completely different from before, he murmured in a low voice. Chapter 125. In more than 3 months, Chi Ya turned the wetland upside down and wiped out 9 out of 10 of the monsters inside. The current Wetmali wetland is of little value to Chi Ya. However, Chi Ya will not leave just like that. Because Chi Ya made an appointment with someone to meet here. Chi Ya asked Crook to meet here, because there is something that needs Crook's help. By the way, what has this guy been doing lately? It's been 7 or 8 days, and I haven't arrived here yet. Chi Ya looked out the window and muttered silently. However, as soon as he mentioned this guy, Chi Ya felt a familiar aura behind him. Immediately afterwards, 2 soft white jade hands passed through both sides of his neck and hugged his neck. If he hadn't felt that this aura was not malicious, Chi Ya would have already been leaking electricity all over his body. There was a soft touch on the back, and a familiar voice rang in Chi Ya's ears. Little Chi Ya, sister, I'm here. Krug, your strength has become a lot stronger. If you don't pay attention, you won't be spotted at all. Chi Ya turned her face away, looked at Crook next to her ear in surprise and said 0333 Of course, elder sister, I can't keep standing still for the past few years, but this is also thanks to your help. Pinch, little Chi Ya, do you still have the Millennium Stone Milk? Give me some more. Crook narrowed his eyes slightly, and whispered in Chi Ya's ear, and said. As soon as these words came out, Jian's face suddenly darkened. This guy, after feeling the benefits of the Millennium Stone Milk 3 years ago, often went to Cukulu Mountain to find him. For this reason, more than a year ago, IR fans were angered, and the two had a big fight. In the end, it was Chi Ya who made the move and taught the two of them a lesson. However, after that, Crook didn't come to him again, but he would make 1 or 2 calls occasionally. However, for more than a year, a quarter of Chi Ya's 1000-year stone milk was taken away. Chi Ya's remaining half bottle of Millennium Stone Milk is not half a bottle at all, but only about a quarter. Well, although it's only a quarter of a bottle, it's about a few hundred drops, Jfei. No, you have taken away so many 1000 years of stone milk from me, and you still have the nerve to continue talking to me. Chi Ya's eyes twitched, looking at her very unhappy. Stingy. Crook raised his eyebrows and muttered something with his mouth pouted. Then he let go of Chi Ya, walked up to Chi Ya and sat gracefully with his legs folded. Hey, this time I called my sister, didn't I come here to give my sister my Millennium Stone Milk, so what's the matter? Crook asked, holding his chin. Since the two got acquainted, Crook has been calling himself his sister in front of Chi Ya, and also calling Chi Ya the little Chi Ya, and seeing Chi Ya's. It is an elegant sitting posture with legs folded, and the chin resting on the hand. Most people really can't do this kind of thing. Crook, as a dancer and also an nun, is really soft physically. It must be extremely painful for ordinary people to do this, and it should not be said that they cannot do this. Why, are you very interested in my sister's legs? Do you want me to touch your sister? Seeing Chi Ya staring at his legs, Crook immediately raised his eyebrows and began to flirt. Well, that's right, that's the smell. After getting acquainted with Chi Ya, this guy often teases Chi Ya in various ways. It's like changing your personality. Excuse me, of course I came here because I need your help. Chi Ya raised her eyebrows slightly, and said very speechlessly. Why am I looking for you when I have nothing to do? Every time I meet you, you will look like my wife who has a 1000-year-old breast, and you also like to tease me. Hey? Help? So is the reward ready? Let's say it first, sister, I only want Millennium Stone milk. Hearing that Chi Ya called him to ask him for help, Crook's eyes lit up immediately, and then he said with great interest. Chi Ya, you're staring at the 1,000-year-old stone milk on my body, aren't you? Chi Ya stared at her with dead fish eyes and said very unhappy. Of course, I don't lack anything else, I just need something that can help me become stronger. Crook said with a faint smile. 50 drops for you, do me a favor. Chi Ya was silent for a moment, then said. 100 drops. Crook raised the price with a faint smile. No, just 50 drops. Is it too much? At worst, I'll think of other ways. Chi Ya said resolutely with her mouth twitching. Well, you're so determined. Well, just 50 drops. Hearing the determination in Chi Ya's words, Crook was slightly surprised, then waved his hand and agreed. Come on, what can I do for you? Then Shu Lushu asked Chi Ya. I need you to help me make some small storage boxes. Chi Ya said straight to the point. Here, tell me, how many do you want? Crook was not surprised when he heard this, and asked Chi Ya directly how much he needed. Just by making a small storage box, you can get 50 drops of 1,000-year-old stone milk, which is a big profit. However, Crook seems to have overlooked something. 200. Chi Ya replied directly. How much? How much did you say? Crook, who seemed very casual at first, suddenly stared at Chi Ya. 200. Chi Ya blinked and continued. 200. Do you know how long I'll be making it? Why don't you just kill me? Crook twitched his face and looked at Chi Ya with disbelief in his eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, you guys really dare to think. You just say whether you will do it or not. Chi Ya was not surprised by Crook's expression at this time, and said with a faint smile. Seeing this, Crook was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Dry. You boy, wait for me, I will definitely want you to look good in the future. Chen Luke fought for the 1,000-year stone milk. Well, come back to Cukulu Mountain with me. Chi Ya said with a smile. Humph. Chapter 126. 3 months is not long or short. At least, 3 months is not a long time for the Menchi guy, it seems like just a few days away. I don't know what my mother Kikyo and this guy are doing, so devoted, even if Chi Ya comes back, and brings Crook back, Menchi, the jealous jar, doesn't have much reaction. He hurriedly greeted Chi Ya and walked away with his mother Kikyo. You're back. It was Shizuka who greeted Chi Ya politely after seeing Chi Ya come back. Well, I'm back. How are you doing here? Didn't it bother you? Chi Ya asked with a smile. No, your family is very good to me, and it didn't bother me. Shizuka smiled lightly. That's right. The Zaldik family is indeed very repulsive to outsiders, but they are quite good to their own people. Shizuka was brought in by Menchi, presumably, treated as one of his own. Also, the family library has a lot of books, and I like them very much. Little Shizuka said again. Oh, yes, that's good. Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said. Then, I'll go to the library. Shizuka nodded slightly to Chi Ya, and then took his leave. Family? Shizuka already considers Zaldik his family? Otherwise, he wouldn't say such a thing. What did this guy Menchi do to Shizuku? He made Shizuku have a sense of belonging to the Zaldik family so quickly, is it brainwashing? Chi Ya looked at the back of Shizuku leaving. Thought strangely. Your boy's love luck is still as strong as ever. Although this girl is dumb, she is definitely a big beauty when she dresses up. Crook stood beside Chi Ya, followed Geniki to see Shizuku's leaving figure, winked. Ah? Still need to dress up? Isn't Shizuka pretty like this? Chi Ya was a little puzzled when he heard this. Well, you're a man, so you don't understand this. Chi Ya completely ignored his teasing, and Chi Ya's focus was so far away, which immediately made Crook feel like a punch feeling powerless on the sponge. Crook helplessly clutched his forehead. By the way, what's the matter with Menchi? The relationship with your mother is too good. Kurapika asked a question as if casually. Ah, Menchi, she is now a member of the Zaldik family and has passed the family test. Chi replied with a smile, took a step forward, and walked inside. Hearing this, Kurapika was startled all over, his eyes slightly complicated. Have you passed it? Kurapika murmured in a low voice, shaking his head, and followed. Chi ordered the housekeeper to arrange a place for Kurapika, and 200 small storage boxes is not a small number. With Kurapika's mind energy and production speed, it is estimated that he will stay in Dry Mountain for a while. Kurapika is not like Chi, his potential capacity is extremely huge, so the number he can produce every day is only about 6 or 7. Exceeding this limit will hurt Kurapika's body. It is estimated that 200 will be completely manufactured, and it will take a month to stay in Cukulu mountain. By the way, what do you want so many small storage boxes for? A day passed quickly, and Kurapika handed 6 storage boxes to Chiya's hands, asking puzzledly. Of course it's the same as 3 years ago. However, what I want to put in this time is not Chu Nianyu, but something else. Another thing. Kurapika frowned slightly, still puzzled. Scatter this kind of thing. Chiya stretched out his hands, and a powerful thought gathered strength in the palms of both hands. When Kurapika saw this scene, he was taken aback for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly. This is healing then. You want to make healing items? Kurapika said with certainty. Isn't it obvious, I want to make an angel ring? Chiya said with a smile. In a few seconds, a bright silver ring was born between Chiya's hands. How effective is your healing ability? Kurapika squatted down, looked at the angel ring in Chiya's hand, and asked curiously. Seeking flowers 0. She has seen Chiya's archangel breath, but she doesn't know how it works. Would you like to try it? Chiya presented the angel ring in her palm and said to Kurapika. No, who wants to harm himself? Kurapika suddenly twitched his eyes and looked at Chiya like an idiot. Haha. Chiya suddenly laughed. The Ring of Angels is the healing ability I cultivated at the beginning. Is it the original version of my current healing ability? Is it the effect? It's like this. Chiya said, suppressing the passive angel guard in her body, and then using the fingernail cut the palm of his hand. This made Kurapika raise his eyebrows slightly, but the next moment she was attracted by the situation in Chiya's palm. It's pretty good, it recovered in such a short time. The wound on Chiya's palm healed within a few seconds. Little Chiya, prepare some for me too. Kurapika said to Chiya. Okay, sincerity is 5 million nuns. Chiya said as she stretched out her hand. Stingy. Kurapika slapped Chiya's hand, dissatisfied. Then he turned around and left angrily. Haha, I'm just kidding you, as long as you make 200 small storage boxes as soon as possible, I will prepare a few for you then. Seeing Kurapika leaving back, Chiya said loudly. Ah, let me rest for a day. Kurapika waved his hand without looking back. Take a day off, this guy. Hearing this, Chiya was slightly speechless. Make 6 lockets, you still need a day off, you. However, Chiya has no intention of forcing Kurapika either. After all, there are still more than 5 months before September 1st, and the time is still long. However, after Chiya knew what Kurapika was doing for the day off, Chiya was completely speechless. The guy went to find Menchi and Mom got mixed up. Chapter 127. Making healing props is Chiya's whim. Chiya never thought of it before. Tal suddenly mentioned to Chiya that they were going to start dealing with Phantom Troop before Chiya did it on a whim. Chiya knew how dangerous Phantom Troop was, and Tal and the others had a very high degree of danger in dealing with Phantom Troop. Although Chiya is also ready to stare, but who knows if there will be an accident or something. Chiya doesn't want his subordinates who have spent a lot of resources to cultivate to be so fart. That's why Chiya came up with this idea. Make healing items for them, and get some for the family as well. And wanting to let his healing ability be effective after leaving his body, Chiya thought of Kurapika. Kurapika's storage box is different from ordinary materialized weapon props. Kurapika's original intention of practicing the storage box is to use the storage box to store plants without any impact. 503. And in order to deal with unexpected accidents, such as the storage box leaving her side, Kurapika also endowed the storage box with the concept of long-term existence during his cultivation. Even without her side, this thing can exist for a long time. That's why Chiya asked her for help. Chiya's current embodiment, Nen, has been cultivated and strengthened for so long, and many things can be produced. However, it is difficult, and it should be said that it is time-consuming, to manufacture Nen props similar to Kurapika's storage box in a short period of time. Because it is necessary to practice the two concepts of long-term storage, and at the same time, the concept of hardness must be cultivated to make the storage durable. If you want to cultivate it in a short time, unless you use strengthening points for designated strengthening. However, strengthening Chiya is very cherished now, how could it be used in this aspect? Coupled with the fact that Kurapika has this ability, Chiya naturally won't go far and wide to cultivate this ability. Let Kurapika help, Chi can save the Emperor's time. And the time saved, Chiya naturally used it to cultivate his body and mind. There is only 1 year left, Chiya is now racing against the clock to make her body stronger. Going back to Cukulu mountain, Chiya didn't see Tal's figure, and heard that Tal took Kurapika to the sky arena. This approach made Chiya couldn't help but smile. 2 years ago, shortly after Yamayan taught Tal and others Nen, Yamayan took them to the sky arena to increase their combat experience. I didn't expect Tal to learn the Linen accent now. But, having said that, that seems to be the tradition of the Zaldik family. The sky arena level is inevitable. If Chiya hadn't learned Nen early on, and her strength has been improving day by day, Chiya would not have escaped the fate of being thrown there by her father Silva. I heard from my mother Kikyo that IL fans were thrown there by my father Silva when I was 6 years old. Kalito seems to have been thrown there by her for more than a year 2 years ago. In the family, apart from myself and Aluka, the only one who hadn't been thrown over was the technical fat house Miji. This guy has been researching various killing weapons and black technologies at home. Nen's practice is second. However, don't look at Miji as a technical fat house, but this guy still has the power to push open 2 doors of trials, he just isn't good at fighting. Well, in short, Miji is a good-for-nothing, fat man with a bright mind. As for Kalir and the others, it seems that they have also left Cukulu mountain at this time. From Yamayan's mouth, Chiya knew that these people started to go to Yukiksen to make arrangements early. However, it seemed that Chiya couldn't be contacted, so I only talked to Yamayan. Speaking of this, Quan couldn't help thinking whether he should change to a better phone. In the depths of the Shimali wetland, there is a weird magnetic field. Kalir and the others couldn't contact Chiya because Chiya was in the depths of the Shimali wetland at that time. There, Chiya's mobile phone contact was cut off. I have to ask Miji for help, let him make a mobile phone that is not affected by the special magnetic field. Standing on the balcony, Chiya looked down at the scenery of Cukulu mountain, and murmured in a low voice. I just don't know if he has the ability. However, with this guy's ability, he should be able to experience it. Just finished training, Chiya came out of the training room to blow some air. Although every second counts, Chiya's cultivation never overworks. Chiya has always cultivated in a way of combining work and rest, so that her body will not suffer from hidden diseases caused by excessive cultivation. Chiya, here. Just then, Menchi's voice came from below. How did this guy Menchi have time to find me? Chiya couldn't help raising his eyebrows, thinking strangely. Speaking of Menchi, Chiya also has some resentment. This guy has been hanging out with his mother Kikyo since he came to Cukulu mountain, and never came to find him. Sometimes I can't find her. What are you doing? Chiya jumped down from the balcony and landed in front of Menchi, looking at Menchi with dead fish eyes. Huh? Angry. Menchi raised his eyebrows when he saw Chiya's appearance, and said in surprise. Chiya still stared at her with dead fish eyes, without opening a word. Okay, I know I've been with my mother recently, so I've neglected you, and I'll be with you recently, okay? Menchi also saw that Chiya was definitely resentful, so he couldn't help but reach out and hold Chiya's hand softly and gently comforted her. This kind of tone immediately made Chi Ya, who was originally full of resentment, tremble all over, feeling very uncomfortable. Okay, tell me, what are you calling me for? Hey, come with me to the depths of the Wetmali wetland. I'm going to find some ingredients for my mother to cook delicious food. Menchi saw that Chi Ya no longer had any resentment, and immediately regained his carefree attitude. Said with a smile. What ingredients do you want? Chi Ya asked with raised eyebrows. He has wiped out all the depths of the Wetmile wetland, the monsters are gone, and Chi Ya has taken all the ingredients, and they are all in Chi Ya's system space now. Anaconda, Anaconda, Menchi replied directly. Here you are. Chi Ya thought for a few seconds, then swung a giant anaconda more than 10 meters long to the ground. Menchi was also taken aback. Where did you get it? I cleaned up the depths of the wetland, and I took all the ingredients inside. Chi Ya answered 1.1 with his ears out of boredom. That's really great. If I want anything in the future, I can just find you. Menchi said in surprise. Sure. Then, I'll go find my mother. Menchi picked up the giant boa and said to Chi Ya. Let's go. Chi Ya waved his hand speechlessly. Pinch, Chi Ya, wait until you are 14 years old, then we will really be together. As soon as Chi Ya's voice fell, Menchi suddenly came over, and whispered seductively in Chi Ya's ear said. Chi Ya immediately confirmed it, and when he came to his senses, Menchi had already run far away. This guy, I don't have to wait until I'm 14, I can take care of you. Looking at Menchi's back, Chi Ya murmured in a low voice. Chi Ya, you are here, that's just right, come out with me, I have a mission. Dad Silva's voice came from beside me. Mission? Well, I get it. Chapter 128. Father, what mission do you need me to do together? Sitting in the black car, Chi Ya asked casually while looking at the scenery flashing by outside the window. The entrustment of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. As for the task content, I don't know for the time being. Silva said lightly. It's that old man again, that guy has a lot of things to do. Chi Ya raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Netero, the Zaldik family has entrusted many tasks. 3 years ago, I took on several missions. In the past 3 years, I have seen several commissions issued by him on the family's dark net. This guy is the pinnacle of the White Way, but he has always intersected with the top forces of the underworld like the Zaldik family, so I don't know what he thinks. An old urchin. Hey, Chi Ya, can you control Aluka? Silva suddenly asked when Chi Ya was thinking about Netero. Chi Ya, who was thinking about Netero, was startled when he heard Silva's words. 19 Chi Ya didn't expect Silva to ask such a question suddenly. After a moment of silence, Chi Ya nodded slightly. Really? Silva's expression remained unchanged, as if he wasn't surprised. Then why didn't you say it earlier? If you can control Aluka, then it doesn't matter if you let her outside. Silva said lightly. Because you said that Aluka is a dark creature. Chi Ya's pupils shrank suddenly, his silver teeth gritted, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept out. The car was on the verge of falling, as if it would fall apart at any moment. That's right, I'm sorry. Hearing this sentence, Silva's expression that has remained unchanged for thousands of years was also slightly taken aback, then fell silent again, and spoke. Hearing Silva's apology, Chi Ya's momentum froze for a moment, and then disappeared. It was the first time Chi Ya heard an apology from Silva. Except for Chi Ya and Aluka, no one in the Zaldik family can say a word of apology. Even if you can say something like apologizing, it's just based on politeness, it's just an ordinary communication, it's definitely not a real apology. As for Silva, being able to say the word sorry to Chi Ya is already the maximum. Dad, I know that you are afraid of Aluka, and that if Aluka is not controlled, it will implicate the whole family. So I don't blame you, but, now that I've told you about this, you should know what I'm going to do next. I'll bring out Aluka. If you want to stop it, you can try it. Speaking of this, Chi Ya's thoughts surged again, and a terrifying malice filled the air. Since Chi Ya dared to tell what he was able to make Aluka listen to him, then Chi would not be afraid that people in the family would make various schemes against himself and Aluka because of this. Because his current strength is enough to deter the entire family. If the members of the family want to take action against Yaluya, they have to wait Chiya's destruction. No matter what you say, you are the future head of the Zaldik family. As long as you can ensure that Aluka will not get out of control, my father and I will not care about it, and Mr. Mahal probably will not object. But, Chiya, are you sure you can guarantee it? I have to get a guarantee from you. Silva turned his head and asked Chiya seriously, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and his expression was extremely dignified. He must be responsible to the whole family, so he must be treated seriously. I promise, Aluka will only listen to me. Chiya said indifferently. I see. After returning from this mission, release Yaluya. You can limit her ability and don't let her force others easily. But, at the same time, I also tell you clearly, Chiya. Once things get out of control, I will kill Aluka before things become serious. This is not negotiable, and you can stop it. Silva's face became calm again, and he said lightly, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Then try it. Chiya's eyes were serious, and he returned to his original state in the next moment, and said calmly. Originally, Chiya thought to wait until the Yukzinshi incident had passed before challenging grandfather Gino and great-grandfather Maha, and then released Yaluya. But I didn't expect my father Silva to ask such a question suddenly. That being the case, then let it go directly. It would have been better to have Aluka and Nanaka come out a few months earlier. As for what will happen after it is released, Chiya will naturally arrange it properly so that Yaluya will not be harmed. After a day and a night's journey, Chiya and Silva finally felt their destination. Sky Arena. Then what is the old man doing here? Standing in front of the Sky Arena, Chiya was puzzled. This guy is no longer at the headquarters of the Hunter Association. What is he doing here with 8.7 million yuan? Is it possible that a lot of age still come to be the floor master? It should be impossible. Let's go. Silva greeted lightly, and then walked towards the Sky Arena. This fellow Netero seems to have already ordered it. After Chiya and Silva entered the Sky Arena, staff immediately came to lead them to Netero's location. The two are Lord Silva and Lord Chiya. Lord Netero is waiting for you at 2:25. A security guard in security uniform appeared in front of Chiya and said respectfully. Lead the way. Silva said lightly. Follow me, please. The security guard gestured politely. Soon, the three of them boarded the elevator that went straight to the 225th floor. After more than a minute, the Japanese arrived at 225 sets. This way please. The security personnel took Silva and Chiya to the door of a room and left. What is this old man doing here? Chiya said lightly with his hands on the back of his head, and then kicked open the door. Old man, here we come. Chapter 129. Ah, welcome, welcome, we meet again, Chiya. Patriarch Zaldik, long time no see, how you've been lately. Netero in the room first waved to Chiya and said hello, then looked over to Silva, and also said hello. Thanks to you, everything is fine. Silva, this is really not a polite word. Half of the Zaldik's assassination missions in a year are less than a few commissions from Netero. So, thanks to Netero, I'm not kidding. The old man was rich and powerful. Chiya reckoned that the old man's wealth was even scarier than gold. After all, he has lived for more than 100 years. Sit. Netero pointed to the two cushions in front of him. Chiya walked over and sat down. Tell me, why did you issue a mission to Zaldik again, you old fellow? As soon as she sat down, Chiya spoke directly, regardless of her father Silva being still by her side. Silva also doesn't think there is anything wrong with Chiya's behavior. Chiya's current strength has already been recognized by him. If Chiya wants to inherit the position of patriarch now, he, Silva, agrees with both hands. He wished Chiya could handle all the trivial matters in the family. It's a pity that Chiya didn't have this idea at all. Hey, it's not good to increase your performance. Netero said with a smile while making tea for the two of them. I believe you a whole, old man. After all, what is the commission this time? It was not directly announced on the website. Chi-ya didn't give Netero a good face at all, rolled his eyes at him, and then continued to ask. Well, I don't know either. Putting 2 cups of tea in front of the two, Netero's expression also closed, becoming entangled, scratching his forehead. Chi-ya, Silva. Both father and son were left speechless by Netero's show operation. You post a task, let us come over, and the result tells us that you don't know what task to post. Are you kidding me? Well, in short, the mission rewards are indispensable to you. A week or so, if I don't release the task for a week or so, then the task reward will be directly transferred to your account, that's okay. Netero also saw the speechlessness and ugliness of the father and son Silva and Chi-ya, said quickly. Okay. Silva and Chi-ya looked at each other upon hearing this, and then Silva spoke. Well, that's it. I have something to do at Sky Arena in recent days, and I will stay here for a few days. I have already ordered the people in the Sky Arena to arrange rooms for you, and you can move freely here. You can tell the people in the Sky Arena what services you want. Netero continued. I see, then, I will take my leave first. Silva drank the tea in one gulp, and then said his farewell. Goodbye. Netero waved his hand lightly. Chi-ya, what about you? I have something to communicate with this old man. Then, I'll leave first. Silva nodded lightly, and then left the room. Hey, what's going on? Although you are rich, you don't want to waste it at will. After Silva left, Chi-ya stopped sitting upright and became lazy, resting her chin on her hand, looking at Netero indifferently. Said. Well, I have an ominous premonition, and I always feel that something will come to my door recently. Netero said after hearing this, his face was silent, and he struggled for a moment. Huh? Is it because of a premonition? Chi-ya was suddenly surprised. Well, that's the hunch. Netero admitted with a nod, and fell silent again. Seeing this, Chi-ya shrugged slightly. Okay, I get it, then, I'm leaving too. Chi-ya said lightly, drank the tea in one gulp, and then took her leave. Well, thank you for your hard work. Netero looked up and said. Chi-ya waved his hand and left the room. Once again Netero was alone in the room, silent. At this time, Netero was very preoccupied. After Chi-ya mentioned the matter of the Dark Continent to him twice before, Netero raised his vigilance by 12 points, and personally took care of many matters that were reported to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. This surprised Domian people. This guy Netero often entrusts things to him to do things, and sometimes he entrusts the 12 earthly branches to help. But now he has suddenly become so serious about his work, which makes Domian people wonder whether Netero has some bad spirits. During these 3 months of pro-government, Netero discovered something a while ago. That's when a prison is breached and all the prisoners escape. Whether this matter is big or small, as long as it is handed over to the relevant professional hunter to handle it. However, Netero went to that prison once by mistake. Then, he discovered the fact that he had to be cautious. In that prison, he sensed a force completely different from Nian. That power is called resentment. It is the power used by his former friend Jed. However, that power should have been completely buried by him decades ago. Why did it suddenly appear? As soon as this happened, a very bad premonition appeared in his heart. That's why the task was released on the dark web of the beating, Good Money Zhao, enemy family. As for why the quest was posted in the Zaldik family instead of finding some helpers in the Hunter Association. That's naturally because the 12 earthly branches are all outside, and they can't be contacted for a while. Crook did get in touch, but he hung up after being scolded. However, Paristan, who stayed at the headquarters of the Hunter Association, refused. For the rest of the hunters who have the weight to intervene in this matter are all outside, and they won't be able to come back for a while. The only ones are his apprentice Baisiji and disciple Jung. However, with these two around, Netero was still a little worried, so he issued a task to Chi-ya and the others. If Chi-ya can come, he is quite at ease. Because Chi-ya has too many nen and can handle many aspects. Chapter 130. At the level of Netero, this kind of premonition is definitely not a whim. Netero would rather believe it than ignore it. Speaking of which, Tal and the others are also in the sky arena, and I don't know where they are fighting now. Walking in the corridor, Chi Ya thought casually. Go find them. Hi. At this moment, Chi Ya's face froze for a moment, and two people walked towards him. One tall and one short. Lolita, one 4 eyes. Chi Ya looked slightly weird. These two guys, if they hadn't traveled here by themselves, they would be teachers of their own identity. The two people walking in front of Chi Ya were none other than Xinyu and Liunan, Netero's apprentice and grandson, Baisiji and Wing. After seeing Chi Ya, Baisiji and Wing, who were walking towards them, were also surprised. There is only Netero's room in front, and this kid actually appeared here. Baisiji looked at Chi Ya and thought to himself. The three of them passed by each other, glanced sideways at each other, and then withdrew their gazes and continued to walk forward. I'm not surprised that Wing is here, but Baisiji is also here. It seems that Netero's 347 premonition seems to be very strong. They all called the apprentices and grandchildren, and they actually issued commissions to me and my father. What will happen? The original book didn't mention what happened during this time period, so it's really hard to guess. With the back of her head behind her back, Chi Ya walked casually thinking. Well, we'll know when the time comes, so let's go and see where Tal is right now. Boom! Netero, I'm here. The door was pushed open, and Baisiji yelled unceremoniously, and walked in carelessly. Greetings from Jushu, Chairman. Wing was very polite, and greeted Netero directly as soon as he entered. Oh, you guys are here, sit down. Netero, who was looking at the half coin in his hand and meditating, saw the two people coming in, and greeted them with a faint smile on his face. The two nodded and took their seats on the cushion in front of Netero. Hi? It's still warm, Netero, did you have any guests just now? Baisiji suddenly felt that the cushion under her feet had a slight warmth, and she couldn't help but asked in surprise. Ah, I entertained 2 strongmen just now. Netero said with a light smile. Nan strong man, did you call anyone else besides us? Baisiji suddenly shouted in surprise. Well, I always feel that I can't rest assured that you two are here, so I issued a commission to the outside world. Netero scratched his forehead and replied lightly. May I ask, Mr. President, the strong man you are talking about is not a child with short silver hair. Wing said at this time. Hey, it seems that you have met Chi Ya on the way here. Netero was suddenly a little surprised. Ha, Netero, you said that the silver-haired boy is a strong man, is it true or not? Hearing what Netero said, Baisiji suddenly cried out in surprise. Don't underestimate Chi Ya, Chi Ya's strength is very strong, I guess the old man is no less than me. At least in terms of air conditioning cultivation level, the old man has surpassed me. I am not surprised by Bai Tongji's reaction and Netero. If I hadn't fought side by side with Chi Ya, I would not have believed it if I knew everything. After all, Chi Ya's appearance is too deceptive. A 12-year-old kid would have that much strength. In short, Chi Ya is the helper I invited, don't underestimate him, and don't annoy him. Netero asked with a serious expression. I got it. Seeing Netero being so serious, Baisiji also knew that what Netero, BJDJ, said was probably true. He also became serious, and replied solemnly. I understand, President Netero. Wing also responded lightly. Then, Netero, you should also tell us why you called us here. Baisiji asked. Called over by Netero, she still doesn't know what's going on. However, now, even if Netero didn't explain it, Baisiji knew that the matter was serious. Otherwise, Netero would not have hired a strong man with similar strength to him. It's related to the shadow. Some time ago, old man, I noticed the traces of the shadow and the power of resentment in a prison. Netero squinted his eyes and said softly. The light in his eyes flickered, as if he was recalling something. When Baisiji and Wing heard the words, their expressions immediately became solemn. Netero, tell us the whole thing. Baisiji said solemnly. Netero didn't respond immediately, but held the half coin in his hand, lost in thought. On the other side, Chi Ya also found Tal's location through contact. At this time, Tal was watching the game below from the auditorium. One of the people who flashed in the field was none other than Kurapika. At this time, Tal and the others were watching from the auditorium. The floor where the tails are now is 205 floors. Master Chi Ya, why are you here? Tal had been waiting outside the arena early, and when he saw Chi Ya appearing, he rushed up and greeted Chi Ya. It happens to be here to perform the mission. Chi Ya said with a faint smile. How talented is your compatriot Kurapika? Immediately, Chi Ya asked curiously. Well, Kurapika's talent is very strong, but he is a little radical. He asked the big sister of the linen sound about the method of oath and restriction without our knowledge, and used the oath and restriction. Referring to Kurapika, Tal's face suddenly turned bitter. Of course, he knew about restrictions and oaths, and also knew the dangers involved. He didn't expect Kurapika to use the ability of vows and restrictions without them noticing. Hearing this, Chi Ya was stunned. Let me go, there are a few compatriots here. Kurapika, this idiot, actually used the terrible rule ability of restriction and oath. Chi Ya can only speak. Sometimes the wings of a butterfly cannot be flapped. Shaking his head slightly, Chi Ya didn't continue to ask. Come on, let's go in and have a look. Chapter 131. It seems that I came here at a bad time. In the auditorium, Chi Ya looked at the battlefield that had ended and raised his eyebrows. That, Chi Ya Zhang, long time no see. Leorio, who was standing next to him, saw Chi Ya and greeted him respectfully. So is Gon. Although they were not familiar with each other before, it was Chi Ya who asked Tal to teach them Nen after all, so Chi Ya was considered a benefactor to them. Hearing this, Chi Ya turned her head away and nodded to the two as a greeting. Then, he looked at Tal. Since the battle is over, there is no need for me to stay here. Tal. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Said to Tal, Chi Ya walked towards the exit. Yes. Master Chi Ya. Tal replied respectfully. I want to leave, you two just wait here for Kurapika. Tal said to Gon and Leorio, and then walked outside behind Chi Ya. Arnold, Chi Ya-san, can you tell me about Jin? Gon hesitated for a moment, then shouted to Chi Ya. Jin? I can only say that he is a somewhat arrogant and shy uncle. When you find him in the future, you should be the last person to see him, otherwise he will avoid you. Hearing Gon's request, Chi Ya he stopped, and after thinking for a moment, he turned his head and said to Gon. After speaking, Chi Ya turned around again and continued to walk towards the exit. Gon at the back froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he patted his heels and waved at Chi Ya. Thank you, Chi Ya-san. Tsundere? A shy uncle. Leorio on the side listened to these two words with an extremely strange expression on his face. After asking the waiter for a room, Chi Ya brought Tal into the room. Master Chi Ya, is there anything I need to do? Without outsiders, although Tal had already called Chi Ya master, he still respected him, but his tone was much more relaxed. When he was an outsider, he always referred to himself as a subordinate. I'll give you some good things. Chi Ya said while taking out the manufactured small healing box from the system space. Although Crook fished for 3 days and posted nets for 2 days, at least a month has passed. More than 80 storage boxes have been produced. Chi Ya also used Nen to create more than 70 angel rings and put them in the storage box, so that the storage box has the ability to heal. Each treatment pod lasts about an hour. Of course, if it is to treat serious injuries, each one can only be treated about 3 times. Chi Ya directly took out 40 small healing boxes. These are the materials and props I made. You carry them with you. Once you are injured, they will play a role and heal your wounds. Chi Ya put more than 40 small healing boxes on the table and instructed lightly. Tal was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he was moved. Chi Ya told them a long time ago. He is responsible for cultivating them to become stronger, but he will not interfere with their revenge. If they want revenge, they can only rely on themselves. But, now, when they really want to take revenge, Chi Ya is thinking about them one after another. Not only did they give them the right to call other stewards of the family, but also created the non-props for this kind of treatment for them. He is very clear that Chi-ya didn't have these things before. That is to say, these are specially made during this period of time. Chi-ya specially made it for them for their safety. Master Chi-ya, we really can't repay you for thinking of us so much. Tal's eyes were red and he was very excited. He really didn't know how to repay Chi-ya's kindness. If Chi-ya hadn't appeared back then to take them away, they would have been found by the phantom troop sooner or later, and the result waiting for them was death. Afterwards, Chi-ya trained them to grow up to where they are today. And they have no chance to repay Chi-ya at all. It's really not like you to cry and cry. Well, hold back your tears and panic. Seeing the tears streaming from the corner of his eyes, Tall Chi-ya suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth and said impatiently. Asking for flowers. He is the worst at dealing with this kind of situation. Feeling like a mother-in-law will give him goosebumps all over his body. Compared to facing this situation, Chi-ya is more willing to find a strongman with similar strength to fight. Yes, Master Chi-ya. Master Chi-ya, Tal is here to assure you that he will bring Kalair and the others back alive. I will dedicate everything to you for the rest of my life. Tal knelt on one knee, bowing his head firmly to the waste pipe. I know, get up. Chi-ya's eyes twitched again, and then he waved his hands impatiently. 0. Tal also stood up when he heard the words. Go out if you have nothing to do. Seeing Tal standing up, Chi-ya waved his hand and drove away directly. This guy continued to stay, continued to be a mother-in-law. He felt that his goosebumps could not help. Yes, I'll leave right now, so I won't disturb you, Master Chi-ya. Seeing Chi-ya like this, Tal smiled awkwardly and said goodbye. However, just as Tal walked to the door, Tal suddenly remembered something and turned around. What's the matter? Chi-ya frowned. Master Chi-ya, tomorrow is the 3-yearly fighting festival Olympia Fighting Conference in the Sky Arena. If you are interested, you can go and enjoy it. Although the strength of those floor masters is not strong, their respective abilities are indeed diverse, which is of great research significance. Tal said with a smile. Then, I will take my leave. After speaking, Tal opened the door and walked out, closed the door and left. And Chi-ya in the room, staring at the closed door, was stunned. Fighting Festival Olympia. I see, is this the incident? The last descendants of the shadows, the ghosts of the past. However, didn't this happen more than a year later? Why did it take so long at this time? Chapter 132. If this is the case, then it must be arranged in advance, otherwise it will be passive. Chi-ya murmured in a low voice, got up and left the room. You said you were going to the control room of the Sky Arena. In the Japanese room, Netero looked at Chi-ya with some surprise. Yes, I'm going there for a while. Chi-ya nodded and said with certainty. Okay, come with the old man. Netero looked at Chi-ya for a few seconds, then got up and said. Under the leadership of Netero, Chi-ya came to the control room smoothly. The entire control room was dark. No, it's not too dark. Although there is no light, the light of hundreds of monitor screens makes everything in this control room very clear. What are you doing here? 963. Netero asked curiously. He didn't know what Chi-ya was doing, he was coming here all of a sudden. Old man, you are here to participate in the Olympia martial arts ceremony. Chi-ya didn't answer, but asked Netero back. Yes. Netero raised his eyebrows and replied. That's right. Chi-ya said with a hook on the corner of his mouth. Netero's eyebrows twitched again, and he wanted to hit someone. This kid was mysterious and asked him, but he didn't say anything, and even said some inexplicable things. However, although Netero looked like he wanted to hit someone, Chi-ya didn't confess the fact to him. If it's true, it's okay to develop to the situation in my memory, but if it's false, then I'm not an embarrassing group. Moreover, if this is the case, it would be nice to make this old man suffer and make a fool of himself. Hey. Chi-ya thought with some evil taste. Chi-ya will not tell you, this is his main purpose. Just thinking about whether to make an appointment with Chiya's Netero suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Why does it feel like someone is plotting against the old man? Could it be this kid? Netero looked sideways at Chiya, looked at Chiya with a smile on his face, and muttered silently. Okay, let's go. Chiya said to Netero after touching the ground. Netero's eyelids twitched. Dude, you asked me to bring you here just to touch the floor of the control room? As for Netero's idea, Shiu is totally ignorant. At this time, Chiya has already left the control room. Only Netero was still in the control room with a troubled look on his face. And Chiya, who left the control room, did not go back to her own room, but went to Silva's room. What's the matter? Silva always speaks like this, doesn't talk much, doesn't push too much in battle, and is a typical character who doesn't talk too much. I probably guessed the reason why Netero hired us this time, so I'm here to tell you. Chiya sat down in front of Silva and said to Silva. Although I can't tell Netero, but Dad, Silva's words will be fine. Moreover, Chiya told Silva that she was not thinking of making any plans. This time, although it is the resentment ability user of Wang Jinyu, it is not strong, and it is easy for them to get rid of it. It's useless to make plans, it's just a waste of energy. Moreover, the most important thing, Chiya, has already been arranged. There are only a few left, just do it directly, no need to make any plans at all. Is that so, is that so? I didn't expect that there are descendants of Ying. After hearing Chiya's narration, Silva said with emotion. This is also an internal matter of the Hunter Association. We should not interfere. However, since he has entrusted us, then it will be another matter. Ah, indeed, but the culprit of this incident is someone other than the Hunter Association. However, it has nothing to do with us, just use the money to do things. Chiya nodded in agreement. The reason why such an incident occurred, the root cause is that a high-ranking government made their own initiative to exterminate the last descendants of shadows, and at the same time, the Hunter Association also had a relationship of assistance. However, Netero just doesn't know, and this guy is also kept in the dark. Chiya remembers that Paristan, the vice president of the Hunter Association, sent someone to participate in the extermination of the last descendants of the shadows. Well, in short, it has nothing to do with them, they take money to do things, so there is no need to worry about it. Then, I'll leave first. The matter has already been told, and there is no need for Chiya to stay here any longer, so he directly bid farewell. Yet, Silva nodded lightly, then fell silent, and started to practice again. Well, I don't know if this is really a plot version of the plot. If so, then let me experience the so-called resentment. Chiya, who was lying on the bed in the room, looked at the ceiling carelessly and thought silently. Chiya is quite interested in the ability of resentment. Of course, Chiya is not interested in vows and restrictions. What Chiya is interested in is that the users of resentment are not divided into systems. In other words, the users of resentment are all 5-line ability users. The ability of any department can be used to 100%. This is what Chiya is interested in. As far as Chiya knows, only Kurapika can fully exert the power of the 5 series Nin. However, this time Kurapika fired red eyes, wondering if it will be the same as the original absolute time. Although the people of the Kurita tribe are all trait departments after turning on fire red eye, but in 5.6, everyone's trait department abilities are different. At least Tal's trait system Nin is not absolute time. Chiya has personally confirmed this point. Although they are all unique abilities, none of them are absolute time. Resentment can 100% exert the power of the 5 series Nin. If it can get rid of the weakness of resentment, it is a good ability. Unfortunately, I have 5 series now, and only Transmutter is left. Resentment is very good, but it's a bit tasteless to me now. Although it's useless, you can study it. If it can be researched, it may be a good whole card, a whole card to increase power. Chapter 133. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Chiya woke up early. After breakfast, Chiya went directly to the 225th floor. There, the Triennial Olympia martial arts ceremony will be held soon. Chi Yi remembered that the last descendants of the shadows acted at the beginning of the martial arts ceremony. The old man Netero will also give a speech there. So if you want to know whether things are really the same as you remember, participating in this martial arts ceremony is the best choice. In addition to Chi Yi, Tall and others are also here. He is sitting next to Chi Yi at this moment. Look, it's President Netero. Gon said excitedly, pointing to the huge screen in the arena. Ah, it's the president. I didn't expect that the martial arts ceremony would invite this person. Kurapika responded aloud. It really is worthy of being the president of the Hunter Association, and the effect of appearance is big enough. Leorio looked at the excited and cheering people around him and the fierce atmosphere, feeling inexplicable. Whenever I can be like this old man. Leorio, as long as you work hard, you'll be fine. Kurapika was a little embarrassed when he heard Leorio's unrealistic emotion, and laughed dryly. What kind of tone are you talking about? Leorio also heard the embarrassment in Kurapika's words, and immediately leaned in front of him, and said angrily. Kurapika suddenly became more embarrassed and slapped haha. Gon next to him was also laughing. Obviously, Gon is also very pessimistic about Leorio's dream. The three of them immediately started to play tricks. Master Chi Yi, what happened? The three of Leorio were fighting, but Chi Yi and Tall were in a different situation. Tall could clearly feel Chi Yi's state. That was a state about to enter a battle, and the breath on his body was different from usual. Something interesting will happen later. Chi Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said something that Tall couldn't understand. As soon as these words came out, the three people who were fighting suddenly turned their eyes over. Interesting thing. Tall frowned when he heard this. Ah, a mouse has come in. Chi Yi said with a smile. From just now, he has felt that the atmosphere of the scene has changed, and there is a trace of chill in the fierce atmosphere of the ceremony. This change is so subtle that most people can't even notice it. That is to say, Chi Yi knew that something might happen today, so his perception was very keen. From the moment the atmosphere changed, he had already noticed it. Where are those guys? Chi Yi's eyes kept scanning the audience in the arena. However, no matter how much Chi Yi scanned, he couldn't find the figures in his memory. No, I did find a few similar figures, all wearing cloaks. However, they were not the last descendants of Shadow that Chi Yi wanted to find at all. It seems that they have already left, so they have already started a plan. Chi Yi muttered to himself. Chi Yi's soliloquy made Tall, Kurapika and others confused, completely unable to understand what Chi Yi was going to say. Master Chi Yi, can you tell your subordinates what happened so that they can make preventive preparations? Tall said again. Ah, it's nothing serious, just wait until you clean up those little people. Chi Yi said with a faint smile. The next moment, Chi Yi's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of Tall and the others. Master Chi Yi. Tall frowned even more tightly. If Chi Yazang didn't say it, I might think it was my illusion, but if Chi Yazang said these words, then it shouldn't be my illusion. Don't you think the atmosphere at the scene is a bit weird? Gon looked at the place where Chi Yi disappeared, and said to the three after a moment of silence. His sense is the most acute, and he has already sensed that something is wrong with the atmosphere but he can't tell what's wrong. Chi Yi spoke suddenly, but it made him sure that something was going to happen here. When the three of them heard the words, they immediately became vigilant. Tall also began to perceive it carefully. With this careful perception, Tall quickly perceived the weirdness of the atmosphere. Sure enough, something was wrong. But at this time, the auditorium opposite Gon and the others, Baisiji, Wei Gu and Chu Gu's apprentice Zoasai master did not feel the change in the atmosphere at all. At this time, they are all looking at the upcoming martial arts ceremony below. At this time, the host is constantly soaring high-pitched, extremely excited. The first floor main competition of the triennial martial arts ceremony is about to begin. Two figures came out from the exits on both sides of the arena and walked slowly onto the arena. Well, I've watched it several times. These guys don't seem to have made much progress. It's a shame. Baisiji in the audience saw the two floor masters appearing on the ring. Immediately, he seemed less interested. She has also watched the 3-year martial arts ceremony several times. There are only a few people who come and go, and every time I see them, their progress is minimal. Bai Siji felt ashamed for them, so it was too embarrassing to be the floor master, and after becoming the floor master, he began to degenerate. Isn't there a strong newcomer to teach these lazy guys a lesson? However, at the moment when Bai Siji had just finished complaining, both Bai Siji and Wing were taken aback. Oh, the one under the cloak is Kanji 347 Lu, who could it be? The host's excited voice spread throughout the arena, and the change of things made her even more excited. The same goes for the audience in the arena. For unexpected events, they are also more excited and cheer louder. Who? Bai Siji frowned. There's a sense of foreboding. Wing also had a serious expression on his face. The next moment, the two knew that something had happened. I saw that the huge screen above the arena suddenly changed into a snowflake screen, and the sound of sizzling resounded continuously throughout the arena. However, it is not waiting for Bai Siji and others to take action. Bai Siji and the others discovered something even more shocking to them. Resentment. Seeing the power emerging from the big man below, Bisji and Kushi couldn't help shouting out after learning about the power of resentment from Netero. At this time, in the control room of the Sky Arena, a handsome young man with red eyes and long black hair was standing on the steps and watching the surveillance in front of him. And behind him, by the side of a pillar, there was a figure quietly leaning against him, staring at him with a smile on his mouth. The handsome young man in front of this figure didn't notice it at all. Chapter 134. Leaning against the wall of the control room, Chi Ya quietly looked at Shura, the black-haired young man who controlled the measures of the entire building, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is this guy the last descendant of Shadow? The chi on his body is indeed very different from that of Nin. Almost covers the entire Nin system. However, it has not gone beyond the Nin system and is still attached to the Nin system. If Nin is the right way, then this resentment is another shortcut. However, there is no distinction between departments, each department's ability can be used 100%. It is a very powerful ability. It has the value of research, although I can't use it myself, but it can be used for dead soldiers. The mobilization of resentment requires oaths and restrictions, as well as special blood. Jed, it seems that we must get some blood from this guy to study it. Hey, Chi Ya, I'm really sorry, you have seen the situation in the Sky Arena, I will issue a mission to solve this incident. Netero's voice came from the wireless headset next to my ear, in this quiet control room still not obvious. This wireless headset was sent by the service staff of Sky Arena from Netero. The purpose is to be able to contact Chi Ya and Silva at any time. Who is it? Shura, the black-haired young man who was controlling the entire Sky Arena facility, was taken aback for a moment, then quickly turned around, and a powerful resentment spread out instantly. Swept towards Chi Ya. Ho ho, it seems that you have met the enemy. Netero, who was blocked by Nin and hung in midair by the resentment, suddenly laughed when he heard the voice from the earphone. Ah, I'm in the control room now. Facing the ferocious and powerful resentment, Chi Ya didn't pay attention to it at all, and replied to Netero very calmly. Father Silva should have rushed to you, I will deal with it here, and I will rush there. As for the remaining one, I'll let Tal deal with it. Chi Ya responded to Netero, and Chi Ya stopped responding. At the moment when the communication was stopped, Chi Ya's thoughts burst instantly, surrounded by thunder and lightning, spreading and sweeping towards the surroundings. In an instant, the ferocious resentment quickly broke through, directly submerging the black-haired young man Shura. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, the black-haired youth trembled all over, and screams continued to come out of his mouth. Even though he is a user of resentment, Shura, who can exert 100% of the 5 series of Nin and 100% of the power of the enhancer, is also very strong in defense. But what he encountered was Chi Ya, and Chi Ya's current lightning attack power was terrifying, even Chi Ya himself hadn't tested it. Because since that time 3 years ago, he hasn't shot with all his strength. Shura was able to survive Chi Ya's lightning attack without losing consciousness, which is already very good. And being hit by Chi Ya's attack, its ability is also interrupted instantly. The facilities of the entire Sky Arena have been restored to their original appearance again. Ignoring the screaming black-haired youth, Chi Ya took out her mobile phone and called Tall, who was in the arena. Tall, did you see a big guy who is not the owner of the floor? Degree. Chi Ya asked straight to the point as soon as the phone was connected. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Tall looked at the big man on the ring, who became a little flustered, and replied. Very well, defeat him. Chi Ya ordered lightly. Understood, Master Chi Ya. Tall was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect Chi Ya to let him intervene in this incident, but he was just taken aback for a moment, and immediately agreed. What's the matter? Talson. Gon beside him asked curiously. At this time, there are a large number of men in black wearing masks and holding weapons around them, controlling the audience. Therefore, Gon and others dare not act rashly at all, fearing that their actions will implicate other people. Master Chi Ya's order, defeat that guy, you also do it. Tall looked at the three of them and said indifferently. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. But at this time, on the ring, the big guy in Last of Shadows was constantly pressing the earphones next to his ears, shouting anxiously. Hey, are you okay, Shura? The big hungry ghost was constantly contacting Shura at this time, but he didn't get a response at all, and some only had an extremely shrill scream that made him shiver. And just when the hungry ghost spoke again, the hungry ghost suddenly shrank his pupils, and put his hands in front of him without hesitation. Boom! A white and tender fist landed on the huge arm of the hungry ghost. The terrifying force acted on the hungry ghost's arm, and the hungry ghost was blown away directly. Slam it in the direction of the auditorium. Seeing this scene, many viewers who were afraid to take any action because of the existence of the man in black immediately fled in all directions regardless of the threat of the man in black. Even the men in black are the same. The person who blasted the evil spirits away was none other than Tall. After blasting the evil spirits away, Tall, whose toes had just touched the ground, flashed again and appeared above the flying ghost. The fist wrapped in a powerful mind slammed straight down on the hungry ghost's head. After being blasted out, the hungry ghost, still looking a bit dazed, took the blow with no defense at all. Binan's fist landed on hungry ghost's face, hungry ghost's rough face twisted, and he was blasted into the auditorium. Boom! Huge explosions echoed in the closed arena. Do it, Gon, Leorio. Seeing this scene, Kurapika came back to his senses and shouted at Gon and Leorio. Oh! Gon and Leorio also came back to their senses quickly, responded, and then quickly attacked the men in black around them. Wing, let's do it too. Seeing this scene, Baisiji on the other side of the auditorium yelled at Wing beside him, and also joined the chaotic battle. At the same time, on the top floor of the Sky Arena, Netero, who should have been in his own room, was being sealed by Shadow Spawn Purgatory's resentment ability and hung in midair. In front of him was a charming young man with red eyes and white hair. At this time, the charming young man listened to the movement in his ear, his face remained unchanged. Netero, it seems that you have already made arrangements. The charming young man, that is, Jed in Netero's mouth, looked at Netero hanging in midair, and said lightly. Mo Qian Zhao, ho ho, when you are old, you will always have a whim. Netero said with a smile. Boom! The door of the stairs not far away was violently blasted away, and a tall and strong figure slowly walked out. President Netero, is this your mission? The strength is very strong, it seems that this time it will be a loss-making business again. Silva said lightly as he walked towards the two. Ah, this is the task, Silva, if you can, destroy the ability of the kid in front of me for me. Netero begged lightly. No problem. Silva responded lightly, without any change in expression. Assassination family Zaldik family, Netero, you are still like this, but if you want to unblock yourself, don't think about it. Jed narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Silva and frowned slightly. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. Silva's figure also disappeared. A huge roar came from the empty top floor at this moment. Chapter 135. Dad's breath, has the battle started? Then I can't waste time here. In the control room, after feeling Silva's breath, Chi-Ya muttered to himself. I'm really curious, just 4 of you, where do you have the courage to challenge the entire Hunter Association? Standing in front of Shura, Chi-Ya looked at Shura, who was restrained by himself with lightning, and asked curiously. Although Chi-Ya had some sympathy for what happened to the last descendants of Shadow, it was only sympathy. This does not prevent Chi-Ya from performing the task. Damn it! Shura, who was stiff all over, stared at Chi-Ya, and spit out 2 words after a while. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling. Their revenge had just begun, and they had already been easily captured. How could he be willing to do this? A strong resentment rose up in his heart. The power of resentment on Shura became more and more terrifying, and there were faint signs of breaking free from the shackles of Chi-Ya's thunder and lightning. Resentment? It is indeed a very terrifying ability. The heavier the resentment in the heart, the stronger the resentment power that can be exerted. If you continue like this, your strength will increase dramatically. Chi-Ya 957 murmured softly, looking at Shura, whose aura was getting more and more terrifying. However, I'm not those villains who die because of talking too much, and let you continue to grow stronger. With a slight hook of the corner of his mouth, Chi-Ya pinched Shura's neck without hesitation, and directly killed him on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Shura, a master of resentment power, and getting 1300 enhancement points. After a month, the system's notification sounded again. Let's call resentment the power of resentment. Then, the next step is to find the big boos. It won't be fun if Dad takes the lead. Jed, if you kill him, you can at least get 2,000 or 3,000 reinforcement points, or even higher. Chi-Ya whispered to himself, and then disappeared into the control room with a flash of white light. When it reappeared, it had reached the top floor of the Sky Arena. Hey, old man, you look really embarrassed. Chi-Ya, who appeared on the top floor, floated beside Netero, looked at Netero's embarrassed appearance, and said sarcastically. You kid, you still haven't rescued the old man. Chi-Ya's sudden appearance made Yang Tiluo 10 walks. After seeing Chi-Ya, he was relieved, and then turned to Chi-Ya, BJC. Complained. It's fine to let you down, but you have to promise me something. Chi-Ya said with a smile. Who? Jed, who was fighting Silva, also noticed the situation here and was shocked. Did you dare to be distracted during the battle? This is the second time. I was also underestimated. Seizing this opportunity, Silva sent Jed flying with a punch, and then said calmly. There was a hint of displeasure in his words. Jed stood up from the ground, splashed the purple blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression remained unchanged, and he had recovered from the shock just now. Ignored Silva, but looked at Chi-Ya and Netero. The boy's voice is that kid who killed Shura. Jed narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling from Chi-Ya's voice. The next moment, Jed directly abandoned Silva as his opponent and rushed towards Chi-Ya. Seeing this, Silva frowned slightly, but did not move. How is it? Old man, agree to my request and I will let you down now. On the other side, Chi-Ya said with a smile. The old man knows, and Jed will leave it to you. Just watch the old man, let me down quickly. After hearing Chi-Ya's request, Netero immediately rolled his eyes, and then urged. He had already seen Jed rushing this way. Very good, the deal is concluded. Chi-Ya grinned, and then his whole body exploded with thunder. Boom! Thunder bloomed, and the entire top floor directly changed from night to day. Silva in the distance couldn't help covering his eyes with his hands. Netero also turned his face sideways and closed his eyes. And Jed, who was rushing here, was directly shrouded by the intense glare, and his eyes were severely damaged. After a few seconds, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and the light gradually disappeared. Nothing seems to have changed in general. It's just that Netero, which was originally sealed with Nin, has fallen from midair to the ground at this time. The purgatory in front of him has also been wiped out at this time. Not far away, Jed squinted his damaged eyes, quietly looked at the place where purgatory disappeared, and remained silent. Has another one of our descendants disappeared? Looking at the place where purgatory disappeared, Jed muttered silently. In the next moment, a terrifying force of resentment surged into the sky, and the wind and clouds surged, converging into a huge Rakshasa. The grudge of 100 ghosts Rakshasa Jade raised his head, looked at Chi Ya, and said calmly. Looking at the huge ghost Rakshasa in front of him, Chi Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. Without speaking, the thunder and lightning bloomed again. A huge thunder titan was condensed from Chi Ya's body, and in a blink of an eye it was already at the same height as Jed's ghost Rakshasa. Hey, is this guy's conjurer so strong? Netero below looked at this scene in surprise. Say, let me see how much you weigh, the ghost of the past. Looking at Jed, Chi Ya stretched out his finger to tick him, provocatively. You brat! Jed didn't have any extra words, he just said this coldly, and then he broke out with his own strength and attacked Chi Ya directly. One after another, terrifying mind bombs bombarded Chi Ya's Thunder Titan from the mouth of 100 ghosts Rakshasa. On the other side, in the arena, the battle between Tall and the Hungry has been moved from the arena to the outside. In the empty hall, the battle between Tall and the Hungry ghosts was extremely fierce. Powerful shocks spread continuously from the two of them. Nowhere is it perfect. The battle between the two looks evenly matched. However, the face of the Hungry ghost fighting Tall was extremely aggrieved at this time. Why is my attack stronger than yours? Why is it that I get hurt every time? Hungry ghost growled angrily, attacking more and more ferociously. But the more ferocious the attack, the more serious the injuries suffered by the Hungry ghost. His body was covered with scars. On the contrary, Tall was extremely clean at this time. Not only did he not have any injuries, but even his clothes were not messy. At this time, Tal's eyes were red, and he had already entered the state of fiery red eyes, and the thought energy on his body revealed a strange aura. You can tell at a glance that you are using the trait system Nin. Chapter 136. This guy's Nin is exactly the same as Kurapika's red eye, and he can play the 5 series of Nin 100%. A Nin with the same traits as Kurapika. No, it shouldn't be possible. The Nin of people with Nin traits can't be the same. Feeling the changes in the mind energy in his body, Tal's heart shook extremely. Heavenly blessed, superior. This is the trait Nin obtained by Tal after opening the red fire eye. When fighting the opponent, the Nin system in Tal's body will change with the opponent's Nin system and obtain the opponent's Nin. If the opponent is a manipulator, then Tal's line of Tal who uses the trait Nin will also become a manipulator. And no matter what kind of system it becomes, Tal's Nin will always be stronger than the enemy. Nin's power will always be stronger than the enemy's. No matter what kind of Nin and Tal are able to analyze clearly and use it in the first time. Even if the opponent is a trait system, Nin has developed all kinds of strange things, and the amount of knowledge beyond Tal's is the same. This ability is very similar to Jin's natural ability. However, unlike Jin's natural ability, Tal's ability is more comprehensive. Jin's natural ability is not Nin, the ability that can be copied is only of the strike type, and the power is only about 8 layers. But Tal is different. Tal's trait Nin can analyze and copy everything. Moreover, after the battle, the Nin learned during the battle will not disappear. After exiting the trait system, Tal can still use it, but the power is limited by the Nin system and cannot reach the point of the battle. Moreover, the use of this Nin is still limited. That is, the potential gap between the two parties is not very large. Once the gap in potential gas volume is too large, it will not work. Just like Chi Ya. Chi Ya's potential energy is more than 9 times that of Tal, such a big gap makes it impossible for Tal's ability to act on Chi Ya. Tal's limit is only double. Tal's Nin, whose potential gas volume is more than 3 times that of Tal's, will not be able to play a role. But even so, this is still a very perverted Nin. Tal who has this Nin can easily get other people's Nin. And getting someone else's Nin means that this Nin has no secrets for Tal. According to the obtained Nin, Tal can analyze the weakness, overcome the weakness, and then deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. And that's how it is now. The potential capacity of the Hungry Ghost is not much different from that of Tal, only about a level or 2 higher than Tal. Tal's trait Nin fully exerted its unique power. Hungry ghosts who use the power of resentment have no different types of abilities, and can use the power of the 5 types of Nin at will. Tal can also use all the abilities of the Hungry Ghost, and Tal can also use it, and Ching is better than Blue, even better. This allowed Tal to completely suppress the Hungry Ghost. The more important one is, although this guy has this special ability, he is too immature in terms of ability development. Tal stared at the Hungry Ghost who was madly attacking him, and silently came to a conclusion. Boom! With a loud noise, the poorly developed Hungry Ghost was directly whipped out by Tal. Along the way, it penetrated several rooms continuously and smashed the walls to pieces. Although the ability of the Hungry Ghost obtained when using the trait system is very immature, it is not that Tal himself has not developed hair for combat. The conjurer's transformed long whip whipped the Hungry Ghost out without a sound. The Hungry Ghost who smashed through several houses got up from the ground, squatted on the ground, covered his forehead and growled in pain on the ground. Damn, what is this? It can actually affect my mind. This guy doesn't seem to have any special abilities, so there's no need to play with him. Let's solve it as soon as possible. Tal flicked his whip, and walked slowly towards the Hungry Ghost, faster, and finally, the whole person turned into an afterimage. With a bang, he rushed out. Whip of Vengeance, Manipulator Nan of Thar. The whip embodies Tar's grudge against Phantom Troop. Those who are whipped will feel the monstrous hatred of Tal, the hatred like a bottomless abyss. Those who are not mentally strong will be affected by Tal's abyssal resentment. Obviously, the Hungry Ghost's mental power is not strong, so he was affected. Don't even think about it, die for me. Seeing Tal rushing towards him, the Hungry Ghost roared, clasped his huge hands together, and smashed the hammer at Tal who was rushing heavily. Boom! On the other side, on the roof, two behemoths are constantly confronting each other. And below, the figures of Chi-Ya and Jed also turned into afterimages and attacked quickly. Jed's attack was completely ineffective against Chi-Ya. Chi-Ya's physique at this time is extremely powerful, and her Nian Chi is extremely terrifying. Even if Chi-Ya is attacked by Jed due to her powerful defense, she will suffer very little damage. Ask for her flowers. The current situation of Chi-Ya and Jed is the same as the battle between Chimera Ants and Netero in the past in memory. The huge gap in Nian Chi made the battle between the two completely unable to reach the level of equality. It was Chi-Ya who was bullying Jed. Jed doesn't have Netero's ability to affect time. The prayer was completed within 1/1000th of a second, allowing the 100 style of Aluka to attack. This guy, the cursed grudge of 100 ghosts, was restrained by the Thunder Titan transformed by Chi-Ya. Attacking in close combat also has no effect on Chi-Ya. A battle was extremely aggrieved, the body was covered with scars, and the purple blood kept flowing out, and it was too late to recover. Jed's pale face was wonderful. Netero Ledian who watched from the sidelines. Silva, on the other hand, still has a paralyzed face. It's just that Silva's heart is very restless at this time. Jed's strength Silva is recognized. In the battle with Jed just now, when he and Jed did not use their ultimate moves, the battle situation was evenly matched. In Silva's eyes, Jed is a powerful Nin who can be recognized by himself. However, it was such a naughty person who was recognized by himself, but was suppressed so easily by Chi-Ya. No suppression at any cost. Chi-Ya, your strength. Silva secretly sighed. And at this time Chi-Ya. The information on resentment is ready, and enough blood has been collected, it's time to deal with this guy. Chi-Ya glanced at Jed's blood collected in the system space and said silently. That's right, Chi-Ya has long seen the gap between himself and this past undead, and he can completely crush Jed to death. But Chi-Ya didn't get rid of Jed so quickly, because Chi-Ya wanted to obtain information about resentment during the battle and collect Jed's blood for later research. Now that the information and blood have been collected enough, there is no need for Chi-Ya to continue playing with this guy. With a flash speed, Chi-Ya appeared in front of Jed's unbelievable eyes. Puff! The next moment, the lightning gun that shone with dazzling light penetrated Jed's heart, and then bloomed. Jed was directly overwhelmed by the blooming thunder and lightning, and the screams resounded throughout the sky. A few seconds later, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and Jed and the huge ghost Raxhasa disappeared from the sight of the three. Netero and Silva, who were watching the battle, stared at this scene and froze in place. Damn, you beat people to death just now, but now you have arranged thousands of people with one move. Chapter 137. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Jed, a master of resentment power, and gaining 4235 enhancement points. The system prompt in his mind told Chi-Ya that this resurrected undead had been completely wiped out by him. After clapping their hands, Chi-Ya came to the two people who were silent. Chi-Ya, you are so funny. Looking at Chi-Ya in front of him who was silent for a long time, Netero sighed slightly and said. Chi-Ya can obviously get rid of Jed quickly, but he fought with Jed for so long. In the end, Jed was dealt with directly with one move. I don't know how Jed felt before the temporary. If it were him, he would definitely go crazy. Because, this means that the enemy doesn't take himself seriously at all. To this, Chi-490-Ya shrugged and did not explain. Chi-Ya will not tell this old man what he did just now. Tell this old man, this guy will definitely stop himself. After all, as Jed's close friend, Netero is the one who knows the horror of the power of resentment best. As for Silva, although Silva's inner thoughts are constantly flowing at this time, he doesn't say anything, and his face is still paralyzed. Then, President Netero, the commission you appointed has been completed, so I will take my leave first. Silva said to Netero. Ah, yes, the payment will be called later. Netero nodded and said. Well, then, Chi-Ya, are you going back together or? Silva nodded to Netero, and then asked Chi-Ya. Let me go too. Chi-Ya replied directly. The task has been completed, and it is just a waste of time to stay here any longer. Aren't you going to stay here for a few more days? Netero was a little surprised when he heard this, and stroked his beard. You came here just to give a speech, and now that you have given a speech, why don't you still stay here? Hearing this, Chi-Ya looked at him with dead fish eyes. Ho ho, most likely, after all, this time the Olympia martial arts ceremony has been destroyed, so it will probably be held again. Netero said with a smile. Chi-Ya. Ignoring Netero's invitation, Chi-Ya followed Silva directly on the road back to Cukulu mountain. However, before leaving the top floor, Netero stopped Chi-Ya. Chi-Ya, what happened recently? As soon as these words came out, Chi-Ya was stunned. What the hell? What happened? Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself, but the breath on your body is very passionate, as if you are preparing for something. What happened to make you so excited? Netero asked Chi-Ya with a solemn expression. He didn't know why Baisiji and Wing didn't notice Chi-Ya's aura before, but when he saw Chi-Ya these two times, he could feel Chi-Ya's violently surging Nian Qi. He could feel that the thoughts surging in Chi-Ya's body were not aimed at himself, nor at Silva, nor at Jed. So he was very curious, why Chi-Ya behaved like this. Chi-Ya was startled for a moment. My breath is passionate. Chi-Ya murmured in a low voice. Is your breath exhilarating? Chi-Ya asked herself. Silva also looked at Chi-Ya. On the way to here before, in the car, the reason why Silva suddenly asked Chi-Ya about Aluka was because he guessed that Chi-Ya had the ability to control Aluka. The other half is also due to the change of Chi-Ya's aura. The passionate aura on Chi-Ya made Silva feel that Chi-Ya might start a confrontation with the family in the near future about Aluka's affairs. But after communicating with Chi-Ya and ensuring that Aluka will be released from the depths of the family, Chi-Ya's breath is still so passionate. The reason why Chi-Ya is like this is not because of Aluka. So Silva also wanted to know the reason for Chi-Ya's passionate breath. Dad, is my breath very exciting? Chi-Ya turned to look at Silva and asked in confusion. Although it's very secretive, your aura has always been like this since you came back a month ago. Silva replied lightly. Hearing this, Chi-Ya narrowed her eyes. After a while, the corners of Chi-Ya's mouth raised slightly, and then he said, maybe it's because I'm looking forward to something. After giving Netero and Silva an answer that made them scratch their heads, Chi-Ya directly walked away from here. Silva was taken aback for a moment, then left with a blank expression. Only Netero was left standing there, stroking his beard and meditating. Are you looking forward to something? What can make this kid look forward to is absolutely extraordinary. Looks like it's going to be an eventful time again. Netero looked at the place where Jed disappeared, and sighed slightly. It can make Chi, who is so powerful to such an extent, so excited to such an extent, it is conceivable how terrifying and shocking what Chi is looking forward to. On the other side, shortly after Chi eliminated Jade, in a certain hall of the Sky Arena, Tal also defeated his opponent Hungry Ghost. The defeated Hungry Ghost was directly restricted by the oath to backlash, and exploded directly 4.6. Oath to restrict. Looking at the Hungry Ghost who was smashed to pieces because of the backlash, Tal's expression was inexplicable, and the depths of his eyes were filled with sadness. The masterminds were all wiped out, and the remaining criminals were quickly cleaned up by the fighters and then in the Sky Arena, and the order of the Sky Arena was restored again. This riot only lasted for more than an hour before it was completely resolved. Even Jed didn't even have time to use the black box to threaten the Hunter Association and high-level government officials. Even the outside army barely rushed to the scene. Everything has been settled. And Chi and Silva also boarded the slow airship and flew to the city where Cukulu Mountain was located. Chapter 138. The power of resentment, a branch of Nen, is formed by the user's resentment. It is a special Nen system developed by Jed, the leader of the film 50 years ago. To obtain this ability, one needs to inject Jed, the founder, into the body, blood, and make a restrictive oath. You can exert 100% of the power of the 5 series Nen. The stricter the restriction oath you make, the stronger the power you will get. However, I took it for granted. Plan to be lonely. Looking at the purple blood in the test tube in his hand, Chi was speechless. Jed's resurrection was due to the grievances left over from 50 years ago and the strong grievances of Shura's 3 shadow descendants. Jed exists, and his blood can do the work. Even if he is dead, as long as his resentment still exists, it can still play a role. But, I'm sorry, when he fell in the hands of Chi, Jade was completely wiped out, and even his resentment was gone. So the blood collected by Chi naturally lost the effect he should have had. Originally, Chi wanted to use Jed's blood to mass-produce some dead soldiers with the ability to resentment by using blood research. But now I see that this idea has been wiped out. However, even so, the power of resentment still has research value, and perhaps another 19 shortcuts can be created to create other branches of Nen. Wait until after the Ant King incident, and then study it carefully. Now I'd better practice hard. For the next few months, Chi stayed in Cukulu Mountain. Yaelyajia has been picked up from the depths of Cukulu Mountain by Chi. When Yaelyajia was first picked up, Ilmi heard the news and ran back from the outside to stop it. However, after being beaten up by Chi, it didn't matter. After picking up Aluka, although Chi did not travel around the world with Aluka as he remembered, she played with Aluka in Cukulu Mountain for a month and made up for it. Aluka. Only after that did he start practicing again. And during this month, Crook also made all 200 small storage boxes, and obtained dozens of drops of Millennium Stone milk from Chi. However, what left Chi speechless was that Crook seemed to have mixed up with Menchi in the past 2 months. Now that the task of storing the small box is completed, this guy has no intention of leaving. He is with Menchi and his mother Kikyo, and he doesn't know what he is doing. The small storage box and Chi made by Crook completely transformed it into a small healing box. Half of the healing lockets were given to other members of the family by Chi. Everyone got 8 or 9. It is precisely because they knew that the predecessor of the healing box was made by Crook, so Silva and others did not chase away after Crook completed the task. Let Crook stay in the Cukulu Mountain openly and above board. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months passed. September 1st is approaching. Chi also stopped practicing. Yamayan, how are Taer and the others doing now? On the balcony, Chi looked out the window and asked about Taer and the others to Yamayan. Tal and Kararu and Kazuto are no longer there at this time. You don't need to think about it, but you should have already set up a net in Yukiksen City to wait for the arrival of Phantom Troop. However, Chi doesn't know what Tal and the others are doing now. Master Chi Ya, Tall, and others are hiding among the gangsters in Yukijia City. Ya Mayan replied respectfully. Gangster. Chi Ya frowned suddenly. In the original book, this guy Kurapika adopted this kind of plan. Using gangsters to cover up people's eyes and ears, and finding phantom troop also comes with collecting the eyes of fellow citizens. Yes, Master Chi Ya, Kalir has received accurate information from Phantom Troop. Phantom Troop will gather all members on September 1st, arrive in Yukiksen City, and attack the auction in Yukiksen City. That's why Tall and the others sneaked into the gang and waited for the opportunity. Ya Mayan explained aloud. Phantom Troop, and all the members who participated in the massacre of the Kurita clan back then, none of them escaped Kalir's sight in these years. Kalir's ability has long been firmly locked on Phantom Troop. Over the years, Phantom Troop's movements and all the crimes he committed, Kalir has seen it all. Kalir's ability, the people Kalir has watched, and Kalir can share his vision, but the person whose vision is shared will never know that there is a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. And if this ability is known by the person concerned, then Kalir's ability will lose its effect, and he will no longer be able to share the person's vision. Kalir used this ability to keep an eye on Phantom Troop's actions. Without Hisoka's clues, Tall and the others knew that Phantom Troop would go to Yukiksen City on September 1st and attack the auction in Yukiksen City because of this. Waiting for an opportunity. Ya Mayan. Let's go there too, and bring a dozen or so stronger butlers. Chi Ya murmured in a low voice, and then ordered to Ya Mayan. Yes, Master Chi Ya, this subordinate is ready. Ya Mayan replied seriously, and then left. Soon, Chi Ya embarked on an airship bound for Yukiksen City. However, it's not just Chi Ya and Ya Mayan who went to Yukiksen City this time. Menchi, Kurapika and Aluka all followed. Chi Ya, do you want to auction something when you go to Yukiksen City this time? Menchi asked curiously on the airship. Yukiksen City will hold a huge auction on September 1st, and Menchi naturally knows about it. No, this time it's to kill people. Chi Ya shook his head and replied. Murder? Mission? Which 677 boss is so unlucky? After getting along with him for a period of time, Menchi also knew Chi Ya's bottom line, so he was very curious about who was so unlucky and was targeted by Chi Ya. Hey, this time it's a group of non-masters, and they're also Tal's enemy. This time, I came to avenge Tal and the others. Chi Ya explained directly without hiding anything. How about it, do you want to do some activities this time? Chi Ya then asked Menchi curiously. Are you an expert in nin? Are they all criminals? Menchi frowned slightly after hearing this, and then asked. A-level criminal gang. Chi Ya said with slightly narrowed eyes. Phantom Troop? Count me in, and I'll join too. Kurapika, who came from behind, heard this sentence, immediately came up with the answer, and then said directly. Oh, yes. Chi Ya suddenly gave her a surprised look and nodded. Then let me join in. I haven't moved my body for a long time, and I feel like I'm getting rusty. Menchi stretched his waist and yawned. I'm also curious. What are you doing with your mother? It's mysterious. Chi Ya squeezed her chin and looked at the two curiously. Hearing this, Menchi and Kurapika were startled for a moment, and then turned their heads involuntarily. Don't go to see Chi Ya. It looks like he doesn't want to answer. Chi Ya. Chapter 139. Oni-chan, where are we going? In the car, Yaeljia lay on the window and looked outside with glowing eyes, and asked Chi Ya without looking back. Go to a very big place. Chi Ya said with a smile. How big is it? Is it bigger than our house? Hearing this, Aluka was surprised and turned her head to ask curiously. Yeah, it's not that big. Chi Ya replied with a smile. Really? Aluka tilted her head and said, then turned her gaze outside again. Last night, Chi Ya and others arrived in Yukiksen City. After resting all night, everyone started their own actions. Yukiksen City is a prosperous city with a very developed economy. Naturally, the two women, Menchi and Kurapika, cannot miss this opportunity. Went out at 9 o'clock in the morning. By the way, Mayan was also taken out. The three of them went to the most prosperous commercial street in Yukiksen city together. However, Chi-ya and Yaluya did not follow. Because Chi-ya suddenly remembered one thing. A thing he had forgotten for a long time. That's the thing about the billionaire Bartra. Chi-ya once thought of coming over to make a deal with this guy and heal his little girlfriend for him. However, 3 years later, after coming here, Chi-ya didn't remember it. If it is delayed for a while, the deal will not be done. Because, the little girlfriend of the rich man Bartra will burp after a while. The group arrived at the villa of the rich man Bartra in Yukijia city without incident. As soon as they arrived at the periphery of the villa, the vehicles of Chi-ya and others were stopped, and a group of men in black stopped in front of the car. Although these people stopped the car of Chi-ya and others, they did not act rashly. Because the housekeeper who drove the car was not easy to mess with. Moreover, if you dare to come here without an appointment, you are either an idiot or a person who came prepared. Compared with the two, this group of bodyguards in black is more inclined to the latter. We are here to trade with Bartra, the breath of the Archangel, you just tell him that. The steward who was driving called Bartra's name unceremoniously, showing no respect at all. This made many bodyguards startled and looked at each other. Then, one of the bodyguards took out his mobile phone and made a call. In a few seconds, Chi-ya and others were released smoothly. 2 bodyguards in black drove a car leading Chi-ya and others into the villa. Soon, Chi-ya and others were brought to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Chi-ya saw the figure of the rich man Bartra. This guy was walking towards the door quickly at this moment, looking very anxious. Which one is it? Which one is it? After seeing Chi-ya and the others, Bartra suddenly shouted and kept scanning the three of Chi-ya. Finally, his eyes fell on Chi-ya. Chi-ya only brought a butler over, and at this time the butler was standing upright behind Chi-ya, who could be his subordinates, bodyguards, and the like. So the only possibility is Chi-ya and Aluka. However, after looking at Chi-ya and Aluka, Bartra's eyes revealed hope. Even though Chi-ya is a child, he still will not underestimate Chi-ya. Is that how you entertain guests? Chi-ya said flatly. I'm very sorry, please come with me. Hearing Chi-ya's reminder, Bartra came to his senses, stretched out his hand to Chi-ya, and signaled Chi-ya to come with him. When a guest comes to the door, it is really not in accordance with etiquette to let others stand at the door. Under the leadership of Bartra, Chi-ya and others came to the spacious, magnificent and resplendent hall. Please sit down. Bartra said politely to Chi-ya. Chi-ya pulled Aluka to sit down, and the butler respectfully stood behind the sofa. So, may I ask, this boy, do you have the breath of an archangel? I'm not doubting, but because, as far as I know, only the island of greed exists in the breath of the archangel. Bartra said with a dignified face, his words were full of the majesty of the superior, as if he was questioning the inferior and the subordinates are average. Don't put on such an attitude in front of me. Chi-ya narrowed her eyes slightly and said indifferently. Intense malice swept the entire hall in an instant, and many bodyguards trembled at this moment, and some bodyguards even knelt down on the ground, each with a terrified look. Bartra, who bears the brunt, is covered in sweat, his pupils are constricted, he is beating constantly, his heart is beating violently, and sweat is sliding down his forehead quickly. He just habitually used this superior tone to communicate with Chi-ya just now, but he didn't expect that Chi-ya would have such a reaction. If it weren't for the fact that he has been in a high position all year round, he has developed an extraordinary aura of a high position and a calm attitude in dealing with things. Affected by Chi-ya's malice, Bartra's spirit has long since collapsed. Find out your position. Although you are the richest man in the world, in my eyes, you are just an ant. Seeing Bartra in this state, Chi-ya withdrew his malice. Said lightly. Ha. 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 The malice disappeared, Bartra suddenly relaxed, and then panted violently. Well, I don't want to continue wasting time here. Bartra, I cured your little girlfriend, 200 billion Buddhist nuns, and 2 unused greedy islands. As for how to get the island of greed, I don't care about it, you can solve it yourself, whatever. Chi-ya stretched out a hand, stomach and Bartra and announced his deal. Yes, as long as you can save Alice, how much money you want, and any conditions, I will agree to you. Batra, who was panting, heard Chiya's words. Immediately, he was so excited that he didn't even care about his breathing disorder, and shouted excitedly. It's simple, as long as you can pay what I need. Chiya said lightly, and the words fell. A beautiful blonde-haired angel with surging thoughts appeared behind Chiya and appeared in the sight of Batra and others. Batra was taken aback for a moment, then trembled, opened his mouth wide, and wriggled, but there was no sound. Because he was too excited, Batra lost his voice. Zhao Lihao. Batra didn't calm down until more than a minute later. I also asked Chiya to take action. Batra said tremblingly, tears streaming down silently. He had waited too long for this moment. As long as the reward is in place, I can sell at any time. No, it's better to go and treat your little girlfriend directly, or after a while, I guess this deal won't be established. Chiya said flatly. Yes. Please follow me. Batra stood up excitedly and said respectfully. For his lover, he completely gave up his dignity as a rich man. Let's go. Chiya glanced at him unexpectedly, his face softened, and he spoke. Although he doesn't understand, Chiya still has a good impression of an infatuated person like Butler. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here specifically. Although 200 billion is a lot, it is not too difficult for the current Chiya to obtain. Chapter 140. Although the healing ability has evolved, the breath of Chiya's archangel still exists. However, Chiya did not use the breath of the archangel to save Batra's lover back, but the exorcism. Batra's lover should be implicated. Being used by others, my mind is blocked by some kind of special nin. So I became a vegetable. And this ability is very hidden. Even though Batra's men have many nin bodyguards, they have never discovered the nin in Alice's mind. For this matter, Chiya didn't mean to intervene, but just informed Batra of the reason. Then use the nin to eliminate the nin in Alice's mind, and give a free copy of the Archangel's breath to treat Alice's body, restore her physical fitness, and then leave. As for whether Batra will break his word and backtrack, Chiya is not worried at all. If Batra dares to do this, then don't blame him. 200 billion and all the assets of the entire rich man 567, Chiya thinks that the latter is better. After leaving from Batra, Chiya took a look at to the largest amusement park in Yukiksan City, and brought a look at to experience the childlike fun that she had never experienced before. Of course, Chiya himself has never experienced amusement parks. By the way, experience it together. After a crazy day with Aluka, the three of Chiya returned to the hotel where they stayed. Aluka, who had been crazy for so long, fell asleep as soon as she returned to the hotel. After ordering a female housekeeper to take care of Aluka, Chiya made a call and left the room. Go to the top floor of the hotel. Tall, come out. After reaching the top floor, Chiya directly knew a railing and sat on it, blowing a gentle autumn wind. In less than half an hour, Tall arrived here with Kalir and others. Not only Tall and the others, but even Kurapika followed at this time. Master Chiya. The 7 people saluted Chiya respectfully. Kurapika is no exception. Strictly speaking, Kurapika is not Chiya's subordinate. Chiya is his benefactor, and at the same time, he also learned about Chiya's preparation for them from Tall, which made Kurapika very grateful and respectful to Chiya. That's why he saluted with Tall and the others. September 1st, right? Tomorrow will be here. Today is August 31st, and tomorrow will be September 1st, which is also the time for the underground auction. What's your plan? Chiya sat on the railing. Swinging his feet, he asked with a faint smile. Defeat each one, Master Chiya. Tal's eyes turned red when he heard this, and then he replied in a low voice. Hi. Chiya suddenly snorted suspiciously. Kolar got the information that Phantom Troop will attack the underground auction tomorrow. They didn't make any plans. However, they won't dispatch all of them. The number of dispatchers is 6, and the rest will stay in their temporary station. Tal said solemnly. We decided to attack these people after they separated. Are you sure? Chi-ya narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Yes." All 7 of them shouted excitedly with their heads raised and their eyes burning. "Yes, I brought some powerful butlers over here this time, and you can force them to take action together. As for the brigade on the other side, Lear, give me their location, and I'll go and stare at them." Chi-ya pondered for a moment, then said, "BJBG. Yes, Master Chi-ya." Lear responded, then walked up to Chi-ya, and put my hand on Chi-ya's hand. A wisp of thought energy emerged from Lear's hands and covered Chi-ya's hands. Chi-ya narrowed her eyes slightly. "Master Chi-ya, this is their hiding place." After a few seconds, Lear let go of Chi-ya's hand and said respectfully. After speaking, he retreated and stood with the others. "I see." Chi-ya nodded. "Okay, you all go back, I will not interfere in tomorrow's battle, it is up to you whether you can take revenge. Also, this guy Hisoka is not an enemy, that guy didn't really join Phantom Troop, doesn't even have a spider tattoo on his body, don't treat him as an enemy." Then, Chi-ya looked at the crowd and opened his mouth to give orders. "Yes, the subordinate understands, then, the subordinate and others will leave first." "Well, let's go." Tal and the others came and went quickly, and they only stayed here for a few minutes before leaving. It seems that it has not changed from what I remember. Tal and the others should be able to deal with those spiders. After all, there is Kurapika, the stunned young man. Looking at the place where Tal and the others were standing before, Chi-ya fell into deep thought. The evaluation of Kurapika and Chi-ya who use the Oath of Restriction is stunned. Although using the Oath of Restriction can gain powerful power, it also puts a shackle on oneself. This shackle restricts itself. Many things will be restricted due to the existence of shackles. And once you accidentally touch the shackles, you will be backlashed. If it is light, it will lose its energy, if it is heavy, it will die on the spot, and it will be wiped out. However, Chi-ya can also understand Kurapika's thoughts. And, is it my illusion? It feels like the aura on this guy Tal has become a little different. Chi-ya frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Chi-ya could feel that, after not seeing him for a while, the aura on Tal's body became a little weird. It's very similar to Kurapika's aura, this guy Tal, maybe he also. Call. Sighing heavily, Chi-ya looked up at the sky and the starry sky, and remained silent. This guy really doesn't listen to advice. Thad, go check out the location of Phantom Troop's temporary camp. Go over there and block them tomorrow night. Speaking of which, since the battle 3 years ago, I haven't seen each other again. 3 years ago, these spiders forced themselves to flee in embarrassment. If it weren't for the sake of Tal and others, I would have just clicked you. Chapter 141. Back at the hotel, Chi-ya easily figured out where Phantom Troop is now through the Hunter website and the video clues sent by Lear. The former bustling city of Caesar City. As a criminal gang, it's normal to choose that kind of place. Looking at the answer on the computer, Chi-ya murmured softly. Caesar City used to be a bustling city no less than Yukiksen City. Occupied by many gangsters, it is very close to Yukiksen City, and is more prosperous than the current Yukiksen City. However, more than 10 years ago, because of a turmoil, all the gangsters in the entire Caesar City were implicated, and many gangsters directly smashed their brains, making this extremely prosperous city quickly reduced to a deserted place, with ruins and devastation everywhere. Later, under the intervention of 10 old men, the gangsters stopped the war and moved to Yukiksen City. It was at that time that Yukiksen City gradually prospered. Auctions also came about at that time. I remember, in my memory, there will be 7 spiders that will attack the underground auction tomorrow. However, right now Shizuku is not a member of the brigade. At this time, he is still reading in the library of Cukulu Mountain, so there are only 6 of them. Uvijin, Nobunaga, Shulnark, Phaeton, Franklin, and Maki, respectively. The only ones left in Caesar City are Captain Crollo, Paknatan, Cuba, Finks, and Shalaef. As for Hisoka, this guy pass. If you dare to do it, then beat it. Looking at the computer, Chi-ya stroked her chin in thought. Chi-ya is confident that he can stare at these people and prevent them from joining Uvijin and others. Turning on the computer, Chi Ya walked to the balcony, looking at the night outside the window. It's really a bustling city. However, they are all gangsters. I really want to catch all these guys. These guys who commit all kinds of crimes shouldn't live. Looking at the city night scene with neon lights, Chi Ya murmured in a low voice. However, despite being disgusted, Chi Ya didn't do anything. If it's not the goal of the mission, and if you don't provoke yourself, then Chi Ya won't do it. Although these guys did all sorts of evil, they didn't offend me after all, and they didn't have a problem with themselves. Moreover, there are too many gangsters here. Killing it will cause huge turmoil and bring huge troubles to the Zaldik family. As the next patriarch, Chi Ya will naturally not ignore the overall situation. Phantom Troop, Kill and Kill, after all, is an A-level criminal gang wanted all over the world. However, killing these gangsters will lead to the backlash of gangsters all over the world. Even the Zaldik family cannot fight against gangsters all over the world. Although the Zaldik family is very powerful, they cannot fight against a country, or even against the whole world. But the gangsters who have PD off the whole world, maybe one day these guys will get some poor people's roses from an unknown place, and throw them here at Cukulu mountain. It's really uncomfortable to let these guys get away with it. Chi Ya's eyes flashed with displeasure. The next moment, Chi Ya dialed the phone again. Tall, don't do it lightly, let the spiders consume the power of these gangsters. Understood, Master Chi Ya. The tower on the opposite side was stunned when he heard Chi Ya's order, then smiled and responded. I like this, and I don't like these villains either. Hanging up the phone, Chi Ya looked at the night scene quietly again. Speaking of which, Menchi and Kurapika don't know if they're back or not. Have Kolya, Menchi and Kurapika come back? Chi Ya turned to the housekeeper waiting at the door and asked. Yes, Master Chi Ya, Miss Menchi and Miss Kurapika have returned and are now in their rooms. The housekeeper Kolya replied respectfully. Huh? When? Hearing this, Chi Ya was very surprised. The next moment, Chi Ya's whole body glowed with white light, and a flicker disappeared into the room. Ask for her flowers. Seeing Chi Ya disappear, the housekeeper Kolya was taken aback for a moment, then calmed down and waited quietly by the door. However, within a few seconds, the white light appeared again, Chi Ya's figure appeared in the room very embarrassed, and the embarrassment flashed across his face. These two guys are actually on the other side, in the room of Menchi and Kurapika. In the room, the white bed was covered with all kinds of fashionable clothes, while Menchi and Kurapika stood beside the bed, dressed in crisp clothes. Both of them were blushing at this time, with a look of embarrassment. Chi Ya, this guy, he just teleported here without even saying hello. Menchi said with a blushing face. He has to be punished. Kurapika on the side also had flushed cheeks and was extremely ashamed. The two of them tried the result of going out this time in Menchi's room just now, but Chi Ya suddenly appeared beside them. I don't need it, anyway, I will be seen sooner or later. Hearing this, Menchi not only didn't get angry, but said coyly. Kurapika. Then I'll settle the score with him. Seeing Menchi's appearance, Kurapika suddenly twitched his mouth and said loudly, then walked towards the gate. Well, Kurapika, I think it's just a glance, there's no need for that, anyway, you will be like me in the future. Watching Kurapika, who was about to open the door, Menchi shouted. Kurapika, who had just put his hand on the doorknob, froze when he heard this, but then he turned his head in embarrassment and yelled at Menchi, who is with you, identical. After yelling, he quickly opened the door and rushed away angrily. What's there to be ashamed of? You've been staying in Cukulu mountain. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? It's just that my mother likes it. Otherwise, I won't agree. Looking at the door where Kurapika left, Menchi whispered I thought about it and said dry. Chapter 142. Chi Ya, is the phantom troop you mentioned here? In the afternoon of the next day, Chi Ya took Menchi and Kurapika to the ruins of Caesar City. On the way, Menchi asked Chi Ya curiously. Well, this ruined city is their temporary residence. Chi Ya nodded slightly and explained. This time, there were only Chi Ya, Menchi and Kurapika. As for Yalyajia, Chi Ya left him in the hotel, and Yamayan was left by Chi Ya to protect Yaelyajia. Well, although Aluka doesn't need protection from others, when Nanaka comes out, no one is his opponent. However, just in case, Chi Ya still kept the linen tone. After all, Aluka's common sense is too much of a headache. How many people are there in Phantom Troop? Crook on the side also spoke. However, the tone of 443 was not very good, as if he was angry with Chi Ya. Seeing Chi Ya looking over, Crew K glared at Chi Ya viciously. For this, Chi Ya was very embarrassed. After all, yesterday he was too reckless and suddenly teleported the old space. Phantom Troop has 12 people, but 6 people have already gone to Yukiksen City. There are only 6 people in their temporary residence now. Chi Ya replied. Yukchushi went to 6. Is their purpose an underground auction? Crook guessed, frowning slightly after hearing this. Ah, their purpose is the items in the underground auction. Chi Ya nodded. Ah, yeah, that's interesting. In order to show their social status and expand their influence, the bosses of the gangsters did everything by themselves. This time, they encountered those murderous groups with no blood or tears. If there is no accident, they should not survive. Hearing that the members of the brigade went to the underground auction in Yukiksen City, Crook was not only not worried about the gang bosses who participated in the auction, but also gloated incomparably. Ah, I specifically told Tal and the others not to make a move until the members of the brigade do it. Chi Ya also smiled and echoed. You two are really funny, but, this approach. I agree, those gangsters are not good things, and it would be better to die. Menchi was speechless when he saw the two people who smelled like each other. However, the next moment there was also a smile on his face. By the way, is it okay for those brigade members to be handed over to Tal and the others? Suddenly, Menchi thought of something and asked worriedly. Ah, don't worry, Tal and the others are not weak, and I even asked Wutong and the others to bring people over to help. Chi Ya said with a faint smile. Ah, well, since you have confidence, then it's good. I really want to touch the brigade members here now. I haven't been active for a long time, and I don't know if the brigade members can meet my expectations. Menchi said, moving his hands. Okay, let's hurry up, I also want to see how strong the A-level criminal gang is. Crook's mouth raised, and his eyes revealed a look of expectation. For Phantom Troop, she had wanted to meet for a while. However, Phantom Troop comes and goes without a trace, disappears without a trace. She never had the chance to meet these criminals. Well, that's only if she wasn't specifically looking for a relationship from the Hunter website. Well, speed up. Chi Ya and Menchi nodded in agreement. The three speeded up and headed towards Caesar City. Night has fallen quietly. After more than 2 hours of rushing, the three of Chi Ya also arrived in Caesar City. Hey, where are they? Looking at the ruined city, Crook looked at Chi Ya and asked. Come with me. Chi Ya glanced around, then said. Chi Ya rushed towards a certain direction, she couldn't feel any breath in her body, and she had already entered the state of Absolute. Seeing this, Menchi and Crook followed up with Absolute. A few minutes later, the three came to an abandoned building. Chi Ya crouched on the roof and looked down. In front of Chi Ya is also an abandoned building. Through the broken window, Chi Ya clearly saw several brigade members sitting in the broken room. Menchi and Crook followed closely and landed beside Chi Ya silently. Found it. How about going to fight them directly? Crook asked Chi Ya softly. Well, wait a minute, don't act rashly for the time being, they will probably take action after a while, and then we will take action. Chi Ya shook his head and denied. Okay, listen to you. Crook heard the words. Frowning slightly, then nodded. It has been agreed before coming here, this time I will come here to follow Chi Ya's arrangement. Although it was very similar to fighting against members of the brigade, Crook was not in such a hurry. Menchi, on the other hand, was very quiet, did not speak, but observed the situation below. The three of Chi Ya are all Nin masters, and they have already entered the state of Absolute beforehand. As long as the breath is not disturbed, even Nin masters like Krollo can't detect the existence of the three of Chi Ya. At this time, Krollo was still holding a Bible and reading it calmly, and the others were also extremely quiet, not realizing that there were 3 non-people watching them in front of their eyes. On the other side, the underground auction venue of Yukiksen City is located in the building. The auction at this time has fallen into riots. Unknown armed groups attacked the auction house. Many gang bosses died unexpectedly, and the entire auction house was bloody in 3.4. At this time, in the building opposite the auction building, Tall and the others in suits were staying in a spacious office, quietly watching the riot scene below. After a few glances, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. Already gone, let's go after it. Tall turned and walked towards the door, shouting to the others as he walked. Everyone did not respond. Silently followed behind Tall. Outside Yukiksen City, a hot air balloon was floating slowly, with flames bursting out from time to time. It was as if he was deliberately exposing his position. It's a hot air balloon, over there, hurry up. The cars of many gangsters followed closely behind the hot air balloon, chasing after it. The cars of Tall and the others were also heading there. Chapter 143. After more than 10 minutes of flight, the hot air balloon that Phantom Troop and others took landed in the Gourd Desert. It's more like a desert than a gobi. The 6 of Phantom Troop stopped on a huge rock face. And the lower part, at this time, was already full of gangster vehicles, under the headlights, all in black suits. Hey, there are really a lot of people here. On the rock wall, Shulnark looked at the gangsters gathered below with a smile on his face. You all don't shoot. Yuvajin waved his hands in front of them, said excitedly, and then jumped down. As soon as it landed, Yuvajin was attacked like a storm. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, and various thermal weapons were constantly shooting at Yuvajin. This time there is no Shizuku, no Popeye to clean up all the dead bodies of the gangsters, and the gangsters will not ask Yuvajin about the whereabouts of the gangsters. So as soon as Yuvajin came down, these gangsters immediately started attacking. However, these powerful thermal weapon attacks in the eyes of ordinary people did not play any role in Yuvajin's body. Yuvajin's strong body and 19 enhancers' unique strong defense make Yuvajin completely ignore the damage of these bullets. All the bullets fired at Yuvajin were deflected. Is this guy a monster? Such intensive attacks are completely fine. Keep shooting, I don't believe this guy can stay unharmed. Drizzle. Yuvajin grimaced and said disdainfully as he watched the bullets constantly bouncing off his body. The next moment, Yuvajin squatted down, and the whole figure was shot out like a bullet. A bloody massacre officially began. The desperate screams not only echoed in the canyon. Don't come here, you devil! Ah! Go away, don't come here, don't come here! Monster, run away! It's really boring, these guys are too brittle. Phaeton said flatly on the rock wall with his hands in his pockets. The hand that was originally abolished by Chiya has now been replaced with a mechanical arm. If it's just a broken arm, Maki in the brigade is more than capable of restoring Phaeton's arm. But this is impossible. Krollo's ability saves Phaeton from Chiya's attack. But Chiya's thunderbolt completely destroyed Phaeton's arm, and it was wiped out, leaving nothing of that kind. Indeed, it's just a thermal weapon of this level. It can't hurt us at all. Nobunaga nodded in agreement. For those who are stubborn, as long as they have cultivated to a certain level, they can withstand the damage of hot weapons like guns. Of course, this kind of intensive quantity can only be tolerated by Yuvajin, who has cultivated the enhancer to such a powerful level. It's really boring. It's okay anyway, let's play cards. Shulnark took out a deck of cards and said to his companion. On the other side, on a rock wall not far from Shulnark and others. This kind of rock wall is much higher than the rock wall where the brigade and others fell. Tall and the others are standing here at this time, using binoculars to watch Yuvajin's brutal killing of many gangsters. Looking at Yuvajin's cruelty, everyone's expressions did not change. Let's get ready, wait until that big guy wipes out all the residue, and then we'll do it. Tall said to the crowd without turning his head. Ah, I understand. The 6 people responded in unison. Hi. But at this moment, Tall suddenly let out a doubt. It seems that someone has done it faster than us. Tall put down the binoculars and said lightly. Ah, those guys should be the 10th old man's private armed force yin beast, they look so weak. Kalair frowned and complained. Let them fight first, these ghost beasts are not good things, Master Chi-Ya definitely doesn't like them. Tal said. Indeed, Master Chi-Ya has always disliked these gangsters. Kylo with a prickly hair shrugged and said. Strictly speaking, they are now considered gangsters. However, Master Chi-Ya is very disgusted with the attitude of these gangsters who are also underworld figures. No way, Master Chi-Ya has his own bottom line, so he naturally doesn't like these people who kill innocent people at will. Pixiu also spread his hands and said with emotion. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the terrifying impact rushed straight to everyone's faces, and everyone involuntarily stretched out their hands to block their eyes. After the impact, Tal and the others looked at the battlefield again. I saw that a huge deep pit with a width of more than 100 meters had appeared on the originally flat ground. Yuvajin at this time. Get ready to do it. One yin beast has already been knocked down, and the remaining 3 are probably coming soon. Tal put down the binoculars and turned to the 6 people behind him. Leave that little man to me, and the rest of you. Tal said to Kurapika and the others. Then, leave the big guy to me. Kurapika was the first to stand up and say. Kurapika, can you? Tal frowned and asked worriedly. 670 let Cole come with you. No, Tal, I can do it alone. Kurapika shook his head firmly after hearing this, and refused. Yes. Tal heard the words, took a deep look at Kurapika, and then nodded. Immediately afterwards, several other people also picked their opponents one after another. Pixie chose Nobunaga, Kalu chose Shulnark, Kira chose Franklin, Carl and Kalair both chose Maki. Separate them later and defeat them one by one. Tal said with red eyes and a cold expression. Understood. Several other people also had red eyes at this time, entering the state of fiery red eyes. The next moment, all 6 of them disappeared in place, and only Tal remained in place. After the Kurapika 6 disappeared, Tal turned his attention to the distant rock face. Indus, I'm counting on you guys, spread out the people and go support them. Tal begged to Wutong and others who were standing in a row in front of the rock wall not far away. Leave it to us. Indus nodded lightly, and then all the butlers disappeared in after images. Turning his head, Tal took a deep look at the situation below, and then disappeared as an after image. 140th chapters each break. Even after being poisoned, Yuvajin, the enhancer Nin, still easily wiped out several yin beasts. However, although the yin beast was eliminated, Yuvajin was unable to move because of the toxin. Hey, Shulnark, come down and help me, clean up these leeches and toxins. Yuvajin yelled at Shulnark on the rock wall. Although there is no popied fish, the brigade still has other methods. Like this guy Shulnark. This guy has the ability to force the poison out of Yuvajin. Haha, Yuvajin, you also have times like this. Shulnark laughed and jumped down. Show me the leech. Shulnark's astonishing knowledge allowed him to see the origin of the leech on Yuvajin in no time. The leeches on your body will crawl to the bladders of humans and animals after returning to Huashan for a whole day, and will die after laying eggs. The eggs hatch immediately and are excreted in the urine. It's usually life-threatening pain when you pass. Hey, stop joking. Yuvajin was startled when he heard this. He's not afraid of anything, but if it's what Shulnark said, then he really doesn't know if he can bear the pain. Moreover, he is not willing to bear it. However, if you want to hatch, you must have a certain concentration of ammonia. If the concentration of ammonia is not enough, the eggs will not hatch. At this time, even if it is discharged, it will not be painful. So during this time, you have to not only gulp beer, but also constantly pee. Then you should have said it earlier, don't scare me. Yuvajin was relieved when he heard this, but also very upset. Of course, you can also use another method, which is to let me manipulate your body to forcefully repel these things. Shulnark smiled, then said another way. If you use this, you have to use it twice. The distribution of this toxin is different from that of leech eggs. My ability cannot expel them all at once. Yuvajin heard the words, the face that was not afraid of anything that day showed a strange look again, and changed the subject in embarrassment. Just expel the toxins. As for the leeches, just follow the method you just said. Uvijin said with some flinching. Regarding Shulnark's ability, he tried it out of curiosity before, and then he was in pain. The pain is really unbearable for human beings, even if his mental strength is extremely strong, it is still the same. Even if his physique is strong, it won't work. That ability doesn't just work on the body. At the same time, the internal organs will also be greatly damaged. Since then, he has cast a shadow over Shulnark's abilities. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that what Shulnark said was based on the fact that he was able to move, he wouldn't even ask Shulnark to clear the toxin. Once is enough, but twice? Forgive me. Then let's get started. Shulnark took out an antenna and smiled at Uvijin. Uvijin gulped when he saw Shulnark's antenna. This strong man who is not afraid of anything is really scared when he sees the antenna. When the few people above saw this scene, they all gloated, and no one sympathized with what happened to me. Who told this guy to be so rambunctious and not to fight well? If you fight seriously, this situation will not be caused at all. Although the sick dog was fast, it was not impossible to keep up. Uvijin is just too confident in his body, that's why the gutter capsizes. Don't move. Shulnark was still smiling, and the antenna in his hand was thrust towards the wound on Uvijin's shoulder. Hey, you did it on purpose. Uvijin yelled as Shulnark inserted the antenna into his wound. Your body is so hard, so I can only plug the antenna here, don't complain. Shulnark laughed. However, at this moment, Shulnark suddenly froze. Not only Shulnark, Nobunaga, Phaeton, and others on the rock wall were also stunned at this time. I saw that Uvijin's body was unknowingly wrapped around a circle of chains. Hi! Uvijin was also taken aback. When? The next moment, Uvijin was directly dragged out by the chains. Seeing this scene, Maki on the rock wall quickly threw out a silver needle with silk thread and shot towards Uvijin's body. However, before the silver needle landed on Uvijin's body, a silver light flashed, the silk thread was cut directly, and the silver needle fell downward. This sudden scene made everyone in the brigade stunned. The enemy. Nobunaga quickly unfolded his circle, and the katana in his hand was also ready to strike a powerful blow at any time. Who? It was Phaeton who was very calm at this moment. However, the next moment, his calmness was broken by a sentence. Short, we meet again. Tall appeared in front of him at an incredible speed and said. Phaeton's pupils shrank suddenly, and a burst of anger surged into his heart. However, before Phaeton could explode, Tal's hand was on his face. Tal, who landed on the ground, stepped on one foot, held Phaeton's face, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared in the eyes of everyone in the brigade. Li Hao! And Nobunaga's extremely fast slash came belatedly at the moment when the two disappeared, and the slash was lonely. Your opponent is me. A big foot in a black suit suddenly appeared in front of Nobunaga who had just slashed Iai, and kicked towards his face. Nobunaga quickly stretched out his hand to block it, and the next moment, Nobunaga shot towards the sky. Pixiu who appeared in front of Nobunaga also rushed up quickly. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 members of the brigade left. This sudden change made Shulnark, Maki, and Franklin unable to react for a while. Shu am I? Swish! Swish! Several voices sounded, a figure appeared next to Shulnark and Franklin, and 2 figures appeared beside Maki. 3, please. The 4 people with red eyes said in unison to the 3 of them indifferently. Chapter 145. Send a message to your leader. On the desert, Karl and Kalir watched Maki and Krolo's fairy tale quietly, without any intention of interrupting. Maki ignored Karl and continued talking. Well, that's it, we've got trouble here. Need help, came Krolo's calm voice on the phone. Come here as soon as possible. These guys seem to be very good. I'm not sure. Maki said lightly. I see, I'll be there right away. Krolo on the phone responded lightly. Slap. The phone hung up, and Maki put the phone in his collar. Sorry to keep you waiting, your eyes, I think they belong to the Kurapika clan. Is it a survivor from that time? Maki looked at the two and said lightly. Ah, thanks to you, we are now the descendants of the Kurapika tribe. Kalir's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was extremely calm. By the way, I advise you not to expect the support of your regiment leader. Because there are already people watching over there. Although your captain will not be killed, your captain cannot appear here. Karl also said. What did you say? Maki was taken aback for a moment, frowning slightly. Karl and Cole had absolutely no intention of continuing to communicate with Maki. Slowly walking towards Maki 807, the speed of the two is getting faster and faster. The next moment, the three of them fought together. On the other side, the battlefield of the other people is also completely unfolded. However, there is a battlefield that is very delicate. That is the battlefield of Kurapika. The battlefield on Kurapika's side is completely free. Uvijin, who has been poisoned in his body and cannot move, has greatly reduced his combat effectiveness, plus Kurapika's special ability against spiders after using the Oath of Restraint. Uvijin, the number one militant faction of the brigade, is completely free, and has no resistance at all. Forcibly blocked by Kurapika, he attacked with one punch after another. In less than 2 minutes, the non-strongman who had entered the room with the enhancer burped in Kurapika's hands, without any ostentation. Looking at Uvijin and Kurapika, who had lost their breath and died with regret, their expressions were very calm. Evil heretics! He said lightly, and Kurapika left here and went to other battlefields. Well, the strength of this little guy from the Kurapika tribe is really terrifying. Wutong, who came not far away and was ready to help at any time, saw this scene, and the corners of his eyes suddenly twitched. This guy, Ja, has only been practicing for about half a year, and he's actually that scary. Are all the survivors of the Kurapika clan monsters? And at this time, on the side of Kaiser City, Krollo, who hung up the phone, slowly stood up. There's an accident on Maki's side, and everyone is ready to act. Krollo closed the Bible and gave orders lightly. Problem occurs. It's really strange. Then let's go. Just wondering what happened to make Maki call for help. Several members of the brigade took action and were ready to set off. But someone is coming. Hisoka, the only one who didn't move, said lightly. Ah, indeed. Krollo also said lightly, and immediately, his gaze turned to the side. That direction is nothing but where Chi-Ya, Menchi, and Crook are. Just now, after his order was issued, he felt a faint breath coming from there. The aura is full of malice and enemies. From the perceived aura, Krollo drew a conclusion at once. It's this monster that came here. It's kind of bad. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hisoka's calm face and forehead. Hisoka really didn't want to confront Chi-Ya. Chi-Ya had knocked him out of the shadows last time. Everyone's eyes followed Krollo's. I saw 3 figures standing there at this time. When Paknatan and the others shrank their pupils when they saw these 3 figures. Being approached by the enemy to such an extent, they didn't realize it at all. Yo, long time no see, Krollo. Chi-Ya flashed in front of Krollo and the others, and greeted Krollo in a normal way. Except for Krollo and Hisoka, the other 4 were on alert. You are, the boy from 3 years ago. Krollo said after a moment of hesitation. Ah, it's an honor to be remembered by the head of Phantom Troop, an unknown person. Chi-Ya looked very honored. You are not an unknown person. After all, you are someone who can leave openly in our eyes. Krollo looked calm, but his tone was extremely dignified. Ah, I remembered, it was the little guy from 3 years ago. I didn't expect to meet again. If I let Phaeton know, I don't know how happy he will be. That guy Phaeton has always wanted to avenge his broken arm 3 years ago, and every time he meets you, you can hear his thoughts. Finks stared at Chi-Ya for a few seconds, and then showed an expression of enlightenment. Pat, clack. At this time, Menchi and Crook also came to Chi-Ya's side. The two sides began to confront each other. A serious and dignified atmosphere spread in the abandoned floor, and the killing intent condensed, as if they would do it in the next second. Are you here at this time? Are you with those guys? Krollo calmed down for a while, then asked. Ah, Tal and the others are my subordinates, the descendants of the Kurita clan. Tal and the others are here to avenge you this time. Can you please stay here and don't leave? Correspondingly, I will not shoot at you, what? Tal and the others will come over soon, you just need to wait here for your imminent death. Chi Ya said lightly, as if talking about something commonplace. But the words that came out made Finks and the others show their veins, grit their teeth, and burst their pupils. This guy, how dare to say such a thing, and ignore us at all? Finks grinned, and his arms began to move. One look is ready for battle. Peeling Lef, who was tied up like a mummy, also stood up, full of thoughts. In this regard, Krollo did not speak at all, acquiescing to the actions of the two. For Chi Ya's words, although Krollo looked calm, he was very angry inside. It was the first time he encountered such a thing. Chi Ya's tone was not so much a discussion, but a real threat and order to them. When he was the commander of Phantom Troop, when was he subjected to this threat, this disgrace? On Chi Ya's side, Crook and Menchi also stood up. Boom! In the next moment, the figures of the four disappeared, and they reappeared in the middle of the two sides. A strong impact instantly spread to the surroundings, the entire abandoned room was shaken, and broken stones flew across. Chapter 146. Broken stones flew and broken glass all shattered. When they collided, the two figures were blown away like kites with broken strings. When Paknatan and Kyubi saw this scene, their eyes widened and they almost exclaimed. Because it wasn't Menchi and Crook who got kicked out, but their companions, Finks and Shelf Lef. So strong. Krollo looked at the two culprits, Menchi and Crook, with his eyes flickering slightly. Chi Ya, I leave this place to you. Menchi yelled at Chi Ya, then stepped on his left foot, and his whole body exploded like a cannonball. And Crook also spread out the pair of wings behind him, and the whole person shot out. Ah, let's go. Chi Ya waved his hand and said casually. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 people left on this abandoned floor. Let's do it. Krollo looked at Chi Ya indifferently, and said to the 3 of them without looking back. At the same time, his right hand took out a strangely shaped knife. Paknatan then took out his pistol, his thoughts began to surge, and he entered a fighting state. Humph, it seems that you rejected my proposal. Chi Ya was not surprised, and smiled lightly. Well. At this moment, Hisoka on Krollo's right suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Hisoka. Krollo said without looking back. Not talking to you, Captain. Hisoka narrowed his eyes and said. Hi. Krollo was taken aback for a moment. Ilmi's younger brother, can you give me the chance to fight the leader? I really want to fight the leader. On the other hand, as long as I don't die, you can instruct me to do 2 things in the future. How? Hisoka walked slowly to Krollo and suggested to Chi Ya. He has been looking for opportunities to fight Krollo all the time. But this opportunity has never been found. Because Krollo always takes 2 brigade members with him wherever he goes. This is simply not enough to satisfy Hisoka and Krollo's desire to fight one-on-one. I thought you were going to be my enemy just now, Hisoka. Chi Ya narrowed his eyes and said with a half-smile. How could it be? I don't want to fight with you, you are a monster after all. Hearing this, Hisoka suddenly had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He doesn't want to fight Chi Ya. Hisoka, you. Krollo frowned slightly on his calm face. Although he has always felt that Hisoka's character is very strange, Krollo has never doubted Hisoka. However, now that Hisoka has said these words, it has been proved that Hisoka is a traitor to the brigade. Okay. Chi Ya immediately agreed after teasing Hisoka. Leader, he has already agreed, what do you think? Hisoka got excited when he got Chi Ya's answer, turned around and asked Krollo, his eyes sparkling. He finally waited for this opportunity. Hisoka, I'll talk about the fight with you later, the current enemy of the brigade is not you. Krollo calmly refused. That can't be done. I finally waited for this opportunity. If I let you fight him, then I won't have this opportunity. Hisoka shook his head and vetoed. If Krollo is allowed to fight Chi Ya, the result must be that Krollo dies in Chi Ya's hands, and he will not have this chance. He didn't want to be bald for 3 years and fall short in the end. Chrollo was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Does this guy mean that I won't have the chance to fight against this boy after I fight against him? Hisoka is very sure that I will die under the hands of this boy. Even if I go up with Pike and Cuba, the result will be the same, so in order to be able to fight with me, stop me and prevent me from dying at the hands of this boy inside. Chrollo speculated in his heart, looking at Chi-Ya with more vigilance. This guy is unfathomable. Don't be an enemy for the time being, find a chance to leave first, go to join Maki and the others, and then all the members will go together. Accept Hisoka's invitation to the duel first. Okay, Hisoka, go to another place, it can't be used here. Thinking of this, Chrollo put away the knife in his hand and suggested to Hisoka. Ask for her flowers. Then, he turned around and walked towards Pike, reaching out to pat Pike on the shoulder. Pike, you and Kyubi will wait here first. Hearing this, Paknatan was stunned for a moment, and really didn't understand why the leader made such a decision. However, the next moment, she thought of something, and then frowned in a rare way. Captain, what are your plans? Chrollo shook his head, said nothing, let go of his hands and walked into the darkness. In this scene, Chi-Ya completely saw it, without missing a single bit. Chi-Ya knew that Chrollo must be planning something. 0. However, Chi-Ya didn't care at all. Hisoka did not refuse Chrollo's proposal at all. Then, thank you for your generosity, Ilmi's younger brother. Hisoka thanked Chi-Ya with a smile, and then left with Chrollo. After Hisoka and Chrollo left, Chi-Ya casually walked to a stone, leaned against the stone, took out a book from the system space, and began to read it. As for whether Hisoka will deliberately take this opportunity to let Chrollo go, Chi-Ya is not worried at all. The purpose of this guy, lurking in the brigade, is to fight Chrollo. This time he finally got the chance, it is impossible for this guy to give up. Moreover, even if he wanted to do this, he had to consider the existence of Chi-Ya. Think about the consequences of doing so, whether Chi-Ya will tear him alive. On the other side, after seeing Chi-Ya's non-threatening movements, Paknatan heaved a sigh of relief, then walked to Kyubi's side and sat down as if nothing had happened. Secretly put a hand on Kyubi's back. Kyubi glanced at Paknatan without moving his expression, but didn't speak. For the small movements of the two, Chi-Ya seemed to be completely unaware of the small movements of the two, and still looked at the book in his hand very quietly. Soon, the sound of fighting came from not far away. The battle between Hisoka and Chrollo started a few days ago. Chapter 147. The three-party battlefield is extremely fierce. At this time, the most intense battlefield belongs to Tal's side. The battlefield between Tal and Phaeton is in a Gobi Canyon. At this time, the battle between the two has entered a fierce stage. Both sides are desperate. I didn't expect to grow to this level in just 3 years. The talent of the Kuruda tribe is truly terrifying. If you are allowed to continue, it will be very detrimental to the brigade. You must be wiped out after you have fully grown up. Said faintly, the umbrella sword in Phaeton's hand quickly attacked, bringing up a series of after-images. Even for Tal, it was very thrilling to deal with it, and there were faint signs of suppressing Tal at a disadvantage. At this time, Tal has entered the red eye state, and his ability has also been transferred to the trait system. Those who belong to heaven and those who are superior to others have also used 410 to come out. However, even so, Tal was still suppressed by Phaeton. Without him, because Phaeton's combat experience is much stronger than him, and in terms of speed, Phaeton is also much stronger than him. What is even more unfavorable to Tal is that the superior ability allows Tal's Nin power to ignore the limitation of display capacity and use power stronger than the creator. However, the energy consumed by the powerful Nin is also huge. Although Tal's Nin is very powerful, he can't compare with Phaeton in terms of Nin Chi cultivation. After all, Tal has only been practicing for 3 years, and his Nian Chi cultivation base cannot naturally increase like Chi-Ya's. Wanting to do this kind of power and consumption of energy is also very large. And even with the trait Nin, Tal was still suppressed. It can be seen that Phaeton's strength is strong. However, despite being suppressed, Tal's expression remained unchanged. He didn't care about the slowly recovering sword wound, and his expression was extremely calm. "Can I ask a question?" Tal suddenly said during the battle. "Huh? What?" Phaeton was taken aback for a moment when he heard the words, and then said, "While speaking, the attack did not stop at all. How did you feel when you killed our people?" Tal asked calmly. "The Kuruda tribe. Your people are quite strong. However, killing is very enjoyable. Since that time, I have never encountered such an enjoyable killing." Phaeton squinted his eyes immediately after hearing this, and then said in a playful tone said, "That's right, I got it." Tal closed his eyes slightly after hearing this. When it opened again, a scarlet light flashed away. A terrifying force swept out in an instant, and Phaeton shot out directly, hitting the rock wall heavily, and the whole rock wall collapsed. Gunpowder smoke filled the air, and Phaeton was buried in the rock wall, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At this moment, a strong thought emanated from Tal's body, and a terrifying aura that was completely incomparable with before was constantly erupting on Tal's body. Tal's expression was extremely calm, even a little too calm. Without any words, Tal tapped one foot lightly, and the whole person burst out instantly. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the gunpowder. Boom! As for the other battlefields, except for the one where Karl and Kalair were located, the situation in other battlefields is very unfavorable for Tar. It is not a joke that Phantom Troop has been famous for more than 10 years. The members of the troop are all Nin masters and their strength is very strong. Even though Tal and the others are Kuruda tribes with extraordinary talents, 3 years still cannot catch up with the more than 10 years of training of the members of the brigade. Niangkai cultivation base can't keep up, and combat experience can't be compared with brigade members. Only Karl and Kalair are in a 2-on-1 situation, coupled with the fact that the two often cooperate and have a very tacit relationship. Together, they can easily put Maki at a disadvantage. The others are all at a disadvantage and are in danger. Fortunately, there are healing items given to them by Chi Ya, so they are not too one-sided. Moreover, the butlers that Chi Ya brought over this time were also divided into several groups, joined the battlefield, and restored the situation on the battlefield. However, the situation remains dire. At this time, in the desert of Gord, the figure of Kurapika galloped rapidly. After solving Uvijan, Kurapika followed the perception of breath and rushed to other battlefields. Nin's battles are so powerful that it is easy for people to perceive the atmosphere. And the breath of an acquaintance is even easier. The battlefield that Kurapika rushed to at this time was the closest to him. The battle between Pixiu and Nobunaga. On the other side, in Kaiser City, there were continuous violent explosions from abandoned buildings, and the offensive and defensive battle between Hisoka and Krollo has also entered a fierce stage. Outside Caesars, Menchi and Crook played directly against Finks and Flak-Lef. Everyone participated in the battle, only Chi Ya was the most relaxed. At this time, he was still reading a book in the spider's temporary residence in an abandoned building. In front of Chi Ya, Paknatan and Kyubi were making small moves at this time. Kyubi's ability can copy the ability that has been touched, even if it is a human being. And just now, when Paknatan put his hand behind Kyubi's back, the message sent to Kyubi was: "Create a copy of the two of us, get out of the way, find Finks and Shelf Lef, then go to the Gord Desert, join Maki and the others." The information sent to him by Paknatan was Krollo's order. "Don't fight with that boy, you are not his opponent, find a way to get out of here, I will also find a way to get out, and then meet in Gord Desert." This is Krollo's message to Paknatan. Before, Krollo patted Paknatan on the shoulder, and when Paknatan asked Krollo, Krollo relied on Paknatan's ability to pass his order to Paknatan silently. Afterwards, Paknatan began to execute Krollo's orders. Now, Kyubi has used hidden to silently reproduce the replicas of the two, and used the darkness to switch positions with the replicas. 2.6. At this time, the two had already appeared behind a wall very concealedly, ready to get out. However, they don't know that everything about them is under Chi Ya's surveillance. Chi Ya already knew the abilities of the two of them, how could he not guard against them? Looking at the two replicas sitting there motionless, Chi-ya closed the book and sighed slightly. Why bother, let you stay safe and quiet for a while, why don't you listen? Chi-ya said with a sigh. Kyubi and Paknatan, who were behind the wall, shrank their pupils when they heard Chi-ya's words. The next moment, they took steps, wanting to leave here as quickly as possible. However, before the two of them could take a step, they felt their gazes spinning. What followed was severe pain on the face and involuntary screams. Chapter 148. I've told you all to stay here, but you just won't listen. Walking in front of Paknatan and Cuba, Chi-ya said regretfully. At this time, the two were being suppressed by Chi-ya using the Space Nin. Within a radius of 100 meters of Chi-ya can easily use the space ability to suppress Nin people like Pai Kanotan and Kyubi. The next moment, the blue lightning instantly bloomed and illuminated the entire abandoned floor. Being pressed to the ground, the two of them couldn't even scream. Within 2 seconds, the entire floor went dark again. There were 2 black bodies under Chi-ya's feet. In just a short moment, Chi-ya caused Kyubi and Paknatan to be seriously injured and dying. If it weren't for the strong physique of the two of them, they would have burped a long time ago. Keeping the two of them is just for Tal and the others to do it. After putting both of them down, Chi-ya didn't continue reading, but came to the top of the building. Standing on the edge, Chi-ya quietly looked down. At this time, in this abandoned city, there are loud sounds of destruction and explosions from many abandoned buildings from time to time. This sound was unusually obvious in this silent city, and the echoes came from far away, deafening. Chi-ya saw with his own eyes that Krollo and Hisoka were constantly shuttling between buildings and engaging in guerrilla warfare. Hisoka keeps chasing Krollo, and Krollo attacks Hisoka from time to buy himself time, and then quickly walks from building to building. Krollo's Nin is not suitable for a frontal fight, such a dog. The calculating type of battle is the most suitable. It's no wonder Hisoka was cheated to death by this guy. Every step was taken to the extreme. Chi-ya saw Krollo's plan at once, and couldn't help feeling very emotional. No, not only Krollo, Hisoka is also calculating. This battle is completely calculated by 2 old silver coins. However, the calculations of the two are different. This guy Hisoka fought with the intention of killing Krollo. And Krollo. Although this guy is designing a trap, it's all about escaping. Fascinated by the authorities and clear by the bystanders, Chi-ya immediately saw Krollo's plan. Really, it's a waste of my kindness. Chi-ya pouted helplessly. Once Krollo is out of Hisoka's sight and ready to leave, Chi-ya will immediately launch a thunderous blow. 3 years ago, this guy Krollo could still be regarded as an opponent. But, now, although Krollo is still very strong, Chi-ya no longer takes it seriously. Chi-ya wants to kill him, and can do it anytime. However, in order to leave Krollo to Tal and the others, Chi-ya didn't do anything. 3 years ago, when Chi-ya was separated from Krollo and others, Chi-ya made up his mind to kill Phantom Troop when they met again. Chi-ya didn't break his promise, but it wasn't Chi-ya who did it. Chi-ya left this opportunity to Tal and others. Chi-ya just stood quietly on the top of the building, watching the battle below. Quietly waiting for Krollo's self-inflicted snare. And below, Krollo was running and thinking at the same time. The kind of anger just now, Pike and the others escaped and were discovered and attacked. Or, Pike and the others were discovered and then defeated. That breath just passed away, it should be Pike and the others who fled. Krollo felt Chi-ya's aura when Chi-ya did it just now, but he didn't believe that Chi-ya could kill Pike and Cuba together with one blow. The strength of Pike and Cuba is not bad, even if Chi-ya is strong, it is impossible to kill with one blow. Krollo had no idea that Chi-ya owned Space Nin, and that Space Nin was so powerful that he directly suppressed Paknatan and Kahwa, leaving them without a chance to make a move. If he had known, Krollo probably wouldn't have done this. Since Pike and the others have already left, I should also leave. Krollo turned around and dodged towards a turning intersection. Hisoka, who was behind him, followed closely by waving a huge stone with stretchable love. Krollo, don't you even have the guts to fight head-on? Hisoka said in a contemptuous tone. Krollo, although he agreed to fight him, has been avoiding him since he came out, and has no intention of fighting him head-on. This annoyed Hisoka a lot. Could it be that you want to run away? The anger just now was caused by Chi-Ya. Since he made a move, Pike and Kyubi should not be spared. Suo chased and pointed Crollo said. However, Crollo, who was in front of him, ignored him completely and ran away quickly. A turning point disappeared in front of Joy again. Shout! Hisoka behind him yelled secretly, and then speeded up to catch up. But shortly after Hisoka left, a figure suddenly appeared on the wall that Hisoka had just passed by. The figure broke free from the wall and stepped out. 070 This person is none other than Crollo. Human proof that Crollo steals nin from other nin, was able to create an identical figure. Taking a deep look at the corridor, Crollo turned and hurried off in the other direction. Now that Pike and the others have left, they have to leave too. We should go to Gourd Desert as soon as possible to join Maki and the others. Soon, Crollo left the building from another direction. As soon as Crollo left the building, Chi-Ya, who was in a high position, saw him immediately. This guy, since he wanted to escape, why did he set up those traps? It was a waste of thoughts. Shaking his head slightly, Chi-Ya sighed, and the next moment, Chi-Ya entered the state of super speed, raising one hand high. Thunder! It's strange, Crollo's breath is so strange, like a puppet. After chasing for more than a minute, Hisoka was keenly aware of the abnormality of the Crollo he was chasing. However, at this moment, a roar of thunder and lightning suddenly sounded in Hisoka's ears, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire building. Hisoka was taken aback for a moment and stopped in his tracks. Then, Hisoka, who was not stupid, turned ugly. Am I chasing fake products? Chapter 149. Heck! It's thunder! It was discovered. His body was scorched black, surrounded by lightning. Crollo's eyes had completely lost their previous indifference, and his pupils trembled slightly. I've said it all, let you stay here so that you don't have to suffer, but you all reject my kindness. With the flash of white light, Chi-Ya's figure appeared in front of Crollo with a look on his face. He looked at Crollo helplessly. Crollo reluctantly raised his head and stared at Chi-Ya. Thunder and Space Nin. Gritting his teeth, Crollo read out these words. Although he knew that Chi-Ya has space and defense, but he muttered about Chi-Ya's lightning ability. Chi-Ya's lightning is much stronger than it was 3 years ago, both in terms of power and speed. So much so that he was hit before he could even react, and Ninsnin, who was ready to deal with Chi-Ya's space, didn't even have time to use it. The powerful force not only caused him serious injuries, but also made him paralyzed, stiff and unable to move. However, it's not too late. Crollo looked at Chi-Ya with extremely angry eyes, but his heart was very calm, not at all like the angry and unbelievable appearance he showed on the surface. With a slight movement of the fingers, a small bookmark appeared in Crollo's hand. The next moment, a violent burst of light suddenly engulfed Crollo completely. Hi! Chi-Ya frowned when he saw this. To be honest, I don't want to use this ability, because this ability is a one-time consumption ability. Once used, it will be gone. Crollo's calm voice came from the light. But, there is no way, if I don't use it, I should be killed by you here. Crollo in the light also couldn't see Chi-Ya, and he was completely enveloped by the white light at this time. For this ability, he had already taken it out of his Nin book and turned it into a bookmark ready to guard against Chi-Ya. If it wasn't for the most critical moment, he didn't want to use it. But, now, is his most dangerous time. Since fighting Chi-Ya 3 years ago, Crollo has been looking for Nin of the space system and stealing the abilities of Nin of the space system. However, after searching for a long time, I only found one space system Nin. And the ability is still very weak. The ability he is using now is Spatial Ability. Looking at Crollo wrapped in white light, Chi-Ya was silent for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched, and the speechlessness in his words was undoubtedly revealed. Chi-Ya can perceive that the Nin this guy is using now is the Nin of the space system, and the ability effect is to teleport Crollo out immediately. But is it really good to use Space Nin in front of yourself? All the space within a radius of 100 meters is under his control. Are you sure you can teleport out? With a slight thought, the white light in front of his eyes disappeared, exposing Cukulu. My ability. Cukulu, who reappeared from the white light, showed a surprised look this time. This time, he was not acting, but was really shocked by the sudden change. All spatial abilities will be useless in front of me, unless your attainments in the spatial Nin room are stronger than mine. However, do you think Nin's cultivation level, which can be stolen by you, can compare with mine? Chi-Ya looked at Cukulu and said lightly. Really, it seems that I really fell down this time. Cukulu's astonishment was only a few seconds, and as soon as Chi-Ya spoke, Cukulu calmed down again, and his face was extremely calm. It seems to have been completely red. Besides, with this level of Space Nin, it seems that Pike and Kyubi should also fall. Ah, I captured them as soon as they were about to escape, and they are still in a coma. I'm sorry, you are sleeping like them. Chi-Ya smiled lightly, then stretched out one hand, and the thunder and lightning on Cukulu's body suddenly erupted, covering Cukulu in an instant. Brilliant blue light flickered, and Cukulu, who was shrouded in lightning, was very calm, without any screams. The light passed, Cukulu's eyes were white, his body was scorched black, and he fell down straight. It seems that I don't have the chance to have a real fight with the leader. It's a pity. In the distance, Hisoka turned the poker, walked over slowly, and said regretfully. That's because you are useless. I have given you a chance, and you can mess it up. Remember your promise, you must let me drive you twice unconditionally. Chi-Ya glanced at him and said lightly. Afterwards, Chi-Ya lifted Cukulu's cloak, moved in one space, and left here. Yeah, it's really not worth the candle. Hisoka said helplessly, frowning. I didn't get what I wanted, but I owed others favors. It's really a steal. Well, it seems that this goal is gone. Then, let's find another one. I remember that J-Freaks is pretty good. It's a green apple. It should be very delicious when it grows up. Go train him. Hisoka said to himself, walking towards the outside of Caesar City. In the abandoned building, Chi-Ya appeared here with Cukulu, and threw it to the side of Paikinoten and Kyubi. I didn't want to attack you at first, and wanted to hand you over to Tal and the others to deal with, but you asked for it yourself, so there is nothing you can do. Looking at the three unconscious people on the ground, Chi-Ya said lightly, with a tone full of helpless. These three guys refused their own kindness too simply. I don't know how the battle between Menchi and Crook is going. Looking up, Chi-Ya murmured to Dayaza. Afterwards, Chi-Ya shook his head and didn't think about it. With the strength of Menchi and Crook, although it can't be said that they are easy to deal with Finks and Chaluf, they feel that there is no problem. Don't worry at all, you just need to wait here. Immediately, Chi-Ya took out the book again, sat on the broken stone and read it. Chapter 150. Pixio, I'm sorry to trouble you, create a chance for me. The whole person soared into the air, Kurapika shouted at Pixio below, and at the same time, quickly used the chain in his hand. I see, Kurapika. Pixio, holding a samurai sword below, responded loudly. The appearance of Kurapika quickly changed the situation on the battlefield. The two teamed up and the battle situation that was suppressed by Nobunaga now became Nobunaga suppressed by Pixio and Kurapika. As for the stewards of the Zaldik family, one has already died at the hands of Nobunaga. The remaining 5 withdrew from the battlefield one after another. Although these housekeepers are all nin, and their strength is not bad. But it is still unable to intervene in the current battlefield. If it was before, they could still hang around and help Pixio share the pressure. But as soon as Kurapika arrived, the situation on the entire battlefield changed rapidly. Now that they join the battlefield, not only will they not be able to help Pixio and Kurapika, but will become a burden and affect the performance of Kurapika and Pixio. However, although they withdrew from the battlefield, the butlers did not leave, but waited not far away. Well, that's it. The situation has changed. With Kurapika's joining, the two of them worked together to suppress one of the spiders. One of the butlers was reporting something with his hand on the wireless earphone next to his ear. That's right, 030 understands. If there is any change, please report to me immediately. There was a clear but serious voice in the earphone, a linen voice. I understand, Miss Yamayan. The housekeeper replied seriously. Okay. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this guy? Is it the emitter or the enhancer? After slashing Pixiu's attack, Nobunaga immediately turned around to block the chain that Kurapika threw from the air, thinking angrily. He is the Nin of enhancer. The main development of Nin is not to strengthen the body, but to strengthen the samurai sword in his hand, so that his samurai sword can slash everything without cutting power. He didn't think it was strange that Pixiu could block his own slash, because Pixiu was also the Nin of the enhancer, and he could fully exert the power of the enhancer. But what about this guy Kurapika? That kind of fighting style of manipulating the chains to attack oneself at will is clearly the fighting style that an emitter Nin should have, but why can this guy's chains strengthened by thoughts be able to block his own slashes without any damage? The aura on it is clearly a 100% enhancement that can only be achieved by enhancer Nin. Boom! Just when Nobunaga was suspicious and distracted because of this, Kurapika, who was flying into the air, landed in front of Nobunaga along the chain and punched Nobunaga's samurai sword. With the strong force from the chains and Kurapika's punch, Nobunaga immediately felt a terrifying force spread from his arms to his whole body. Even though his wrist was strong enough, he was still knocked back by the successive attacks. With both feet inserted into the ground, he continued to slide towards the back. Kurapika was so powerful that he pushed forward with his whole body, and the chain was thrown away violently again. Don't get carried away, brat. Although he was repulsed, Nobunaga was not injured at all. With a sudden step on his right foot, he forcibly stopped his backing body. He quickly slashed towards Kurapika. Kurapika's expression remained unchanged, and the thought energy in his hand surged again, strengthening on the chain. The speed of the chains accelerated again, and the pale yellow light became more substantial, together with Nobunaga's drawn sword. The shock of terror spread from between the two of them, sweeping away towards the surroundings. The ground cracked, and the gravel flew, and the place where the two of them were was directly collapsed. Stuck together. Damn, sure enough, this guy must be treated as an enhancer. This kind of power can be compared with Uvajin. In the end, Nobunaga looked at Kurapika with extremely serious eyes. Furthermore, the fact that this guy appears here means that Uvajin is in danger, damn it. Thinking of this, Nobunaga's anger surged again, and the energy in his body surged again, and he suppressed it towards Kurapika. Seeing this, Kurapika on the opposite side looked solemn, and the energy in his body also skyrocketed again. The momentum of the two collided instantly, and the impact became more and more fierce. Damn it, this kid's Nian Chi cultivation is actually so strong. Feeling the aura of being suppressed back, Nobunaga gritted his teeth and was secretly angry when he paused. BJFF. Call out. Moan. At this moment, there was a slight groaning sound behind him. Nobunaga's ears moved, his pupils shrank, and his aura suddenly exploded again. The samurai sword in his hand burst into intense white light again, swung away Kurapika, and turned around to slash at him. Collided with the attacking Pixiu. Boom! This guy. Nobunaga, who was slashing with Pixiu, took a step back involuntarily. The whole person was also a little shorter, and he was directly suppressed. Nobunaga's pupils couldn't help shrinking again, looking at the skin in front of him. Zio couldn't believe it. This guy actually has this kind of strength, and he actually suppressed me. Is it related to these eyes? Nobunaga's eyes fixed on Pixiu and the crimson pupils in Pixiu's eyes. Kurapika, hurry up! Pixiu with red eyes shouted to Kurapika, who was flying upside down not far away. Seeing that Pixiu suppressed Nobunaga, Kurapika was taken aback. But after hearing Pixiu's shout, he regained consciousness instantly. The thought energy on his body exploded, and he forcibly stopped his flying body regardless of his body. Then, his pupils shrank, and the chain quickly swept towards Nobunaga. Damn it! Nobunaga also noticed this and cursed secretly. Then, desperately, the thoughts in his body exploded again, wanting to break Pixiu's suppression in one fell swoop. However, the moment the thought energy exploded, Nobunaga felt that the thought energy on Pixiu's body also skyrocketed and pressed down towards him. Unexpectedly, Nobunaga dropped to one knee on the ground. On the other side, Pixiu's red eyes had already shed blood-red tears. Obviously, Pixiu's ability to instantly increase his strength is not without side effects. The suppressed Nobunaga roared, and a powerful force erupted from his knees kneeling on the ground, directly collapsing the ground with many cracks. All of a sudden, gunpowder smoke and gravel flew everywhere. The figures of Nobunaga and Pixiu disappeared from Kurapika's field of vision. Damn it! Pixiu and Kurapika, who were in the gunpowder, secretly said badly at the same time. Kurapika quickly rushed towards the smoke. As soon as he rushed into the gunpowder, Kurapika's eyes lit up, a white light swept towards him with lightning speed, and Kurapika quickly flashed to the side. But it was too late, the white light fell straight from Kurapika's shoulders, slid from the shoulders to the abdomen, the hideous mouth, the flesh and blood were visible, and the blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain distorted Kurapika's face, but he didn't cry out, but moved his hand towards Nobunaga whose head was rising from the smoke. Nobunaga's eyes were fierce, seeing Kurapika's hand approaching, he dodged directly to the side, and at the same time the samurai sword in his hand swung forward again, ready to give Kurapika a fatal blow. However, as soon as he left, there was a gust of wind behind him, and Nobunaga couldn't care about the injured Kurapika, and the whole person quickly covered his body and slashed out with a knife. Bark! Clang! The terrifying power came again, and Zinken was suppressed again. At the same time, Kurapika's hand was on Nobunaga's shoulder. Nobunaga's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 151. Ahem! Holding his shoulders, Kurapika slowly walked over. The moment his hand touched Nobunaga, everything was settled. Bondage middle finger chain. Kurapika's nin can force nin users into a state of extreme, and, due to restrictions, can only be used on members of Phantom Troop. Once used on others, Kurapika will be pierced through his heart by his own punishing pinky chain. The middle finger chain in his hand became stronger, and directly bound Nobunaga's body tightly. Nobunaga was unable to move, and the samurai sword in his hand fell directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, Pixiu, who was originally suppressing Nobunaga, also heaved a sigh of relief, and slumped down on the ground. At this time, whether it is Kurapika or Pixiu, both of them exude a light green soft light. The healing locket given by Chi-Ya worked. However, the current injuries of the two cannot be fully recovered in an instant. Both Pixiu's side effects and Kurapika's injuries are serious injuries. Pixiu, are you alright? Ignoring Nobunaga who was tied up, Kurapika clutched his shoulder and walked towards Pixiu. Ah, it's okay. Although the side effects of Jedi Strike are very strong, but there is a small healing box given by Master Chi-Ya, so there is no problem at all, and you can recover later. Pixiu opened his blood-red eyes, Brilliant smiled and said. They have finally restrained the members of the Clothes Moth Brigade, and they can take revenge later. No matter how much he paid, he would not complain. Jedi Strike, this is Pixiu's trait nin, it looks very ordinary. But it is very suitable for Pixiu's enhancer nin. The ability of the Jedi Strike is very similar to the ability of the protagonist in a certain drama that Chi-Ya has seen in his previous life, One Sword Shura. He can make Pixiu ignore the limitation of his display capacity and burst out all his thoughts. This is also the reason why Nobunaga was suppressed by Pixiu no matter how he broke out. After all, no matter how strong Nobunaga's apparent aura is, it cannot be stronger than Pixiu's potential aura. Moreover, Pixiu itself is also an enhancer, which is the most suitable system for combat. If Nobunaga took advantage of the moment when the ground collapsed just now, it would be impossible to escape Pixiu's suppression. However, correspondingly, a huge burst of thoughts will also damage Pixiu's own body. If the physique is not strong enough, the outburst of superscale thoughts will destroy Pixiu's body. This is also the reason why Pixiu's eyes were bleeding just now. It is also because of this that Pixiu just suppressed Nobunaga, instead of beheading Nobunaga directly. Because Pixiu's body couldn't bear the huge output of thought energy. Perhaps, when Pixiu's physique is as strong as Chi-Ya's, he will be able to exert the powerful power of his trait Nin. It's fine. Hearing this, Kurapika smiled slightly and said, "This time, I really thank Master Chi Yat." Although they suppressed Nobunaga, they still suffered a lot of injuries under Nobunaga's super cutting technique. After all, the fighting experience of the two of them is simply not comparable to that of an old fritter like Xin-Chan. Just like before, Kurapika got caught by Nobunaga in a hurry. If Pixiu hadn't caught up in time, Kurapika would have more than just a wound, let alone tie Nobunaga. "Well, then, let's deal with this guy now." Pixiu nodded, and then his face turned cold. Ah! Kurapika's face also turned cold. "Damn it, my Niankai!" Nobunaga, who was bound, shrank his pupils tightly at this moment. On the other side, the battlefield where Tal and Phaeton are located. The battlefield at this time has completely changed. Tal, who had been suppressed and beaten by Phaeton, had completely regained his advantage at this time, and firmly suppressed Phaeton. Phaeton's mechanical arm, which was originally destroyed by Chi Yat, had also been destroyed again by Tal at this time. "Don't think about using that ability, because it doesn't work for me, and I can use all the abilities you have." Tal's indifferent look reminded Phaeton, who was on the verge of rage. Restriction Oath, Tal was finally used. And it's exactly the same as Kurapika's. However, Tal's restriction and oath is different from Kurapika. He did not set the restriction and oath in his own realization ability. Instead, it is established in one's own mind and energy cultivation base. Restriction, oath, brigade erasure. This is the rule set by Tal. Under the constraints he set, when facing Phantom Troop, both his latent energy and manifest energy can explode with more than twice the strength. At the same time, the price for gaining power is his life. In this regard, Tal is as ruthless as Kurapika. Moreover, if this power accidentally injures other people, Tal's heart will stop beating instantly and his life will be lost immediately. Moreover, once this contract is made, it cannot be revoked even if Nin is expelled, and it will be with Tal for the rest of his life. Ask for flowers. In other words, if you want to fight Phantom Troop, you can only act alone, without any companions, even if you face more brigade members. Because once he accidentally injured his companion, he would die directly. The skyrocketing cultivation of Nian Qi made Tal several times stronger in terms of strength and speed, severely suppressing Phaeton, and constantly causing damage to Phaeton. "Evil, if you kill me, you must confront me." The murderous look in his eyes was extremely concentrated, and Phaeton's tone was calm, but he was already on the verge of erupting. From the very beginning, Tal directly told Phaeton about his Nin, bluntly saying that he possessed his ability, and that it was more powerful than him, and he also specially embodied the clothes of the unforgivable man, which made him so Phaeton was afraid to use his unique skill Blazing Sun. Because, if what Tal said is true, and the clothes he just manifested are true, then Tal will also have the Nin defense of the unforgivable person. 0. With this Nin, his Blazing Sun is useless. Because the horrible high temperature will be completely blocked by this Nin. The reason why High-Re is a unique move is because once released, his thoughts will be greatly reduced, and his strength will also be greatly weakened. The strongest is only about half of his heyday. Once it really doesn't work, and his strength has dropped by half, then it will be a desperate situation for him. Now that he is being suppressed and beaten, his strength has been reduced by half, so he will die faster. Being crushed and beaten, and still unable to use his ultimate move, Phaeton's anger rose slowly, and it was almost ready to explode at any time. But he had to be rational now, and this up and down made Phaeton's eyes bloodshot and extremely red. Those slender eyes were immediately bloodshot. Phaeton is completely on the verge of volcanic eruption. Phaeton was no longer able to hold back when Tal was slapped away again. The whole body is wrapped in black thoughts, and a strange dress appears on his body. The unforgivable was finally used by Phaeton. The next moment, a hot fireball exuding high temperature emerged from Phaeton's chest and floated towards the sky. Seeing this, Tal stopped in his tracks, his body was filled with thoughts, and he also manifested an unforgivable sinner. Two people with the same clothes but different body types confronted each other. Through the slits in his eyes, Tal cast a mocking look. This made Phaeton, who had been watching Tal, very angry. The sun is burning, let the sun be burning. 5. Chapter 152. Silently, a scorching sun rose in the Gourd Desert, illuminating a radius of several kilometers. At this time, in the Gourd Desert, both Kurapika and the brigade, as well as the ghost beasts who were coming here, all involuntarily looked over. What a terrifying power, is this the handwriting of spiders? On a rock wall, a man with a beast looked at the small sun erupting not far away, swallowed his saliva, and said with lingering fear. Those gangs fighting the spiders are also extremely terrifying. Another yin beast said in horror. They had already learned from the mouth of the earthworm that the members of the brigade had confronted another group of people. But they came anyway. Thinking of joining forces with that group of people to kill everyone in the brigade. If that group of people is ignorant, then kill them together. However, now, feeling this terrifying breath, several yin beasts have the idea of retreating in their hearts. Without him, this breath is too terrifying. Although they thought they were nin masters, 457 couldn't compare with the nin who burst out with this aura. Fighting against this kind of existence, they are just delivering food. What should I do? One yin beast asked the other four. We are not opponents. We are retreating. Let's report the truth to the booze. A dark beast with thick lips and long yellow hair with split ends said. Ah, let's do it. His proposal was unanimously approved. These yin beasts were frightened and couldn't bear the thought of continuing to trouble Phantom Troop. Soon, several people evacuated towards Yukiksan city, and called the 10 old man. This is Phaeton's tactic. Has Phaeton been forced to this point? The outbreak of the blazing sun stopped the rhythm of the battle. Franklin looked at the scorching sun in the distance, said very surprised. He knew that this was Phaeton's ultimate move, and Phaeton would not have exploded this move if he hadn't been cornered and furious. But now Phaeton has exploded. This means that Phaeton is cornered. It seems that among you, you are not the only one who is strong. Immediately, Franklin turned his attention to Kira in front of him, raised his left hand, and pointed his empty fingers at Kira. Of course, after all, Tal is our third in command. Kyla raised the corner of her mouth, showing a confident smile, and the desert eagle in her left hand was also aimed at Franklin. At this time, Kira was holding a desert eagle in both hands, but Kira only used one of them, and the desert eagle in his right hand had not moved. Occasionally used to fend off Franklin's attacks when Franklin is close. The next moment, both sides erupted. Endless thought bombs erupted from the weapons of the two of them. Kira, this guy is an outlier among the Kurita tribe. This guy is a fan of manipulator. He has a special liking for thermal weapons. He often goes to Menchi to ask him about thermal weapons and learns a lot of military knowledge from Menchi. Even then, this guy is developing towards thermal weapons. This guy's body is completely a weapon arsenal. As long as it is not an oversized thermal weapon, he can materialize it. Moreover, the power of the realized thermal weapons is much stronger than that of normal thermal weapons. The gun in his hand is based on the realization of the Desert Eagle, but its power is far beyond that of the Desert Eagle. Each bullet has half the power of a rocket launcher, and the rate of fire is not limited at all. Even Franklin would suffer serious injuries if he was shot. After being shot a few times, Franklin didn't dare to take any more. He is not an enhancer like Uvigen, but an of transmutter. His defensive power is not strong, and his physical fitness cannot be compared with Uvigen. Franklin, who didn't dare to be attacked, could only keep wandering to avoid Kira's attack. Among Tal and the others, Kyla had the best encounter with the brigade. Even without the help of the housekeepers, Kayla showed the ability to get along with Franklin 50-50. Up to now, the battle situation between the two is very balanced, and neither can suppress the other. This guy's pistol is too powerful, much stronger than mine. I'm big and not fast enough. I have to take him down as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very disadvantageous. During the roaming attack, Franklin also did not forget to think about how to deal with Kayla and how to take Kayla down as soon as possible. His size is too big, no matter how he dodges, he will still be injured in the face of Kyla's continuous dense bullet attack. Up to now, he has dozens of wounds on his body. Although it is not heavy, but together it is very scary. On the other hand, Kira, even if he was hit by his own machine gun, he still acted like a normal person. How to fight this? It must be resolved quickly, and there must be no delay, otherwise it will definitely be the end of my defeat. Thinking of this, Franklin had to use his own trick. It's not that he only has the machine gun move, it's too bad if he only has this move. The two-handed machine gun attack turned directly into one hand, while the other hand, Franklin's wide sleeve, suddenly bulged. In the covered sleeve, there is a terrifying surge of power faintly. When Kira saw this scene, her pupils shrank. "Don't even think about it!" Kira yelled, and the next moment, the Desert Eagle on her right hand suddenly lifted up, and a terrifying beam of light shot out instantly, and appeared in front of Franklin in an instant, and hit Franklin head-on. Left hand. Boom! There was a loud noise and smoke filled Franklin's face, but he looked at the Desert Eagle in Kira's right hand with some surprise. This guy's other pistol has such power. It must not be allowed to continue. It must be killed as soon as possible. Franklin looked at the Desert Eagle in Kyla's right hand in astonishment, and his heart was shocked. The blow just now was more than twice as powerful as Kira's other Desert Eagle, and it directly interrupted his movements. Fortunately, it was stopped. Is that the big killer that Kalir said? That kind of power is still gathering. Once it bursts out, even with the small healing box given by Master Chi Ya, it will not be able to quickly recover from my injuries. Kayla was slightly relieved to see her attack hit Franklin's left hand. He was not uninjured, and in that kind of dense machine gun fire, he could not completely escape. Rather, he has more wounds than Franklin. After all, Franklin is attacking with two hands, but he is a Desert Eagle. Even if there is no speed limit, he is still suppressed in number. The reason why he has been unharmed is because he has the healing locket that Chi Yi gave him. Although the damage caused by the machine gun is strong, the scattered power is relatively small. The location that was hit in the first second and the next second was restored by the healing power of the healing box at 1.6. If it weren't for the healing locket and the injuries on his body combined, he would have fallen down long ago. However, because of this, one of the small healing boxes on his body has been exhausted. As for Franklin's action just now, he heard from Kalir that the attack power gathered by his left hand is extremely powerful. Once it hits, he will definitely be seriously injured on the spot. Even if he has the treatment from the healing box, his attack will be affected by it. So he had to interrupt Franklin's attack. Well, although Franklin may not be able to attack himself. However, he has always kept in mind such things as taking precautions before they happen. This kind of consumption is really terrifying. However, just wait a few minutes, and then you can kill this guy. Before this, you must not let this guy's attack hit. Kira looked at Franklin and thought silently in her heart. Chapter 153. After killing Nobunaga very neatly, Pixiu and Kurapika rushed to other battlefields. At this time, the injuries on the two of them had healed under the healing of the small healing box. Once recovered, the two began to go to other battlefields without stopping. Pixiu, you didn't do your best with that move just now, did you? Kurapika asked curiously while hurrying. Ah, you can see it. Pixiu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said with a light smile. Kurapika, thank you very much this time. If you hadn't arrived, I would definitely die with that spider. Pixiu said with a smile. Okay. Jedi Strike is as its name implies. It is used in a desperate situation. The level I just hit is not a big deal. With the small healing box, nothing will happen. But once I use it completely, my life will come to an end. My body is not strong enough, and if I try my best, my body will collapse in an instant. However, once I make a full shot, I have 19% certainty that I can kill that spider, and the price is my life. Pixiu's expression is very indifferent, as if he is not the one who will die, put life and death aside. That's right. Hearing this, Kurapika was not shocked, on the contrary, he looked as expected, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's not just me, Tall, and Pixiu who also fought with the belief that we will die together. Seeing the smile on Kurapika's face, Pixiu also smiled. Pixiu, I'll go to Kyla's side, and you to Kalu's side. Kurapika smiled slightly, then put away the smile on his face, and said to Pixiu. Ah, let's separate here. Pixiu also put away his smile and nodded solemnly. The two instantly turned into an afterimage and flashed in different directions. On the other side, in Kaiser City, two winds suddenly sounded in front of Chiya, who was reading a book, and then even a figure fell in front of him, raising a cloud of dust. Welcome back, Menchi, crook. Chiya said without looking up. As soon as the words fell, two figures landed lightly in front of Chiya. This guy's strength is really good. If it were 3 years ago, it would be really troublesome to deal with him. Crook twisted his wrist and said with emotion. At her feet was Finks, who had been beaten into a bad shape. Indeed, I almost capsized in the gutter just now. Menchi also said. This guy's body structure is really weird. However, there is nothing to say about his combat effectiveness. If it were 3 years ago, I guess he would be killed easily. But, it's not 3 years ago, is it? Chiya raised his head and said with a faint smile. Ah, it wasn't 3 years ago, thanks to your generosity in these 3 years. Crook nodded in agreement after hearing this, and then said with a smirk. 53. It seems to hit her. In the past 3 years, so many stone milks have been taken from me. Hey, how about it, Crook, my strength is not bad. Menchi walked to Crook's side, hugged Crook's shoulder, and said with a smile. Well, it's okay, you're considered qualified. Hearing this, Crook raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then replied. Qualified? I was really underestimated. Do you want to have a fight? Menchi suddenly had a tic-tac-toe on his forehead, very unconvinced. No, this kid won't watch you being beaten by me. Crook was completely uninterested and casually refused. The words of refusal made Menchi even angrier, but she didn't get angry, so she glanced at her and walked towards Chiya. There is no sign of fighting, Chiya, it's easy for you to solve these 3. Menchi looked at the 3 Krolos who were covered in charred black on the ground and still breathing black smoke, and said unexpectedly. No way, I wanted to leave it to Tal and the others to solve it themselves, but these 3 guys rejected my offer. Chiya closed the book, shrugged, and said helplessly. In this regard, Crook and Menchi were speechless. It's kind of you to let them wait for someone else to kill them. I'm afraid you have a wrong understanding of the words good intentions. However, this guy is the leader, right? Her strength is almost comparable to mine. How long did it take you to deal with him? Crook came to Krolo, looked at Krolo on the ground, and asked curiously. 2 moves. Chiya stretched out her finger and said. Hi. Crook's face suddenly collapsed. Your strength is so strong. This guy wiped out those Warcraft overlords deep in the wetland in a few minutes. Do you think he is strong? Menchi raised his eyebrows and said proudly. It's not you. Crook heard the words and said contemptuously. Hey. Menchi didn't speak, walked directly behind Chiya, put his arms around Chiya's neck, and looked at Crook provocatively. Crook. Chiya. Okay, stop making trouble, since you have come back, then go to Gourd Desert. Chiya stood up and said. Originally, they came here to stop Krolo and the others and let Tar clear up the Yuvajin group before coming here, but now that things have developed into this situation, there is no need for Tar and the others to come here. As soon as Chiya stretched out his hand, a white light enveloped the crowd. A second later, the white light dissipated, and the figures of 8 people disappeared from the abandoned floor. The reappearance is already in the Gourd Desert. Master Chiya, Master Menchi, Master Crook. As soon as Chiya and the others appeared, they heard uniform greetings. I saw that Wutong was bringing a dozen housekeepers to salute Chiya and the others with one hand on his chest. Chiya. You salute me and Menchi yes, Crook why are you so respectful? Chi 820 Ya was very speechless, but he didn't struggle too much. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to help Tal and the others? Chi Ya asked curiously. Master Chi Ya, 3 of the spider members have been taken away, and the remaining 3, Kurapika, Pixiu and Tal have already gone to meet up in other battlefields. Tal told us not to intervene. Indus replied respectfully. Wutong is different from other stewards, his strength to join these battles is not cumbersome, on the contrary it will play a very strong role. However, Tal told them not to intervene, so Wutong could only order the stewards to watch from a distance and not to join the battlefield easily. That's right. Chi Ya nodded. I didn't expect Tal and the others to be so strong. I remember you said that you brought them back from the Kuruda's hermitage 3 years ago. They have been free to study Nen for more than 3 years. It's a terrifying talent to be so strong in such a short period of time. Menchi walked to the rock wall, looked at a battlefield below, and said in surprise. Indeed, the talents of the descendants of the Kuruda tribe are indeed commendable. Crook also spoke in agreement. The place where Chi Ya and others are now happens to be in the middle of the 3 battlefields, and they can easily see the situation of the 3 battlefields. Unfortunately, 2 people have used the restriction oath. After this time, I will see if I can get Nanaka to clear their restriction oath. Chi Ya nodded and said. Chapter 154. Can Nanaka actually do such a thing? Crook exclaimed when he heard Chi Ya's words. During his stay in Cukulu mountain, Crook also met Nanaka. Because Nanaka did not show her ability under Chi Ya's restraint, Crook and Menchi were not afraid of Nanaka like the rest of Zaldik, but had a very good relationship with Aluka. Now hearing Chi Ya say that Nanaka actually has this ability, how could Crook not be surprised? Well, 99%. Chi Ya is not sure, but, considering that Nanaka even Gon's terrifying restrictions and oaths can be lifted in the original book, Chi Ya has strong confidence in Nanaka. Okay, don't talk about this, just watch their battle, if something goes wrong, you two will join the battle. Chi Ya looked at Crook who was about to say something, waved his hand and said. Now that Krollo and the others have been knocked down, Chi Ya doesn't mind intervening in the battle here. When Crook saw this, he didn't continue to ask questions, and focused on the battlefield, looking at the battlefield between Kalair and Karl. Menchi, who didn't speak, stared at Kira. Master Chi Ya, how do you deal with these people? Indus stepped forward and asked Chi Ya how to deal with the Krollos on the ground. Use muscle relaxants, hypnotic gas, and neurotoxins for them. Chi Ya said 3 restraint methods at once. For members of the brigade, they cannot be restrained simply by ordinary methods. Once they regain consciousness, they can easily break free. This is the only way to use them. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Hearing this, Wu Tong agreed, and then began to deal with Krollo and the others according to Chi Ya's instructions. I have to say that although the housekeepers of the Zaldik family are not omnipotent, they are really good at this aspect. These 3 things that Chi Ya casually said, these housekeepers have belts on them, and soon injected these 3 things into Krollo and others. However, Chi Ya is not surprised by this. After all, he is the housekeeper of the assassination family, so it is normal to have these things on him. Although he didn't bring this himself. Chi Ya set her sights on Krollo's battlefield. On the battlefield at this time, besides Krollo and Shulnark, there is another Pixio. Because of Pixio's joining, the originally suppressed situation has been completely reversed. Shulnark's strength is not very strong, and his ability is mainly manifested in using the puppet antenna to control others to fight. In addition, you can also insert the puppet antenna on your body to enhance your Nen, then start the automatic combat mode, keep fighting until you know how to kill the enemy. At this time, Shulnark is using this combat mode, although the power of the outbreak is very strong. However, it was still suppressed by the joint efforts of Krollo and Pixio, unable to reverse the situation at all. Chi Ya is not very interested in the battle here. Chi Ya could tell that with Shulnark's fighting style, he should not be able to hold on in another 10 minutes. The automatic combat mode is very oppressive to Shulnark's body, and Shulnark cannot last too long. If you can't take down Krollo and Pixio for a long time, then when Shulnark's automatic combat mode disappears, then it will be Shulnark's death. What Chi Ya is interested in now is Kyla's battlefield. Kira's battlefield has completely suppressed Franklin because of Kurapika's joining. However, it was impossible to win Franklin in a short time. Chi Ya didn't pay much attention to their fight because Menchi was watching. With his perception of Franklin, Menchi alone was able to kill Franklin. What Chi-Ya cares about now is something hovering over the battlefield. Kayla really made this kind of thing? Chi-Ya murmured in surprise. At this time, there is a huge machine hovering over the battlefield of Kyla and others, and it is still in a hidden state. If Chi-Ya's perception is not too sharp, she senses the abnormality above her head and uses Ning to check it. Really can't see this thing. At this time, this huge machine is constantly accumulating energy in a hidden state, and the energy gathered on it has reached a very terrifying level. According to Kikwan, the energy on it has reached more than 50,000. And it is still accumulating energy. Once this kind of attack comes down, no one here can resist it except Chi-Ya. I really didn't expect this guy to realize it. Chi-Ya sighed inexplicably. After knowing that Kyla is a mechanical fanatic, Chi-Ya communicated with Kyla for a while, and told him the moves of the gunner in the poisonous milk powder game she played in her previous life. After learning from Chi-Ya that the profession of the gunner has attack moves, Kyla is extremely excited and fanatical, and utters bold words, saying that these moves will definitely be realized. Chi-Ya didn't see Kyla fight, and didn't know about Kyla's situation. According to the current situation, Chi-Ya doesn't know whether Kira has manifested other moves, but the awakening of the gunner has been realized by this guy. What Zhao, what an incredible guy. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya sighed again. Chi-Ya suddenly discovered that the energy on this huge machine began to surge violently, and he was surprised, and then, Chi-Ya heard Kyla's voice on the battlefield. Kurapika, withdraw. Kira's roar echoed across the battlefield. Hearing this, Kurapika left the battlefield as quickly as possible. And Franklin, who was fighting more and more fiercely on the battlefield, also heard Kira's voice, suddenly secretly thought badly, and chased after Kurapika. But it was too late. The piercing white beam instantly fell on Franklin's body, drowning Franklin's whole body. A shrill scream came from the beam of light. What? Chapter 155. The devastating laser completely enveloped Franklin, screams followed, and the watch disappeared 5 seconds later. In just 5 seconds, Franklin, an Master, was completely destroyed by the laser, leaving nothing but ashes. The devastating laser directly blasted a deep pit with a width of more than 100 meters on the battlefield. The ground was completely turned into magma under the bombardment of the laser, and the entire deep pit was full of magma flowing everywhere, which was extremely terrifying. Ha! Ha! It worked! Kyla, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground not far from the deep pit, panted heavily and laughed excitedly. The next moment, under Chi-Ya's gaze, the huge machine in the sky collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly disappeared from Chi-Ya's field of vision. Amazing! Chi-Ya couldn't help but praise. Chi-Ya really didn't expect that Kyla would reproduce this satellite ray trick without any foundation by relying on her own dictation. I have to say that Kyla is a real mechanical genius. Good job, Kayla. Kurapika walked over from a distance, with a faint smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to Kayla on the ground. Hey! Kira grinned, reaching out to hold Kurapika's hand. One step closer to complete revenge. However, my Nian Chi has bottomed out, and I can't continue to support the Nin in the battle at 850. Looking at the deep pit ahead, Kyla was excited and regretful. The excitement is that he finally eliminated an enemy for his tribe with his own strength. Unfortunately, he is temporarily unable to continue fighting and fight with his companions. The blow just now had consumed all the energy in his body. Without the support of Nian Chi, he couldn't participate in the battle of Ninja at all. Rest well, leave the rest to us, and we will take revenge for you. Kurapika patted Kira on the shoulder and comforted her. Ah, that's the only way to go, Kurapika, you go and help others. Kira nodded helplessly. Yet. Kurapika nodded, then jumped up and rushed to the distance. And that place, Cukulu and Pixiu's aura are entangled with another aura. After seeing Kurapika leave, Kayla's feet went limp and she slumped on the ground again. Amazing, Kyla! At this moment, a familiar voice came from Kyla's ear. Kyla was overjoyed, turned around and shouted, Master Chi-Ya! I saw Chi-Ya walking towards him with Menchi and Kruk. Boy, that's not bad. Menchi praised with a smile. She, Bjeg, really compliments Kayla on that hit just now. Even if she was hit by that blow, she couldn't stop it and couldn't escape. Thank you, Master Chi Yat, and Ms. Menchi for your compliment. Kayla thanked modestly, without any arrogance at all. Master Chi Yat, why are you here? Immediately, Kayla asked Chi Ya curiously. Didn't Master Chi Ya say he went to Caesar City to stop the remaining brigade members? Why did he appear here? I can't help it, those spiders didn't accept my kindness and waited for your arrival, so I took them all down and brought them here. Chi Ya shrugged and spread his hands, looking very helpless look. Pfft, no one can accept your kindness. Seeing Chi Ya like this, Crook and Menchi suddenly smiled and said. Kayla. Boy, let me tell you, that's what Chi Ya told those brigade members just now. Seeing Kayla's cute question mark face, Menchi immediately smiled and explained to him, comparing Chi Ya and tell me about Krollo's business, threat, and quantity, threat. Oh. I can't help it anymore, Master Chi Ya, you are really talented for making threats so fresh and refined. Kira immediately turned serious when she heard the words, and then she covered her stomach and couldn't help laughed out. To this, Chi Ya shrugged and had nothing to say. Perhaps in the eyes of others, what he said was indeed a threat, but to Chi Ya, that was really not a threat, but a kind reminder. After all, as long as Chi Ya thinks, Chi Ya can easily wipe out Krollo and the others. So that negotiation was really a good intention. If Krollo and the others can negotiate, at least they can avoid this unnecessary pain. There is no need to be restrained by the housekeepers once like now. Come on, follow me up to the top, where you can see the remaining 2 battlefields. Chi Ya waved and greeted. Yes. Master Chi Ya. Kira nodded seriously when she heard this. The 4 returned to the rock wall. As soon as Kira came up here, she saw Krollo and others who were bound tightly, her eyes turned red again, and she couldn't help kicking them. Kicked Krollo black and blue. He learned it from Franklin during the battle. The reason why the Kurita clan was exterminated was because this guy became interested in the fiery eyes of the Kurita clan on a whim, that's why they phantom troop entered their hermitage and massacred them. Now when he saw Krollo, he couldn't bear it at all, kicking kick after kick. Chi Ya and the others didn't stop him, just let him vent there. Soon, Krollo's face was completely unrecognizable, and he was directly disfigured by Kira's kick. Wutong on the side shook his head. He could feel the endless resentment and hostility in Kira from such a distance. Time passed slowly, and the last 2 battlefields were drawing to a close. Shulnark was the first to be taken down, and then Maki also shot and killed with Karl and Kalair in Thal. So far, the 7 Tals have completely wiped out the members of the 6 brigades. For their actions this time, they have completed their merits. After killing the last 2 people, the Tal 6 rushed over directly. Master Chi Yat. 6 people appeared in front of Chi Yat, knelt on one knee and saluted, even Kyla did the same. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Chi Ya was also bewildered by the actions of several people, why did she kneel down all of a sudden? Thank you Lord Chi Ya for your help, otherwise we would not be able to do all of this. Tal raised his head and said gratefully. They were able to kill several members of the brigade without injury, all because of the small healing box given by Chi Ya. Without the healing box given by Chi Ya, it would be impossible for them to reach this point. At least, he is an example. Without the healing locket, even if he used restriction oath to kill Phaeton, he would have been covered in bruises, let alone help Karl and Cole against Maki. The same goes for the others, without Chi Ya's small data box, all of them, except Kurapika, will definitely die in the hands of the brigade members, let alone wait for the help to wipe out the brigade members. Even if Pixio could kill Nobunaga, he would definitely die. Ah, I see. I accept your gratitude. Let's all get up. Chi Ya's mind was also spinning quickly, and he immediately understood why Tal thanked him. He smiled lightly and said to several people. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Several people responded in unison, and then they all stood up. Master Chi Ya, they. After standing up, Tal looked at Krollo and the others who were tied up, and asked hesitantly. Ah, they, me and Menchi, Crook took it down, do you have any objections? Chi Ya turned his head to look, and then laughed. No. Tal and the others shook their heads hastily. Well, then they will be handed over to you. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Chapter 156. After handing over Krollo and others to Tal and the others, Chi Ya took Menchi and Crook to use the space and transferred them back to the hotel in Yukixin City. If all Phantom Troop were killed together, Chi Ya could get at least 10,000 reinforcement points, but Chi Ya gave up. Although there are so many strengthening points, Chi Ya cares more about Tal's feelings. 10,000 points of enhancement, you can get it slowly in the future. But there is only one chance for Tal and the others to take revenge with their own hands. If they do it themselves, then this chance will be gone. Although this is also revenge for Tal and the others, it is very bad for Tal. Tal's obsession with Phantom Troop is very deep, and it has reached the point where it cannot be eliminated. Unless they personally destroy the brigade and take revenge, this obsession cannot be eliminated. If Chi Ya kills the target of their revenge, then this obsession will never be eliminated, and it will accompany them all their lives, making them live in this obsession all their lives unable to get out. This is very important to Tal and the others. It will have a serious impact on Tal and the others. Obsession is a very mysterious thing. In the original book, Kurapika just let go of some obsession with the brigade for a while, and then got seriously ill and almost didn't survive. Chi Ya didn't want his subordinates to be like this. Ha, it's over. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Menchi threw himself on the white bed and rubbed against the pillow vigorously. Hey, the purpose of coming to Yukzinshi has been fulfilled, what are you going to do next? Crook stretched his waist and asked Chi Ya. Go straight back to Cukulu mountain. Hearing this, Chi Ya gave her a strange look. This guy probably regards the Cukulu mountain as his home. Chi Ya's gaze made Crook a little nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Doesn't this guy realize that his words and actions are strange? Chi Ya raised her eyebrows and thought, but Chi Ya didn't say it out, but shook her head slightly and said in denial, no, I still have something to do, I'm going to stay in Yukixin City for the time being. The auction in Yukixin City has what I need. Hey, is that so? The Phantom Troop is over, and the auction is expected to continue. I'll go and see if there is anything I want. Crook heard this and said with interest. I'll go and have a look too, Chi Ya, I'll go with you when the time comes. Menchi sat up and stretched out his hand. Although the auction will have what I want, I didn't say I'm going. Someone will take a photo of what I want and give it to me. Chi Ya shook his head and said. However, if you want to go, I will go with you. That's it, I'll trouble you then, Chi Ya, you pay for the consumption. Menchi laughed. Of course I pay the bill, are you coming? Chi Ya rolled his eyes and said. Then he left the room directly and went to the room where Yamain and Yalyaka were. After leaving for so long, I don't know what Yalyajia and Yamain are doing. This feeling is really amazing. After watching Chi Ya leave, Menchi tilted his head and thought. Of course it's amazing. Generally, the boyfriend pays for the things a girlfriend buys. Crook glanced at her and curled his lips. Huh? Is that so? Eyes closed face, Menchi stared at Crook immediately and said. What are you doing? Crook looked at Menchi staring at him without speaking, feeling a little uncomfortable. Give you a look and experience it yourself. Menchi withdrew his gaze, then glanced at her again, left the room without saying a word. Seeing this, Crook was a little puzzled. But then I didn't know what to think of, and my face turned red all of a sudden. Damn it, I'm lifting a rock to shoot myself in the foot. After playing with Aluka in Aluka's room for 2 hours, Chi Ya left here and returned to her own room. Before leaving, Chi Ya gave Yamain a task to collect the auction catalogue. After receiving the order, Yamain immediately went to make arrangements. The energy of the Zaldik family is very powerful, even the top auction of this kind of gangster, the Zaldik family and can infiltrate it. Within half an hour, Yamain came to Chi Ya's room with the catalogue. Master Chi Ya, these are the things that will be auctioned at the auction. Yamain said respectfully, handing the documents in Chi Ya's hand. Ah, thank you for your hard work, Yamain. Chi Ya stretched out his hand to take it, and said to Yamayan with a gentle smile. It's my honor to serve Master Chi Ya without hard work. Yamayan responded seriously. It's an honor to have a hammer, when will you change your old-fashioned personality? However, this serious response made Chi Ya very upset, and directly pinched Yamayan's tender face with both hands and began to knead. *NTT. Master Chi Ya. Chi Ya's actions made Yamayan blush. I said, Yamayan, the relationship between you and me doesn't have to be so serious. Chi Ya let go and put the catalogue in front of the bedside table, looked at Yamayan, and said helplessly. Lin Yin's cheeks were reddish, but he didn't speak. Forget it, it's up to you, you can continue to take care of Yalyajia. Seeing her silent look, Chi Ya shook her head helplessly, letting Yamayan take care of Yalyajia. Yamayan nodded silently and left the room. This guy. Looking at the closed door, Chi Ya shook his head again. Yamayan is still so old-fashioned, obviously he and her are childhood sweethearts, is it necessary? However, Chi Ya didn't worry too much, picked up the catalogue of the auction and looked at it. Not long after, Chi Ya's door was knocked again, and Tao's voice came from outside the door. Master Chi Ya. Chi Ya closed the catalogue and spoke softly. Come in. Master Chi Ya. Tal pushed through the door and came to Chi Ya's side. Krolo and the others are done? Chi Ya asked. Yes, Master Chi Ya, now there is only the spider that left the brigade 3 years ago. Tal nodded and smiled lightly. It can be seen that Tal is in a happy mood now, the joy after avenging his tribe. Do you know where he is? Chi Ya nodded and continued to ask. Well, this guy hides very deeply. Although Kalir saw where this guy was staying, she couldn't guess where this guy was at all. The place where this guy is staying is very strange. Tal hesitated for a moment, then frowned. Strange. Chi Ya was also surprised. Well, what should I say about that place? There are a lot of Nan people, and these Nan people use something called cards. Moreover, there is a book, and the cards can be used after being taken out of the book. Tal said with a tangled face. Chi Ya. Hearing Tal's familiar description, Chi Ya immediately thought of the location of this place. Greedy Island, the game created by Jin's team. This guy, Face Shadow, actually hid in Greedy Island. Chapter 157. That place is called Greedy Island, and you can enter it through the game Greedy Island. After learning that Mianying entered the Greedy Island, Chi Ya directly told Tal about it. That game that only Nan can use. Greedy Island and Tal have also heard of it, so they are no strangers. Well, the auction in Yukiksan City this time has the game auction of Greedy Island. Really? Tarleton was delighted. Well, but, this one doesn't need to be auctioned, someone will send it over later, this time you are going to auction something else. Chi Ya nodded and said. Another one. Tal was slightly puzzled. Well, at this auction, there was a red eye. Hearing these words, Tal's pupils changed suddenly, and he couldn't help showing his fiery red eyes, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. Tal, you can spend as much as you want, go and get the red eye. Chi Ya said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Master Chi Ya. Tal knelt on one knee, respectfully thanking Chi Ya. In the past few years, they have never given up looking for the eyes of the clansmen, and they did not get such a piece of news until today. At this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself at all. Ah, go get ready, the auction will be held again in 3 days. Chi Ya also knew Tal's mood at this time, and said with a slight smile. Yes, this subordinate is going to prepare now. Tal said respectfully, and then exited the room. Mianying guy actually went in there, but he didn't go in there, is it a butterfly effect? Ah, that's right. Chi Ya suddenly remembered something, and then directly dialed Wutong's phone number. Master Chi Ya. How did Wutong and Tal deal with the spiders' bodies? Master Chi Ya, the corpses of the spiders, Tal and the others buried them on the spot. Indus on the opposite side replied. Is that so? Then I will give you a task to destroy all these corpses. Chi Ya heard the words and ordered. Yes, Master Chi Ya. After giving Wutong orders, Chi Ya hung up the phone directly. As for why he did this, Chi Ya remembers that in the original book, the guy named Menchi took Yuvajan's eyes from Yuvajan's corpse to create Yuvajan's puppet. Golems with eyes can exert most of their power. There is a big difference between a doll with eyes and a doll without eyes. Therefore, it is the best choice to completely destroy the bodies of the brigade members. In this way, there is no need to worry about the shadow using the eyes of the brigade members to create powerful puppets. Well, it's only a little troublesome to make it. I looked out the window, it was already dark. It was already early morning, and Chi Ya didn't intend to stay up late, so she turned off the lights and fell asleep directly. In the early morning of the next day, Chi Ya was woken up early by Aluka. "Oni-chan, wake up, I'm going out to play." Sitting on Chi Ya's waist, Aluka called to the sleepy Chi Ya. On the side, Mayan was waiting respectfully. Hearing Aluka's voice, Chi Ya woke up instantly. He sat up and patted Aluka's little head. Yes, big brother, go wash up first, and wait for big brother for a while." "Yet." Aluka smiled sweetly. Soon, Chi Ya finished washing and left the hotel with Aluka and Mayan. Well, by the way, Menchi and Kurapika also followed. Yukiksen City, a city where gangsters gather, actually has an amusement park, which makes Chi Ya feel very strange. After arriving at the amusement park, Yalyajia was like a wild horse running wild, holding Chi Ya and Menchi's hand and running around, playing all the rides in the amusement park. And, once is not enough. Aluka took Menchi and Kurapika to the amusement park rides over and over again. Children are really energetic. Being dragged around by Aluka, even Menchi feels tired. This has nothing to do with personal physique, but because Menchi is an adult and it is true to play in an amusement park tired, not like a child, let alone playing over and over again. However, Aluka is Chi Ya's younger sister, and Menchi can't refuse, so he can only play with Aluka, but his mouth is filled with emotion. "Ah, indeed." Kurapika on the side also smiled wryly. If it was shopping instead, she dared to say that she could go shopping for 3 days and 3 nights without a break, but for this game, forget it. However, this guy is really abominable, and he pushed this matter to the two of us. When he said this, Kurapika gritted his teeth and looked at Chi Ya who was watching them from afar. This guy handed a look to the two of them after just playing once, and he watched with glee from the sidelines. Indeed, after we go back, we must punish this guy properly. Menchi also had a grim expression. "Sister Kurapika, Sister Menchi, I want to play with this." Aluka shouted excitedly from the side, and Kurapika and Menchi immediately changed their gentle and kind faces, and responded with a smile. "Yeah, let's go, Aluka, let's go play this." It's incredible that Ms. Yalyajia got along with Aluka Gon so quickly. Looking at the 3 people who had already boarded the Ferris wheel, Mayan who was standing behind Chi Ya was amazed. "Do you want to play too?" Chi Ya said to Mayan after hearing the words. This is an opportunity to gain Aluka's favor. Chi Ya joked. 1.0. Hearing the words, Mayan did not immediately refute, but fell silent slightly, as if thinking about something. A few seconds later, Mayan saluted Chi Ya slightly. "It's better to obey than to respect, Master Chi Ya." Afterwards, Mayan walked quickly towards the Ferris wheel. 59. Is she really Mayan? Looking at Mayan who had already boarded the Ferris wheel with Menchi and others, Chi Ya's eyes revealed surprise. The next moment, Chi Ya smiled. "That's fine too, but the linen tone is too old-fashioned." Finding a chair, Chi Ya sat down, with a faint smile on her face, quietly watching a few people running around the entire amusement park. Chapter 158. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Because the brigade had disappeared, the auction was held as scheduled. Chi Ya also brought Aluka, Menchi, Kurapika and Mayan to the auction site. As for Tal and the others, they came here by themselves. Tickets for the auction are a breeze for Chi Ya and others. Tal and others also followed Chi Ya and the others into the auction house. After greeting Chi Ya, Tal and the others went to their seats. "I really don't want to sit with these guys." Looking at the many gangsters around him, Chi Ya pouted. Mr. Chi Ya. Just as Chi Ya was complaining, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from beside him, and the voice was full of gratitude. Ah, Bartra! Chi Ya looked over and saw the richest man, Bartra, greeting him with a smile. I hope you will abide by the agreement. Chi Ya said with a smile. Of course, this time I would like to thank Mr. Chi Ya, the remuneration has already been remitted, and, this time, I will take pictures of all the islands of greed, and then present them to you, Mr. Chi Ya, as my thank you. Bartra said gratefully. Ah, 19, it's up to you. Chi Ya was slightly surprised. Then, I'm sorry. Bartra nodded slightly, and then walked towards his position. This scene surprised many gang bosses and wealthy people around, and they looked at Chi Ya with shocked eyes. As the richest man, Bartra would be so polite to a child. And the words also revealed something incredible. Chi Ya didn't care about the gazes from around her at all. What's going on? Why is Bartra so polite to you? Crook raised his eyebrows. Ah, because I helped him. Chi Ya laughed. And what about the island of greed? Menchi asked next. It's my reward. Chi Ya continued to reply. However, it will take several days to get it. It is estimated that the greedy island will not be auctioned today. This is why I will stay here for a while. Hey, I heard that this guy has been looking for the breath of the card archangel in the island of greed. I remember that you seem to have this ability. Is it because of this? Crook said thoughtfully. Ah, almost. Chi Ya shrugged and said. That. The auction has begun. Just when Crook wanted to continue asking, the auction officially started. It's started, I just want two things, Chi Ya, you said you pay the bill, right? Crook suddenly became slightly excited. Ah, I said it. Chi Ya rolled her eyes and said. This guy has asked several times along the way, and he still asks now. Menchi on the side also rolled his eyes. When the two of them rolled their eyes, the auction had already started, and the atmosphere instantly became ignited, like a vegetable market. And the price of each auction item is extremely expensive. Each one is priced at more than 100 million, Yi raised his eyebrows. It would be great if I had the ability of the Cuba in the brigade, and went around to the backstage to copy these auction items. These auction items together are estimated to be worth hundreds of billions. Speaking of Cuba's ability, I remember that in the original book, when Krollo was fighting Hisoka in the Sky Arena, he took away the abilities of Shulnark and Cuba to have the ability to copy. Where did Krollo copy his ability to lure Hisoka away 3 days ago? Other abilities? Chi Ya was very puzzled. Well, the matter is over, why should I worry about this? Chi Ya shook his head amusedly, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and focused on the auction. 300 million. As soon as his eyes were on the auction, the voice of the host came from above, and Crook next to him was holding an auction card. Chi Ya. Well, whatever she wants. Chi Ya lay down on the seat boredly and closed her eyes. Crook and Menchi smiled and ignored them. It wasn't until Aluka's voice sounded that Chi Ya opened his eyes again. Oni-chan, that thing has that kind of thing on it. Yaluya asked Chi Ya's hand, pointing at the things on the auction table, and asked. What? Chi Ya looked over. Huh? Is this item auctioned today? Chi Ya was a little surprised. The next moment, Chi Ya felt a line of sight looking over. Chi Ya looked at the past, and saw that the rich man Bartra was turning his head to look at him and smiling at him. To this, Chi Ya responded slightly. Seeing this, Bartra turned back, and the next moment, the sign in his hand was raised. 100/Z. Oh, that's too much. 10 billion, the rich man Bartra offered 10 billion? Is there anyone else bidding? Oni-chan, I want that thing. Yaluya said to Chi Ya, grabbing Chi Ya's sleeve. Ah, that, don't worry, the old man will deliver this thing later. Chi Ya said with a smile while touching Yaluya's small head. Really? Aluka's eyes lit up. Well, I was here to play for you. Chi Ya said. The reason why Chi Ya asked for 2 greedy island game consoles from Bartra was to use them for Aluka to play. In order to deal with the Ant King a year later, I should try my best to become stronger after returning to Cukulu Mountain, and it is impossible to take Aluka out all the time. So Chi-ya is going to let Yamayan and others bring Yaluya to the Island of Greed to play. Well, by the way, let Tal and the others go to the Island of Greed to hunt down the shadows. Kill two birds with one stone. I see, thank you Oni-chan. Aluka smiled sweetly, that look was extremely cute. If he wanted to say it was cute 980, Chi-ya couldn't help hugging Aluka and rubbing Aluka's that baby fat little face. Aluka suddenly giggled. More than 4 hours passed quickly, and the auction officially ended. Mr. Chi-ya, this is all the Greedy Island game consoles in this auction. It is the old man. I thank you. Please accept it. Standing in front of Chi-ya, Batra led many bodyguards, facing Chi-ya said gratefully. The several bodyguards behind him were holding a box on their bodies at this time. Ah, thank you very much. If you have anything to do in the future, you can come to Cukulu Mountain to find me. Chi-ya moved his eyes slightly, and put the box in the hands of the bodyguards behind him into the system space, then ignored the panic of the bodyguards and turned to Bart. Ra said. I only told Bartra that I want 2 boxes, but Bartra took pictures of all the islands of greed this time and gave them to him. It's okay if I don't take it back, but if I take it, it's considered as an acceptance of his favor, even if he is in a grateful way. Cukulu Mountain. Batra was stunned for a moment, but then he became relieved. I didn't expect that Mr. Chi-ya is actually a member of the Zaldik family in Cukulu Mountain. It seems that the old man has won an incredible favor. Then, Mr. Chi-ya, old man, I'm leaving. I'm sorry. Batra said with a smile and said goodbye. Ah, bye. Chi-ya waved his hand casually. Chapter 159. After getting the Greedy Island, Chi-ya didn't intend to stay in Yukiksen City, and took the airship directly back to Cukulu Mountain. Oni-chan, how do you use this thing? In a room in the Cukulu Mountain Villa, Yalyajia asked Chi-ya curiously, playing with a Greedy Island in his hand. This thing was made by Jin's team. I remember to insert the memory card into it, and then use the hair to enter the game. Before Chi-ya could answer, Crook spoke first. Really? Aluka was surprised when he heard that. The next moment, a slight thought energy emerged in Aluka's hand, covering the island of greed in his hand. A flash of white light flashed, and Aluka's figure disappeared from the room. Aluka, you're too reckless. Crook saw this scene, panicked, caught the fallen island of greed with both hands, and disappeared into the room with Aluka. This guy is more anxious than your big brother. Seeing this scene, Menchi raised his eyebrows. It seems that Crook seems to care about Aluka very much. Chi-ya said with a smile. Chi-ya also thought that no one cared about Aluka. After all, in this Cukulu Mountain, no one cared about Aluka before except himself. Well, it's your sister after all. Menchi continued to raise his eyebrows. There is something in the words, forget it, Aluka is counting on you, that's fine. Chi-ya was slightly speechless, and then begged Menchi. Ah, leave it to me, I will take good care of Aluka. Menchi walked towards the table with his hips akimbo, and waved as he walked. After that, she picked up the Greedy Island game box that fell on the table, launched the hair and entered the Greedy Island. You guys also go in together. Chi-ya turned and looked at Tal and the others behind him, and ordered. Yes, Master Chi-ya. Tal and the others stepped forward to the table, each of them picked up a game console, and started the fat to enter the game console. Gon, see you in the game. Before entering the game, Kurapika turned to Gon and said. Ah, see you later, Kurapika. Gon said, waving his hand. That's right, Gon is here too. As soon as Chi-ya got the island of greed, Jin got the news. Then he contacted Chi-ya, and asked Chi-ya to give Gon a place and let Gon enter the island of greed. After Chi-ya complained about Jin's arrogance and shyness, she agreed. It wasn't such a big deal. You go in too, if you can clear the level, you should be able to see Jin's stream, Chi-ya said to Gon. Thank you, Chi-ya-san. Gon thanked earnestly, and then went to the game console and used Fa to enter the game. Only Chi-ya and 7 game consoles were left in the dark room. Well, one of the Chi-ya was handed over to Meiji. This guy immediately came to Chi Ya to ask for a place to enter the game after learning that Chi Ya got the Greed Island. For his big brother, Chi Ya is not stingy, and directly gave him one. Menchi happily returned to his room with a game console in his hand, but didn't come out for a few days. It is estimated that it has entered the game now. Glancing at the game console on the table, Chi Ya smiled lightly, "Have a good time." Then Chi Ya left the room. "I've already taken care of your son. Don't forget what you promised me. I have something to call you next year. You must come here as soon as possible. The head is gold." "Ah, thank you, just call me if you have something to do next year, I will definitely come over. With your strength, you still have to call me. It's absolutely incredible. I don't want to miss this kind of feast." Jin's cynical voice came from the phone. "Absolutely," Chi Ya said with a sly smile when he heard the words. "Well, so be it, I'm exploring a certain ruin now, so I won't tell you more, goodbye." "Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Chi Ya continued to walk forward, and the place he went was the practice room. Now that he is all right, he has to re-enter the cultivation mode. "Miluelu, I hope you won't let me down." With this thought, Chi Ya stepped into the training room, and the heavy door was closed. Bang! Time passed slowly, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and the new year came again. This represents a step closer to the date when Chimeric appeared. And during these 3 months, Chi Ya's physique has strengthened a lot. It has probably been enhanced by about 1 layer. It is unimaginable to practice for 3 months without continuing to enhance the enhancer. However, this is not impossible. During these 3 months, Chi Ya practiced step by step, but the enhancement of her physique was minimal. At Chi Ya's level, if you want to make your body stronger, the difficulty is no less than performing the highest level 3-star hunter mission of the Hunter Association. However, Chi Ya used the remaining Millennium Stone Milk and another method to achieve this result in 3 months. The way to strengthen one's physique is still to rely on strengthening points. However, instead of strengthening the enhancer directly, you can use the strengthening points to directly strengthen your body. The remaining Millennium Stone Milk plus nearly 10,000 strengthening points created Chi Ya's achievements in the past 3 months. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the system reminder, Chi Ya would never have thought of such a solution. Because soon after the system was started, Chi Ya obtained the relationship with the Nen of the enhancer, so Chi Ya has always focused on strengthening the body to feed back Nen of the enhancement system, and did not consider directly using the enhancement points to strengthen the body. 2 months ago, the system watched Chi Ya work hard to build his body. This guy finally couldn't stand it anymore. One call directly made Chi Ya feel as if his previous IQ was thrown on the ground and rubbed hard. Fan. Then Chi Ya used the remaining 9,000 or so strengthening points to directly strengthen her body. The strengthening of the enhancer is mainly to strengthen the Nen, and the enhancement of the body is just the feedback brought by the enhancement of the enhancer Nen. And Chi Ya directly uses strengthening points to strengthen her body, and the benefits will be even greater. The 1000-year stone milk combined with more than 9,000 strengthening points made Chi Ya's body stronger by more than 1 layer in 3 months. It is also because it is not enhancer Nen, so the Nen of the strong, Zhao Yazao, chemical system has not been improved. And during these 3 months, Tal and the others also completed their revenge on the last member of the brigade in Greed Island, completed the mission of revenge, and then left Greed Island, went to various places to collect Red Eye went. Only Kurapika, because of Gon's relationship, stayed in the game to accompany Gon to clear the level. By the way, playing this game, Aluka, Menchi, and Crook are the happiest. Nanaka's ability allows her to easily take the cards inside from the game and return to the real world without any restrictions. Every 2 or 3 days, the 3 of Aluka would return to reality and bring back some cards from the game along the way. Let the creators in the game have no choice but to recreate items and props to make up for the vacancy. Then contact Jin to vomit bitterness to Jin, and this guy Jin also vomits bitterness to Chi Ya. However, Chi Ya always responded gloatingly every time, and every time he was able to make Jin on the other side of the phone scream out of anger. Chapter 160. The Millennium Stone Milk and strengthening points were all used up, and Chi-ya also temporarily stopped practicing and came out of the training room. After coming out of the training room, Chi-ya immediately ordered the housekeeper to prepare a sumptuous dinner for herself. The long-term exercise made him consume a lot, and his body was in a deficit state. It took half an hour of wolfing down Chi-ya to replenish his energy. Without strengthening points, the effect of the next exercise will be greatly reduced. In the corridor, Chi-ya sighed while thinking. The Millennium Stone milk was used up 5 days ago. In the past few days without the 1000-year-old stone milk, he has already had a very deep understanding of the enhancement of Chi-ya's physical cultivation. Chi-ya estimated that he would not make much progress if he continued to practice. If you want to continue to strengthen your body, you can only rely on a lot of time to practice. Oni sauce, Oni sauce. Just as Chi-ya was thinking, a crisp voice came from a distance. Chi-ya looked up, and saw Aluka running towards him quickly. When he was a few meters away from him, he jumped up and rushed towards him. 357 Chi-ya quickly stretched out his hand to catch Aluka. Really, be careful. Chi-ya touched Aluka's little head and said gently. He. Aluka grinned, and then stretched out his hand to Chi-ya. Oni-chan, I brought back some good things again, look. As soon as the words fell, a puff of smoke burst out in front of Aluka, and then several cards appeared in Chi-ya's eyes. Look, Oni-chan, it's pretty. Yaluya released one of the cards and turned it into a round gemstone shining with blue light, and asked Chi-ya for credit. You got this thing out too. Chi-ya's expression froze when he saw this thing. The next moment, Chi-ya laughed out loud. Haha, the blue planet, this thing was also taken out by Aluka. I want to remake it, but I can only make it by finding rare elements in the universe. Now those people are busy. Involuntarily, Chi-ya gloated. Huh? Oni-chan, what's the matter? Aluka asked puzzled. It's okay, well done, Aluka. Chi-ya reached out and stroked Aluka's head. Hey. With Chi-ya gently stroking her little head, Yaluya made a cute voice with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Chi-ya, look what we have changed now. At this time, Menchi's voice rang in Chi-ya's ear. I saw that Menchi had arrived in front of the two of them at some point, along with Kurapika, Yamain, and Shizuku who hadn't appeared for a long time. Change. Chi-ya glanced at the few people slightly puzzled. A few seconds later, Chi-ya stroked her chin and said thoughtfully, did you take a bath in the skin beautifying hot spring? Bingo, the answer is correct, how about it, how about our skin? Menchi laughed. Skin is better than snow, blown can break. Chi-ya smiled lightly, not stingy with his exaggeration. The skin of Menchi and the others is very fair, smooth, and supple now, even the linen sound is the same, the skin all over their bodies is extremely white, and they are completely different from before. We will accept your compliment. Kurapika said proudly with his hips akimbo. The linen voice on the side didn't speak, but his face was red. Shizuku didn't show any expression at all. It's decided, I'm going to take a bath every few days. Menchi touched his white arm and decided. Me too, Kurapika agreed. 5. Beauty is a woman's nature. Let's go, let me play this game with you too. Chi-ya hugged Yaluya and walked towards the room where the game console was placed. Yeah? I don't want it, Oni-chan, we just came out of the game. Hearing this, Aluka's face turned pale, and she pursed her lips and refused. Ahaha, is that so? Well then. Billy. At this moment, the phone in Chi-ya's pocket rang suddenly. Chi-ya put Aluka down, and took out the phone from his pocket. Huh? Netero? Why did that guy call me? What kind of commission again? Chi-ya said to himself, and then connected the phone. Mossy, old man, why did you remember to call me? Mr. Chi-ya, long time no see. Would you like to come to the headquarters of the Hunter Association? Chi-ya. What's the matter? Chi-ya said lightly. Ahem, the annual Hunter test is about to start again, do you want to be the chief examiner? Hearing Chi-ya's calm words, Netero on the opposite side was slightly embarrassed, coughed, and cut straight to the point. Click. Chi-ya hung up the phone without any hesitation. The headquarters of the Hunter Association, the president's office, and Netero looked at the hung-up phone in their hands with a troubled expression on their faces. This kid hangs up as soon as he says, and doesn't give the old man any face. I just said Mr. Chi-ya would be like this. President, why don't you just say that things are not good? The Domian man on the side shook his head helplessly. Well, don't bother him for the time being. I should be able to live a few more years, the old man. I'll entrust him when the time comes. Although that guy is ready to move, but the old man is here, so it's fine. Netero scratched his forehead and said lightly. Hey, since you think so, why are you calling Mr. Chi-ya? The Domian man was speechless after hearing this. Well, it must be the old man's illusion. Hearing this, Netero frowned and said lightly. Let Domian face a black question mark. What did you say? Haha, it's okay, you can go and get busy. Netero said with a smile when he saw the bean-faced man in this appearance. Why do you tell me to go to work, President? These are the documents you have to deal with, and you must be busy. Hearing this, the Domian man said angrily, putting a large pile of documents in his hand on the desk. Mo, can't you help me deal with it? Netero looked at the pile of files, suddenly felt a little dizzy, and begged the Domian man. Don't even think about it, President, I'll come to pick it up in 3 hours, please deal with it as soon as possible. The Domian man said seriously, and then stepped out of the president's office. Netero. It's such a hassle to be president. Netero scratched his head and complained, then sat on the chair and began to process the documents. Chapter 161. Oni-chan, who is it? After Chi-ya hung up the phone, Yaluya asked curiously. An old guy with nothing to do. Chi-ya shook his head, returned the phone to his pocket and replied. The president asked you to be the examiner again. Menchi immediately recognized Netero's voice and teased immediately. The chief examiner's thing is not a good thing, it's hard work good. The reason why Menchi went to be the chief examiner last year was mainly because of giving face to President Netero, and she happened to be in the wetland of Wetmali. Well, by the way, the president of the exam is set in the Wetmali wetland. Ah, the old man wants me to work for him again, so I won't go. Chi-ya looked dead fish-eyed. Last time, he went because he wanted Tal to become a professional hunter, but he won't go this time. The hunter test is nothing fun, full of cute newbies, and nothing to watch. Just wasting my time. Let's go, it just so happens that the big brother is out of customs, Yalyajia, the big brother will take you outside for a stroll. Chi-ya said gently, stroking Yalyajia's small head. Really? That's great. Aluka jumped up excitedly. Although Aluka has been playing in Greed Island for the past 3 months, the amusement park inside Alugia is a bit tired after playing for a long time. That's why she refused when Chi-ya said to take her to the island of Greed. Now that Chi-ya is going to take her out of Cukulu mountain to play outside, how could Yaluya not be excited? You four, do you want to come together? Chi-ya asked the Menchi four. Does that matter? Of course we are together. Menchi rolled his eyes. The same goes for Krook, only Amain and Shizuku nodded calmly. Let's go, then. A group of people left Cukulu mountain unhurriedly and walked towards the outside world. At the same time, in the Greedy Island game, Gon and Kurapika are in the final stages of their card collection. Moreover, the two also confronted the bomber in the game. Although Aluka and others entered the game, they had little impact on the game. The game is still developing according to the original appearance. It's just because Butra has got his wish, Butra has terminated the employment of Hunter, and the number of non-players in the game has been directly reduced by more than half. However, there are still many ninjas who stay in the game. These people have been in the game for many years, and they almost regard the game as a second home. Living here is also collecting the number 100 cards. However, because of staying in the game, these people were all attacked by the bomb demon one after another. There are less than 20 players left in the game. These surviving players were lucky enough not to encounter the bomb demon, or to say that their strength was not bad and they were not planted with the sound of life by the bomb demon. Because the bomber team has been hunting down players, they don't even know that Bartra has cancelled the bounty on the breath of the Archangel. Or in other words, they know, but they just enjoy killing for fun. What to do, Kurapika, can you handle the two of them alone? At this time, in a forest, Gon and Kurapika were running fast. I can, but, Gon, can you really do it alone? Kurapika nodded, indicating that she could, but Kurapika was worried that Gon would not be able to deal with the bomb demon alone. Absolutely. Thanks to you during this period, my strength has improved a lot. It may be dangerous to deal with that guy, but it is absolutely possible. Gon nodded solemnly when he heard this, his eyes were extremely firm. During this time in the game, apart from collecting cards, Gon practiced under the guidance of Kurapika. Although Gon has learned Nen, his mastery of Nen is not very deep. But Kurapika is different. Most of the time has been due to Tal's devil training, coupled with the motivation of hatred. Kurapika has a very deep grasp of Nen, and it is still a 5-line. After entering the game, Kurapika joined Gon after chasing and killing the shadow with Tal and the others. After seeing Gon's rough Nen operation, Kurapika began to train Gon silently and started a small fire for Gon. The two collected the designated cards in the book while practicing. Thanks to Kurapika, Gon's strength has been enhanced several times, and he has completely stood out from the Nen. It can be regarded as a little master of Nen. The strength has increased sharply, and Gon is very confident in his own strength. Then that's it. Wait for the bomb demon team to follow. I will be responsible for taking his two accomplices away, and you will deal with him. Ask for flowers. However, if there is any emergency, you must use the magnetic force to fly to me. Kurapika repeatedly urged. In fact, with his strength, he can solve the 3 bomb demons alone, but Gon wants to test his current strength, so Kurapika had to give bomb demon Ganshu to him. Well, I see. Gon replied seriously. As soon as the voice fell, a white light fell from in front of the two of them. Both Gon and Kurapika stopped walking quickly. Don't be so ruthless. Gon, I want to have a good exchange of feelings with you. The white light dissipated, and the bomb demon Ganshu appeared in front of the 3 of them. Gon said. Gon didn't speak, but gritted his teeth and stared at Ganshu. This is the guy who hunted down most of the other players. How about it, Gon, as long as you give me the number 21 ping of coastline in your hand, I will divide you into 2 floors after I get the bonus, how about it? Seeing that Gon didn't speak, the bomb demon Ganshu was not surprised, pushing the glasses, and said in a kind tone. 1 ping of coastline, this thing ranks 3rd in SS level difficulty, and there is only 1 in a game. Gon and Kurapika were also acquired through hard work. And the moment he got it, Ganshu, the bomb demon, started killing players. Impossible, I won't give it to you. Gon's words were very firm, revealing a strong dislike for the bomb demon Ganshu. Ah, that's really a pity. It's rare for me to have such good intentions. Hearing this, Ganshu, the bomb demon, raised his head slightly, and said with regret that a white light reflected from his glasses. As he said that, the smile on bomb demon's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an extremely ferocious one. Then I'll just grab it from you, Gon, don't blame me, I've given you enough kindness. Ganshu walked towards Gon and Kurapika slowly, extending his hand as he walked. His 2 companions also spread out to the sides, as if they wanted to surround the 3 of them. Don't think about escaping. We have as much magnetism as we want. All the magnetism and peers in the game have been copied by us, and there is no extra quantity. Bomb demon Ganshu continued. However, at this moment, a white light fell from the sky and fell between the 2 parties. This is really an authentic villain, Maru. Chapter 162. Master Chi Yat. The light faded, and Kurapika called out immediately after seeing the person coming. Kurapika has now officially joined Chi Ya's team. After all, Tal and the others are now Chi Ya's subordinates, and Chi Ya's kindness to them is very great. So he decided to join Chi Ya's subordinates to repay Chi Yat. Moreover, joining Chi Ya's command, with Chi Ya's full support, it will be much easier for them to collect the eyes of the tribe. After all, the intelligence network of the Zaldik family is very powerful. Chi Yasan Gon also shouted out in surprise. Standing between the two sides is none other than Chi Ya and others. Who? Gan Shu stopped and said in a deep voice. If it's just Gon and Kurapika, then they don't care about it at all, but this sudden addition of people they haven't met is completely extraneous. The strange uncle at that time. Seeing Gan Shu, Yaluya was surprised and called 590. Hi? Aluka, do you know this guy? Chi Ya frowned slightly upon hearing Aluka's words. Well, this strange uncle suddenly touched my shoulder some time ago, and then said that the bomb demon appeared. Aluka nodded and said. Hey? Really? How come we don't know? Menchi asked in surprise. At that time, sister, you went to buy snacks for Aluka. Aluka laughed. Master Chi Ya, this guy is an enemy. Ya Mayan said solemnly. By the way, I forgot about you, the little girl. Hearing Aluka's voice, Gan Shu immediately looked over, and the moment he saw Aluka, Gan Shu narrowed his eyes. His voice of life is limited to activate, that is, he must explain his ability in detail to the person who has been planted with the voice of life. Only then can it be activated. Last time, although I killed Meninen in one go, I didn't kill Aluka. Because I didn't explain my ability to Aluka in front of Aluka. Gan Shu stretched out his mouth, opened his mouth, and was ready to explain his abilities. However, at this moment, the air suddenly stagnated, and then, a heavy pressure suddenly appeared, oppressing everyone, and the whole area was in a terrifying aura. Under this pressure, the bomb demon, the three of them and Gon felt their whole body sinking, their legs were extremely heavy, and they bent down involuntarily, with their hands on their knees and gritting their teeth to support themselves, trembling all over. How dare you attack Aluka? Chi Ya's face sank like water. This time, I wanted to see how Gon collected the specified cards, but I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Ganshu, the bomb demon, actually attacked Aluka. Unforgivable. Monster. Under the heavy pressure, the bomber Mo Ganshu and the others couldn't raise their heads at all, and lowered their heads with horror on their faces. At this time, Ganshu didn't have the confidence he had before, and he no longer wanted to detonate Aluka together, and his face was replaced by panic and distortion. He didn't expect Chi Ya to be so scary. He is so scared now, why would he have nothing to do to provoke this little girl? Ganshu can't even imagine how terrifying the strength of such a person who can oppress himself to such a degree with only his aura. The aura gradually rose, and the pressure on Ganshu and others became more and more terrifying. Under the terrible pressure, the bodies of Ganshu and others creaked, and their bones could not bear the pressure. The next moment, Ganshu and the three of them heard a large area of bone noise, and then, the three of them lay on the ground straight, in close contact with the ground, and the fresh body slowly flowed out, and in a blink of an eye, the ground was stained red. There's nothing serious about Gon's side. Because, the moment Kurapika noticed Chi Ya's aura, he immediately stood in front of Gon and blocked the aura for Gon. If you dare to attack Aluka, even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to appease my anger. Looking at the three people who were pinned to the ground by him and unable to move, Chi Ya's face became more and more gloomy. Boom! There was a loud thunder, and the originally clear sky darkened in an instant. Within a few thousand meters, the dark clouds were closed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and countless thunder snakes kept surging in the dark clouds. Chi Ya's aura directly affects the weather in this area, making the sky completely dark. Everyone in Greedy Island, whether it's players, local aborigines, or GMS, looked over in horror at this moment. Whether it is a player or an aborigine, at this time, they all felt an extremely terrifying atmosphere. This breath made them terrified. This terrifying atmosphere, what kind of monster has entered here? Liza, one of the GMS in a city, was standing on a lighthouse at this time, looking in the direction of Chi Ya and others, and Nana said. The eyes were shocked. Liza had never felt this kind of momentum. Even on Jin's body, he didn't feel it. Ah, it's over, it's over. Why does this game attract such scary guys one after another? A Chen Baizhong, a sloppy uncle with an afro head, was constantly rubbing his afro head, a look of collapse. Since 3 months ago, there was a guy who could ignore the rules and take the card away. Now there is another such terrifying guy. He feels this game pill. Why don't you run away? The afro-haired man rubbed his chin suddenly and muttered to himself. The blonde on the side rolled his eyes when he heard the words. Back to Chi-Ya's side, Chi-Ya's complexion has recovered at this time, and his face is expressionless. In front of him, the 3 of Ganshu who were lying on the ground were surrounded by endless thunder and lightning. The screams continued to come from the mouths of the 3. Chi-Ya didn't kill them, but tortured them continuously with lightning. Chi-Ya's control over thunder and lightning constantly tortured them without killing them. At the same time, once the 3 of Ganshu fainted, the thunder and lightning would immediately wake them up, wake up their consciousness, and let them continue to suffer from the thunder and lightning. The skin was torn apart, the blood was dripping, and the flesh and blood were visible. The skins of Ganshu and the 3 had completely disappeared under the erosion of lightning, and the pain caused by the bloody flesh touching the ground multiplied, making the pain of the 3 more intense, but they were unable to move, let alone suicide. Facing the cruel scene, everyone was expressionless, without the slightest bit of intolerance. Only Gon was hesitant, trying to persuade Chi-Ya to give the 3 of them a good time, but was stopped by Kurapika who knew his character up. 0.2. Kurapika is very aware of Aluka's position in Chi-Ya's heart, and Aluka is Chi-Ya's bottom line. Once Aluka is moved, even if Chi-Ya chases him to Tianya Cape, he will completely kill that person. Even the legendary Dark Continent may not be able to stop Chi-Ya. For 3 hours, under Chi-Ya's control, the 3 of Ganshu endured 3 hours of continuous torment before taking their last breath, which only stopped when Aluka spoke. Otherwise, Chi-Ya would directly torture them for a day and a night before sending them to hell to report. After Ganshu and the others swallowed their last breath, Chi-Ya's face returned to its previous appearance. Go back, Aluka. Chi-Ya stroked Aluka's head and said with a smile. After this, Chi-Ya is completely in no mood to ask Gon about the progress of the game. Chi-Ya didn't even pay attention to the prompt sound from the system in his head. Yeah, Oni-chan. Chapter 163. As soon as he returned to Cukulu Mountain, Chi-Ya directly opened his own field of eliminating thoughts. It's fine. After realizing that there was no other Nin on Aluka, he was relieved. Let me tell you how many of you actually let Aluka be planted by others. Nin, I really don't know how to say hello to you. Are you caring? I don't dare to let Aluka go out with you like this. Turning around, Chi-Ya reprimanded Menchi, Crook and Yamei indirectly. The 3 of them also knew that they were wrong, and Chi-Ya didn't even reply no matter how much they reprimanded them. In fact, Chi-Ya is also worried about chaos. With Nanaka here, it is impossible for Aluka to fall in love with other people's Nin. As soon as someone else's Nin acts on Aluka, Nanaka's power will directly eliminate this ability. So what Chi-Ya was worried about just now is that it is impossible for Aluka to be planted with the sound of life by the bomb demon. On the other side, in the island of greed, Gon looked at the totally inhuman corpses of Kwang Ganshu and others, and remained silent. Dare to shoot Ms. Aluka, these guys really don't deserve to die. Kurapika beside Gon said with a grim look. Since Iwujiwo and Kurapika have joined Chi-Ya's command and become a subordinate, they are naturally very concerned about Chi-Ya's affairs, and Chi-Ya's younger sister Aluka is naturally the same. If he knew that Ganshu was attacking Aluka, it would be impossible for Kurapika to hand Ganshu over to Gon to deal with. Perhaps Ganshu was killed by Kurapika before Chi-Ya entered the game. What's the matter, Gon, are you sympathizing with him? Kurapika noticed Gon's expression and said immediately. No, I just think this guy is a bit miserable. Gon shook his head and said. He is not qualified to sympathize with people like Ganshu. After all, this guy killed a player in time before. If he sympathizes, then what are these players who were killed? Not at all, this kind of death is the most suitable for them. Kurapika looked at the bloody corpse with no sympathy at all. However, the 3 guys Ganshu are dead, and those cards have returned to their original places. It seems that we have to collect them again. Ah, that's right, let's go, Kurapika, collect the remaining designated cards as soon as possible. Gon nodded and said, and then the two left here using the companion. But Ganshu and others were thrown here to expose their corpses in the wilderness. Soon, a month passed. Gon and Kurapika finally collected all the designated cards except number 1. The voice of the administrator spread throughout the island of Greed. Inform all players in the game here. Just now, a certain player has collected 99 types of cards in the designated pocket. To commemorate this historic moment, a quiz contest that all players in Greed Island can participate in will be held in 10 minutes. There are a total of 100 questions, all of which are related to the cards in the designated pockets. The player with the highest correct answer rate will be given the blessing of the designated pocket card number 0 card ruler. Players, please don't close your card book, wait a moment. I see, is it a question about specifying the card in the pocket? It seems that the person who collects the most cards will have the greatest advantage. This is also a compensation for the players who have successfully collected cards. After listening to the island-wide announcement, Kurapika said thoughtfully. I remember most of the cards very clearly. Gon said excitedly. Someone is coming. At this moment, there were several howling sounds from the sky, and several light clusters were seen flying towards the two from different directions. It seems to be for the last card. After a while of answering questions, Gon got the highest score of 90 points and won the final prize. A weird owl grabbed a package and flew towards the two of them. The ruler's hospitality. Gon held the card in his hand, looking puzzled. It seems that only the person holding the card can go to this ruler. Kurapika leaned over and said, looking at the card. It's in a place called Limilu, I haven't been there yet. Well, if that's the case, let's use rafting. I have been to other places, but this place is the only one left. I should be able to reach it by using rafting. Kurapika suggested. Well, that's it. Then, Gon, it's time for me to go too. I've wasted too much time here, and I'm going back to the real world to join Tal and the others. Kurapika said with a smile. Huh? Do you want to say goodbye now? Wait a little longer, let's go out together when the time comes. Gon was suddenly surprised, and then asked. Well, it's okay. Kurapika said after a moment of pondering. You have already cleared the customs. Chi-ya said flatly in a hall in Cukulu mountain. Well, the level has been cleared, thank you so much this time, Chi-ya-san. Gon said gratefully. Master Chi-ya, thank you very much for allowing me to be self-willed for so long. Next, I will go to Tal and start family work as soon as possible. Kurapika nodded to Chi-ya and saluted. Yeah. Chi-ya nodded, then looked at Gon. What are you going to do next? Use this card directly to find gold. Chi-ya asked lightly. Well, I was planning to ask Kurapika to accompany me, but since Kurapika has something to do, then forget it. Gon said while rubbing the back of his head. Huh? Is that so? Chi-ya narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard the words, and the next moment, a hint of teasing flashed in Chi-ya's eyes. Okay, I'll let Kurapika accompany you there. Chi-ya said, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a smirk flashed away. Is this really 443? Master Chi-ya. Gon and Kurapika were taken aback when they heard this, and then Kurapika asked in amazement. Yes. Chi-ya said lightly. It's really great, thank you so much, Chi-ya-san. Gon thanked excitedly. Hearing this, Chi-ya waved her hand without changing her expression. Kurapika, you go with him. Yes, I understand. Kurapika saluted slightly. Well, thank you, Chi-ya-san. Gon thanked again. The two said goodbye and left. After the two left, Chi-ya finally couldn't help laughing with that indifferent expression, burst out laughing, and then laughed louder and louder. As for why Chi-ya behaved like this, it was because he knew it very well. If you use the companion to bring people to go there, you can't reach the place where Jin is, but you can only reach Jin's disciple Kate. Only by using magnetism can a person be able to travel to where the gold is. When Gon goes with Kurapika, he will never seek him, only Kate. The reason why Kurapika is allowed to follow the past is because Chiya knows that the moment Gon and Kate come together, it means that the Chimeric Ant chapter has officially started. No, maybe it's already started now, but the impact is not big, so it's not known. Chiya stopped laughing, narrowed his eyes slightly, and meditated. Chapter 164. Really? The Chimeric Ants have already started. Chiya said calmly after hanging up the phone. 10 days had passed since Kurapika and the others left using their counterparts. Gon and Kurapika also went to NGL with Kate and others smoothly. During these 10 days, Chiya has been keeping in touch with Kurapika, which is why he let Kurapika go with Gon. The purpose is to know about Chimeric Ants. Well, since it's already started, let's go and have a look. Standing up from her seat, Chiya stretched herself and said to herself. It's time to contact those guys, we can't let those guys idle. Turning on the phone, Chiya opened the contacts and began to contact. Leaving Cukulu Mountain, Chiya embarked on the journey to NGL. At the same time, Gon, Kurapika and Kate have already begun to rush to the Chimeric Ant's nest according to the clues left by other hunters. As for Kate's companions, they also returned to the NGL border and reported to the Hunter Association about the Chimera ants on the NGL side. This is the headquarters of NGL, right? It's ironic. In a country where nature is completely followed, the upper-level personnel actually carry out such activities. In the cave, Kurapika taunted, holding a secret gun. Indeed, the drinking drug on the market, also comes from here. Kate also sighed slightly. His tone reveals his disdain and disgust for the NGL executives. Someone is coming. Kurapika threw the gun back into the box and said to the two of them. Here we come. There are both human and non-human breaths. It seems that there are survivors here. Kate's expression also became serious. The three of them were all waiting in battle, staring at the three holes in front of them. Under the gaze of the three, two naked people crawled out from the middle hole. Behind them, a centaur with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse held two iron chains tied to the two. The chain came out. There are humans again. Help me! Help me! The two humans shouted excitedly when they saw this scene. Then, two Chimeric Ants came out of the other two holes. A female Chimeric Ant with two transparent butterfly wings and a mask on its face. The other is a Chimeric Ant that has always had 16 arms. Let's do it directly. The chain in Kurapika's hand began to flutter, and he said to Kate and Gon. Okay, I'll deal with the one in the middle, and you two with Chiya. Kate arranged lightly. Can I see? Without any suspense, 2 minutes later, the three Chimeric Ants fell into the hands of the three. Unlike the original, Gon didn't relax his vigilance after cutting off the Chimera ant with many arms like a centipede, but directly smashed it completely with another blow. The teaching of Kurapika is inherited from Tal and others are taught by Flax. Kurapika's teachings are completely different from Bisji's teachings, making Gon's behavior very similar to that of the Zaldik family, killing them all, and never letting go of their vigilance before the enemy is dead. Let's go, this is just an outpost, and the real ant nest is still far away. Kate took back Hernan and said to the two. At the same time, the Hunter Association headquarters also received information from Kate's companion. After getting the information, Netero did not make a decision immediately, but reported the matter to the international agency. There is only one order to wait, and that is to let Netero and the Hunter Association quickly remove dangerous creatures. Let the Hunter Association take the blame. Netero sighed silently after hanging up the phone. Afterwards, Netero dialed the phone again and started recruiting staff. Why did these guys disappear at the critical moment, so I had to come here by myself, and so did Paristan. Netero sighed after making calls one by one. Also, why did Chiya call Potterby and Yinda away at this time? Did something happen to him? I originally wanted to call him, but in that case, I will not call him. Same as the original book, Netero just summoned his apprentices Mo Lau and Nobu to set up a crusade team. With the two of them, Netero set off on the road to NGL. On the other side, in a flying boat. At this time, Chi Ya was in this airship, and although this airship did not go directly to NGL, it was one of the airships on the way from Cukulu mountain to NGL. In addition to this voyage, Chi Ya has to transfer 3 more airships to reach NGL. I have to say that the distance between NGL and Cukulu mountain is really far enough. This trip will take at least a day and a half. According to Kurapika's report, he had already arrived at the border of NGL before he reported to me. It has been almost a day now. Kurapika and others are estimated to have arrived near Goodley's ant nest. I don't know if Kate will, just like in the original book, he will be killed by Neferbit, one of the king's direct guards. Chi Ya, who stood in front of the window and watched the night scene, murmured lightly. With the healing locket, if you use it properly, Kurapika and the others should be able to escape from Neferbit. As a 1-star creature hunter, Kate is very powerful, and even if she loses one hand, she can still cause Neferbit to suffer that level of injury. If you don't lose an arm, add a few healing boxes on Kurapika, and the 3 of you should be able to do it. Well, it depends on their luck. I've already told Kurapika to retreat immediately if nothing can be done. It's up to them to see how the situation will turn out. Chi Ya whispered, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 165. At this time, near the ant nest. Just as Chi Ya thought, Kate, Kurapika, and Gon had already fought against Neferbit at this time. However, Kate, who was the first to bear the brunt of the fight, was torn off her right hand by Neferbit. Both of you, run away quickly. The moment Kate's arm was torn off, Kate was not worried about her own injury, but was concerned about Gon and Kurapika, and yelled at them. Kate, go on. An invisible chain passed through Neferbit, who was standing among the 3 lieutenant generals, and sent 2 quaint little boxes to Kate's hands. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to run away quickly? Come on, take Gon and run away together. Kate shrank her pupils and roared angrily when she saw this. I know this, but before that, you take these 2 boxes first. Kurapika also yelled. However, as soon as the words fell, Kurapika lost her voice in shock. I saw that Gon beside him was bursting out with incomparably huge mind energy at this moment, and had already entered a fighting state. Kurapika's pupils shrank suddenly, and the next moment, the whole person appeared behind Gon, cut Gon's neck with his palm, and knocked Gon unconscious. As for the actions of Kurapika and 760G, Neferbit completely ignored them. Good job. Seeing this, Kate praised Kurapika, and at the same time reached out to catch the quaint box floating in the air. Kate was startled as soon as she touched the box. The next moment, he felt an extremely intense itching from his severed arm. Before Kate figured it out, Kate saw that muscles and bones grew out of her severed arm, and a new arm grew out in just 5 seconds. This is... Kate looked at this scene in surprise. Hey, it's really interesting, meow. Neferbit, who was on the opposite side, was also very surprised at this time. Plus. Thanks, Kurapika, but, take Gon and get out of here immediately. Kate ordered to Kurapika while staring at Neferbit. Without any hesitation, Kurapika picked up Gon and quickly evacuated from here. As for the departure of Kurapika and Gon, Neferbit didn't care at all, still staring at Kate. For Neferbit, the existence of Kurapika and Kate cannot be compared with Kate alone. The interest in Kate has completely surpassed the sum of Kurapi, BJDD, Card and Gon. It's really an interesting ability. Can a broken arm be able to regenerate? Neferbit said, staring at Kate's right hand. Kate didn't answer, but silently used her ability to be a crazy clown. It's really a moment of fate. I hope I can get a powerful ability. The crazy clown started to shout as soon as he appeared. The next moment, the roulette in his mouth started to spin. The wheel spun for a few seconds and finally stopped on number 3. Cut, didn't you hit it again? Kate said angrily. The next moment, the 2 sides burst out with powerful thoughts and rushed towards each other, and a battle quickly began. On the other side, Kurapika ran quickly in the forest with Gon on his back. It's such a terrifying Nian Chi. Except for Master Chi Ya, I have never felt such a terrifying Nian Chi, and it is so evil. Kate, you must survive. Kurapika looked extremely heavy, and his inner thoughts kept flowing. He has 4 healing boxes on him, all of which he got from Chi-Ya when he took revenge on Phantom Troop a few months ago. He used one in the battle at that time, and the remaining 3, Kurapika directly gave Kate to 1. I want to increase Kate's chances of surviving when facing Nephebit. Knowing, without the restriction oath, his serious decline, although his strength is still very strong, there is no chance to intervene in the mid-level battles, it is completely a burden. Not to mention Gon, who is not even as good as himself. So he made a judgment immediately. Give the healing locket to Kate and leave with Gon. In this way, the chances of the 3 of them surviving will increase. There are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. There are still many inconceivable and powerful creatures in this world. These creatures are beyond our reach and comparison. To compare with this kind of creature, we need to continue to become stronger and stronger. Without stopping for a moment, Kurapika's speed is getting faster and faster, and he is rushing towards the NGL border. At the same time, Netero, Mo Lau, and Nobu also arrived at the Balusa Islands, Rockarayo and Kate's companions on the edge of the NGL. At the same time, Chi-Ya's airship also arrived at Rockarayo, followed by Netero and others. The distance between the headquarters of the Hunter Association and Cukulu Mountain and NGL varies, and Cukulu Mountain is farther away. So even if Chi-Ya started first, she was still 1 step behind Netero and others. Sada, NGL, is that the direction? Standing on a city wall, Chi-Ya looked at the horizon and said calmly. Then Chi-Ya went down the city wall, returned to the city, and looked for the driver. After more than 10 minutes of searching, Chi-Ya finally found a driver who was willing to go to NGL, and went to NGL with the driver. Drip drip drip. On the way to NGL, Chi-Ya's cell phone rang. As soon as Chi-Ya was connected, Jin's shrew-like noise came from inside. Hey, Chi-Ya, did you do it on purpose, knowing that Gon was there, and let me go there? 5. I said, you should change your shy personality, you dare not even see your own son, you are considered. What father, it can't be the old Wang next door. Chi-Ya complained helplessly. You fart, what old Wang next door, Gon is my own son. Jin, who was opposite, heard Chi-Ya's exaggerated words, and immediately said angrily. Birth, hello, Jin, I have always had a question, could it be that you gave birth to Gon yourself with the pregnancy stone in the Island of Greed? Chi-Ya joked with a smirk. Boy, you wait, my uncle will go over and make gestures with you, don't run away. Jin was silent for a moment, then said, and hung up the phone directly after speaking. Puff. The driver beside him couldn't help laughing. Chi-Ya shrugged and said nothing. On the other hand, when Chi-Ya was rushing to NGL, Kurapika also took Gon back to the NGL border. After putting Gon down, Kurapika made a phone call. The call Kurapika made was to those of Kate's companions. After making the phone call, Kurapika sat next to Gon, with a heavy face, twinkling eyes, and didn't know what to think. Time passed slowly, and soon more than 2 hours passed. A car appeared in Kurapika's sight. Are you here? Chapter 166. I remember you are Kurapika, right? Are the enemies strong? Standing in front of Kurapika, Netero asked lightly. There is an existence among chimeric ants that can use neon. I have never seen that kind of evil aura. Moreover, I have only seen the horror of that neon in Master Chi-Ya. Kurapika raised his head, looking at the 3 of them, he said lightly. Hey, I asked you to compare it with Chi-Ya. It seems really amazing. The old man's trip is too hasty. Netero raised his eyebrows in surprise, full of surprises. You are very strong, I can tell from the beginning of the meeting, but I still don't think you are her opponent, even you are the same, President Netero. Kurapika took a deep breath, and then said seriously. Nobu, in a suit, totally disagrees with what Kurapika said. Once people encounter something they have never seen before, they tend to overestimate the first time. There is no comparison. Looking at you, it seems that you have been scared out of your wits. Leave it to us. You'd better leave and have a good rest. 1. Haha, Nobu, what you want to say is exactly what I want to say. Boy. Wearing sunglasses, Mo Lao Wu opened his mouth and came, ready to start his own high-spirited talk. However, after only one sentence, he was directly stopped by Kurapika. I don't intend to listen to your high-spirited talk. I know the Battle of the Nan very well, but in the face of a huge gap, there is no way to make up, you know what I mean, right? On this point, the same is true for you, President Netero. I still say what I said just now. I don't think you are the opponent of that monster. Kurapika's expression was still extremely serious. Hearing Kurapika's words, Netero's expression didn't change, but Mo Lao and Nobu frowned one after another, as if they were very disgusted with Kurapika's words. It seems that you are well aware of the difficulty of the enemy. Kurapika, let me unleash my strength, and you can estimate how it will be. Netero smiled lightly. Okay. Kurapika frowned slightly, then nodded. Seeing this, Mo Lao and Nobu quickly backed away, keeping a long distance from Netero, afraid of being hurt by the needle-like aura of Netero. The next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Netero's body, a wave of air spread instantly, and an extremely tenacious aura was continuously released. Kurapika frowned slightly, then shook his head lightly. Is this your best effort, President Netero? If that's the case, then my answer remains the same, President Netero. Just look at the breath, you are no match for that guy. That guy's reading is at least twice as high as yours. That's my judgment. Hey, so that's the case, old man, I know. Netero said with a smile all over his body. Kurapika glanced at him, did not speak, but silently raised the phone, looked at the phone for a long time but did not take any action. What's wrong with you? Netero asked strangely. Seeing this, Mo Lao and Nobu returned to Netero. I'm wondering whether to contact Master Chi Yat. Kurapika replied slightly tangled. Although Chi Yat has been keeping in touch with him, he is very concerned about the Chimera ants. However, Kurapika doesn't know what Chi Yat really thinks. Moreover, Chi Yat had ordered him to retreat immediately if he encountered any danger. But he didn't follow Chi Yat's order, leading to the current situation. So Kurapika is very conflicted now. Chi Yat, that guy probably has something to do now, or the old man, I would have called him over long ago. Hearing this, Netero said calmly. Is there something wrong? Is Master Chi Yat paying attention to other things besides the things here? No, there shouldn't be any. Kurapika thought suspiciously. President Netero, how do you know that Master Chi Yat is busy now? Kurapika asked doubtfully. As far as he knows, Chi Yat is only concerned about Chimera ants now, and there should be nothing else. This guy called away the 212 members of the association. There must be something serious about it. Netero scratched his forehead and said very tangled. The two powerful helpers were called away by Chi Yat first, which made him very depressed. Really? Kurapika fell silent after hearing that. President, who is that Chi Yat you are talking about? There is such a great energy that can move the 12 earthly branches. Nobu pushed his glasses and asked solemnly. He knew that except for the president of the 12 earthly branches, basically no one could move them. Hey, this is really a great news. Mo Lao Wu said with an exaggerated expression, even though he was wearing sunglasses, he still couldn't hide it. Ah, Chi Yat, that kid's energy is really great. After all, the old man accepted his favor 3 years ago. Netero scratched his forehead and said haha. Ask for her flowers. 3 years ago? President Netero was talking about the ruins of Coco. I remember, President, you said that besides the President, there was another person standing by your side, that is Mr. Chi Yat. Nobu said thoughtfully. Mr. Chi Yat? You can also say that. Netero was a little uncomfortable when he heard Nobu address Chi Yat. After all, Chi Yat was still a child, so it was a bit weird to say that he was Mr. Accepted. However, he was very curious about what kind of expression Nobu would have when he saw Chi Yat. Sir? It seems that not many people call me that, but, should I say it's an honor to be called so respectfully by a top-notch hunter. It was a voice that was familiar to Nyabu and Mo Lao but extremely unfamiliar. Netero was startled, raised his eyebrows, and turned to look over. Master Chi Yat, you're here. Kurapika stood up suddenly and shouted in surprise. Nyabu and Mo Lau also turned their heads away. However, after seeing the person coming, Nobu was stunned and frowned tightly. This guy is the Mr. Chi Ya that the president said, and he is actually a child. Nobu was very puzzled, with very strong doubts in his heart. Hey, let's be kidding. Compared to Nobu, Mo Lao Wu has no surprise expression at all at this time, and some are just shocked, and his rough face is covered with sweat. What's the matter, 5th Mo? Nobu asked with a frown. Nyabu, take a good look at this guy's anger. Mo Lao swallowed and said to Nobu without looking back. Huh? This is... Nobu still frowned, and looked at Chi Ya again. This time, Nobu was also shocked. I saw an incomparably terrifying aura emanating from Chi Ya's body. This aura was so peaceful that it would be impossible to detect it without careful observation. This observation reveals that this aura is much larger and more terrifying than that shown by President Netero before. The aura was like an abyss before, and just one glance made Nobu, who had a keen sense, tremble uncontrollably. Ah, Chi Ya, it's unbelievable that you're here too. Netero greeted Chi Ya lightly. Ah, after all, it's the chimera ants and creatures of the Dark Continent that I'm concerned about. Chi Ya said with a faint smile. Chapter 167. Creatures from the Dark Continent. Hearing this, Netero narrowed his eyes immediately. It seems that you know the man-eating chimeric ants very well. Understanding is not counted, just knowing the existence of chimeric ants. Chi Ya said with a faint smile. Immediately, Chi Ya looked at Kurapika. In this situation, Kurapika, you ignored my advice and followed Kate and the others to find the ant nest, right? Chi Ya said indifferently. Yes, I'm very sorry, Master Chi Ya. Kurapika lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly at Chi Ya. Well, since Chi Ya, you are also here, representing the old man, I guessed wrong, then, Chi Ya, the old man has a commission here, do you want to accept it? Netero stroked his beard and said. 633 After this. Hearing this, Chi Ya reached out and interrupted Netero. Kurapika, the healing locket, you only have one healing locket on you, and you gave the remaining 2 to Kate, right? Chi Ya asked Kurapika. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Hearing this, Kurapika was taken aback for a moment, and then responded. I got it. Chi Ya nodded slightly, then his body was covered in white light, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in the next second. This sudden change stunned the 4 present. Kurapika, what do you think you gave Kate that little healing box? Netero grasped the point right away, and asked Kurapika with a frown. Ah, yes. Kurapika said in a daze. It seems that Kate is still alive. Netero nodded after hearing this. Really? Kurapika was suddenly agitated. That kid won't do unnecessary things. He just asked you about something and then disappeared the next moment. The old man guessed that there is only one possibility, and that is the possibility that Kate is still alive. Netero responded lightly. Netero got a general idea of the name of the healing box the first time he heard it. It's a conceptual prop with the small box of thoughts he commissioned Chi Ya to make 3 years ago. The former is eliminating thoughts, and the latter should be healing. And the healing locket that Kurapika gave Kate still exists, so there is only one possibility, and that is that Kate is still alive. The healing small box will always restore the user's injuries. Once it disappears, it means that the user is dead. And Chi Ya can feel the healing box that Kurapika gave Kate, so it means that the healing box still exists and Kate is still alive. Of course, there may be some surprises. For example, when the healing locket was too late to recover from the injury, Kate was killed. However, between the two, Netero tends to the former. For Jin's apprentice Kate, Netero is very optimistic. He is much stronger than his apprentice in terms of Nian Qi cultivation. He didn't believe that with the existence of the healing box, Kate would be killed without even a chance to recover. That's good, that's good. Confirmed by Netero. Kurapika started chattering immediately. For her behavior of leaving Kate there last night, Kurapika felt very guilty in her heart. Facing Neferbit's horrific evil thoughts head-on, he clearly felt Neferbit's terrifying mind energy cultivation base. Even with 2 healing lockets, Kate is in danger. But, now, getting such a judgment from Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, made Kurapika feel a little better. President, who was that one just now? At this moment, Nobu, who was stimulated by Chiya's thoughts, was relieved and asked Netero with lingering fear. Ah, Chiya Zaldik, it's from the Zaldik family, you can be regarded as my old man's friend. Netero replied with a smile. That's right. Nobu panted heavily. It's such a terrifying Niankai cultivation base, just looking at it from a distance makes me tremble all over. Mo Lao rubbed the sweat on his forehead and trembled slightly. Haha, I am also very surprised by Chiya's cultivation, the old man. This guy's cultivation has improved at a speed that the old man has never seen before. Netero was also a little hesitant when he heard the words. 3 years ago, Chiya's Nian Chi cultivation base was much weaker than her own, and she couldn't compare with herself at all, but 3 years later, Chiya surpassed herself in Nian Chi cultivation base in one fell swoop. He has never seen anyone who can reach this level at Chiya's age. Let's go in first. Immediately, Netero spoke again, greeting his disciple Mo Lao, who had already preached. Then, he looked at Kurapika. The immature combat power will be absorbed by the opponent and bring great power to the opponent, you know. Netero looked at Kurapika and said lightly. I know, but, since Master Chiya is here, then I have nothing to fear. When Gon wakes up, I will enter the NGL again. Even if you stop it, it will be useless. Kurapika responded calmly. Ho ho, you are really confident in Chiya. Netero laughed when he heard this. Ah, with Master Chiya, I have nothing to fear. Kurapika said firmly. That's right, no matter how strong the opponent is, since Chiya is here, the old man, I am a little bit at the bottom. Chiya boy called Potterby and Yinda away probably because of chimera ants. Hehe, this 5.4 guys knew about the existence of chimera ants a long time ago. Netero also agreed with the response road. I won't stop you, come in whenever you want, Kurapika. Mo Lao, Nobu, let's go. Netero shouted to Mo Lao and Nobu. Then he walked towards the border checkpoint. Chiya, you once said in the Sky Arena that your fierce fighting spirit is because you are expecting something. Does the chimeric ants have what you expect? Old man, I'm also looking forward to it a little bit. Watching the figures of the 3 Neteros slowly disappear into the inspection station, Kurapika picked up Gon and got on the truck and left here. Chapter 168. At the same time, in the ant nest deep in the NGL. In a cave, Neferbit, the king's direct guard, was putting on a thoughtful expression at this moment. In front of her, Kate was tightly bound by the ant nest in the wall, unable to move at all. It was so close, it almost killed you. Don't stare at me like that, meow, if I hadn't been merciful, you would have died a long time ago. Seeing Kate's cold eyes, Neferbite said with a sly smile on his face. The living prey is much more nutritious than the dead prey. Dedicating you to the queen will definitely bring a huge amount of nutrition to the king. What is your background? Even though there have been huge changes in the climate in various places in recent years, it is impossible for chimeric ants to undergo such huge changes. What is your origin? Kate asked indifferently. Origin? Who knows, her lady queen didn't tell us. Nephibite said with a puzzled face when she heard the words, pointing her finger on her chin and tilting her head. Plus. Do you want to get information out of my mouth? You don't think that after 19 falls into my hands, you still have a chance to escape? Nephebit said unexpectedly. In response, Kate lowered her head slightly, hiding her gaze in her hair. The strength of this guy is too terrifying. The king's guard, there are 2 more at the same level as this guy, they should have already been born, plus the king, the strength of this mutated chimeric ant is really terrifying. President Netero, please take it seriously, and you can't play around like before. Kate silently said in her heart. Just stay here and take it with you. I'm going to perform a surveillance mission, Meow. Clut, keep an eye on this guy. Neferbit said indifferently, and gave orders to Clut behind him before preparing to leave here. However, at the next moment, a flash of light flashed in Neferbit's mind, and he turned around quickly. Master Neferbit! At the same time, Clut also called out. I saw, in front of Kate, a figure appeared at some point. You are really lucky. Chi Yi, who appeared in front of Kate, said with a surprised face. The next moment, Chi Yi reached out and put his hand on Kate's chest when Kate was completely at a loss. A burst of white light flashed, and Kate's figure disappeared into the ant nest. This sudden scene stunned Neferbit and Clut. Afterwards, however, it was just a moment of stupefaction, and Neferbit's face returned to its previous appearance. You are so powerful, much stronger than the one just now. Neferbit looked at Chi Yi with bright eyes. Dedicating you to her lady queen will definitely be more powerful than that person just now. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Neferbit rushed towards Chi Yi, and appeared in front of Chi Yi in an instant. The cat's paws exuding a cold light clawed towards Chi Yi's shoulder. Hey, attack if you don't agree with me, be polite. Chi Yi's body is on one side, and he dodged Neferbit's attack in an understatement, and at the same time, his hands and feet were not idle. A knee bumped against Neferbit's stomach, directly beating Neferbit until he vomited blood. Then Chi Yi directly waved one hand and slapped S face. Neferbit's entire body exploded like a cannonball, smashed into the wall with a loud noise, and gunpowder smoke permeated the entire cave for a while. Like Neferbit, who was easily tortured by Chi Yi, and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Lord Neferbit, who is directly under the king's guard, has been defeated. Who the hell is this guy? Boom! There was a loud noise, countless gravels flew out, and Neferbit stood out from the gunpowder smoke in a panic. Meow is like this, no wonder I just broke into here alone, and my strength is quite strong. Walking out of the gunpowder, Neferbit said as he walked. Boom! However, in the next moment, Neferbit felt his line of sight snapped, and then his head was directly pressed into the ground by a small hand. This sudden attack immediately stunned Neferbit. A series of unknown triplets sounded in my mind. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? However, before he was confused for a few seconds, a huge breath came from above, which immediately called Neferbit's mind back. Neferbit squinted up, and saw that Chi Yi had already raised his fist high and aimed at his head. On that fist, an incomparably terrifying aura condensed, even Neferbit felt palpitations. Neferbit could feel that once his head was hit by this blow, he would definitely die. Neferbit doesn't want to die like this, the king hasn't been born yet, he hasn't seen the king yet, how can he just die here? The next moment, a terrifying thought burst out from his body, wanting to break free from Chi Yi's shackles in one fell swoop. However, as soon as the breath erupted, Neferbit felt that the thought energy on his head also exploded, and the thought energy that was more terrifying than himself directly suppressed his explosion. And, not only that, Chi Yi also erupted with lightning that wrapped around his whole body. These lightnings quickly invaded his body from Chi Yi's hands, paralyzing his whole body and making him unable to move for a while. Neferbit could only stare wide-eyed at the immature little hand that exuded a faint blue light and fell towards his head. At this moment, Neferbit felt that the time around him slowed down, and Neferbit clearly saw that Chi Yi's fist was slowly hitting his forehead, but he was powerless. Does this kind of monster actually exist among human beings? Suddenly, such a thought appeared in Neferbit's heart. Chimeric ants are monsters in the human mouth, but at this moment, Chi Yi has become an out-and-out monster that can easily suppress her in the eyes of Neferbit, the absolute powerhouse among chimeric ants. Okay? Chi Yi, who was about to kill Neferbit with one blow, suddenly let out a bewilderment, and then disappeared from the spot with an instant movement of his body. The next moment, crystal-clear fluorescent powder spread out from the air, and a thick red arm also blasted towards Chi Yi's original location. It's all right. Immediately afterwards, two figures appeared beside Neferbit, and one of them said gently, "It's okay, be careful, this guy is very powerful." Neferbit quickly turned over and landed between the two, warning them. "Hey! You are all already born, what a surprise! The faint blue light bloomed, and the figure of Chi Ya appeared in front of the three of them, very surprised. In front of him was none other than the king's guard, Shipof, Menthuthweopi, plus Neferbit, the king's direct guard had been assembled. Among the human beings, there is a strong man with your strength. Presumably, the nutritional value is absolutely high. If you dedicate you to Her Majesty the Queen, then it will provide the king with a huge amount of nutrition. Shipof said lightly with a gentlemanly attitude. Chi Ya. Pretty much what Neferbite said. Are these two guys worthy of being the guards directly under the king? They are really loyal to Miluelu, the unborn ant king. Chapter 169. On the other side, in the truck driving on the desert, Kate's figure appeared with a ball of white light. This is me. Kate, who appeared in the truck, looked at her hands in a daze. Kate! Kurapika yelled out. Huh? What? Where is Kate? Kurapika's shout immediately alarmed Kate's companions sitting in front, and they leaned forward one by one. Kate, wow, it's great that you didn't die. The girl with curly purple hair threw herself on Kate and burst into tears. You. Kate looked at a few people and was a little confused for a while. Looks like President Netero guessed right. Kate, you're really alive, that's great. Thank you so much, Master Chi Ya. If you die, this guilt will be with me for the rest of my life. Kurapika looked very relaxed, with a faint smile on his face. Kate was silent for a while, let the purple-haired girl hug her quietly, and spoke after a long time. Kurapika, explain to me later. Ah, yes. You guys are really loyal to the Ant King, even though he hasn't been born yet. Chi Ya said with a faint smile as he looked at the trio of guards in front of him. Who is this guy? How did he appear here? Where did the guards die? Menthuthweopi yelled angrily. Hey, how did you arrange the escort mission? Suddenly, Yuppie saw Clut next to him, grabbed him immediately, and yelled loudly, spitting. Stop it, Yuppie, those soldiers are useless against this kind of existence. Shipof stopped without looking back. This guy is very dangerous, but at the same time it is also very beneficial to us. The three of them shot together, took this guy down and dedicated it to the queen, and let the queen swallow it. The king born at that time will definitely be stronger. Exactly, Neferbit agreed. Although Kate was sent away, it is better to have Chi Ya. Chi Ya's vitality is much stronger than Kate's. Winning Chi Ya can be worth more than a dozen Kate. Cut, you're lucky. Yuppie threw Clut out and cursed. Then his eyes turned to Chi Ya. Well, that's it for now, I'll come back when the Ant King is born. Although the three wanted to fight with him, Chi Ya had no plans to fight with them. To tell the truth, if you really fight, even if these three people join hands together, Chi Ya is sure to kill them. However, this is not in line with Chi Ya's plan at all. If the three of Neferbit were killed, it would be impossible for the Ant King to be born. Without the existence of the three guards, it is impossible for those division chiefs to let Netero throw a mouse, and they will definitely go straight to the yellow dragon and kill the queen ant in one fell swoop. The ant queen died, and the Ant King was naturally impossible to be born, so his long-term anticipation and preparation were completely in vain. If things really developed according to this situation, Chi Ya could have wiped out the existence of Chimera Ant Queen long ago. Just mention it to Nanaka. Nanaka's ability can crush the Chimera Ant Queen into fine pieces. It will never develop to the point where it is now. Chi Ya didn't stop it because he wanted to fight the Ant King. As for the humans who died in the NGL due to the presence of chimeric ants, although Chi Ya has her own bottom line in the assassination mission, she is not a saint, and she will not feel guilty because of these irrelevant people. What's more, most of these dead people are those cancerous tumors in NGL. What are you talking about? Do you think you can escape with our guards gathered? Shipof narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Chi Ya's words, and was very upset because he felt that he and others were being killed. Chi Ya underestimated it. Stop her quickly. Neferbit, hearing Chi Ya's words, suddenly thought of something and yelled. The next moment, his side turned into an afterimage and appeared behind Chi Ya. The figures of Yuppie and Shipof also rushed over, and the three blocked all Chi Ya's escape routes. The speed of the two of them was no slower than Neferbit. Although they don't know why Neferbit is so nervous, since their companions said it, they naturally wouldn't doubt it. As soon as Neferbit finished speaking, they launched an attack together with Neferbit. Speak up! Chi Yi glanced at Neferbit faintly, and threw out his left hand like a ghost, and slapped Neferbit on the face. Neferbit suddenly shot up into the sky, smashed through the top of the cave, and continued to hit the top without any sign of stopping. It's so strong! Yuppie and Shipuf saw this scene, and they were shocked at the same time. Although surprised, the attacks of the two did not stop at all. However, the next moment, whether it was Shipuf or Yuppie, both of them burst out like cannonballs. The three members of the guard directly under Wang Zhi rushed towards different directions. It directly smashed through the entire ant nest. After flying out of the ant nest, the three of them took off the huge force acting on their bodies. The next moment, the three stepped on the void at the same time, bursting out with powerful speed, and rushed towards Chi Ya with a terrifying sonic boom cloud. In a blink of an eye, he entered the ant's nest and rushed towards Chi Ya at an incomparably swift speed. Oh, as expected of the guards directly under Wang Zhi, you still look like a normal person after taking my blow. Chi Ya slightly praised the guards, charging towards him from three directions respectively. If it were Hisoka or Yamai and others, they would probably have been seriously injured after being hit by him just now, let alone counterattack. However, as I said just now, I don't want to kill you for the time being. Feeling the fierce aura of the three guards approaching quickly, Chi Ya said lightly. A white light flashed and disappeared into the ant nest. 1 second after the white light disappeared, Neferbit, Shipuf and Juppie rushed here. Damn it! Shipuf punched the wall with a big swollen face and his image was damaged, and let out the first unwilling roar since his birth. They were blown away so easily, they couldn't even see the attack. Can they really be called the guards directly under the king? For a moment, Shipuf sank into self-doubt. Chapter 170. Sad, the next step is to wait. Waiting for the birth of the Ant King. In a cave, Chi Ya stood at the entrance of the cave, pressed his left hand on the rock wall, and looked at the ant nest in the distance. However, before that, this place needs to be surrounded. Since they've come here, let's get rid of these ants by the way. Chi Ya lowered his gaze. Near the ant nest, there are countless chaotic auras, and the owners of these auras are the soldier captains and division heads of the chimeric ants. Chi Ya doesn't pay attention to these guys at all, but they are an incomparably huge strengthening point. Chi Ya doesn't want to let it go. On the other side, the 12 earthly branches Potterby and Yenda were on their way to Cukulu Mountain. As for why they went to Cukulu Mountain instead of going directly to NGL, it was because Chi Ya was stalling for time. I want the two of you to come over later. If these two guys came earlier, the possibility of the Ant King appearing would be even smaller. Once these two guys arrive here too early, they will definitely be discovered by Netero and pulled into the Crusade team. With the addition of these two guys, the combat power of the Crusade team will definitely increase greatly, and they may be able to threaten the guards and even the Ant Queen. That's why Chi Ya arranged it like this. Let Potterby and Yinda go to Cukulu Mountain first, and then let 107 Wutong grow up, let the two go here. It should be about the same time by then. As for the Kim guy, Chi Ya is not worried at all. This guy Gon is here, and Jin, a shy and arrogant uncle, will never stand up even if he arrives. The biggest possibility is to sneakily deal with chimeric ants that want to expand. In order to be able to fight the Ant King, and not let the old man Netero die as useless as he remembered, Chi Ya has exhausted all the tricks. The screams continued to ring out in the forest, and Chi Ya's strengthening points were increasing rapidly. At the same time, Netero, Mo Lau, and Nobu also set foot on the territory of NGL and slowly headed for the location of the ant nest. Kate, I knew it, you will never die. Waking up from a coma, Gon saw Kate's figure and was extremely excited. Ah, I survived, Gon. Thanks to the one from the Zaldik family. Kate said with a faint smile. Zaldik? Chi Ya-san. Gon was slightly taken aback, then hesitated. Huh? Master Chi Ya that Kurapika said should be the Chi Ya you mentioned. Kate nodded. If it wasn't for that Chi Ya Zaldik, I guess this time it would be a disaster. Kate said slightly happily. So, where is Chi Yazan? I want to meet him and thank him in person, Gon said. I also want to thank him in person, but unfortunately, I only saw him once. After that boy appeared in the ant nest and transferred me out, I never saw him again. Kate shook her head slightly. That's right. Gon was a little disappointed when he heard that. Are you not worried about that Chi Ya at all? It's an ant nest there. Kate frowned slightly when she saw this. Ah, don't worry at all, Chi Yazang is very strong, stronger than that guy. Gon shook his head and said. Kate frowned slightly upon hearing this. Master Chi Ya, he should still be in NGL at this time. Master Chi Ya is very interested in chimera ants. At this time, Kurapika came in from the door and said to Gon. Kurapika, thank you very much. Gon thanked Kurapika. After waking up, Gon knew how stupid his behavior was the night he met Neferbite. Fortunately, Kurapika knocked him unconscious and brought him out. Otherwise, the two of them with such low strength would definitely be killed there. You're welcome, Gon. Kurapika shook his head, then continued, since you're awake, Gon, I'm leaving too. I am the same, Gon, you just stay here, Kurapika and I are going back to NGL. Kate also said. Naturally, Hunter and Kate, who discovered chimeric ants this time, cannot stay out of the matter. After a night's rest, Kate decided to return to NGL to fight side by side with Netero and others. Then I'll go too. Hearing this, Gon immediately got off the bed and said. No, BJCG, Gon, you can't go in anymore. Kate sternly stopped after hearing that. Gon, your current strength is not enough to face those guys. You can't go in again. If you are in danger, I can't guarantee that I can save you again. Kurapika sternly refused, his tone full of doubt. Gon was stunned when he heard the words, he didn't speak for a long time, his expression was depressed. Of course, you can go in if you want. Before we parted, Netero gave me a trial. If you can complete this trial within a month, then you will be allowed to enter the NGL. Kurapika said, taking out 2 wooden signs from his pocket. Really? I understand, I will definitely complete the trial. Gon promised excitedly after hearing this. Kurapika saw it in his eyes, but guessed it in his heart. 1 month is enough for Master Chi Ya to get rid of the chimeric ants. At that time, even if Gon is allowed to enter the NGL, there will be no danger. This is what Kurapika is planning. Kurapika, hurry up and tell me what trial it is. Gon's voice came over, calling Kurapika back. Ah, Gon. Kate on the side also knew what the mission Kurapika was talking about, and he knew Netero's character very well, that kind of cynical character. The time limit he said was 1 month, but the real time limit was 1 year, and 1 month was completely impossible to realize. Thinking of this, Kate felt sympathy for Gon in her heart. However, he did not expose it. After Kurapika explained the ins and outs of the trial to Gon, Kurapika and Kate bid farewell to Gon and the others and set foot on the road back to NGL. Why did you go in? When you met the existence last time, you should know his horror. If you go in, you will die. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Kate asked Kurapika lightly. Master Chi Ya is inside. As his steward, if I'm not here, since I'm here, I can't leave Master Chi Ya alone. Moreover, I know the strength of Master Chi Ya better than anyone else. The Catwoman I met last time is no match for Master Chi Ya. Kate heard the words, fell silent, and stopped talking. At the same time, on a rocky mountain near the ant nest, Netero, Mo Lau, and Nobu had already arrived here. At this time, Netero clasped his thumb on his index finger and placed it in front of his eyes, using a unique method to observe the situation of the ant nest. He clearly saw Neferbite, the Catwoman guarding outside the ant nest, the terrifying power of Neferbite, and the huge circle that covered the area within a kilometer of the entire ant nest. I finally know why Kurapika said that. Maybe this guy is really stronger than me. After the investigation, Netero slightly sighed. The chimeric ant queen has 3 guards, such a guard has such strength, what kind of scene would it be if the three are together? Thinking of 3 chimera ants like Neferbit, Netero's brow was slightly sweating. President, did you hear any sound? At this moment, Mo Lao Wu suddenly said. Okay. Okay. Chapter 171. This sound seems to be a scream. Netero said, looking at the place where the sound came from below. Indeed, there should be no one in this place. Nobu said, pushing his glasses. Is that the action of chimeric ants? Go down and have a look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the chimera ant soldier and gaining enhancement points 25. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the chimera ant soldier and gaining a strengthening point of 36. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A series of reminders kept ringing in Chi-Ya's mind, and Chi-Ya's strengthening points were rapidly increasing. After coming out of the ant nest, Chi-Ya began to hunt and kill the chimeric ant soldiers and captains who came out of the ant nest to look for food near the ant nest. In the direction where Chi-Ya is, none of the chimeric ants can break through Chi-Ya's blockade and go to other places. They all died in the hands of Chi-Ya. More than 10,000 reinforcement points, just the soldiers and the captain. Let me get so many reinforcement points. Killing chimera ants is really a huge profit. Taking back the yo-yo, Chi-Ya checked the reinforcement points he had obtained, said lightly. What, it's Chi-Ya. At this moment, Netero's voice came from behind, and Netero walked towards Chi-Ya with Mo Lao. I almost forgot, your tolerance for monsters is almost gone. You guys are here. Chi-Ya nodded. Well, where's Kate? Still alive? Netero nodded and asked. Alive, he was captured alive by the guards. I rescued him and threw him to Kurapika. Chi-Ya replied, and at the same time waved the aluminum alloy yo-yo back into the system space. That's right, that's good. Hearing this, Netero slightly relaxed. Immediately, his face became serious, and he asked Chi-Ya, how is the situation in the ant nest? The king's 3 major guards have all been born. Chi-Ya said with a smile. That's right, that's going to be troublesome. Hearing this, Netero frowned suddenly, and it appeared all over his face. Netero knew that Neferbit, whom he had seen before, was definitely one of the 3 guards. And the other 2 guards, without thinking about it, are similar in strength to Neferbit. In other words, if they want to kill the Chimera Ant Queen, they have to go through the 3 guards first. That kind of terrifying enemy, even if Chi-Ya is here now, Netero is not sure. Hey, when will Potterbay and Yinda arrive here? Netero had no choice but to pin his hopes on Potterbay and Yinda. I don't know, I guess it will take a lot of time to get here. Chi-Ya replied ambiguously. Chi-Ya doesn't want to tell Netero the real situation. Once Netero knows that the 2 are heading to Cukulu Mountain, he will definitely contact them and come directly. This is not in line with Chi-Ya's plan. Is that so? Then let's wait until Potterbay and Yinda arrive. In the meantime, I want to clean up the mobs. Netero stroked his beard and said. Let these harm human beings again. Well, this can be. I'm in charge of the east and south, and you will be in charge of the remaining 2 directions, okay? Chi-Ya suggested. Okay, then I will leave these 2 directions to you. Netero raised his eyebrows and said. Well, no problem. That's it. Netero nodded and prepared to leave here with Mo Lao and Nobu. By the way, if possible, it's best to capture the Chimera ants alive and send them to me. Suddenly, Chi-Ya thought of something and said to Netero. Netero was slightly taken aback, and then laughed. Your intention to kill is so serious, do you actually want to kill all the chimeric ants with your own hands? Yes, but, don't expect too much. Netero agreed. Chi-Ya shrugged and watched the 3 of Netero leave here. If possible, Chi-Ya would like to kill all the Chimera Ant soldiers, army captains and division chiefs by himself. What's more, Chi-Ya wanted to kill the guards with his own hands. After all, killing the 3 guards can definitely get a very large reinforcement point. Each of the 3 guards can at least give Chi-Ya nearly 10,000 reinforcement points. It's a pity, in order to allow the Ant King to be born smoothly, I have to give up these 3 piles of enhancement points. However, relatively, I want all those division commanders. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth curled up slightly, and Chi Ya muttered to himself, and the next moment it turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed into the distance. How's the situation? In the ant nest, many division heads gathered together, and Clut asked the other division heads. Well, all of my subordinates are completely dead. I don't even know how they died, and I haven't seen what the enemy looks like. On the other end, there was a big wave of Shakhin, gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Ask for flowers. It's the same on my side. I'm almost dead, and I can't even see the enemy's face. The head of the chameleon division also said. However, compared with Shakhan's resentment, this guy seems very indifferent. He didn't care about the death of his subordinates at all. Others opened their mouths one after another, revealing the fact that their subordinates were killed. Only a few division heads did not speak out. Because the direction they are responsible for is not where Chi Ya is. East and south. It seems that this direction has been blocked, and we cannot continue to send troops there. Everyone, send your men to the west and north. There should be no blockers in these 2 directions. Clut heard the words and said after thinking for a moment. This is indeed the method. Penguin nodded in agreement. Hey, what do you mean? Just forget it. The enemy wiped out all my troops, so let's forget it. Hearing this, he stopped killing and shouted loudly. Killing, the current situation is to capture enough nutrition for Her Majesty the Queen, and you can't act on your will. Clut shouted loudly. I don't care, anyway, I have no subordinates now, and I can't complete this kind of task. I will definitely not let that guy go. Shalun said bitterly, and then left here with a scorpion tail. Several other division heads who had been killed by Chi Ya looked at Clut and left. Damn it, these guys are so self-willed. Seeing this scene, Clut immediately gritted his teeth and said angrily. Well, this has nothing to do with me, I'm in charge of the West. Leopard Division Commander Jiju said relaxedly, holding the back of his head, as if he had nothing to do with himself, and then left here. I'm going to see what that enemy is like. The head of the Lion Division stood up and said. Even you are like this. Lialu. Clut wrinkled his forehead and gritted his teeth. Let me first say, that monster is not something we can deal with. You don't need to worry about that. Lialu, the head of the Lion Division, waved his hands casually, and then disappeared into the darkness. This willful action made Clut even more angry. Well. Clut, calm down. The penguin on the side spoke soothingly. Hey, let them do what they want, if you want to die, you can die. Clut breathed heavily, and was no longer angry about these guys. Chapter 172. Aren't there any chimeric ants coming out? Chi Ya stood on the branch of a big tree outside Nephabit's circle, quietly looking in the direction of the ant nest. After a day and a night of extermination, Chi Ya exterminated all the chimeric ants that went out in charge of him. There is no life breath in this area now. The only breath of life is Chi Ya. And this day and night of killing, Chi Ya's strengthening point is also Hurricane, directly reaching more than 27,000. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 40,000, Flame, 1,000, Trait Nen Space Manipulation, 20,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nen, 80,000, Emitter Nen Different Mind Field, 10,350,000, Transmutter Nen Dragon Tooth, 1,000. Note, the strengthening points required for the next strengthening are in parentheses. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5,000, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Reinforcement points, 27,450. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1, 86 Lava Hearts. 27,000? I can't strengthen the speed and enhancer. It can strengthen the trait system, the ability of manipulator and emitter, and transmutter can also be used. However, among these, only the trait system has some hope, and the other current enhancements will not have any effect. Do you want to strengthen space manipulation? Chi Ya focused on the trait system and didn't say a word for a long time. After a few minutes, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, giving up the plan to strengthen space control. Wait a little longer, kill some chimera ants, increase the strengthening point, and then strengthen the speed or enhancer. Space manipulation, seemingly powerful, can use the mind to manipulate the space around oneself at will, but it should not have much effect on dealing with the Ant King for the time being. Even though its ability is the most flawed among Chi Ya's abilities, its power is indeed slightly insufficient. If the physique is too strong, Chi Ya's space ability will hardly play a decisive role. For example, using space ability to kill the king ant and so on. Chi Ya's current space ability can manipulate the space within a radius of 100 meters to attack at will, but it is absolutely useless against the terrifying physique of the Ant King. As for why Chi Ya would know. Because Chi Ya herself tested herself. Chi Ya once used his most powerful space ability on his arm, but he could only make some not deep wounds on his arm. There is no way to destroy your own arm. Because my arm is too tough and too hard. Even space cannot achieve perfect interference. This space ability can't even cause strong damage to his own arm, let alone the Ant King. In the battle with the Ant King, this space ability can only play an auxiliary role, and it is impossible to play a decisive role. According to the strength of each strengthening ability, even if Chi Ya strengthens this ability once now, it is estimated that it will not be very useful. Well, this is just Chi Ya's guess. Well, these abilities have been improved after this battle. Otherwise it would be a waste if such a good ability can't be used in battle. Chi Ya thought silently. In fact, Chi Ya thought too much. Although the space ability of the trait system can't be effective against the Ant King, it is completely easy to deal with Ilmi and Hisoka and others. The level of the Ant King is too strong so it can't play a decisive role. Turning his mind to the outside world, Chi Ya completely blocked his breath, and quietly waited for the next wave of chimeric ants to appear. It is impossible for the chimeric ants not to come out and take action, Chi Ya just needs to sit here and wait. On the other side, Kate and Kurapika also arrived here. However, this time, the two of them did not break into Neferbit's circle again. Standing in the distance, the two used Ning to quietly observe the ant nest wrapped by Neferbit's circle theory. This thought, seeing it again still makes me tremble all over. Looking at the crimson irregular gas and feeling the extremely evil breath of the gas mountain, Kurapika took a deep breath and said. Even Kurapika, who had seen Chi Ya's burst of Nian Qi, still felt extremely terrifying. It is not the strength of the mind, but the mind. The power of Nian Qi, Kurapika still thinks that Chi Ya is the strongest, but the evil aura on Nian Qi is the most terrifying and frightening of Neferbit. Ah, it's extremely evil. Kate said solemnly. Let's go, avoid this irregular circle and look for the breath of President Netero and the others. Kate said after glancing at the ant nest, turning and leaving. What? It's so strange. It's been more than 2 hours, but no chimeric ants have appeared yet. Could it be that you were frightened, so you ran to Netero and the others? Chi Ya leaned against the tree with his arms crossed. He muttered with a tangled face. More than 2 hours have passed since the beginning. Chi Ya didn't feel the slightest breath of chimera ants. Not to mention chimeric ants, there are no other animals in the entire forest except Chi Ya. However, just as Chi Ya finished chanting, Chi Ya's mind flashed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Here we come. Chi Ya disappeared from the spot in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already more than 1,000 meters away. In front of Chi Ya, Shakin was looking at Chi Ya in astonishment. However, this stupefaction only took 2 seconds to recover. It seems that you are the human who killed all my troops. You are actually a child. Those guys are really useless. Ah, it is indeed me. As far as chimeric ants are concerned, you are the closest to humans, and you are also considered first class in human appearance. It's a pity. Looking at the 4.8 killer in front of him, Chi Ya said lightly. With the current appearance of this guy, he can be called a great beauty among human beings. It's a pity that this guy will still transform. The way he transformed is really unflattering. Anyway, Chi-ya in the previous life was really nauseated after seeing this guy's transformation. Allah, thank you so much for the compliment. In fact, I am very confident in my appearance. Hearing Chi-ya's words, Shakin was taken aback again, and then smiled charmingly with his red lips lightly. However, the next moment, her face changed, becoming extremely angry. Because, in front of her, Chi-ya was throwing up right now. It's not an optical illusion, but really vomiting. UBD! Shakin roared with a ferocious expression. The body rushed out in an instant, and the needle tail on the tail stabbed straight at Chi-ya's face. Chapter 173. Snapped. Bark. With a soft sound, the tail needle that Chicken stabbed was sent flying, and then, Chi-ya's hand pierced through Chiken's chest in an instant, giving Chicken a heartwarming service. I'm sorry, I think of your transformed appearance. I really can't help it. Looking at Shakin who was stunned, Chi-ya apologized embarrassedly. UBD. Blood sprayed continuously from the corner of his mouth, and Chiken's originally dazed expression suddenly became ferocious again. However, this time she was unable to act again. As Chi-ya withdrew his hand, Shakin slowly fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the head of the Chimera Ant Master and gaining 1300 enhancement points. Then the system's prompt sounded. What's the matter? Lialu, the head of the Lion Division, asked the captain of the dragonfly flying in the sky. At this time, the captain of the dragonfly Chimera Ant soldier's face was obviously full of panic. It's just one blow, and Chicken was killed by that guy with one blow. The dragonfly chimeric 19 Ant Frata replied. One blow. Hearing such an answer, the head of the Lion Division was shocked. Ah, Mr. Chicken was killed without even hitting the attack. Frata continued. The face of the head of the Lion Division suddenly darkened. At the same time, there was a commotion behind the head of the Lion Division. After a moment of silence, Liu Lu, head of the Lion Division, turned around and prepared to leave. One blow killed Shakin. He thinks he is strong, but he is not much stronger than Shakin. All of them were killed with one blow. Then he is definitely not an opponent, so why go there? Die? He is not stupid. Are you going to go back like this? Lialu. A strange voice came from behind him, it was the other division commanders who followed. Ah, if you want to go there, you can go there. I have something to do, so I need to go back. Lialu said with a secretive smile. After speaking, Lialu continued to walk forward, ignoring the division heads who rushed over. Several of his subordinates followed suit. Tisk tisk, more than 1,000 each, which is about the same as Brigade No 8's enhancement points. Is this guy so valuable? Chi-ya raised his eyebrows, very surprised. Then, those guys should be able to provide me with more than 10,000 enhancement points. Chi-ya said slightly excitedly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next moment, Chi-ya's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already behind many division heads. At the same time, Neferbit, who was on guard above the ant nest, suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth quickly curled into an evil arc. Yuppie, Pufo, found that guy. A biological message was transmitted from her mind. Shipuf and Yuppie, who were in the ant nest, were startled for a moment, and the next moment, Yuppie rushed out without hesitation. Shipuf flipped through the books with a calm face. Her lady queen cannot be left alone to guard her. At the same time, Neferbit also bent his legs, his thighs swelled up quickly, and he rushed down with a terrifying force. As soon as Neferbit moved, Netero and Mo Lao from the north immediately noticed the movement and looked up. The monster moved? What's going on? Has anyone been found? That kind of attack is not wrong, it's from Chi-ya's side. No, there are two huge auras, one of which is moving quickly, the king is directly under the guards. The faces of the three in the west, the north, and Netero are extremely gloomy. It might have been a guess before, but this time, the three major guards broke out in an above-board manner with a powerful Niankai cultivation action, which proved it. The three major guards are not fuel-efficient lamps. Now there is only one guard left in the ant nest, Do you want to take this opportunity to attack? Netero thought gloomily, but couldn't make up his mind for a while. On the other side, the head of the division. This guy is definitely planning something. No, I think he's just plain timid and scared. This guy has a bad stomach. There must be some kind of scheme. I think we should act cautiously and send some captains there first. Several division heads whispered, but they didn't notice at all. Behind them, a powerful the enemy has appeared. It's really a huge strengthening point. Looking at the division commander and soldier captains in front of him, Chi-Ya thought silently, the excitement on his face was completely undisguised. Hi! At this moment, Chi-Ya suddenly noticed something. Ah, so I entered this guy's warning range? I'm careless. Chi-Ya murmured in a low voice. That's why I can't play slowly, let's kill you all in one go. Thunder! A thunderbolt from the blue sky, a thunderbolt with a terrifying and destructive aura descended on the heads of many division heads with lightning speed, and buried them. Boom! The stone was shocked, the sky thundered and the fire raged, and the sea of flames spread out in an instant. Congratulations to the host for killing the head of the Chimera Ant Master and gaining reinforcement point 1123. Congratulations to the host for killing the head of the Chimera Ant Master and getting the strengthening belt 1056. Congratulations on killing the host, 680. Congratulations to the host for killing the captain of the Chimeric Ant Soldier and gaining 780 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for killing the captain of the Chimeric Ant Soldier and gaining reinforcement point 742. Congratulations to the host for killing. As the thunder fell and the fire spread, a series of prompts sounded continuously in Chi-Ya's mind. There are more than 30 points, and Chi-Ya's reinforcement points have skyrocketed by more than 20,000 in an instant. I found you! At this moment, Neferbit's excited cry came from the sky. It's really fast. If it was faster, these guys would have escaped. Chi-Ya looked up at the sky and said with a faint smile. Besides, the other two are here too. I'm really honored by this lineup. However, I don't want to fight with you for the time being, I'm sorry, but I will let you go for nothing again. As soon as the voice fell, Chi-Ya was ready to use space to move away from here. However, just when the ability started, Chi-Ya stopped in an instant. I saw a black shadow quickly flashing over my head, and collided with Neferbit, which was attacking towards me. Boom! The terrifying impact swept across in an instant, destroying everything around, and the monstrous sea of flames that had just formed completely disappeared in an instant. I'm going, why did this guy come so fast? Chapter 174. Chi-Ya, X. How did this guy come so fast? And as soon as he came, he went straight to Neferbit. With such an unscrupulous explosion of breath, that fellow Netero must have known it too. In this way, my plan will soon be ruined. Watching the collision between Jin and Neferbit in mid-air, Chi-Ya smiled and revealed a little bit of helplessness. Mistake. Sure enough, Netero, who was sniping the Chimera Ant soldiers and the captains on the other side, immediately noticed Jin's arrival after sensing the explosion here. Nobu, I leave this place to you. Netero shouted loudly, and then quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Originally, he planned to enter Nobu's four-dimensional apartment, let Nobu send the Chimera Ants in, and subdue them himself. But now, the explosion of Jin's chi made him give up his thoughts and rush to the place where Chi-Ya and Jin were with all his strength. I see, President. Nobu pushed his glasses and replied seriously. That's amazing, meow. Neferbit said to Jin, who fell on the branch of a big tree and looked at the opposite in surprise. He didn't expect that besides Chi-Ya, there was another human being with such a powerful strength. Actually easily blocked his attack. Sure enough, I was right to come here. This chimeric ant is definitely not a creature on this continent. Chi-Ya, thank you. Jin stood on the branch and said without looking back. Chi-Ya, if I had known I would notify you later, I would have come so soon, and my plans would have been interrupted. So, what should we do next? If this guy comes over, Netero probably won't be able to clean up mobs in a secret way. Definitely will join forces with Jin and me to fight elite monsters. Boom! With a loud noise, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the two sides. Is it an enemy again? And it's very powerful. It's really profitable to come here. Jin looked at the gunpowder smoke constantly rising from the ground and said with a smile. This is definitely a creature from the Dark Continent, and the level on the Dark Continent should be okay, so you can study it. These two guys must definitely capture one alive and study it. Jin thought secretly. Although he has been carrying out land reclamation of ruins, his attention to the Dark Continent has never disappeared, and his preparations for entering the Dark Continent have never stopped. Now that there is such a good material, how can I give it up? This time, the reason why he was able to recover from his laziness and rush over so quickly was precisely because he had this premonition. He had a premonition that the fact that Chi Yi called him over had something to do with the existence of the Dark Continent. Otherwise, with his personality, it would take 4 to 5 days or even a week to arrive here. Just as Chi Yi guessed the time. Has the enemy increased again? It looks very strong. Walking out of the gunpowder, Yuppie said lightly, his eyes wandering back and forth between Chi Yi and Jin. Ah, it's amazing meow, don't underestimate this guy, Yuppie. Nephibit said. Which one is better? Yuppie said lightly. Of course it's the kid on the opposite side. Neferbit said without hesitation. Jin's words, she can fully react at the moment of his attack, but she is really hard to defend against Chi Yi's attack. She didn't have time to react to Chi Yi's several attacks. Suiga, then this guy belongs to me. Yuppie looked at Chi Yi and said. Hehe, it seems that we were assigned as prey. Jin said with a smile after seeing this scene without being angry. So what do you think? You want to be the prey? Chi Yi raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? I'm hunter. Jin twitched his eyes and curled his lips. As soon as the words fell, Neferbit and Yuppie on the opposite side quickly rushed towards them. And Jin and Chi Yi quickly looked at each other and rushed out. Boom! The battlefield starts in an instant, escalates in an instant, and becomes intense in an instant. Moreover, in order not to be disturbed, at the very beginning, both parties consciously opened up a battlefield and spread towards both sides. In the blink of an eye, there were two battlefields. However, the conditions of the two battlefields are quite different. The strengths shown by Jin and Neferbit are very close, and they are evenly matched in hand-to-hand combat. No one can do anything to win anyone. On the other side, the battle between Chi Yi and Yuppie is very interesting. At this moment, the tall and burly Yuppie was being continuously blasted by Chi Yi in midair like a football, and the after-image had gradually turned into a giant net visible to the naked eye. There is no ability to resist at all. Yuppie, who was just born and not very familiar with his own abilities, could only use the mind energy in his body instinctively. When he was attacked by Chi Yi's thunderbolt, he didn't use the mind energy to defend himself, and his body was paralyzed and unable to when he moved. He could only watch Chi Yi's feet kicking every part of his body again and again, like a football. Chi Yi is not the original one. Although he abused Yuppie with the speed, he was completely unable to kick Yuppie away. The current Chi Yi is extremely powerful, and there is no comparison between the two. With just a light kick, you can be kicked out of the sky, turning him into an aerial football. Damn, careless, paralyzed, unable to move. Yuppie, with a bruised nose and swollen face, was very annoyed. On the other side, Chi Yi's side. Well, since the plan has changed, there's nothing we can do. Let's have a showdown with Netero and the others, and discuss with Netero and the others about giving the Ant King a chance to be born. Let's kill these guards directly, or collect a wave of reinforcement points. This is what Chi Yi thinks now. He could already feel that Netero was quickly coming towards him. The plan is irreversible. Master! Master Chi Yi! On a rock wall in the distance, Kate and Kurapika were staring at a battlefield. From the moment Chi Yi and Jin erupted, the two of them noticed it and came here directly. However, the two dared not intervene in the battlefield at all. These two battlefields are extremely terrifying, and they are afraid that they will be torn to pieces after entering. I made a mistake. I thought Bit and Yuppie could take that kid down together. I didn't expect that there would be another powerful human being who could be evenly matched with Bit, Nyohao. Moreover, the strength of that kid, it's so terrifying, Yuppie can't even resist. In the air, a small Shipuff was staring at the battlefield below. Although Shipuff was on guard in the ant nest, he didn't ignore the situation here, but used his ability to separate out and come here to monitor the committee. I thought Yuppie and Bit would fight together, and Chi Ya could be taken down if they were not careless. But things were far beyond his expectations. The current situation is too unfavorable for them. What should I do? Want to help? With the strength of the three of them, we may be able to take down the two of them, but what about the Queen's escort mission? Once there is an accident that affects the birth of the king, it will be a death sentence. Shipuff kept thinking and considering what he should do under the current situation. And just when he was hesitating, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind, which made Shipuff startled, and then quickly rushed towards the depths of the ant nest. Chapter 175. At the same moment, Shipuff's voice rang in the minds of Neferbit and Yuppie, who were fighting Chi Ya and Jin. You two, come back quickly, the king seems to be born soon. The two people who were fighting were stunned for a moment, then erupted with terrifying power in an instant, broke free from the battlefield, and then quickly rushed towards the direction of the ant nest. It seems that something big has happened to their base camp. Landed on the scattered collapsed land, Jin looked at the direction in which Neferbit was going away, and said calmly. And Chi Ya also fell down at this time, standing on the top of a big tree, staring at the direction of the ant nest for a long time without saying a word. What happened? Chi Ya thought silently while holding the two severed arms. These two severed arms belonged to Yuppie. This guy, at the expense of his two arms, forcibly broke himself out of Chi Ya's encirclement, and then quickly withdrew with Neferbit. How about it, Chi Ya, do you want to catch up? At this time, Jin's figure appeared on the big tree next to Chi Ya and asked Chi Ya. 570 No, the old man Netero should be coming soon. Chi Ya shook his head and said. The old man, is he here too? Jin Venian was suddenly surprised. This kind of event has happened here, and he is duty-bound as the president of the Hunter Association, so he will come naturally. Chi Ya glanced at him speechlessly and said. Is there any need to make a fuss about this? That's right. Jin nodded slightly. And, your apprentice is here. Chi Ya squinted and said. Kate, this guy is here too. Jin Venian looked over, and then said unexpectedly. He has been in a certain deserted ruins all this time, and has never contacted the outside world except Chi Ya, so he doesn't even know that Kate works here. Master. Master Chi Ya. Kate and Kurapika appeared in front of Chi Ya and Jin and greeted them respectively. Chi Ya nodded slightly, Kurapika jumped over and stood behind Chi Ya. BJCD, yo, Kate, you seem to be doing well. On Jin's side, after seeing Kate, Jin greeted carelessly. Hearing this, Kate suddenly remembered that she was captured alive by Neferbit the day before yesterday, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Thanks to you, I'm doing well. Kate said through gritted teeth. This master is here to see my jokes, absolutely. What's the matter? Jin was a little surprised when he saw Kate's appearance. But Kate ignored him and looked at Chi Ya instead. Mr. Chi Ya, thank you for saving your life. Please tell me if you have anything to do in the future. Kate thanked Chi Ya with a slight bow. Hearing this sentence, Jin's expression suddenly became enlightened. This guy had a bad time recently, and was saved by Chi Ya. No wonder it looks like this. You're welcome. Chi Ya shook his head and said casually. Then his eyes looked in another direction. The eyes of the three of Jin followed suit. The next moment, at the place where the eyes of the four gathered, a figure soared into the sky and landed in front of the four. Yo, Jin, long time no see. Netero greeted Jin lightly. Yo, old man, I haven't seen you for 3 years. Jin also waved his hand in greeting. You still know it's been 3 years. You must not have forgotten that you are the 12 earthly branches. Hearing this, Netero was so angry that his beard flew up. Well, I didn't really want to take this position, and you didn't give it to me forcefully. Why don't you withdraw this position for me? Jin said tentatively. Netero. Well, forget it, let's not talk about this, you came just in time, the old man's side is seriously understaffed, you can help me, this is also your duty as the 12 earthly branches. Hey? It's so troublesome. Can I refuse? Jin Venyan's expression changed immediately, and then he said with a look of disgust while pinching his nostrils. Hearing Jin's remarks, Netero was immediately speechless, scratched his head, and didn't know what to say for a while. This guy, like Paristan, just doesn't obey my arrangements. Okay, just kidding, this time I was called by Chi Ya to deal with these chimeric ants from the Dark Continent. Looking at Netero's helpless look, Jin Yiben said contentedly. He was very happy to let this old guy be deflated. Netero. I feel so angry, I really want to beat him, but I can't beat him, what should I do? After thinking about it, Netero decided to calm down, because he couldn't beat this bad character. Hey, were you fighting against the 3 guards just now? Why did the guards withdraw all of a sudden? Netero asked, bringing the topic back on track. It's indeed the guards, but I don't know why they suddenly withdrew. Chi Yi replied. It's still guesswork. There must be something big happening in the base camp, otherwise they wouldn't have retreated so suddenly. Jin interjected. Is that so? Well, that's it, Jin, Chi Yi, I have something to discuss with you, come with me. Netero said solemnly. On the other side, on the side of the ant nest, the Chimera ant queen was screaming in pain. In his stomach, the ant king who had formed long ago was breaking open his abdomen with brute force at this time, preparing to descend into this world ahead of schedule. All the remaining division heads were attracted by the Chimera ant queen's screams. However, after coming here, looking at the queen's current situation, they were helpless and didn't know what to do. Because one of the 2 parties is a queen and the other is a king, neither of them is in existence that they can offend. So they can only watch it happen. Finally, under the helplessness of many division heads, 2 arms broke out from the queen's abdomen, tore open the queen's abdomen, and a terrifying figure with an extremely evil aura stood up from it. I'm hungry, prepare food. At this moment, the king of chimeric ants officially came to this world. Chapter 176. The old man has been waiting for Potterby and Yinda to come over and attack together. Now that you are here, then change the plan. The 3 of us killed the 3 guards together, and Kate and the others went straight to the dragon and attacked the queen. Netero said solemnly. Okay. It doesn't matter to me. After all, as the 12 earthly branches, this is also my duty. Jin said lightly. Chi Ya, what about you? Old man, I can entrust you to participate in this crusade mission on your family's website. Netero put his eyes on Chi Ya and said to Chi Ya. You don't need to entrust, I can also attack the 3 guards, but I don't allow you to attack the Queen and Kate, and the others only need to be responsible for killing the remaining division leaders and the chimeric ants that the division commander is about to kill. Chi Ya shook his head slightly after hearing this, his expression unchanged. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. Netero frowned tightly. The reason why he made this plan is to kill the queen ant before the queen ant is born, so as to prevent the chance of the queen ant being born. But Chi Ya actually didn't allow them to kill the queen ant. What do you think, Chi Ya? Netero asked solemnly. Netero, more than half a year ago, in the Sky Arena, didn't you ask me why my body is so passionate? Let me tell you now, that's because, I have known about the existence of the Ant King for a long time, and I know that he will be born in the near future. I came this time to fight against the Ant King. This is the result I have been expecting for half a year. I will not. You are allowed to sabotage my plan. Chi Ya said lightly, but the thoughts in his body began to flow. Seeing Chi Ya's attitude, Netero frowned tightly. This kid is serious. Chi Ya wanted the Ant King to be born, but Netero didn't want to. He knew that the birth of an Ant King would be very variable, and the reproductive ability of chimeric ants was too strong. Once the king ant is born, the group will easily spread out and spread their giant chimeric ants all over the world, which will cause a huge disaster to the whole world at that time. Did you know the existence of the Ant King half a year ago? It seems that Chi Ya has the ability to predict. Jin, on the other hand, was not surprised by Chi Ya's thoughts at all, as if he didn't care about the birth of the Ant King at all. Well, I knew about the existence of the Ant King a long time ago. Chi Ya nodded without denying it. I'm sorry, but since you already knew about the existence of chimeric ants, why didn't you inform the Hunter Association in advance, so that the Hunter Association can prepare early and prevent the situation from spreading to such an extent? Kate on the side frowned. He could see that Chi Ya held a very high position in Netero's heart. Once Chi Ya was said, even if it was just a prophecy, Netero would not treat it as a joke, and would probably take it seriously. That way, the chimeric ants couldn't cause any storms at all, and they were probably wiped out by Netero as soon as they emerged. It will not develop to the point where it is now. Hearing this, Chi Ya glanced at him lightly. Why should I say it on purpose? NGL and these people have nothing to do with me. And, didn't I just say that? I want to see the existence of the Ant King. Chi Ya's words were so cold and cruel that Kate trembled. Just because he wanted to see the existence of the Ant King, he put the lives of so many people in NGL at risk. For a moment, the way Kate looked at Chi Ya changed dramatically. My life was saved, I forgot, Mr. Chi Ya is the person who assassinated the Zaldik family. How could the person who assassinated the family be so benevolent? It is not surprising to have such thoughts. Kate didn't speak again, but looked at Chi Ya and thought silently. Okay. Kate, don't force the person to change his opinion based on your own standards. It makes me sick. Jin, who was worried about what Kate would say, couldn't help but said. Master, am I this kind of person in your heart? I was just impulsive just now. Kate said after hearing the words and glanced at Jin speechlessly. After being outside for so long, it is naturally impossible not to see this kind of thing clearly. It's just because I was caught by that guy Nephibit once before, and I was caught in a life and death crisis, so I was very concerned about the Chimera ants, which led to my negligence. Well, that's because I'm talking too much. Jin Vinian raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at Netero, who was still frowning at Chi Ya, and Chi Ya, who had a calm face. Old man, there's no need to be so entangled. Let's kill your subordinates before the Ant King is born. Then the Ant King will be the bear commander. At that time, it will be enough to attack them in groups. There is nothing to worry about. Or, do you think the three of us can't deal with the Ant King? Jin said while clenching his nostrils sloppily. Isn't he worried about the existence of the Ant King, and the three giants on his side are here, so he is worried that he won't be able to deal with the Ant King? Hearing this, Netero was startled. Yes, let's get rid of these chimeric ants first, so what if the Ant King is born at that time? Can the Ant King without his subordinates still be able to turn the world against the three of them? It's the old man who is playing tricks. Chi Ya, just follow your decision. Netero said with a faint smile on his face. Ask for flowers. Well, that's it. Chi Ya shrugged and said. Chi Ya doesn't want to turn against Netero, but if Netero wants to stop his plan, then he can't be blamed. This situation is now for the best. Immediately, he looked at Kurapika. Kurapika, when the time comes, you and Kate will hunt down those division commanders and soldiers. You are no match for the guard, but you should be fine with these things. Chi Ya ordered to Kurapika. No problem, Master Chi Ya. Kurapika bowed slightly. Although he can't deal with the guards, he can still deal with Chimera ants of the division commander's level. Well, that's it. Chi Ya nodded lightly. Ah, by the way, I allow you to make a restriction oath to the Chimera ants to enhance your strength, and I will help you remove the restriction oath when I go back. Chi Ya suddenly thought of something, and said to Kurapika. 0. However, don't use the harsh rules before, and don't make fun of your own life. Chi Ya reminded lightly. The previous constraints and oaths of Kurapika and Tal, Chi Ya, have been eliminated by Nanaka. Hearing this, Kurapika smiled awkwardly, and then replied seriously, I see, Master Chi Ya. Hey, are you kidding, Chi Ya, you actually have such strength? Jin said, looking at Chi Ya in shock. Netero and Kate were also extremely shocked. Restrictions and oaths can be removed after they are established? Are you afraid you are kidding me? However, Chiya's swearing appearance does not seem to be fake. Yes, Kate, you can also set restrictions and oaths in the future battles to enhance your combat effectiveness. Of course, it is the restrictions and oaths to deal with chimera ants. After this incident is over, Cukulu Mountain will come to me. I will find a way for you. You eliminated it. Chiya looked at Kate and said. One more is not more, one less is not much. Kate was rescued by herself. If she died in this crusade, it would be a bit of a pitfall. Although there is no loss, Chiya will feel extremely shocked. After all, he died again not long after being rescued. Oh, I see. Kate replied blankly. In that case, Chiya, I'll ask Nobu and Mo Lao to make a restriction oath to increase their combat effectiveness, okay? Netero said. Okay, after the end, Kukulu can just come to me. Chiya didn't refuse, and agreed. Hey, thank you so much. Chapter 177. How, do you want to take a break? Or set off now and go straight to Huanglong? Netero moved his body, and then asked Chiya and Jin. Let's do it directly. The battle just now was basically a warm-up exercise, and I didn't put much effort into it. Jin said after looking at his fist. It doesn't matter to me, I can do it at any time, but, I repeat, before the Queen Ant gives birth to the King Ant, you are not allowed to do anything to the Queen Ant, otherwise you will die forever. Chiya warned coldly. I know, I won't do anything to the Queen Ant. Old man, I am also in good condition now. If this is the case, let's do it later. However, before that, we need to inform Mo Lao and Nobu. Just do 330 like this? Why don't you call more people? You said that Chimera Ant's division chief, soldier captain, and those miscellaneous soldiers have a lot of them. Kate, this little brother, Mo Lao and Nobu only have 4 people. Is there really enough manpower? Jin reminded Road. Well, this is indeed a problem. Originally, the old man thought that Nobu and Mo Lao would send the enemy to the old man, hand it over to the old man to kill, or send it to Chiya to do it. This way does not need many people at all. However, now they have to rely on them to do it themselves, and their strength is a bit insufficient, even if they use restriction oath. Reminded by Jin, Netero also thought of this drawback, and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. All the old men who can come from the association have been contacted, and the rest are not strong enough. They are only here to deliver food and increase the combat power of chimeric ants. Outside, there are Mo Lao and Nobu. With your disciples here, they can take care of themselves. Calling the 3 of them over should be enough. Division Commander, I killed about 7 or 8 of them just now, and there are not many left. If you use the oath and restriction, you should be able to handle it. Chiya said. Is that so? Okay, old man, I'll call Lao Mo right now and ask them to call their apprentice over. If the 3 of us are talking, let's do it directly. Netero said, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and prepared to contact Mo Lao and the other 2. However, before he opened the contact information, Mo Lao's call came in. Netero was taken aback for a moment, and then connected. As soon as the connection was made, Mo Lao's hurried voice came from the opposite side. Old man, the Ant King was born and is heading towards your direction. One word stirred up waves, and Mo Lao's words directly shocked everyone. It's so fast. Even Chiya was shocked when he heard this sentence. He really didn't expect that the Ant King would be born so soon. According to the time, it will take at least another 10 days or even more for the birth of the Ant King. But I didn't expect the Ant King to be born so soon. In other words, the Ant Queen has long been conceived in the belly of Chimera Ant Queen. Call out! Call out! Call out! The 5 people quickly ran from the ground to the top of the big tree and looked at the ant nest thousands of meters away. In that direction, at this moment, there are 2 small dots flying towards them. Everyone's eyes froze immediately. Seeing this, Jin and Netero immediately frowned, while Kate and Kurapika constricted their pupils and their hearts jumped. Probably because the picture they saw after using the condensate was too amazing. How could they not be shocked by the extremely evil horror that covered the entire sky? Staring at those two small dots is like staring into the abyss. Only Chi Ya, seeing this situation, had a calm face without any change, and was indifferent to this terrifying picture. To this extent, he can do it if he wants to. His ability can even change the weather. It's really terrifying Chi. Even if the old man's Nian Chi cultivation is at its peak, it can't reach half of it. Netero murmured. Ah, it's indeed terrifying, but it's all over, there is no other choice, get ready to fight. Jin nodded in agreement. Then reminded. 4. There are only 3 Gaozhan on our side, it's a bit troublesome. Netero looked sad. I'm in charge of the king and another guard, the other 2 you come, Kate and Kurapika, you go to Mo Lau and Nobu, and deal with those division chiefs. Can you do it alone? Netero looked at Chi Ya and asked worriedly. No problem. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth twitched slightly. The next moment, Chi Ya's body rushed out instantly, a gust of wind spread instantly, Kate and Kurapika involuntarily put their hands in front of them. Hey, why is this guy in such a hurry? Jin said speechlessly when he saw the black spots in the distance. It's really self-assessment, well, forget it, this guy's strength should be able to handle it, if it doesn't work, I will help you later. But before that, let me make a phone call. Still calling at this time? Jin raised his eyebrows speechlessly. What do you know, I'm calling Potter Bai and Yinda, call them over. If Chi Ya can't deal with it alone later, then withdraw first, and then attack when the 2 of them arrive. Netero's face remained calm, and he opened his mouth to explain. Besides, I have to instruct Mo Lau to use the restriction oath. It's really cautious. Jin 4.2 couldn't help but sigh after hearing the words. The next moment, Jin was exuding a faint blue thunder and lightning, and his whole body turned into lightning and rushed out behind Chi Ya. After Netero finished making the phone call, he stepped on his left foot and rushed out with a cloud of sonic boom. Let's go, let's meet up with Mo Lau and Nobu, the general manager will tell them their decision, and we will take action to wipe out the division commander in the ant nest together. Looking at the 3 of them going away, Kate said. Kurapika next to him said. Well, let's go. Kurapika responded lightly, and then the 2 turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the direction Netero came from before. By the way, what is your oath restriction? I will explain it in detail later. Chapter 178. Back to 10 minutes ago, the Ant King broke open the abdomen of the Queen Ant and forcibly gave birth. I'm hungry, prepare delicious food. Ant King ordered to many division heads with a ferocious expression. At this time, many division heads were staring blankly at the Ant Queen whose abdomen had been torn open behind the Ant King, and none of them took any action. After being dazed for a moment, the penguin was the first to come to his senses, and hurriedly ran towards the Queen Ant. Her Majesty! Puff! With a muffled sound, the penguin turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. Don't let me say it a second time, prepare delicious food. After killing the penguin lightly, the Ant King's face was no longer ferocious, but indifferent. Speaking of which, the environment here is really dirty enough. Hey, you, come and wipe these things off for me. The Ant King suddenly noticed Clut standing in the front, swung his disgusting bloody tail to him, and ordered to Clut. At this time, Clut was frightened by the action of the Ant King, and did not act for a while. Seeing this, the leader of the turtle-shaped chimera ant master next to him laughed and took out a white handkerchief. Hey, the old man happened to be wearing a handkerchief, so let the old man serve the king. 19. As soon as the voice fell, there was another muffled sound, and Ant Wang Qiang's powerful tail needle directly smashed the head of the turtle division into pieces. Don't make me say it a second time, you, come here and wipe this clean. The Ant King still ordered indifferently. He didn't care about the 2 division heads who were killed by him. The other division heads were completely intimidated. They didn't expect that the king of themselves and others would be so cruel as soon as he was born, killing 2 companions. None of them dared to speak. Clut heard what the Ant King said, glanced at the 2 dead companions, squatted down slightly, picked up the handkerchief tremblingly, sweated and began to wipe the Ant King's tail needle. However, at this moment, the Ant King on Clut's head said a word. It's unpalatable. Clut raised his head slightly, and then froze in the next moment. Because the Ant King actually took the body of the head of the penguin division and bit it, and after a few bites, he spit it out, and threw down the remnant body in his hand. The other division heads also saw this scene, and the fear in their hearts deepened. The Ant King actually eats his own companions. They are very afraid that they will turn into a body like a penguin in the next moment and be eaten by the king as food. Where's the food? The Ant King turned around and asked Clut and the others again. Here. The Ant King turned his head and looked over, only to see the three of Shipuff kneeling on one knee at this time, very respectful. Neferbit, the food is ready. Shipuff, the next three of us will be your right and left hands. Neferbit, get everything you want for the king. Menthuthwiupi, fulfill all wishes for the king. Shipuff, please do as you command. The three guards took an oath of loyalty. The Ant King looked at the three of them quietly for a few seconds, then responded lightly, and then left here under the leadership of the three guards. Leaving behind the Ant Queen who didn't know whether she was alive or dead, and many division heads. Because of Chi Yat, Neferbit didn't kill Kate, and didn't develop the ability of a toy repairer. So Clut didn't come to Neferbit for help. The three guards and the four Wong walked quietly along the passage. What's the matter with you two? The Ant King asked indifferently while walking. At this time, Neferbit and Yuppie both had injuries of varying degrees. Although Yuppie's hands have already recovered under his own recovery ability at this time, the scorched black caused by Chi Ya's lightning has not faded from his whole body. Neferbit also had minor injuries. This is all caused by Chi Ya and Jin. Your Majesty, I am an enemy, a powerful enemy. Neferbit bowed slightly. Enemies? Very good, where are they? Tell me. Ant King said excitedly with a slight hook of his mouth. Let these enemies be the opening ceremony of the birth of this king. Yes, king, please follow me. Neferbit responded, and then smashed the wall beside him with a punch. The Ant King walked over, stood on the edge, inserted the tail needle into the outer wall, and charged upwards with all his strength. Shipuff stood up, spread his gorgeous wings and flew out. It's really good. Yuppie also stood up and said with a smile. The next moment, a pair of fleshy wings appeared on his shoulders, and he turned around and flew out. However, in the next second, the big man hit the wall, and half of his body was embedded in it. Where is it? Take me there. Standing at the highest point of the ant nest, the Ant King looked at the scenery below and said lightly. Yes. A group of four, led by two flying guards, flew in the direction of Chi Ya and the others. What is the strength of the enemy? During the flight, the Ant King asked Neferbit next to him. Your Majesty, there are two of them, and they are very strong. One of them is similar to his subordinates, and the other, Yuppie, was kicked as a ball by the other. Neferbit replied respectfully, and at the same time teased Yuppie. A cry made Yuppie very upset, but he didn't refute. Although it was his carelessness, he was indeed kicked as a ball. Hey! Interesting! The Ant King's eyes lit up immediately. Your Majesty, just ahead, the subordinates circle has detected their existence, but, it seems that there are more, one of them is very strong. At this time, Neferbit once again opened his mouth to report. I see. The Ant King calmed down again, and said lightly. Hi! The Ant King was taken aback suddenly, and saw a black spot rushing towards them at a very fast speed in their field of vision. King! Be careful! At the moment when the Ant King was in a daze, the three of them shouted loudly. There is no need to remind, the Ant King knows the current situation, the tail loosens slightly, and the Ant King's body quickly falls down. Neferbit also let go of Yuppie's legs and fell down with the king. However, the next moment, a figure appeared beside them in an instant, holding both hands on their faces, and took them out. King! Shipuff roared loudly and flapped his wings to rush forward. But the next moment, there was a crackling sound in Shipuff's head, and then a strange voice entered his ear. I'm sorry, can you play with me, uncle? I am very concerned about your situation, uncle, I want to know more. Shipuff was stunned for a moment, then looked up quickly, and saw a scruffy uncle with a vest and a beard looking at him with lightning flashing all over his body. On the other hand, Yuppie also had the same reaction as Shaipof. After seeing Wang and Nephibit being taken away, he immediately wanted to catch up. However, he was slapped away by a giant golden palm as soon as he made a move. After going out, a golden figure followed closely behind. Resolute and resolute, 3 points in an instant on the battlefield. Chapter 179. UBD. Yuppie yelled angrily as he forcibly stabilized his body. In front of him, a huge golden figure followed closely. Let's play with the old man, King's Guard. The golden 100 style of Aluka stood in the air, and Netero stood in a giant palm, staring at Yuppie indifferently, and said. In the next moment, a classic prayer gesture emerged in Netero's hands. Yuppie's eyes widened immediately, and he saw Netero's prayer gesture clearly, but his own body couldn't move, as if the passage of time had slowed down. After he could move, 2 giant palms had already covered his body. Boom! Wow! Being pinched between 2 giant palms, the terrifying power immediately acted on Yuppie's body, and Yuppie spurted out a mouthful of blood. UBD! The anger went straight to the brain, and Yuppie yelled again, bursting out with thoughts all over his body. In an instant, he broke free from the 2 giant golden palms, and between the flapping of his wings, his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Netero. However, before he rushed in front of Netero, he experienced the scene again and saw Netero's seemingly slow but unsolvable gesture. Afterwards, his body was sent flying out again, smashing directly into the ground. Sure enough, this guy is so strong. Looking at Yuppie who was thrown into the ground by himself, Netero said to himself solemnly. Although Yuppie vomited blood from being beaten by himself, Netero knew very well that this injury was harmless to Yuppie at all. Sure enough, the next moment, Yuppie rushed up from the smoke below. The speed was astounding. Oh, so dangerous, this guy's speed suddenly increased, and he almost capsized the gutter. Netero said with lingering fear after sending Yuppie flying with one blow. Yuppie's outburst just now was so fast that he almost didn't realize it. Bah! What a powerful old man! After spitting out the blood from his mouth, Yuppie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly. He has calmed down now. However, I seem to have discovered how my strength has become stronger. Yuppie looked at his arm that had turned into a whip, and said excitedly. When he was fighting Chi-Ya before, he could vaguely feel the change in his own strength. It seems that the more angry I am, the stronger the power of the explosion will be. Just like just now, he almost broke through the blockade of the old man in front of him and attacked him. Haha! I'm going to die. Knowing the change in his power, Yuppie roared excitedly, and then rushed towards Netero again. This guy, there seems to be some terrible change, what's going on? Facing the rushing Yuppie, Netero keenly sensed that there was a terrible change in Yuppie, but, thinking so in his heart, his hand but the movement on the ground did not fall at all, and the opening gesture was completed in an instant, and Yuppie was sent flying. However, as soon as the shot flew out, Yuppie rushed up again the next moment. Soon, the battlefield became intense, with streamers of black and red arrogance constantly swimming in the air, and hundreds of Buddha palms of the golden Baishi of Aluka bombarded like a storm. The fighting was fierce. Sure enough, this guy has changed a lot. The attack never stopped, and Netero's attack became more and more intense. However, the old man's fighting spirit has been aroused. At this point in his thoughts, Netero grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said slightly excitedly. On the other side, the gold side. King and Shaipof did not immediately fight, but confronted each other. A vague fluctuation spread around the two of them. And the source of the diffusion is none other than Jin's body. It's a terrifying opponent. He has no turmoil in his heart. He is the most authentic fighter. Shaipof stared at Jin with a calm face and thought silently. From just now, he has been surrounding Jin with the scale powder Naquan, trying to figure out Jin's thoughts. However, the result was incomparably calm. Jin didn't show any emotional changes, as if he was a dead person. At the same time, it would be very scary to put this kind of state of mind on a living person, because everyone has various emotions. However, Jin did not. This is also the best state of a fighter. You are also very powerful. These small powders are your abilities. At this moment, Jin suddenly said, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a large piece of powder invisible to the naked eye gathered in Jin's hands. Formed a piece of crystal phosphor. Shipuf was taken aback. It has been seen through, does this guy also have the ability to read minds? Moreover, at this moment just now, this guy's heart still hasn't changed at all. It seems that it's not this guy's calm state of mind, but my ability that doesn't work for him. It's useless. Your ability is indeed very strong. If other people are probably succeeded by you and controlled by you, it's a pity that it doesn't work for me. Jin grinned and said with a smile. Condensate. Shipuf didn't speak, but used the technique condensation. I see, I was generalized from the very beginning. With this use, Shipuf immediately guessed why he was known except for his own ability. The mind energy continuously spreading from Jin's body, this area has been completely blocked. Is this ability, the ability in the field? It's really a rare ability. Well, after all, you are all very strong, you can't be as foolish as before. Jin said with a grin. Except for one time 3 years ago, he had never taken it seriously. The other times he encountered enemies would be foolishly dealt with, because the degree of foolishness was enough for him to deal with his opponents. However, it's different this time. You guys, whether it's the cat-shaped ant from before or you, are all very scary. Jin said slowly, his eyes reflected in the condensed state. The figure of Shipuf exuding an incomparably terrifying thought energy. Monster, the king's direct guard. Middle. Whether it's the previous Nephabit or the current one, the aura of the two ants is extremely terrifying. Although the cultivation base of Niankai is weaker than his own, it is already very close. Facing this kind of existence, he dare not main idea. The king was just born, and it is a very good thing to capture you and bring you to the king as a gift of birth. Shipuf said with a faint smile on his face. That's right, then you have to work harder, because I'm very strong. Jin Vinian was not angry and smiled lightly. The next moment, Jin's figure disappeared from Shipuf's field of vision. Shipuf's face darkened, and then he quickly raised his left hand in front of him. The terrifying impact instantly spread and swept away. The terrifying impact hit the forest below, and countless big trees were uprooted and thrown away. Chapter 180. So, actually let this king suffer such humiliation. His face was held by Chi Ya's hands, the ant king's pupils constricted and danced continuously, and his face was extremely ferocious. What a humiliation it is for a king to have his face held by a human being. Call out. The strong and tough tail needle quickly swept towards Chi Ya's head. Huh? The reaction is quick. Looking at the tail needle sweeping in his eyes, Chi Ya thought lightly. The next moment, Chi Ya's hands suddenly tightened. Boom! Boom! With two loud bangs, Ant King and Neferbit were instantly smashed into the ground by two huge forces. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 40,000, Flame, 1,000, Trait Nen Space Manipulation, 20,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nen, 80,000, Emitter Nen Desperation Field, 10,000, Transmutter Nen Dragon Tooth, 1000. Note, the points in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5000. Note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Reinforcement points, 27,450. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1, 86 Hearts of Lava 603. System, use 20,000 enhancement points, strengthen the trait system Space Manipulation. Looking at the attribute panel in his mind, Chi Ya said lightly. Ding! Use 20,000 enhancement points to strengthen the trait system Space Manipulation. Without any extra reminders, a huge thought energy quickly emerged in the body, and Chi Ya's potential energy and manifest energy were strengthened again. The power of the space manipulation ability of the trait system has also become much stronger. Boom! There was another loud noise, and there was a loud noise from the ground below, and then, a figure quickly appeared in front of Chi Ya. Neferbit's sharp claws stabbed at Chi Ya's forehead. Chi Ya glanced at him indifferently, and the next moment, Neferbit's sharp fingertips stopped less than 1 centimeter from Chi Ya's forehead. How is it possible? What kind of ability is this? It actually makes me unable to move. Neferbit's eyes kept beating, and the expression on his face was very unbelievable. The next moment, Neferbit felt a strong force coming from the abdomen, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the whole person exploded like a cannonball. Going back and forth from where, the deep pit that was originally smashed burst instantly, and spider web-like cracks spread out to the surroundings, and Neferbit's body was tightly embedded in the deepest part of the crack. Cough! The power of this monster has become stronger again. A mouthful of blood spewed out again. Neferbit struggled to stand up, and looked at Chi Ya floating in midair in shock. The re-enhanced space control is the same as the thunder, it has not changed, but its power has become stronger. Moreover, although the enhanced space manipulation cannot deal with the Ant King, it can still be used to deal with Neferbit, so that Neferbit will not disturb the battle between himself and the Ant King. On the other side, the place where the King Ant fell. At this time, the Ant King was standing, staring at his hands, with a ferocious face, saliva dripping from his mouth, and occasionally let out a deep roar. BD, BD, how dare this king suffer such a great shame? The newly born Ant King has a very volatile heart, has not been tempered and learned, and has never possessed the kind of courage shown in the original book. But it is also true that the reason why the Ant King in the original book has that kind of courage is because he has that kind of courage after a long period of study and training. Even though Mai, the king of military ceremonies, was seriously injured, he was still very calm and his face remained unchanged. The current Ant King is more like a king than a powerful ant, a beast, a beast. Roar! A roar! Accompanied by Neferbit's attack, the Ant King also launched his own offensive. His body turned into an afterimage, and rushed up through the ground. Hi! Chi Ya's face changed slightly when he saw the Ant King rushing up. This is not the king I was expecting. In the next moment, Chi Ya's fist blasted out, clashing with the Ant King's, BJBB, fist. Layer after layer of impact ripples continued to spread towards the surroundings, and the terrifying collision made the atmosphere tremble. The atmosphere trembled, and the entire earth trembled continuously, just like an earth dragon turning over. Haha, so strong, sure enough, Bit and the others didn't deceive me. It's up to you to start the opening ceremony for me to dominate the world. Feeling the terrifying power coming from Chi Ya, the Ant King roared excitedly. It's very different from what I expected. Xiang Hongzhong and Chi Ya frowned slightly. As soon as they fought, Chi Ya felt the current strength of the Ant King. The Ant King's physique is the same as the original book, very terrifying, even his current physique is slightly insufficient. However, the aspect of mind energy is completely unused. Is it because I was just born, so I don't know how to use the energy? However, Chi Ya didn't use Nian Qi here, because Chi Ya had already used Ning to see that there was not a single trace of Nian Qi surging on Ant King's body. So he didn't use Nian Qi, but purely used the power of his physical body to confront the Ant King. However, just when Chi Ya was thinking this way, Chi Ya saw that a terrifying thought energy erupted from the Ant King. With the appearance of this thought energy, a terrifying force was transmitted along the arm of the Ant King to Chi Ya in an instant. Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, but also increased his thoughts without hesitation. At the same time, the corners of Chi Ya's mouth curled up slightly, and an excited look appeared on his face. Yes, it's this kind of power. Although you haven't become the real Ant King yet, your strength has been recognized by me. Chi Ya said excitedly. Seeing Chi Ya's excited expression, the Ant King was slightly taken aback. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him didn't seem to be very irritating. He suddenly felt that Chi Ya looked much more pleasing to the eye. How is this going? Why is it like this, and why does the fight with this guy make my blood boil so much? The Ant King's eyes were no longer ferocious, but revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed that he didn't understand why he had this change. King! At this moment, Nephibit rushed up from the ground below, appeared behind Chi Ya, and attacked the back of Chi Ya's head with sharp palms. Both Ant King and Chi Ya were taken aback. The next moment, I don't know if it was an accident, but the two of them yelled out at the same time. Don't get in the way! Immediately afterwards, the sharp and slender arms and the strong and powerful tail needles all slammed at Nephibit. Nephibit's pupils shrank immediately, and the next moment, he was directly blown away by the attacks of Chi Ya and Ant King. At the moment of being slapped away, Nephibit's eyes showed bewilderment. Forget about this kid, why are you attacking me, Wang? Chapter 181. Nephibit, who quickly blocked the attacks of Chi Ya and the Ant King, turned into a streamer and smashed into the ground instantly collapsed, and dust clods soared into the sky. Half squatting in the deep pit, Nephibit looked very dazed and stared at the sky in a daze. Attacking your subordinates, your character is really cruel. Sure enough, the current you are not worthy of being called the Ant King. It is completely different from the one in my impression. After flying Nephibit, Chi Ya and the Ant King each landed on a rocky mountain. After silently confronting each other, Chi Ya spoke after a while. Impression? This guy knows I exist? Doubts arose in the Ant King's heart, but he didn't ask the doubts, but spoke calmly. I just realized that I don't need her to intervene in my battle. At this time, the Ant King couldn't see the crazy look just now, and looked extremely calm. You don't need to look at his face, just listen to his tone of voice to hear it. You are the king of mankind. Since this is the case, no one is allowed to intervene in the battle between the king and the king. It is a death penalty to intervene at will. Although I forgive the death penalty is inevitable. In the cognition of the Ant King, among a race, the most powerful, the strong is the king, so after punching Chi Ya just now, he knew, no, it should be said, he was very sure that Chi Ya was the king of the human race. He didn't believe there was anything like Chi Ya, even stronger humans. Even though he was just born, after such a long time, the kind of bearing that an Ant King should have as a king has gradually appeared. The battle between the king and the king is the most sacred, and no one is allowed to intervene. This is also because the Ant King does not know the situation of the human world and the complexity of human society, otherwise it is impossible to have such an idea. Human society is extremely complex, people's minds are unpredictable, and it has developed to the point where it is today. There is no such thing as a unified king at all. But other races, such as chimeric ants, have an incomparably distinct and unbreakable racial class. When the three guards join hands, even the Ant King will be in danger. However, the three guards were loyal to the Ant King from the beginning, without any rebellious heart, and were extremely loyal to the Ant King. In the nest of chimeric ants, the queen is only fertile, but even so, even if the other division heads have different intentions, they still follow the queen's will before the queen dies. After the death of the queen ants, they completely abandoned the concept of class, left each other, and developed their forces. This is the difference between chimeric ants and humans. Human beings are self-willed and responsible, without the strongest class shackles, and have developed to the point where everything can happen, and crimes and riots abound. This is also the reason why today's human society cannot be unified and there is only one king. Humph! As far as this is concerned, you do have the bearing of a king. Hearing the words of the Ant King, Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, and there was a slight change in the eyes of the Ant King, with more approval. This guy does have the air of a king in this regard. However, it's a pity that I'm not the king. It's impossible for the king you speak of to appear among human beings. The time does not allow it. Chi Ya sighed and said with emotion. The Ant King was stunned for a moment, with incredible eyes in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Chi Ya is not the king. I didn't expect Chi Ya to say that, and there is no such thing as a king in human beings. However, the next moment, his face returned to calm. It doesn't matter, even if you are not the king of human beings, as long as I approve. With your strength, you are qualified to call yourself king. At least, I admit it. Aunt Wang Ping said quietly. Yeah. Strange. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Chi Ya was speechless. What the hell, just a fight, I have an extra king status. Well, as you like. Let's start, continue the fight just now. Chi Ya shook his head slightly and sighed. The Ant King didn't speak, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Seeing this, Chi Ya on the opposite side was covered in thunder and lightning, and rushed out instantly. The sky-shattering loud noise resounded across the sky in an instant, terrifying fluctuations spread to the surroundings one after another, and the atmosphere continued to tremble. On the collapsed land, Nephebit was no longer as dazed as before, and his expression was extremely calm. She also heard what the Ant King said just now. I also understood why I was attacked by the king. Since the king wants to fight alone, she will definitely act according to the king's wishes. He will not intervene in this battle. Of course, if the king's life is in danger, she will intervene even against the king's wishes. Neferbit knew he shouldn't have such thoughts, because the king is invincible. However, for some reason, this idea has been entangled in his mind since it appeared. Could it be that the king will lose? Neferbit asked himself in his heart, slightly flustered. The battle between the two sides does not have any fancy abilities, only the collision between strength and speed. The fluctuation of the two people's confrontation became more and more terrifying. The terrifying imposing collision has covered the entire sky with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Sure enough, you should be the king. It's too stupid for human beings not to serve you as a king. The two streams of light continued to intersect, and a strong wave of fighting broke out. The Ant King said while moving. Although the sound was not loud, it was not obvious in this deafening battlefield, but it was transmitted to Chi Ya's ears very clearly. Thank you so much for the compliment, but I still say that it is impossible for human beings to have the existence of a king. Chi Ya smiled and said to the Ant King who gave him such a high praise. 0. What a terrifying battle! On a rocky mountain hundreds of miles away, Kate looked at the battlefield where Chi Ya and the Ant King were, and the cloudy sky at that moment, and was extremely shocked. Is this something Nan can do in battle? Kate couldn't even imagine what level of Nan would cause such an amazing and terrifying change in the weather during battle. That's why I said, as long as Master Chi Ya comes over, then I have nothing to fear. Because you don't even know how terrifying Master Chi Ya's Nan cultivation is. Kurapika on the side smiled lightly and said, beating, with indescribable pride in his tone. This is the person he is following, an extremely terrifying existence. Have you ever said that? Kate asked strangely upon hearing this. You were still in the ant nest at that time, so you didn't hear my words. Kurapika was taken aback, then still smiled. Kate! Don't talk about this, it's really a stain on your life. Well, losing to that kind of monster is not a stain. Then, Kate, before you wait for Mo Lao Wu and the others to come over, you should first try the restriction and oath I mentioned. Kurapika did not continue to say anything, glanced at the dark sky in the distance, and then turned his head to face Kate said. Well, I'll formulate the rules you said right now. Kate replied, and then sat down cross-legged, with thoughts flowing through her body, and within a few seconds, wonderful changes began to occur. Chapter 182. Remember to be in control, be moderate, and don't set too strict rules, Kurapika reminded. Only for chimeric ants. Kate did not respond, and still silently made the restrictions and vows. I don't know if he listened to what Kurapika said. Time passed by second, and half a minute later, a terrifying force erupted from Kate's body, and the powerful aura swept away instantly, forming a powerful aura within 10 meters around. The strong air pressure made Kurapika involuntarily stretch out his hand in front of him. To this extent, Kate, what kind of rules have you set? Kurapika asked, feeling the aura emanating from Kate, his eyelids twitching. It's very simple, my ability is the crazy clown, so I made a restriction and vow using the crazy clown as a medium. In the fight against chimera ants, I can only draw out the weapon that I dislike the most and I am most uncomfortable with 057, but, correspondingly, the power of the weapon I drew out will explode 10 times or even 20 times the power. Of course, this power can only deal with chimera ants. Kate stood up and explained to Kurapika. He also doesn't care about Kurapika knowing about his constraints and vows. Because, this contract was specially formulated to deal with chimeric ants, and it had no effect on his other abilities. When he was not facing the chimeric ants, his strength remained the same, neither getting stronger nor weaker. It doesn't matter if you say it, let's talk about it. Kurapika is not an enemy either. It turns out that the power obtained by strengthening with one's own weaknesses, setting restrictions, and oaths will increase exponentially. This is much stronger than strengthening with one's own strengths. It is indeed a good idea. Hearing this, Kurapika was taken aback for a moment, and then sorted out Kate's thoughts in the next moment. That's it. Even if I don't like or adapt to the ability, I developed it after all. No matter how poorly I use it, the foundation is still there. It's fine when the power becomes stronger. Kate put a faint smile on her face and talked to smart people. Unlike Gon, when communicating with him, sometimes he is afraid that the understanding he tells will explode his brain capacity. Then I'll come too. Kurapika said with a smile, and then sat down cross-legged, with thoughts surging through his body. It's a terrible battle. It's the same over there, and it's also here. The gap is too big. If the Master and Mr. Chi don't come, the President alone, we are no match for the Ant King and the 3 guards, and we will all be wiped out. Yes. While protecting Kurapika, Kate observed the situation on the 3 battlefields and came to such a conclusion. At this time, Kate was very happy in her heart. My heart is extremely grateful to Chi. Not only Chi saved him, but also the reason now. Without Chi, his Master Jin will not come. The only one who is qualified to confront the Ant King or the 3 guards is the President. None of them are qualified. If Chi and the Master don't come, their ending is doomed and irreversible. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were 2 slight sounds. Mo Lao Wu and Nobu appeared behind Kate carrying a huge pipe. Kate, did you really survive? What the hell happened? Where's the old man and Chi from the Zaldik family? As soon as he arrived here, Mo Lao Wu asked Kate directly. The President's notice is also very purposeless. Let us come to meet you. What's going on? Nobu also pushed his glasses and looked at Kate with doubts in his eyes. President and the others, aren't they right in front of your eyes? Look, these 3 battlefields. The President, my Master Jin, and Mr. Chi, the 3 of them took away the Ant King and the 3 guards. Kate looked at them the same way, then pointed to a place far and far away in front of them, pointing to 3 said the battlefield full of visions. It's too reckless, how can you fight those monsters so easily? The only ones who can fight those 2 monsters on our side are the old man and Chi from the Zaldik family. Hearing this, Mo Lao Wu suddenly became agitated, and his face was covered with cold sweat. Although he has always believed in his heart that Nin's battle cannot be generalized based on the cultivation of mind and energy, there are various factors. However, just now, after seeing the terrifying collection of thoughts and energy emanating from the trip of the Ant King and the 3 guards from a distance, his inner concept was completely overturned. His kind of concept may be useful to other Nin, but a creature like the Ant King cannot be linked to ordinary Nin at all. Ordinary Nin can't be compared with the Ant King at all, they are completely two-dimensional. It's a creepy thought from a distance, but it's creepy if you don't touch it. The only ones who can be compared with the Ant King are the old man and Chi who he met before. This is his very positive answer. Wait, Kim. You said that Mr. Jin is here too. Suddenly, Mo Lao Wu noticed the extra one in Kate's words, and suddenly shouted out in surprise. Ah, my Master Jin is also here, and now he is dealing with one of the guards. I know what you are worried about, but the battle has already begun, and we can't intervene with our strength. What we should do now is to complete the tasks issued by President Netero, Mo Lao Wu. Kate squeezed the brim of her hat, facing Mo Lao Wu reminded seriously. Kate is right. Our top priority now is to hunt and kill all the soldier ants and queen ants, including the division commander, and we must not let them harm the country again. At this time, Kurapika burst out a powerful force. Niankai attracted the eyes of the 3 people. Kurapika opened his eyes and said to Mo Lao and Nobu. Kurapika also spoke, and Mo Lao also calmed down a little. Nobu pushed his glasses, and then said, I see, then, tell us the president's arrangement. The president's arrangements during the call were too hasty, and we don't know the specific situation yet. I know, the plan is very simple, that is, the four of us use the restriction oath to enhance our own strength, and then go straight to the Yellow Dragon to destroy all the chimeric ant soldiers and queens. Kurapika said with a smile. Restriction oath? Mo Lao. Knob. Did we hear it right? You just said that we should set up restrictions and vows. After a few seconds of silence, Mo Lao asked in disbelief. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, it's just a temporary restriction oath to increase strength against 3.4 chimera ants. Afterwards, Master Chi Ya will remove the restriction and oath for us. I made it when I was dealing with Phantom Troop before, and then I was eliminated by Master Chi Ya. Kurapika also saw the inner thoughts of the two and couldn't help explaining aloud. Also, Chairman Netero probably mentioned it on the phone. Chairman Netero won't be joking, so don't worry. Please explain it to us in detail. Okay, Kurapika said with a smile, before explaining to the two. Soon, the two fell silent again after listening to Kurapika's explanation. After a few seconds, the two of them looked at each other, sat down cross-legged, and began to formulate restrictions and oaths. Another half a minute later, a strong thought energy erupted from the two of them. Restriction oath. Finish. Chapter 183. I hope that everything you said is not a lie. Mo Lao, who has completed the formulation of the restriction oath and greatly increased his strength, looked at Kurapika and said with a heavy tone. Don't worry, it won't. Kurapika said with a smile. This level of restriction and oath, as long as we are careful and don't make mistakes, we will be fine. Moreover, even if we make mistakes, we will only lose Nen, and will not harm our lives. Nobu felt the surge in his body. Niankai cultivation base and shackles, said lightly. Well, that's it. Kurapika nodded. Then, let me check all the chimera ants in this area. Kurapika stood on the edge of the rock wall and stretched out his hand. The next moment, the chain in his hand floated. The soul-chasing chain of the ring finger. One of Kurapika's non-contract chains is Kurapika's ability to track and lie. My rule-making medium is my contract chain, and I especially attach the ability to target chimeric ants to my non. The soul-chasing chain on my ring finger allows me to trace the whereabouts of all chimera ants. As Kurapika said, he closed his eyes, the floating chain of chasing souls began to surge, and a light green light slowly emerged. 19. The next moment, the soul-chasing chain suddenly turned into 4 main chains, and then the main chain began to extend dozens, hundreds, twisting like countless ferocious poisonous snakes. And these chains each extended dozens of different small chains. These chains are pointing in different directions. With the thought of Kurapika, 3 of the chains fell off from the source of the soul-chasing chain in his hand, and then flew in front of the 3 of Kate. Accept it, as long as you follow the direction of these chains, you can find the existence of chimera ants. However, you must provide mind energy, otherwise these chains will disappear in about half an hour. Kurapika turned and said to the 3. Hey, that's it, it's really a convenient ability. Mo Lao said in surprise. Indeed. Nobu agreed. Kate didn't speak, but stretched out her hand, and the next moment, the chain floating in front of him fit perfectly on his left arm. Seeing this, Mo Lao and Nobu also reached out their hands, and the 2 main chains quickly fit on their arms. The dresses on the arms of the 4 became very similar. It's just that Kurapika's chain is hidden in the sleeve, and the 3 of Kate are directly attached to their sleeves and arms. Then, let's do it. Kurapika said to the 3. The 3 of them didn't speak, the 4 of them looked at each other, and the next moment they all turned into an after-image and flashed in all directions. The entire rock wall was empty, as if no one had ever appeared here, and a breeze blew gently. In the forest, Kurapika was traveling at a very fast speed, and in front of him was his ring finger chasing soul chain. Those division commanders who reacted strongly are all inside the ant nest, and only those commanders and soldiers are outside. Very good. It seems that these captains and soldiers can be quickly dealt with before the division commanders react. In this way, they are bear commanders, and they are much easier to deal with. Feeling the message from the ring finger chain, Kurapika thought silently. Found it. As soon as his thoughts stopped, Kurapika's eyes lit up, and he saw several chimera ant soldiers wandering in the forest. The next moment, Kurapika's speed suddenly accelerated, and his whole body turned into an afterimage, which instantly disappeared in place. Puff! 3 pillars of blood soared into the sky, and the figure of Kurapika appeared behind the 3 chimera ant soldiers. The other 2 chimeric ant soldiers looked over belatedly. However, as soon as they turned around, they felt that their eyes were spinning. It's like my brain is separated from my body. Chains exuding light green floated in the air, and 2 pillars of blood soared into the sky. Perhaps because of the teachings of Tal and others, Kurapika's way of killing enemies has also become very bloody. If there is a disagreement, the enemy's head will be taken off directly. 5. Standing up from the ground, Kurapika glanced behind him and said calmly. The next moment, he started running again. This scene is also happening in several other places. Mo Lau, Nobu and Kate also quickly wiped out the sent chimeric ant soldiers. Occasionally, the chimeric ant soldier captain was eliminated. The 4 started killing near the ant nest. None of the chimeric ant soldiers who came out of the ant nest with the existence of the soul-chasing chain could escape the pursuit of the 4. At the same time, the division heads in the ant nest also noticed this situation. However, at this time, these division heads have no time to care about these. Because, at this time, the inside of the ant nest has already quarreled. The ant queen was seriously injured and dying, and many division heads who had long been dissidents, but were strictly restricted by the class of chimeric ants, all began to reveal their ambitions, wanting to leave the ant nest one and go to the outside world for development. There are also a few who are loyal to the queen ant, and are very angry with the behavior of these division heads. The 2 sides have already quarreled very fiercely, and some division heads have even fought. You guys, what do you want? Clut, who didn't join the battle, roared loudly. Before the queen died, these guys were already in a mess. Clut's roar also successfully stopped the 2 groups of people fighting. Don't stop us. The queen has lost her ability to reproduce, and we don't need to continue to serve her. We have to go out to build power, and you stay here to guard this half-disabled guy. A 103 division commander with a disdainful smile, he mocked Clut and the others. Hearing this sentence, Clut's pupils shrank immediately, and a burst of anger rushed into his brain. Besides, something seems to have happened outside. I have to go out and have a look. I feel that the commander's soldiers are rapidly decreasing. Just when Clut was about to attack this guy spoke again. If you put it this way, I also have this kind of information from my side, and it seems that humans are attacking again. Clut, I don't want to turn against you, don't stop me. The head of the division looked at Clut and said indifferently. Slightly. Clut suddenly trembled, his anger broke out again, and he was about to do it, but the head of the squid octopus division with a beard stopped him in time, and a word made Clut's anger dissipate. Clut, don't worry about them, the most important thing right now is to rescue Her Majesty the Queen. By the way, Her Majesty must be treated as soon as possible. These words were indeed useful, and Clut recovered immediately, and quickly ran to the Queen's side. And many division heads saw this scene, looked at each other, frowned, turned around and left without saying anything. This time, the heads of the other loyal teachers of the Queen Ant did not continue to stop her. Because, the most urgent delay now is to save the Queen Ant, and everything else can be put down. Chapter 184. Are you hunting my subordinates? The crocodile-shaped head of the Chimera Ant Division standing in front of Kurapika questioned. The head of the crocodile division? And you already have mind energy. Kurapika didn't respond to the question of the head of the crocodile division, but stared at him silently thinking. You guy, I'm going to ask you something again, answer quickly. Seeing that Kurapika ignored his question, the head of the crocodile division roared angrily and punched Kurapika. Kurapika turned sideways slightly, avoiding the attack of the head of the crocodile division. The fist of the head of the crocodile division landed on the big tree behind Kurapika, directly splitting the tree in two. It's too slow. Kurapika's eyes flashed as he turned sideways, and the chain wound up instantly, directly entangled the head of the crocodile division. Slippery, get out of here! The head of the crocodile division roared, and the chains that had just wrapped around his body were broken off. This time, Kurapika did not set the kind of strong or even unsolvable constraints that he had dealt with Phantom Troop before, so the power of the bound middle finger chain was not strong. Before it had time to play a role, it was directly broken free. The body of the crocodile that broke free turned around at an incredible speed for its huge physique, and its huge fist slammed directly at Kurapika's face. What? Kurapika was surprised by the sudden speed. This guy's speed is so fast. The next moment, Kurapika reacted. This guy is hiding his clumsiness. This is his real speed. No, I can't make a conclusion yet, maybe this guy's speed will be even faster. Thinking of this, Kurapika didn't stop. The red eye state is instantly opened, and the chain shrinks into a ball in an instant to defend in front of the body, and the enhancer's thoughts cover it, forming a shield with extremely powerful defense. Even so, Kurapika was still blown away under the huge force. This guy looks careless, but his mind is so cunning. Flying upside down, Kurapika's face was extremely heavy. However, before Kurapika stopped, a strange sound, no, it was not a sound, but a very strange sound wave sounded in Kurapika's ears, and Kurapika immediately covered his ears in pain. The action that was about to stop the body also stopped, the whole person fell directly on the ground, splashed on the ground, and finally hit a big tree heavily before stopping. Good job! The head of the crocodile division put down his hands covering his ears, and shouted to the bat soldier captain flying above. Hey! The captain of the bat soldier smiled after being praised. Then, the head of the crocodile division stepped forward and rushed towards Kurapika at the fastest speed. Shout, carelessness! Kurapika Wu covered his bleeding forehead, stood up slowly, looked at the head of the crocodile division rushing over and said indifferently, the bewitching color in his eyes became more and more bright red. This kind of battle doesn't just happen on Kurapika's side, where Mo Lau, Nobu, Kate, and others are also fighting differently. After the massacre of the four, the division heads finally appeared and stood in front of the four with their subordinates. On the other side, the battlefield where Netero and Kim are. Old man, I'm really old, and I'm too arrogant. The opening gestures are constantly raised, Netero's breathing rate has become slightly rapid, and the 100 postures of Avalokitesvara except for the 99 palms and the 0 posture have already slowed down. Used by Netero. And it was repeated kills, but Yuppie still couldn't be killed. On the contrary, Yuppie, although he suffered heavy damage in the battle, is constantly evolving. Up to now, it has become a centaur, and its strength is becoming more and more terrifying. There is absolutely no way for Netero to stop Yuppie's evolution. After all, the only way is to kill Yuppie. However, Yuppie is stronger than Netero in terms of physique and spirituality, and even stronger than Netero in terms of physique. Netero's physique might have been comparable to Yuppie's when he was young, but now, it can't be compared at all. Aging and frailty, even Netero, the strongest Nin half a century ago, is not immune. If it could be killed, Netero would have killed it a long time ago, and Yuppie would not have resisted his own attack abruptly and evolved to this point. Looking at Yuppie, who faintly showed new signs of evolution, Netero's face darkened, and he made a unique gesture. 100 forms of Avalokitesvara, 99 forms. In the next moment, stormy attacks came from all directions, firmly wrapping the attacking Yuppie in it. Horrific palm prints fell on Yuppie's body continuously, and under the fierce attack, Yuppie's incomparably strong body appeared densely packed with huge palm prints. One by one, they landed on Yuppie's body, overlapping layers of palm prints, almost cutting off Yuppie's huge body, making Yuppie's entire body smaller by one size. Blood gushed out of Yuppie's body and mouth continuously, but Yuppie didn't show any pain, but became more and more excited. He can feel that his anger is constantly accumulating, and he is already reading that he is approaching the critical point of evolution. As long as it takes a while, after a while, you can evolve yourself. At that time, I will definitely be able to kill the old man in front of me, and then quickly return to Wang's side. Sure enough, the next moment, Yuppie felt the breakthrough of the critical point. Here we go. Yuppie became more and more excited. Intense light burst out from Yuppie's body. Netero's attack was shattered by a terrifying force. Netero was pushed out under this force, and the whole person kept gliding in midair. After gliding for tens of meters, Netero stopped. Half of the 99 giant palms of Bei Shiguanyan were destroyed, and they recovered quickly with the support of Netero's thoughts. At this moment, Netero looked at the huge cocoon in front of him, with an incomparably dignified expression. Is it still evolved? Towel. This evolution, old man, I don't think I can handle it. Sorry, as a warrior, old man, I should probably wait for your evolution to complete, and then continue the contest between warriors. However, as the president of the Hunter Association, I don't allow you to neglect your duties. After using this trick, the old man, I will completely lose the ability to fight, and I will no longer be able to participate in other battles. No, maybe it can, I can only put my hope on the thing Crook gave me, I don't know if this thing can restore the old man's full energy. Muttering silently in his heart, Netero slowly stood up the index and middle fingers of the right hand. Avalokitesvara 0 form. The two giant palms slowly pressed on Yuppie's cocoon, and fixed it firmly. The next moment, the 100-style Avalokitesvara behind Netero slowly opened his mouth wide, and a powerful energy of thought condensed in his mouth, converging into a light cluster. A few seconds later, the ball of light silently emitted a white beam of light, completely covering the huge cocoon. Chapter 185. The white beam of light descended soundlessly, and dispersed without sound. How is it possible? In Netero's imagination, the huge meat cocoon that should have been completely destroyed by his own attack was not destroyed, but shrank into a small meat ball instead. No, old man, my attack should have worked. This guy's aura has been weakened by more than half. And, it seems to have returned to its original state. Old man, my attack interrupted this guy's evolution and made him degenerate back to his original state. Netero was only stunned for a moment, and then saw the clue. Puff! There was a muffled sound, and a scarlet arm broke out from the fleshy mass, and then Yuppie's figure came out from inside, half lying on the ground, panting continuously. Ha! Ha! What a terrifying attack! My evolution path was directly interrupted, and I even degenerated back. With cold sweat on his face, Yuppie read with lingering fear, his eyes filled with panic that shouldn't have existed. However, soon, the panic disappeared. Yuppie's body returned to its original form. He looked at Netero, who was slumped on the ruins, with a bony face and a haggard 090. It's a pity, old man, that your attack couldn't kill me. Besides, from the way you look, you have completely exhausted your energy, and you cannot continue to fight. I won this battle. With a smug smile on his face, Yuppie walked towards Netero slowly and happily. For a time, Netero's idol was completely in a desperate situation. However, facing the current situation, Netero has absolutely no attitude that should be expected in a desperate situation. Instead, he laughed, matching his current appearance. It was extremely terrifying. Hehe, that's not necessarily the case. Chi-Yu's healing ability is really terrifying. He can even recover from a state like the old man's. Netero laughed and started talking to himself as if responding to Yuppie. As soon as the words fell, Netero's haggard body grew stronger in an instant, and it was close to its original state in just 5 seconds. When Yuppie saw this scene, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the secret channel was not good, so he accelerated his speed and rushed towards Netero. However, it was too late, and by the time Yuppie rushed in front of Netero, Netero had fully recovered, and the huge Bei Shiguanyan appeared behind him again. The first form of Avalokitesvara. A huge palm in the shape of a knife in the hand smashed Yuppie's head. Yuppie, whose body was weakened by half, immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, another giant palm was slapped from the left side, and Yuppie's whole body was slapped flying, and blood was scattered wildly. Let's start the second round now, King's Guard. Netero stood up in the air and said with great vigor. If Yuppie knew some of Chiya's previous internet memes, he would definitely shout. You kid sneak attack, don't talk about martial arts. It's a pity that this guy doesn't know this. At this time, his not-so-powerful brain is very ignorant, and he doesn't understand at all why Netero, who was already on the verge of death, came back to life in an instant and completely recovered his energy. Restored its own combat power. However, before he could use his poor brain capacity to think about it, Netero's attack struck again, and giant palms fell from the sky. Yuppie, who was flying upside down, quickly stretched out his hands to protect himself. Boom! The next moment, Yuppie's whole body was directly blasted into the ruins of the earth by the giant palm, and sand and stones shot up into the sky. Blood everywhere. On the other side, the battle between Kim and Shipuff is completely different from the open and close battle between Netero and Yuppie. The battle between the two is completely swimming, and there are very few chances of head-on collisions. The abilities used by both of them are very strange. However, even though he was a Yudu, Shipuff was completely suppressed by Jin. That weird domain in Kim makes Shipuff's love spring completely ineffective. On the contrary, his own emotions were easily sensed by Jin, and he knew his next actions. He lost step by step, completely suppressed, and could not find a chance to resist. I said, how about it? I'm not boasting, if you want to play wits with me, I can play you in the applause, so you'd better stop humiliating yourself and fight head-on. Silently caught up with Shipuff, Jin the figure appeared behind Shipuff, tapped gently on the back of Shipuff's head with one hand, and said in a low tone. It's not that he boasted that if he really played smart, he had more than a dozen ways to kill Shipuff. Shipuff is indeed very capable of learning, he has easily learned most of the wisdom of human beings, he has this knowledge in all aspects, and the level is very deep, but in the face of Jin, who can play the 12 earthly branches between applause, the old fritters are really not good enough. However, this time Jin didn't want to use his brain to fight, but wanted to fight a close combat. It's been a long time since he fought a proper melee combat with others, his skills are a little rusty, this time it's just right. He wanted to have a good fight with Neferbit before, but Neferbit withdrew after a short fight. And the moment Jin's finger was on the back of Shipuff's head, Shipuff seemed to have received some invisible blow, and his whole body fell into the ground in an instant. However, within a second, Shipuff flew out of the smoke. Indeed, going on like this is not good for me. This guy's ability is very strange. I can't see any clues until now. Trying to find the weakness of this guy's ability to deal with him will not work. I really don't want to engage in melee combat if I can. It's too barbaric and rude. Shipuff looked at Jin quietly and said. That's fine. In response, Jin grinned, and his body turned into lightning and rushed towards Shipuff. Jin found out that Chiya's quick move is really quite useful. Makes up for his lack of speed. Shipuff also dodged and rushed towards Jin. The battle that had been stalemate for a long time officially started. Terrifying fluctuations instantly swept all directions. Chapter 186. Unfortunately, Elena and ETA are not here, otherwise with the support of the two of them, it would be easy to deal with this guy. But, forget it, it's been a long time since there was a blood-boiling close combat. This time, let's not engage in some fancy things and fight directly. With the combination of fists and kicks, Jin's attacks were fast and fierce, and he kept attacking Shipuff, but he was muttering in his heart with some thoughts related to its ability. Whether it's Jin or Shipuff, both of them are very powerful in terms of physique and spiritual cultivation, and the movement of the battle are extremely terrifying. After a frontal battle, terrifying fluctuations swept across, and the dense forest was completely destroyed in a few breaths. Violent battle fluctuations are constantly sweeping through, making the atmosphere tremble constantly. The movement caused by the two was only slightly worse than the movement caused by Chiya and the Ant King fighting. And Shipuff started to fight against Kim, and the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He thinks that, as one of the three guards, his physique is not comparable to that of human beings. However, this human being in front of him can be compared with himself in terms of physique. Whether it's Niankai cultivation base, physique, or speed, they are no worse than him, and even faintly suppress him in terms of speed. There is such a level of existence and carelessness among human beings. These three guys, with a clear division of labor, have already aimed at their own goals from the beginning. Whether it's the old man or the boy before, it is estimated that they all have his level of strength. Also, looking at the guy who doesn't worry at all, the kid who took Wang and Bit away is definitely stronger than these two. No, even with Bit here, I have to get rid of this guy in front of me as soon as possible, and then go to the king's side. Thinking of this, Shipuff's face was extremely cold, and the breath on his body became more and more violent. Evil. The power of fist and kick attacks is more and more terrifying, and each blow can bring up a terrifying sonic boom cloud and make the atmosphere tremble. Don't underestimate Shipuff. Don't look at this guy who usually behaves very quiet and elegant, and his body shape doesn't look like a warrior, but more like a mage. However, as one of the three guards of the Ant King, Shipuff's physique is no worse than Neferbit and Yuppie's, and is at the same level as the two. It's just that he didn't participate in the battle in the past and didn't show it. On the other side, the battlefield where Chi-Ya and the Ant King are located. The battlefield between the two constantly changed positions during the battle. Places with a radius of several kilometers were constantly destroyed in the battle between the two. The battle between the two has entered a rocky area from the dense forest. It has been more than half an hour since the battle started, and the Ant King has completely fallen into a disadvantage. The battle between the two was different from the battle between Netero and the Ant King in the original book. It ended in just a few minutes because half of Netero's hands and feet were removed. Although both Chi-Ya and Ant King had serious injuries in the battle, they did not reach the point of severed limbs. Even Chi-Ya has no wounds at all, that is to say, Chi-Ya has always been at her peak. Chi-Ya herself is an enhancer nin, and the enhancer nin has cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. Her physique is extremely powerful, and her own recovery ability is also very strong. Moreover, Chi-Ya also has the Angel's guardianship ability that acts on her all the time, recovering her own injuries. Once there is an injury on Chi-Ya, he will recover immediately. Although it will consume a lot of energy. But Chi-Ya's thoughts are so huge now, even the newborn Ant King can't compare. So the consumption of these thoughts is simply a drizzle. As for the Ant King, he had withstood Chi-Ya's countless attacks in the constant battle, and had accumulated a lot of hidden wounds in his body. The Ant King's physique is also extremely strong, and his recovery ability is also very strong, but it is completely out of proportion to the damage caused by Chi-Ya. Over time, the injury has become more and more serious, and he does not have the same healing ability as Chi-Ya. The strength of the Ant King, who was seriously injured, was also affected, and his strength had already declined slightly. Gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle. The injuries accumulated in the Ant King's body at this time are very terrifying. If it falls on an ordinary person, or even an ordinary nin person, it is entirely possible to die completely because of this injury. Even if he didn't die, he would probably die from the pain of this intense injury. However, facing this kind of injury, the Ant King still didn't change his face, and was extremely indifferent in the battle with Chi-Ya. It was as if these injuries didn't exist at all. The Ant King completely ignored his own injuries, but Neferbit, who was watching the battle, was extremely anxious. Ching Neferbit, who was a fan of the authorities, was very aware of the severity of the injuries on the Ant King at this time. Asking for flowers. However, due to the orders of the Ant King, she could only stand anxiously and watch from the outside of the battlefield without taking any action. What Neferbit didn't know was that behind her, a huge monster had quietly emerged because of her anxiety. That is her nin, the nin that is formed from the heart. It's really terrible, you can be so calm with this kind of injury. As the streamer flickered, Chi-Ya and the Ant King collided dozens of times again, and the terrifying fluctuations continued to spread. Chi-Ya looked at the Ant King in a panic. But he praised with an incomparably calm expression. The Ant King didn't respond, but suddenly sent out an extremely powerful blow, directly knocking Chi-Ya into the air. 0-0. Chi-Ya, who was knocked out, did not fight back immediately, but stopped in mid-air. Because, Chi Ya discovered that the Ant King seemed to be doing something. Sure enough, the Ant King also stopped attacking and landed in the collapsed ground. At this time, the Ant King began to observe his already broken body. I can't continue to fight fiercely with this look. It seems that I need to recover my body. The Ant King looked at the gap of his injury and said lightly. The next moment, a wave of thought energy emerged from the Ant King's body, and as soon as this wave of thought energy appeared, it showed terrifying vitality. The Ant King's body recovered visibly with the naked eye, and it completely returned to its original appearance in a blink of an eye. Great, the king has the ability to recover. Nephebit, who was watching the battle from a distance, was very excited when he saw this scene. Huh? Have you developed Nen? Chi Ya also saw this scene, and was a little surprised. Most of the Nen in the trait department are born from the heart, that is to say, the Ant King developed the healing Nen because he wanted to restore his body so that he could continue to fight Chi Ya. This guy, the Nen in the original book is devouring, has it changed because of my relationship? It's really interesting. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth twitched slightly, showing excitement. The next moment, Chi Ya turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Ant King. The Ant King raised his head and looked over, and turned into a streamer to meet Chi Ya. After a brief pause, the battlefield unfolded again, and terrifying fluctuations once again swept across the four directions. Chapter 187. Who? It really is the old man. I am too arrogant. I am just a guard. With this kind of strength, how powerful the Ant King should be. Is it really okay for Chi Ya to deal with the Ant King alone with a guard? Standing in front of Yuppie's body, Netero was panting violently, terrified. He understood the strength of the guards. Yuppie alone is ridiculously strong. Even with all his strength, Yuppie was severely injured and degenerated, unable to kill him. If he hadn't gotten the healing locket from Crook when he was talking to Crook before, he would have died in Yuppie's hands now, let alone killed Yuppie. However, this is the case, Netero's current state is also very poor. The continuous battles, even though the energy and spirit recovered due to the healing box, but after Yuppie was killed, it was close to bottoming out. 9 out of 10 of the Neon Chi on 830 has been used up. His current state is temporarily unable to help Jin or Chi Ya. Recover first, and then go to help Chi Ya. Netero looked into the distance and thought silently as he watched the two intense battlefields coming from a distance. He is not worried about Jin, what he is worried about now is Chi Ya. Jin dealt with only one guard. With Jin's strength, it is still possible to kill a guard. But Chi Ya is different. Although he knew that Chi Ya was very powerful and surpassed him long ago, what Chi Ya was dealing with was the Ant King plus a guard. Ant King plus guard, this is not as simple as 1+1. Difficulty levels skyrocketed. Now he can only hope that Chi Ya can persevere. After I recovered a bit, I went over to hold Neferbit for Chi Ya, and let Chi Ya fight one-on-one with the Ant King. At this point in his thoughts, Netero ignored the chaotic ground, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover his thoughts. Nervous people, Neon Chi is recovering every moment after consumption. However, this passive recovery is very slow. But if you sit and meditate, the speed of recovering your thoughts will be much faster. Netero doesn't know the current battlefield situation between Chi Ya and the Ant King, otherwise he wouldn't be so worried. After all, Neferbit never joined the battlefield because of the Ant King. On the other side, Jin's battlefield. Among the three guards, Shipuf is the most unlucky one. As for why it is the most unlucky, Shipuf had been roaming around before, and it was a good thing he didn't fight King head-on. As soon as the head-on collision started, he started to be unlucky. This guy Jin, Nen emerges in an endless stream, with all sorts of strange things, making him hard to guard against. Moreover, regardless of any Nen, the power of the attack has not weakened, causing him a very serious injury. At this time, Shipuf looked at Jin with calm eyes, but his heart was extremely horrified. How is this possible? How can one person have so many Nen? It's fine if they are from the same line, but none of these Nen are related, they are all from different fields. Besides, this guy exudes such a domain-like ability that my avatar ability cannot be used normally. It's really troublesome. Shipuff's brain is very smart. Whenever Jin uses the Nunan, he can quickly analyze and counter-attack as fast as possible. However, even so, Jin's Nin, who couldn't stand it, bombarded them one after another, and the attack speed became faster and faster. The continuous different Nin attacks, Shipuff has no time to analyze the essence of Nin, he can only be beaten continuously, fashionable and embarrassed. Moreover, this is not the most important thing, the most important thing is internal injury, because Shipuff wants to analyze the relationship between different Nin, Shipuff's brain is about to explode at this time. If possible, he doesn't want to fight Jin now, he wants to return to Wang's side. However, he is completely suppressed by gold now, and he can't even use the ability of Lord of the Flies. Can't rely on this ability to escape. Jin's natural ability, as long as it is a strike type Nin, Jin can copy it in 7s and 80s as long as he has survived it once. Moreover, because of the high level of Nin cultivation, Jin's use of these Nin is sometimes stronger than that of its original master. It has been more than 20 years since Kim became a Nin. During this period, he encountered countless enemies and obtained a lot of Nin from them. In the more than half an hour of the battle, Jin never used the same Nin twice except for Chi Ya's super speed. Nin come one by one, at your fingertips. No wonder Shipuff is the way he is. In the battle between the naughty, except for the crushing caused by the excessive gap in the cultivation base of Nian Chi. Most of the battles between other Nin players have to analyze the opponent's Nin and figure out the opponent's Nin before they can achieve an absolute counter-attack. Like Jin, Nin loses one after another like no money, he is really the only one in this world. Even Chi Ya can't do it, Chi Ya doesn't have the natural ability of gold. However, Jin and Shipuff are almost the same in terms of physique and mental strength, there is not much difference, and they cannot cause crushing at all. So Shipuff can only follow the normal fighting mode that Nin only sees. Shipuff is often the first one before Nin has figured it out, and the next one has already followed, without giving Shipuff a chance to fight back. This also caused Shipuff to be overwhelmed by Jin not long after the war started, and became the worst of the three guards. Jin said that he would not use fancy abilities this time, but the current situation simply violated his words. In fact, this is not the case, because the Nin that Jin is using now are all combat type, and they are all used for frontal combat, not other support Nin, so although there are all kinds of strange things, they are not really fancy. It may seem contradictory, but it is not contradictory at all. Seeing Shipuff's embarrassed look, Jin grinned and laughed. I've collected so many Nin, and it's the first time I can use it so boldly. It's really thanks to you. This feeling is really cool. Jin said to Shipuff, with no sense of gratitude in his tone cover up. However, this gratitude made Shipuff so angry that he almost smoked from his orifices. Nima, I dare you to use me as a trial trick. It's really insulting, no, I'm insulting ants. Unforgivable, I will definitely kill you. Shipuff, who was originally due to excessive use of the brain, was suddenly furious, his face was no longer calm, and he could not calm down at all. Blood vessels emerged on his face, and the next moment, that gentle face directly turned into the face of a fly, ferocious and terrifying. Unforgivable? Then you have to work harder, or that sentence, I am strong. Jin Vinian, not paying attention, smiled lightly, and repeated what he said at the beginning of the battle. Shipuff didn't continue to speak, his body turned into a streamer and rushed towards Jin. Boom! Chapter 188. It's so strange, what's the matter with this feeling? The two streamers chased and collided with each other on the ground, and a strange feeling was always lingering in Chi Ya's heart. This feeling has always existed since the Ant King developed Nin, but Chi Ya has never noticed what this strange feeling is all about. What, your heart has been shaken? Seizing the moment when Chi Ya lost his mind, the Ant King punched Chi Ya in the face, sending Chi Ya flying, and then said calmly. Stamping on the void with both feet, Chi Ya stopped her body with strong concentration and stared at the Ant King silently. Here it goes again. Every time I play against this guy, this feeling will appear in my heart. What did you do? Chi Ya asked lightly. Humph! Are you asking your opponent, me, about my ability? The corner of the Ant King's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Facing the Ant King's ridicule, Chi Ya's face remained unchanged, staring at him quietly. Seeing this, the Ant King didn't continue to speak, his body moved slightly, and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Chi Ya. Chi Ya was also silent, turning into a streamer and rushing over. The two fought together again in an instant, the atmosphere trembled again, and the terrifying impact swept out to the surroundings. Countless rocks and mountains were continuously destroyed under the terrifying impact, turning into 19 pieces of rubble and spreading out to the surroundings with the shock wave. Earth-shattering movements resounded continuously in this area. The king has the upper hand. At this moment, Nephebit, who was watching the battle, was extremely excited. Because he finally saw the scenery he wanted, the king suppressed the enemy in front of him. Wang finally turned the tide of the battle and put himself in a favorable position. Neferbit's worried heart finally relaxed. How, have you seen the ability of this king? During the battle, the Ant King asked Chi Ya with ease. But even so, the battle between the two sides was still extremely fierce, and the injuries kept appearing on the two of them, but at the same moment, they quickly disappeared because of their own recovery ability, repeating the cycle. Ah, I can see it, I have to say, even though your ability has changed because of my appearance, your heart has not changed, and the Nin who was born still has that ability. While attacking, in response, a smile appeared on Chi Ya's face. Hey, so, what is my ability? The Ant King was suddenly surprised and asked with great interest. Even in the fierce battle, the two still communicated calmly, as if the fierce battle did not exist at all, as if the two were chatting and drinking tea. Well. Chi Ya narrowed her eyes slightly, but did not answer. It was just such a squint, but the Ant King was stunned, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. As expected of you, you have understood this king's ability so quickly and restrained this king's ability. Healing ability, and the ability to devour the enemy's energy and turn it into one's own use, are completely unsolvable abilities for others. However, it's different for me. Chi Ya said flatly. Chi Ya has already seen the ability of the Ant King. The Ant King's ability can devour the enemy's thoughts and turn it into his own use when fighting against the opponent, which is very similar to the ability he should have acquired. This is also the reason why Chi Ya finds it strange. Chi Ya is not strong in controlling his own ability because of his strong Nian Qi cultivation base, and the ability of the Ant King has just appeared. So the Ant King didn't devour much energy, and Chi Ya didn't notice it so quickly. However, as the battle progressed, the Ant King became more and more proficient at devouring his own mind energy, and the amount of mind energy swallowed by Chi Ya gradually increased. Chi Ya noticed the faster passing of Nian Qi and reacted immediately. In addition to the domain of thoughts, it can eliminate all uncertain factors in oneself. The Ant King's ability to swallow thoughts is also an uncertain factor for Chi Ya itself, so once the field of eliminating thoughts is opened, the ability of the Ant King loses its effectiveness, and it is impossible to swallow a little bit of thoughts from Chi Ya. It's a terrifying, incomprehensible ability. If it were someone else, there would definitely be no way. Chi Ya thought silently. Except Nin, not anyone can have it, and it is rare among Nin. What's more, most Nimi eliminating abilities are not strong, at least, most Nimi eliminating people cannot easily eliminate the phagocytosis ability of Ant Kings. Instead, Jin and Netero fought against the Ant King. Unless the Ant King can be killed in a very short period of time, the result will be doomed, that is, the Ant King devours the opponent's thoughts in the battle, quickly becomes stronger, and then kills the two of them. But does this really exist? It is absolutely impossible for Netero to defeat the Ant King. Chi Ya doesn't know how strong Jin is, but it is impossible to kill the Ant King in a short time. Jin, one of the world's top 5 ninjas, couldn't do it. It means that the Ant King is almost the strongest single entity in the world. Well, if there is no Chi Ya. As for why it is the strongest single player and not the strongest in the world, that's because they can attack in groups, as long as they can get enough quantity. Chi Ya and Crook jointly made the small box of mind elimination, then Jin and Netero teamed up to attack the Ant King, so it is not impossible to defeat the Ant King in a short time. Kill it internally. Well, the devoured Nian Qi is not too much, and the Ant King's Nian Qi cultivation base is not too strong, and I can do it by myself. Thinking to this point, Qi Yi read lightly. What are you talking about? Hearing Qi Yi's inexplicable words, the Ant King was slightly taken aback. Even I alone can defeat you. Qi Yi kindly answered the Ant King's doubts this time. The Ant King's pupils shrank slightly, and the next moment he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard since I was born. 080 I approve of you, but don't be too arrogant. After laughing, the Ant King's face became extremely ferocious, and he roared loudly. As soon as the voice fell, a sky-reaching thunderbolt descended with a bang, and struck the Ant King instantly. The Ant King didn't even have time to react. Sorry, maybe it's the strength I showed just now that you have the illusion that the gap between you and me is not that big. You even have the illusion that you are stronger than me after swallowing my energy. However, I forgot to tell you that my ability is not limited to myself. The right time, place, and people are in harmony. Once anyone leans towards me, there is a high probability that it can determine the success or failure of the battle. The current situation, the weather I created has taken shape, Ant King. As if to cater to Qi Yi's wild words, a thunderbolt resounded across the sky, and in an instant, the sky and the earth were full of day. Boom! Liun Miao! Nephebit shrank his pupils in the distance and called out in a daze. Netero, who was recovering hundreds of miles away, heard the shocking thunderbolt very clearly, and looked up involuntarily. With this look, Netero's expression became more serious. It has to be done ASAP. On the other side, it was the same on the battlefield where Jin was. After seeing the thunder pillar that pierced the sky, Jin immediately thought of Qi Yi. It seems that we can't waste any more time, we need to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Chapter 189. I heard from Tal that Master Qi Yi has the power to control the thunder of the sky. Is this Master Qi Yi? Kurapika looked at the thunder column in the distance outside the ant nest and said solemnly. It seems that Master Qi Yi is coming to an end, and I have to complete the task that Master Qi Yi ordered as soon as possible. Said lightly, Kurapika withdrew his gaze, and quickly ran towards the ant nest. Behind him, the corpses of the head of the crocodile division and the captain of the bat soldier have been separated from each other, lying quietly on the ground. Kurapika has thoroughly implemented the assassination moves of the Zaldik family. It's actually the power to control the weather. Who is it? Mr. Jin, Mr. Qi Yi, or the Ant King and the guards? The other three directions, Kate and the others were also shocked by the heaven-reaching thunder column at this time, and their hearts were extremely horrified. Even though they were so far apart, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the thunder pillar. This thunderbolt fell on them, even if they used the restriction oath now, they would be blasted to pieces in an instant. The panic in their hearts made the three swallow involuntarily. I hope it's not the Ant King and the guards. Otherwise, with this kind of power, our chances of winning are almost impossible. Mo Lao Wu said in a cold sweat. However, I'll finish my current task first. Although frightened by this powerful force, Mo Lao Wu is worthy of being a veteran hunter, and he reacted immediately, and moved towards the ant nest as quickly as Kurapika go ahead. Kate and Nobu did the same, rushing towards the ant nest at the fastest speed. They can't intervene in the battle between the Ant King and the guards, but they must complete the task here. In the pillar of thunder that shone like daylight, a figure was looming, but there was no scream. As expected of an Ant King, he didn't even bark at this kind of attack. Looking at the figure wrapped by the thunder pillar, Qi Yi couldn't help expressing emotion and praise for the Ant King. King! In the distance, Nephebit roared loudly, and rushed towards this side with a terrifying speed. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, landed on the way Nephebit rushed, and directly struck Nephebit's body. Ah! Nephebit's screams came out instantly. But even so, Nephebit still didn't forget to rush towards the Ant King. In an instant, he rushed out of the thunder column and flashed towards the place where the Ant King was. Bit, don't meddle! At this moment, the voice of the Ant King came from the thunder column. Neferbit's pace suddenly stopped. King, it's okay. I saw the Ant King walking out of the thunder column calmly, as if he hadn't been attacked at all. However, it can be seen from the body that came out that the Ant King is not as relaxed as it appears. The evidence is that the body is extremely broken, and even with the ability to recover, it is still unable to restore the body to its original appearance in the first place. It's an extremely powerful attack. I underestimated you. If it's this kind of attack, you do have the ability to defeat me. The Ant King who came out of the thunder pillar said lightly. Then, Wang, please allow Bit to fight with you. Hearing what the Ant King said, Neferbit was taken aback, then knelt down on one knee, put his right hand on his chest, and begged to the Ant King. Don't meddle, don't let me say it a second time. The Ant King didn't even turn his eyes, and replied indifferently, his tone was full of unquestionable and extremely cold. But, King! Bit yelled out suddenly after being rejected by the Ant King. I said it, don't let me say it a second time. In an instant, a terrifying and evil aura erupted from the Ant King's body, and the surrounding tens of meters were covered by the Ant King's aura. This aura was released against Neferbit. Neferbit was trapped in a terrifying aura, and his pupils shrank slightly. If it wasn't for the distance between Neferbit and the Ant King, it is estimated that the current Neferbit has been blown away by the Ant King's tail needle. Aren't you going to join forces? I can tell you responsibly that every move in the next attack will have this kind of power. Chi Ya looked at the Ant King and calmly persuaded him. As I said, the battle between the king and the king is sacred and inviolable, and no one can interfere. The Ant King said with a slightly excited smile on his face. Your Majesty! Chi Ya sighed slightly upon hearing this. This guy still treats himself as a king. Closing his eyes, he scratched his hair speechlessly, but Chi Ya didn't refute. Well, it's up to you. Chi Ya opened his eyes, smiled lightly, the thunder and lightning in his hand surged happily, and the thunder in the sky was also constantly surging, as if a thunderbolt would strike straight down at any moment. In fact, it didn't seem like that, the thunder really struck down, under Chi Ya's control. The moment the thunder struck, the Ant King's figure disappeared in place, and the extremely swift thunder pillar couldn't keep up with the Ant King's speed at all, and directly struck a lonely one. However, Chi Ya was not surprised by this situation at all. After fighting the Ant King for so long, Chi Ya knows how fast the Ant King is. Although Lei Zhu is extremely fast, there is still some gap between the fastest speed shown by him and the Ant King. It was also expected. However, missing one attack does not mean that 2, 3, or even countless attacks cannot hit the Ant King. The thunderbolts continued to fall from the sky. Looking from a distance, it was as if it was raining, and it was extremely dense. In this kind of intensive attack, even the Ant King had to dodge several times in a short period of time, and was struck straight by the thunder pillar. At this scene, Neferbit, who was watching from a distance, was extremely anxious, but still did not dare to take any action. The situation just now let her know that the king's order is completely unresistible. Once he does it himself, the king will probably give up the current opponent, and instead do it to himself, and destroy himself first. And at this moment, a voice sounded beside Neferbit. Hey, King's Guard, do you want to compete with me, the old man? The old voice rang in the ears of Neferbit. Neferbit was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned red, the body roared uncontrollably, and the whole body rushed towards the source of the sound. Unable to participate in the king's battle and share the king's worries. The depression and anger in my heart have a place to vent at this moment. And this place to vent is the master post of the voice. Heziwa wants to. The black and red thoughts spread, and a huge monster took shape instantly. Neferbit's attack instantly spanned a distance of tens of meters and arrived in front of Netero, who had just arrived here. Netero's pupils shrank slightly, and he raised his hand without hesitation. The first form of Avalokitesvara. Boom! Netero, who had left the battlefield, fought again with Neferbit. Naturally, the movement here cannot be hidden from Chi Ya and Ant King, but the two stopped paying attention after taking a look, and their minds were on each other. Chapter 190 The defensive measures are also in place. I have been struck so many times, but none of my body was paralyzed by lightning. Looking at the Ant King that kept flashing in the thunderstorm, Chi Ya thought silently. After fighting with the Ant King for so long, the Ant King has never been paralyzed by his own lightning. Straightforward and very sharp. It's not like Yuppie's naive, who got caught right away. This guy's current attack is to attract the thunder in nature, and it doesn't need to consume too much energy at all. On the contrary, my speed is not fast enough. No matter how I dodge, I will be hit once or twice. It will cause powerful damage to my body every time, and it will consume a lot of energy to recover from the injury. If this continues, my fate will be doomed to fall here. We must get out of this range as soon as possible and face that guy head-on. Even if that guy can drive thunder and lightning, it's impossible to avoid injuries. As long as he fights again, he can make that guy a mouse-throwing weapon. He can't use the thunder of nature to attack on a large scale, because it will hurt himself. Dodge room, Ant King, his eyes fixed on Chi Ya's body without shifting away. Even if he was hit by a thunderbolt, the direction of dodging was also gradually approaching Chi Ya. Melee 803? Do you think you can avoid the fate of being struck by the thunder pillar as long as you fight in melee? Although it is true, but, isn't it too naive? Chi Ya also sensed the intention of the Ant King, and couldn't help being slightly surprised, but at the same time felt a little speechless. That's true for normal people, but I'm not, Ant King. Even your plan like this won't work, because I'm not resistant to thunder, but completely immune. After all, I have the ability to elementalize. Even though I don't use this ability often, it is definitely imprinted on me. Even if I get hit by a thunder pillar, I won't suffer any damage. Since you want me to be wary of rats, then I will follow your wishes, King Ant. While thinking about it, when Chi Ya deliberately let it go, the incredible speed of the Ant King has already made him reach Chi Ya's side. It's all right now, let's continue our unfinished battle. The Ant King who appeared in front of Chi Ya seemed to be slow but extremely fast and stretched out his fist to Chi Ya's face. However, the next moment, the Ant King's eyes widened, and together with Chi Ya, he was covered by a more terrifying thunderbolt than before, and then he turned into a streamer and rushed out. How is it possible? This guy even attacked himself. The eyes of the Ant King who flew upside down revealed shock and disbelief. He didn't believe that Chi Ya even included himself in the attack range. With this thought, the body of the Ant King suffered more serious injuries. And this power is at least twice that of before. Does this guy actually have a more powerful attack? The pain in his body made the Ant King instantly draw a conclusion. That is, Chi Ya's attack might can also draw even more terrifying conclusions. No, the thunder of nature, the previous power is already the limit. The reason why this attack is even more terrifying is because this guy also attacked himself, and the two attacks were superimposed, so this kind of power appeared. It's unbelievable, this guy, even if he is desperately injured, he still wants to attack me. What a terrifying realization. Yeah, no, this guy, he was attacked by such a terrifying thunderbolt, and he didn't have any injuries on his body, and, this feeling, it seems that he and this thunderbolt have the same origin. If this is the case, then it is really terrifying. This kind of ability has no solution, at least for me, it has no solution. Once I get close to this guy will attack with himself, and this attack can't hurt himself, and he himself will take the opportunity to attack together, and I will receive double damage. If you want to break the game, you have to beat this guy, you have to get close to this guy, and I, Jab, can't beat this guy in a short time. This is already an extremely certain thing, and it has become an endless loop. This battle has evolved to this day, and I have been unable to control the situation from the beginning to the end. That short-term advantage is not counted at all, and I am still suppressed. In an instant, thoughts were spinning in the Ant King's mind. This guy is really scary. An excited, ferocious smile appeared on his expressionless face. The Ant King had never felt so excited before. Having been able to meet such a terrifying opponent since he was born, even if he loses, he has no regrets. No, I will not be defeated, I am the king, how could the king be defeated? The moment the thought of defeat suddenly appeared in his heart, the Ant King reacted, and the next moment he immediately denied it, and a huge explosion erupted from his body. Thoughts. For him to have the idea that he would be defeated, the Ant King felt extremely humiliated, and his face was hideous and terrifying. Huge thoughts and energy were continuously vented, and the thunder and lightning that fell from the sky could not directly break through this huge aura. Huh? It's a terrifying aura, but how long can you hold on to vent your aura like this? Chi Ya praised, and then said meaningfully. This way can indeed resist one's own attack, but the thought energy consumed in this way of venting is very huge, even the Ant King can't last for too long. Half an hour. According to Chi Ya's estimation, with this level of aura, and according to his estimation of the Ant King's Nian Chi cultivation, the Ant King can only release it for half an hour. After half an hour, the Ant King can't go on. That is to say, will you block everything within this half an hour? Looking at the Ant King who rushed towards him under the obstruction of the thunder pillar, Chi Ya muttered silently. Well, if that's the case, let's finish it within half an hour. Set the thunder in the sky to attack automatically, and then, the wind and thunder. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth curled up slightly, and Chi Ya also turned into a streamer of light to face the ant. Wang Chong rushed over, his whole body was full of thunder, and the destructive thunder became more and more dazzling, and gradually turned into a faint purple, which made people feel daunting at a glance. The color has changed. The Ant King also saw the change in Chi Ya's body, but the Ant King didn't feel any strengthening or weakening of the lightning on Chi Ya's body. No, the speed has become faster, or rather, the attack is faster. The Ant King, who had been punched heavily in the face, finally noticed the change in Chi Ya's body from lightning to purple. Chi Ya's current attack speed is more than double that of before. Even if he couldn't adapt for a while, he was directly blasted in the face when he couldn't catch it. Again. As soon as the idea appeared, the Ant King realized that Chi Ya's attack landed on him again. This time, the prepared Ant King also launched a counter-attack. The attacks of the two sides entered a white-hot stage in an instant, and the black and purple streamers continued to alternate and flow in the thunderstorm. Chapter 191. Wow, what a spectacular scene! Throwing Shipov, who had completely lost his combat strength, to the ground, Jin looked at the battlefield completely covered by thunder, exaggerating. The guy didn't have any injuries at this time, and he took Shipov almost uninjured. I really don't know how terrifying this guy's strength is. It seems that I can't help. No, it should be said that I can help at all. Chi Ya, this guy is completely immune to this terrifying thunder and lightning. It's amazing. Jin touched his chin, observed the battlefield for a long time, and then said to himself. In just 10 seconds, Jin saw the situation on the battlefield and Chi Ya's current situation. I have to say that this guy's vision is really sharp. Well, go help old man Netero, this guy's condition is not very good. Afterwards, Jin turned his attention to another battlefield, watching Netero who was fighting Neferbit, and made a decision. As soon as the voice fell, Jin's figure disappeared in place, and an air circle emerged from the ground belatedly. The battlefield where Netero was located suddenly changed dramatically. The addition of Jin made the situation on the battlefield change rapidly. In just a moment, the originally evenly matched battlefield fell to Netero's side, and Neferbit was suppressed. Have Yupi and Pufa lost? Your companions are really powerful. I underestimated human beings. On the battlefield, upon noticing Jin's appearance and Shipov's dying breath, the Ant King's face changed slightly. From birth, his attitude towards human beings is to treat them as ants. Humans are their food. However, within half a day after he was born, his cognition has undergone tremendous changes one after another. The strength shown by Chi Ya made him recognize the existence of Chi Ya, but he only recognized Chi Ya. As for other humans, he still treats them like ants. Chi Ya is just a special case. But, now, with Netero and Kim appearing one after another, the disappearance of the subordinate Yupi's breath and Shipov's current miserable state, he had to admit that he had indeed underestimated the existence of human beings. Humans are definitely not weak and have very strong power. Where he has not seen, there may be an existence more terrifying than Chi Ya hiding. What he sees now is just the tip of the human iceberg. It's because we are too arrogant, thinking that we can dominate the world with our strength. It's ridiculous. There was another change in my heart. Ant King's heart has been shaken. Chi Yat, who was fighting with him, noticed this at the first time. This surprised Chi Ya slightly. The Ant King's will is very firm, but from just now to the present, this guy's will has changed one after another. What's going on? This guy's heart is confused. Chi Ya couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly due to the doubt in his heart. He is not a roundworm in the Ant King's stomach. Although he has noticed a change in the Ant King's heart, it is impossible to know what the Ant King is thinking at this time. No, I came here to rule the world. Only I have the qualifications to rule the world. I underestimated human beings before. It doesn't matter. I just need to focus on it. If I don't have enough strength, I just need to improve my strength. My mission in this world is to rule the world, there is no doubt about it. As long as I defeat this existence in front of me, then I can continue my mission, and it can be even more perfect. Only slightly shaken, the Ant King's heart became firm again. The Ant King's attack power, which had become firm again, became faintly stronger. Nen is really a wonderful ability, sometimes it changes with the change of the heart. This guy, his heart is more determined. Chi Ya thought enviously. Because, since he got Nen, he has not experienced this kind of change. Such a change had only happened to him in the case of Aluka. This change happened because of the family's attitude towards Aluka. However, no matter how angry he is with his family, there will be no big changes, so that even though he is angry, he has never enjoyed this opportunity to burst into strength because of anger. Moreover, the killer is most taboo about this kind of change, because this kind of change will not only burst out a powerful strength. At the same time, it is also very likely to make oneself vulnerable due to confusion. However, this battle is my victory. It's been almost 20 minutes, and this guy is almost at his limit. Even facing the sudden burst of strength of the Ant King, Chi Ya remained extremely calm. The battles between Chi Ya and the Ant King are almost all in close combat, without any other fancy abilities. The current battle situation is reflected in the strength of their respective Nian Qi cultivation bases, and it is a competition to see whose Nian Qi is exhausted first and one step ahead. Warning, then it means being generalized. Chi Ya could feel that the Nian Qi on Ant King's body was passing away quickly. Ask for flowers. As long as it continues, sooner or later the Ant King will enter a situation where there is no use of mind energy due to the excessive consumption of mind energy. This is the same for Chi Ya. If you want to respond to the attack of the Ant King in such a fierce fighting state, the consumption of Chi Ya's mind energy is also very terrifying. However, from the very beginning, Chi Ya's Nian Qi cultivation was much stronger than that of the Ant King after many times of strengthening. From the beginning of the battle to now, the Ant King has been suppressed by Chi Ya, consuming a lot of energy. Even though the Ant King swallowed a lot of Chi Ya's Nian Qi for a period of time, Chi Ya's existing Nian Qi is still about twice that of the Ant King. Chi Ya's Nian Qi domain also consumes a lot of Nian Qi, but the consumption of attacking by receiving lightning strikes has greatly weakened Chi Ya's attack consumption. This kind of attack is replaced by Chi Ya's own energy consumption. It consumes much more energy than the field of eliminating thoughts. 0. 1 increase and 1 decrease. Chi Ya's Nian Qi consumption did not increase at all, and to some extent greatly reduced Nian Qi consumption. If this continues, as long as the Ant King has no means to change the battle situation, the result is doomed. After more than 10 minutes, the Ant King will be exhausted and unable to use Nen. At that time, even if the Ant King, who has no mind energy, has strong physical fitness, defeat under unequal conditions will be the absolute ending. After all, at the level of Chi Ya and Ant King, the gap between attacks with mind energy and attacks without mind energy is much more terrifying than the gap between ordinary people and Nen people. Well, when you were just born, you have a serious lack of understanding of Nen, and the only way to break the game is this barbaric way. Perhaps I should let you reach the point in my impression before coming to you. I'm too impatient. However, since it's already here, there's nothing we can do about it. You shall perish here, Ant King Miru M. The current Ant King is not perfect, maybe let the Ant King grow up, the Ant King will become the Ant King in Chi Ya's impression, and his combat power will also increase dramatically, which can bring more intense battles to Chi Ya. However, since they have already passed, Chi Ya can't just let the Ant King go and give the Ant King time to grow up. Although he wants to continue fighting the perfect Ant King, Chi Ya is not one of those brainless villains who specially give the enemy time to grow, and then let the enemy grow enough to defeat him. Moreover, Chi Ya is not villain B either. Chapter 192. Damn it, I would lose to a human. As a guard, I can't share my worries for the king. It's ridiculous. Shipoff, who was dying, was wriggling his neck, the only part of his body that could move, and shifted his gaze to the battlefield between the Ant King and Chi Ya with all his strength. Looking at the battle situation on the battlefield, I feel extremely regretful. King! 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 Shipoff looked at the battlefield, murmured over and over again, his squinted eyes were opened hard, trying to see the movements of Chi Ya and Ant King as clearly as possible. On the other side, on the battlefield of Netero, Jin, and Nefebit. The state of Netero, who was beaten by Netero and Jin, is very difficult. One of Neferbit's arms had been severed by Jin's attack. Neferbit didn't care about her injuries at all, and what she was most worried about now was the Ant King's side. Even when she was fighting, she would still pay attention to the situation on the Ant King's September 17th side. Seeing himself and the others, Wang bathed in a sea of thunder, being struck by thunder over and over again, Neferbit felt extremely restless in his heart. Several times I wanted to evacuate the battlefield, disobeyed and went to help the king. But he was blocked by Jin and Netero, unable to leave the battlefield at all. It's really unpleasant. Jin, who was attacking Neferbit like a storm, had a very unhappy expression. Indeed, old man, this is the first time I have been ignored in battle. Netero also looked gloomy. Facing the attitude of the two of them, Neferbit didn't care at all. It's impossible for these two guys to let me go. The idea of supporting the king will not work. We must think of other ways. Except for me, Yuppie didn't come over, he should have been killed, Pufu is almost there, and he is still unconscious until now. Huh? Pufu. Neferbit, who was thinking about it, suddenly noticed the figure of Pufu who woke up at some point and was wriggling on the ground towards the king's battlefield. Immediately, Neferbit had a flash of inspiration. Puff, how much energy do you still have? During the fierce battle, Neferbit shouted loudly. Not even the heat of battle could muffle her voice. Huh? Shipoff was taken aback for a moment, and slowly turned his head to look in the direction of Neferbit. Noticing Shipoff's gaze, Neferbit continued to speak and shouted loudly without looking back. Gather all your energy and send it to the king, this is for the king. The king can devour our energy to become stronger. Wang's ability, Chi Ya said it himself, and Wang also admitted what Chi Ya said. The Neferbits who were present at the time could hear them clearly. Because of the distraction, Neferbit was attacked by Netero and Jin again, and his whole body was smashed into the ground, and the ground trembled instantly. Sure enough. Jin, UBD, you actually brought this kind of trouble. Netero also heard Neferbit's words, and said immediately very displeased. Who knows, I captured him alive just to study the condition of the chimera ants that came from the Dark Continent. Who knew that this kind of thing would happen? I will go and capture him right away. Jin glanced at him speechlessly. He glanced at his mouth, indicating that you can't forcefully cover me with this pot. As soon as the voice fell, Jin left the battlefield, turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the place where Shipoff lay dead. However, it was too late. I saw that Shipoff was stunned when he heard Neferbit's words, and then an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Haha, Beetle, well done. As soon as the voice fell, Shipoff had a strong thought energy, which was the only thought energy left in him. As soon as this thought energy appeared, under the control of Shipoff, it turned into a streamer and rushed towards the Ant King on the battlefield. Although Shipoff was seriously injured, he couldn't even use the Nen in his body normally. But it can still be done just by manipulating thoughts. Seeing his Nian Qi approaching the king quickly, Shipov got the strength out of nowhere, laughed wildly, and purple blood spurted wildly from his body and mouth. Shipov, whose life was hanging by the life energy in his body, became even worse after transmitting his thoughts. Completely put one foot into the gate of hell, completely hopeless. It is estimated that in a few minutes, no, even a few seconds, it may die. However, he didn't care, and the continuous spout of blood couldn't stop his wild laughter. Wang, Wang. Pufo is finally able to help you. This is the only and last time Pufo helped you, Wang. It is a great honor for Pufo. With these words, Shipov's pupils gradually darkened and lost its color. Good job, Pufo. Neferbit, who stood up from the ground, couldn't help shouting when he saw this scene. TCH, are you late? This guy is dead too. Jin, who was a step late, curled his lips helplessly. On the other side, the Ant King, who was fighting fiercely with Chi Yat, didn't notice the situation here at all. The sound of thunder and thunder was too loud, and the huge movement made the Ant King unable to notice the movement outside the battlefield. All he wants to do now is to defeat Chi Yat and prove his existence. Prove yourself to be the king who rules the world. Chi Yat has now become a huge stumbling block in his path. Only by defeating Chi Yat can he determine the meaning of his existence. Make sure you are the unique king in this world. The Ant King, who only had this kind of mind, was completely devoid of distractions during the battle, so much so that he didn't even notice that Shipov was controlling the transmission of mind energy. It was directly absorbed by his devouring ability unconsciously. Feeling the sudden surge of thoughts in his body, the Ant King was stunned for a moment. Just because the Ant King didn't notice, doesn't mean Chi Yat didn't notice. Chi Yat, who fought against the Ant King, was originally on the opposite side of the Ant King, so naturally he is very aware of the changes that have taken place in the Ant King. In the battle just now, the colorful streamer fell on the Ant King at an incredible speed, and then the Neon Chi on the Ant King directly increased by a few points. That speed, even Chi Ya can't stop it. However, even if Chi Ya has the ability to block, 2.2 will not make a move. Ant King, your subordinates are really loyal. Chi Ya said with emotion. Chi Ya's mind-eliminating field is that people who enter the field will not be affected by Nen. However, it is different if you just think about Chi. It is impossible to eliminate the transmission of mind energy and Chi Ya's elimination of Nen. If they can be eliminated, then it will be against the sky. Make it impossible for Nen users to use Nen to fight, isn't that against the heavens? And the Ant King's ability is acting on himself, so Chi Ya's mind-eliminating domain can't work either. The Ant King absorbed this thought energy smoothly. When the Ant King heard this sentence, he immediately reacted. The feeling just now, this king's ability has been activated. The target of the activation is not on your body, but an unknown existence. No, this energy belongs to Pufo. Chapter 193. Pufo's breath has disappeared. Feeling the huge burst of thought energy in his body, the Ant King did not have a trace of joy, but a wordless anger emerged continuously, anger towards Shipov, but after feeling it for a while later, he found that Shipov was no longer alive. Good death. Although this guy didn't hear the king's order, no one is allowed to interfere in the king's battle. If this guy is dead, I don't have to kill him myself. Immediately, the Ant King's gaze was placed on Chi Ya again. I'm sorry, the situation caused by my subordinate's arbitrariness, the power in me is a foregone conclusion, and I can't control it myself, but, that guy is dead, it's an apology. Then, let's continue, the battle between us. The Ant King slowly put on a posture and said to Chi Ya. Well, indeed. Chi Ya nodded lightly, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This guy, Shipov, was seriously injured by Jin, and he still had such a huge amount of Neon Chi in his body. After the Ant King devoured the Neon Chi, the amount of Neon Chi on the Ant King's body directly increased by more than double. This guy, the Neon Chi on his body is now much stronger than mine. If we continue to fight with this fighting method, it will be me who will be the first to exhaust Neon Chi 19 and enter the situation where there is no Neon Chi attack. Chi Ya equals W equals meow, this is not easy, I don't want to die here. Strengthen it. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 40,000, Flame, 1000, Trait Nen Space Control, 40,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Domain Guardian of Angels, 10,000, Enhancer Nen, 80,000, Emitter Nen Desperation Field, 10,000, Transmutter Nen Dragon Tooth, 1000, Note, the points in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5000, Note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 31,450. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1, 86 Lava Hearts. Killing Chimera Ant Soldiers, Army Captains, Division Commanders, and Chi Yi gained more than 50,000 reinforcement points. Before the war with the Ant King, Chi Yi had already used 20,000 enhancement points to strengthen the space control, and the rest was only more than 30,000 points. More than 30,000 enhancement points cannot enhance super speed, but they can strengthen other Nen. Among the remaining Nen, Chi Yi gave priority to the ability of Lai Yan, Raging Flames. By the way, he smelted the lava core that he said he could currently smelt to the maximum that he could currently carry. System, use strengthening points, smelt the lava core to my current limit as quickly as possible, and then use the remaining strengthening points to strengthen my Conjurer Raging Flames. Ding! Double the strengthening points of Extreme Speed Refinement. Ding! Use 200 points to strengthen and refine 10 lava hearts. Ding! Use 1000 enhancement points to strengthen the Conjurer Flame. Congratulations to the host for getting the Conjurer Flame. Ding! Use 5000 strengthening points to strengthen Conjurer Flame Burning. Congratulations to the host for getting Conjurer Flame Explosion. Ding! Use 10,000 strengthening points to strengthen Conjurer Flame Explosive Flame. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Conjurer Flame Earth Fire Molten. A lot of information emerged in Chi Ya's mind, and Chi Ya absorbed it frantically. At the same time, the hot feeling reappeared in Chi Ya's perception, and Chi Ya's potential energy also skyrocketed again. Continuous strengthening has brought about a huge cultivation base of mind energy. Chi Ya's potential energy has directly increased by more than 100,000, and the fire attribute resistance in Chi Ya's body has also greatly increased. Earth, fire, lava. This is not the direction of my development. It seems to be the influence of the lava core, but it looks good. Speed and flames, thunder and fire. Chi Ya murmured in a low voice with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At the same time, the changes in Chi Ya were also noticed by the Ant King. There is no way, even if the Ant King is blind, he can feel the sudden burst of momentum. It seems that you also have a way to temporarily improve your strength. If that's the case, I don't need to feel guilty. Come on. Ant King said lightly. Come on. Chi Ya also chuckled and waved to the Ant King. The next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the Ant King broke through the ground and rushed towards Chi Ya. In his eyes, there is no scenery, the only thing that exists is the voice of Chi Ya. There is only one thought in his heart now, that is to defeat Chi Ya, and then rule the world. However, as soon as he rushed out, the Ant King's pupils shrank. I saw that the scorched ground turned red at some point, and the bright red-hot magma soared into the sky under the shocked eyes of the Ant King, turning into huge waves and directly submerging his whole body. Magma. This guy actually hides such an ability. Before being submerged, such a sentence flashed in the Ant King's heart. The next moment, the Ant King's inner anger broke out again. Is this king still underestimated? This guy has played tricks on me over and over again. Boom! There was a loud noise and a huge wave of magma exploded directly. The figure of the Ant King appeared in front of Chi Ya again. His gaze was no longer indifferent to Chi Ya, but full of anger, and his face changed from calm to ferocious. It's unforgivable to play tricks on me again and again. The Ant King roared to the sky, and the next moment, his strong body suddenly swelled up, doubled in size, and the arrogance all over his body also increased dramatically. Ah! Chi Ya was taken aback by the sudden madness of the Ant King. What the hell? When did I fool you? I fought with you with great fighting spirit, when did I play you? Chi Ya has a black question mark on his face. However, before Chi Ya could figure out why, the Ant King's angry attack had already appeared on Chi Ya's face. At the very moment, Chi Ya's head turned to the side in an instant. The lightning in his hand converged into a terrifying thunderball and hit the Ant King's abdomen. Boom! It was also at this moment that the thunderbolt struck the Ant King's body. There was a sound of explosion, gunpowder smoke everywhere, and the body of the Ant King burst out of the gunpowder smoke, followed by thunder and bombardment continuously. Dizzy with rage. What's the matter with this guy? Since the beginning of the battle, his temperament has changed. Is it really because of his newborn relationship and his lack of xingxing? Chi Ya thought with twitching corners of his eyes. Then his body flashed, and he chased after the Ant King who was flying upside down. Except, huge waves of magma soared into the sky, enveloping the King of Ants, and thunderbolts instantly seized the opportunity to blast down continuously. Chi Ya's attack followed closely, and after images turned into fists landed on the Ant King one after another. The triple attack fell on the Ant King. Even with a huge aura defense, the injuries on the Ant King increased visible to the naked eye. Even with the self-healing ability, it was too late to recover in time. Chapter 194. Unforgivable. The Ant King completely lost his mind. The eyes of the Ant King looking at Chi Ya were full of madness and bloodthirsty. The Ant King's anger seemed to be amplified by some invisible thing. After resisting Chi Ya's dozens of punches and many thunderstorms and magma, the Ant King began to resist. The huge aura instantly broke free from the magma covering his body, and then his fist turned into an afterimage, and he clashed with Chi Ya, without any fighting skills at all, just a straight punch. No, it should be said that since the Ant King was just born, it was impossible for him to have any fighting skills. The only thing that can be praised is the Chimera Ant's unique fighting instinct as a monster. Faced with this kind of attack, Chi Ya naturally couldn't be cowardly, and directly confronted the Ant King. The earth-shattering collision sound resounded throughout the world, turning into terrifying shocks that swept across the earth and sky. It's so strange, why is there such a strong change in this guy suddenly, and the reason in his eyes is disappearing. Chi Ya's body instinctively confronted the Ant King in the state of blast and thunder, but his heart rose. Confuse. From the beginning of the battle to now, apart from developing Nen, what has happened to this guy is that he just swallowed Shai Puff's thoughts. There is no other situation after that, that is, the only possibility is to swallow Shai Puff's thoughts. After devouring Shai Puff's thoughts, this change occurred in the Ant King. Is it the reason for reading after death? Shai Puff used this trick when he sent the Nian Qi, and his will is affecting the action of the Ant King. Guessing like this, Chi Ya seemed to see the figure of Shai Puff appearing behind the Ant King. An illusion. Chi Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. No, it's not an illusion, this phantom is getting more and more solid. I guessed right, it really is Shai Puff's thinking that is influencing the King of Ants. Shai Puff is such a bold guy, the loyalty seems to have gone sour. At this moment, Chi Ya suddenly stopped attacking. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't Chi Ya who stopped attacking on his own initiative. It was because the hostility from the Ant King would suddenly disappear. Chi Ya in the state of blast and thunder naturally wouldn't make any moves. After all, this move is to sense the hostile shaking of the enemy and carry out a physical reflex attack. Without the hostility of the Ant King, Chi Ya's body will naturally not take the initiative to attack. Ah! W! A roar sounded. What happened again? Chi Ya exited the wind and thunder state, frowning and looking at the Ant King. At this time, the Ant King was holding his head in his hands, roaring to the sky, and seemed to be struggling. BD, you dare to influence my thoughts, you deserve death. Yang Tian roared, and the thought energy on Ant King's body exploded again, instantly covering the phantom behind him. Constantly surging. Shai Puff's almost solid phantom was directly covered and swallowed by this huge thought energy, and disappeared from Chi Ya's sight in the blink of an eye. The Ant King bent over and covered the door with both hands, lowered his head and trembled, and the thoughts on his body kept wriggling, as if he was doing something. After a few seconds, the Ant King's body stopped shaking and calmed down. Afterwards, the Ant King slowly raised his head, and his face had returned to its previous calm. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Ant Wang Ping looked at Qi Ya calmly and said lightly. Qi Ya fell silent upon hearing this. Shipof, Qi Ya is really indescribable about his character and behavior. In my impression, Qi Ya has an intuitive understanding of this guy's character. That is, this guy's loyalty to the Ant King has reached a perverted level, and he likes to speculate on the Ant King's mind, and then make a powerful brain image. However, Qi Ya didn't know until he saw Shipof's series of actions with his own eyes. This guy is not abnormal, he is clearly sick. Loyal to the Ant King, in order for the Ant King to be able to win, he actually uses the afterlife to control the character of the Ant King. In order for the Ant King to defeat himself, he did not hesitate to make the Ant King crazy. Perhaps, in Shipof's eyes, the Ant King should be invincible. After seeing the Ant King being suppressed by himself, this guy can't forgive such a thing at all, so he has this behavior. Qi Ya didn't know if his guess was right. However, Qi Ya knew that Shipof's actions were not only unsuccessful, but harmed the Ant King. Because, after the Ant King found out that Shipof's after-death thoughts were affecting him, he consumed a huge amount of energy in order to solve Shipof's after-death thoughts. The remaining mind energy in the Ant King's body now is weaker than when he didn't get his mind energy before. According to numerical estimates, the potential energy in the Ant King's body is about 250,000. This level is inferior to the potential energy possessed by the old and frail Netero. If the Ant King fought against the current Netero in its heyday in his current state, it would probably be a draw. Well, the Ant King's odds of winning are probably stronger. Because the Ant King has a strong physique and can kill Netero. Your subordinates are really sick. Looking at the Ant King, Qi Ya sighed slightly after being silent for a moment. Sick. The Ant King was slightly puzzled, but he reacted in the next moment. The Ant King said lightly, "Indeed, this guy is indeed too sick. Fortunately, this guy is dead, otherwise I would have picked his hair right away head." Ha ha. Qi Ya laughed. Laugh to your heart's content. As a king, he was fooled so much by his subordinates. My behavior is really ridiculous. Facing Qi Ya's big laugh, the Ant King was not angry at all, but said self-deprecatingly. Sorry, let's start the battle again." Hearing this, Qi Ya stopped laughing in embarrassment, and then said seriously. The next moment, Qi Ya was ready to re-enter the Blast Thunder mode. However, before Qi Ya entered this state, the Ant King spoke again. "Can I ask you something?" "Hi." Qi Ya was stunned for a moment. What did he hear? The Ant King is actually begging himself to do something? Is there something wrong with your ears? I'll have hallucinations. Seeing Qi Ya's life-doubting expression, the Ant King didn't care, and continued to speak. "Can you spare Bit's life? I knew it in that guy's stomach. Bit has been guarding, that guy in the ant nest, guarding the birth of this king, and that guy's hands are not stained with your human blood." The Ant King ignored Qi Ya said in a daze. Qi Ya was stunned for a moment. This guy has already anticipated his own defeat. Has he given up struggling? Qi Ya squinted his eyes and thought silently. For a moment, most of Qi Ya's fighting spirit dissipated in an instant, and his eyes looking at the Ant King became extremely calm and bored. "Yes, as long as you give the order that she is not allowed to harm humans at will, and at the same time, she must accept my surveillance," Qi Ya said with a dull expression. "Of course." The Ant King nodded lightly. The next moment, the Ant King roared loudly. "Bit, I am here to give you my last order. After I die, you will follow this guy and obey this guy's orders." As soon as these words came out, whether it was Neferbit, Netero, Jin, the three of them stopped fighting, and looked at the battlefield where Qi Ya and Ant King were in disbelief. Chapter 195. What are you talking about, King? Neferbit shouted tremblingly. "Don't let me say it a second time." The Ant King also responded loudly. Neferbit shrank his pupils immediately. After a moment of silence, he slowly squatted down, lowered his head and said reluctantly, "Yes, this subordinate obeys." Jin and Netero at the side frowned when they saw this scene, wondering if they should continue to attack. Because the Ant King made Neferbit surrender to Chi Yat, and Neferbit also appeared to be ready to follow the orders of the Ant King. The most important thing is that Chi Ya seems to have reached an agreement with the Ant King. If I and the others attack Neferbit now, then they are attacking Chi Ya's subordinates. What's the matter? However, in the next second, they stopped struggling and gave up the idea of continuing to fight Neferbit. Because Chi Ya in the distance was shaking his head at them at this time, signaling them not to continue fighting. Netero and Jin looked at each other, walked slowly past Neferbit, and never looked at Neferbit again. After the two walked away, Neferbit also raised his head slowly, staring at the battlefield where Chi Ya and the Ant King were. Staring at the Ant King, his eyes drifted, and there was no focus. It seems that everything in this world has lost its color in her eyes and is extremely gloomy. King, is that human so powerful? You were actually asked to make such a decision, and why did 030 issue such an order to his subordinates? What the hell are you thinking? Why don't you let your subordinates follow in your footsteps? King! Are you going to abandon your subordinates? Neferbit was very puzzled and painful. She didn't know why Wang acted like this. However, since it was the king's order, she could only obey it. It really surprised me, Ant King. Looking at the Ant King in front of him, Chi Ya was really surprised. In Chi Ya's impression, whether it is the newly born Ant King or the Ant King who should have changed in the future and wavered between humans and chimeric ants, they are very brutal. I didn't expect this guy to think about Neferbit's life or death. Are you trying to say that I would actually have such a boring kindness? You're overthinking it. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to exterminate the chimeric ants, right? Those soldier ants in the ant nest have no chance of surviving. I just want my ethnic group to not be completely extinct here. As long as Bit can survive, it means that my family has existed. No, it has always existed. If possible, I also want to survive myself, because my existence can allow the chimeric ants to reproduce. But, this is impossible, BJFG, isn't it? You won't let me go. The Ant King explained to Chi Ya with a very calm attitude, so calm that it surprised Chi Ya. The Ant King's voice was not loud, and it was very quiet in the violent thunderstorm, but Neferbit's terrifying hearing, which was different from ordinary people, could clearly hear the Ant King's words. After hearing the Ant King's explanation, Neferbit's pair of white cat ears moved, and color appeared in his eyes again. Then Neferbit knelt down on one knee, put his good hand in front of his chest, offered the most fiery loyalty to the Ant King in the distance, bowed his head and said, "I obey, King." And Chi Ya, after hearing the explanation of the Ant King, was also stunned. A moment later, the corners of Chi Ya's mouth rose slightly, evoking a smile. That's how it is. Is it worthy of being the king of the clan? I still have a heart for the continuation of the clan. Let's start again. I hope to have a brilliant ending. Let's start. Chi Ya smiled lightly, and then launched a blast. The next moment, the two turned into streamers and collided together. The violent collision was like sparks hitting the earth. The whole earth collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, a huge deep pit was instantly formed, and the terrifying impact was continuously released to the surroundings, and the thunderbolt mercilessly bombarded. The terrifying impact made the deep pit continue to expand and deepen, and the magma continued to flow down from both sides, flowing, rolling heat. There was no suspense, because Shipuff's spoiler greatly reduced the strength of the Ant King, and the thought energy that could have supported the Ant King to fight with all his strength for 10 minutes was completely exhausted in just 5 minutes. The Ant King stepped into a situation where his energy was exhausted. Without the blessing of Nian Qi, even the extremely powerful Ant King was seriously injured and dying under Chi Ya's triple attack soon. He just persisted for more than a minute before falling under Chi Ya's terrifying attack. Except for the Queen Ant, other chimeric ants including the Ant King are the same. Unlike ordinary monsters, because of the existence of human genes, there is no core unique to monsters. Can be killed without destroying the core. Looking at the Ant King who was destroyed by the lightning strike and disappeared into ashes, Chi Ya remained silent. A system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Shipoff, one of the 3 guards of the Ant King, and gaining 8,000 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Ant King Miruem and gaining 15,000 enhancement points. Chi Yat, who was silent, was stunned when he heard these 2 prompts. Didn't he just kill the Ant King? How come there is an extra Shipoff by the way? Shipoff's posthumous recitation is in the body of the Ant King. If the host kills the Ant King, it means killing Shipoff's posthumous recitation is equivalent to killing Shipoff. Is there a problem? The voice of the system sounded in Chi Ya's mind. Oh, that's it, it's okay. Chi Ya was taken aback when he heard this, and said calmly. Depend on. How could there be a problem? In this case, it is clear that I have made money, and there is a fart problem. If you take it for nothing and don't take it for nothing, only a fool will say there is a problem. After staring at the place where the Ant King disappeared for a few seconds, Chi Ya stopped the thunderbolt's reception, dispelled the dark clouds in the sky, and then looked at the place where Netero, Jin, and Neferbit were. With light steps, the whole person rushed towards the direction of the 3 of them. The matter is finally over. The old man is exhausted. Seeing Chi Ya appearing in front of himself and others, Netero took a deep breath and began to complain. It's not over yet, don't forget, there are still a lot of chimeric ants over there. Chi Ya raised his eyebrows and said. Indeed, what should I do, old man, I don't want to move anymore. Netero heard the words, and suddenly his clothes were tangled and helpless. The next moment he winked at Chi Ya boy, I will leave those guys to you. Chi Ya rolled his eyes, got it. It's just what I want, those are all white strengthening points. Kim, what are you going to do next? I, go back and study this, Kim said with a smile, lifting Shipoff's body. Aren't you going to see your son? Eyes closed face, take a look. Ah, this, let's go meet up. Jin Vinian immediately became entangled, and after thinking for a while, he made a decision. That's right. As a father, the teacher hides from his own children. What kind of words does that sound like? A Chi Ya suddenly laughed. Gold, O.D. Then, that's it. I'm going to the ant nest first, and you go about your business. Chi Ya waved goodbye to the 2 of them. Then he looked at Neferbit who was silent beside him. Come on, come with me. After finishing speaking, Chi Ya jumped up and flashed towards the direction of the ant nest. Neferbit didn't say a word, and rushed out immediately. Behind them, Netero and Jin looked at the 2 people who had turned into black dots, looked at each other, and shook their heads. Chapter 196. How should this guy arrange it? While rushing towards the ant nest, Chi Ya looked back at Neferbit from time to time, thinking silently. Although he agreed to the Ant King and Reunion Bit's life, this guy is a ticking time bomb, who knows what this guy will do. It is not a solution to stay by my side and monitor her all the time. And Chi Ya looked at her so frequently, and Neferbit was also a little puzzled, but soon she understood why Chi Ya acted. If you are worried that I will kill wantonly, then there is no need. Later, I will make a unilateral restriction oath for myself to limit my behavior. Neferbit said, and Neferbit also knows about restrictions and oaths from time to time. Hi! Chi Ya was taken aback when he heard this, and then stopped. Neferbit also stopped. This is a good way, then I will decide the content of the restriction oath. Chi Ya stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said. Yes. Neferbit nodded solemnly and agreed. Unilateral restrictions vows will not increase strength, but a kind of contract used by some men to suppress their endless desires. Once this restriction and oath is used, the consequence of breaking it is your own life. Therefore, once you use this restriction and oath, you must abide by it, otherwise you should prepare for game over. This kind of restriction and oath is really suitable for the current situation. First, don't hurt human beings unless necessary. Second, protect me and the people around me. These 2 points are enough. Chi Ya said. So loose. Hearing this, Neferbit was stunned, because the content of the restriction oath given by Chi Ya was really too loose. It's almost just a pair of loose shackles, she can get out of this shackles at any time, do some things, and then bring the shackles back without restriction. For example, less than necessary time. This does not have a lot of water when it is not necessary. Because this rule is too lax. As long as in her cognition, certain things are necessary, then she can do it without being restricted due to constraints. I give you this trust, don't let me down, or I will crush your head with my own hands. Chi Ya smiled lightly, then turned indifferent the next moment, and warned Neferbit. Yes. Neferbit remained silent for a while, then knelt on one knee and saluted Chi Ya. He was still an enemy of life and death before, but now he has given such loose conditions on this matter. One can imagine how incredible this trust is. Neferbit is not an ignorant person, so he responded immediately. Wang asked himself to obey this guy's orders in the future, which meant that he made himself this guy's subordinate. Although Neferbit agreed before and would obey Chi Ya's arrangement, but he did not recognize the existence of Chi Ya in his heart, it was only because of the king's order that he had to. However, now she is willing to carry out the king's order, become Chi Ya's subordinate, and serve Chi Ya. For nothing else, I just don't want to disappoint Chi Ya's incredible trust. Chi Ya naturally felt the change in Neferbit's attitude, so he was also a little surprised. However, this is also a good thing, the corners of Chi Ya's mouth could not help but rise slightly, with a hint of a smile on it. Then, swear now and read out your restriction oath. Immediately, Chi Ya opened his mouth to order. Yes, Master Chi Ya. You can just call me Master Chi Ya. Chi Ya corrected, compared to adults, he still prefers to be called Master. Yes, Master Chi Ya. I, Neferbit, hereby swear, make a restriction oath, I will not do anything to human beings unless necessary, I will do my best to protect Master Chi Ya and the people around Master Chi Ya, and sacrifice my life for this. Neferbit began to swear very piously. As soon as the words fell, the Niangkai on Neferbit erupted, and the terrifying aura made everything around him automatically without wind, and the Niangkai faintly became stronger. Ask for flowers. At the same time, both Neferbit and Chi Ya clearly felt an invisible shackle appearing on themselves, Neferbit, restricting Neferbit. Restrictions and oaths, read out and make in front of others will expose one's own restrictions and oaths, and become a weakness. However, correspondingly, even this kind of restriction and oath that only wants to limit oneself unilaterally will also increase its own power. Just like Neferbit is doing now. Very good, Neferbit, from now on you will be a member of my Zaldik family. Seeing that Neferbit successfully completed the restriction oath, Chi Ya smiled lightly, and stretched out his hand to gently stroke his head. 0. Meow, QWQ. The warm touch from his head made Neferbit slightly startled, the character of a cat was involuntarily released, his face showed an expression of enjoyment, and his tail kept wagging. Chi Ya, degree. It's really a cat's character, this expression. Let's go. After masturbating Neferbit for a while, Chi Ya withdrew his hand, his face regained his composure, and said indifferently. Ah, yes. Neferbit also recovered, was startled, and then quickly responded. The two of them sped up their speed again, flashing towards the direction of the ant nest. The battle with the ant king makes the battlefield constantly shift, and the distance from the ant nest is getting farther and farther. It really takes a few minutes to feel the ant nest without using space to move. What was that just now? It made me show such an ugly face. On the way, Neferbit's face was extremely calm, but his heart was extremely surprised. However, it's so comfortable, meow. I really want to do it again. Because of the joy in his heart, Neferbit's tail was shaking excitedly even when he was on the road. Chi Ya, who can sense Neferbit's behavior even without looking back, 6.